Are we ready tonight? Game 5, Minnesota, season playoff hopes on the line for the Golden State Warriors, down 3-1. They need a miracle, and that miracle would start tonight if they do indeed get one. What's Jimmy Butler's status? He was feeling under the weather. No Steph Curry. You got Draymond. Kuminga, can he keep it up? It's all baked into the equation. The fact of the matter is, though, as I say good morning to you, Joe Shasky, Carter, Sam Lubman, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. It's going to be an uphill climb, but man, wouldn't it be some story? Get it done tonight. Get one more back at Chase Center. Maybe, just maybe, you get the chef back and you'll take your chances there. But it starts tonight. Take care of business in Minnesota, come back home, and we'll see from there. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning. I'm super focused and I'm hopeful. I'm trying to will myself into some optimism here, but I want to start with this. Joe, there's this saying in life, we'll get him next time.
I hate that.
We'll get him next time.
I hate that.
It drives me nuts. Now, it's one thing when you're talking to a bunch of 11-year-olds and you lose a playoff game in whatever sport, soccer, volleyball, basketball, baseball. Yeah, we'll get them next time. You're trying to teach these kids to be resilient. But in professional sports, it's different. And in professional sports, there's only so much sand in the glass. And as it starts to go from one end to the other, when that last grain is all the way down to the end, there is no tomorrow. And I look at someone like Steph Curry, who's an all-time great. And there was a lesson that I learned this season. You never, ever, ever, ever push fast forward on someone's career like Steph Curry. And there was a point in time this year where I was like, they're 25-26. I mean, maybe you just, and I thought it, believe me, I'm guilty of this. Maybe you just shut it down. Maybe we poop for Coop. Maybe we just try to tank and we pack it in. And then you look up this morning, okay, months later, after they make the great, bold Jimmy Butler trade, and I feel like it's been a great trade. You look up and you're like, look at the landscape of the NBA. Everything we thought to be true a couple of months ago is no longer. Mike Malone, solidified coach in Denver. That's no longer. Now, they're in a battle right now with Oklahoma City. Feels like Oklahoma City is going to advance, and I'm glad I brought up Oklahoma City. During the regular season, Joe, did they not feel like they were Thanos and inevitable?
I mean, everyone told us that. I mean, I was skeptical, but everyone kept telling me, national media, Anthony Slater is going to join us later. They're a step above. They're a tier above everyone in the West.
How do you feel about them today?
I would not be shocked if the Timberwolves knocked them off next round.
Okay.
If that is indeed the matchup.
Exactly. I feel similarly. The Boston Celtics, the reigning champions.
Oh, they're done.
Well, what did we think about them just 2 weeks ago?
Oh, they were going to run through the East. One injury changed all of that. And even then, they might have still been down 3-1 if Jason Tatum was healthy. Who knows?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the injury is a big part of how we view Boston. They might dismantle some of their team because of their luxury tax situation.
Correct.
Because of that injury. How are we feeling about Giannis this morning in the Milwaukee Bucks after the Dame Lillard injury?
Oh, they're done. And Giannis is going elsewhere.
Okay. The point that I'm getting at is that you never punt on a season, on a game, on anything when you have an all-time great player. Now, when you're the 2021 Giants and you're assembled in a goofy way and you got a bunch of goofy parts, I'm not saying you're reckless and you trade everything to go for it at the deadline. I think when you have an all-time great player, you owe it to the player, to the fan base, to yourself to always be all in. And that's the thing I learned this season about the Golden State Warriors, and this brings me to tonight. If they can find a way, just find a way to win tonight, anything really is possible. And I know that sounds like a cliche, but the reality is we all understand how this works. Momentum is a sick drug. And if you win a game tonight, who knows what might happen? We saw Anthony Edwards writhing on the floor the other day, and no one's rooting for injuries. No. But one ankle turn can change the trajectory of a team, a series, a playoff format, and eventually it could be the champion. The Warriors were the benefactor of this on both ends. One way, where Kevin Love and Kyrie got injured, and history wrote itself because they seized the moment. On the other end, think about what happened with Toronto and how Kawhi Leonard solidified himself as a legend killer with Kevin Durant going down and Klay Thompson going down, and they maximized their opportunity. Yeah. So, look, I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but I listened to some of the things that Steve Kerr said, and I just throw my hands up in the air, and I say, Steve, you're an all-time great coach, but some of the things you said on Willard and Dibbs yesterday made no congruency whatsoever. There was no logical connection between how you felt about one player on your roster and how you discussed another player on your roster. One was, hey, we have to seize every moment and we cannot allow poor shooting for that player to go under the floor. The other one was, hey, we're just happy he's getting some experience. What? We're in this for experience?
That was a great Little John impression. I know.
So I'm asking the coach, how are you going to coach tonight's game? You're going to coach tonight's game like the season's on the line? You're going to coach tonight's game like you have an all-time legend who may possibly be able to come back? Or are we in this for some experience?
Screw that.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That interview that Shasky's alluding to was Steve Kerr, who was on yesterday. He's on Weekly with Willard and Dibbs. We'll play some of that because there were some interesting tidbits, as you're alluding to, Joe. And I know exactly the one that's bothering you the most, probably. It's talking about Brandon Podziemski and pods, and that's the guy I look at tonight. Listen,
I think it was the metaphor of pods. Sure. We'll get to it.
No, we'll get to it.
And I don't want to dice up his words because that's probably not fair. But when I heard it, I was like, no, this is exactly why I'm frustrated. And I think it was a great microcosm of how a lot of people have felt about how there are the haves and those that are the favorites and the ones that aren't.
Well, I'm looking at certain players in tonight's matchup and what you do, and this could very well be a loss tonight, but you can still salvage something if you are a young player like a Pajemski,
Absolutely.
like a Moody, Kaminga. Just imagine if JK goes off again. He scores 30 points. Let's say it's a narrow loss, though. Oh, it's Kaminga's fault they lost. All he does is lose. Well, no, that improved his contract value exponentially. Brandon Pajemski, you don't think it'll give him confidence going forward if he has a big game tonight? Again, that you're going to say, Spinola, it's a loser mentality. They got to win. Of course they have to win. But just think about how we view some of these elimination games when it's all said and done. The fact that Klay Thompson in his final game in a Golden State Warriors uniform failed to score a point. 0 against the Kings in a play-in game. Whether we like it or not, that's a lasting image for some people, which sucks because he's a legend. And some people will say that's not fair. He's a 4-time champion. I was like, great. How it ended, though, people will remember that. And that's how it ended. People will remember Chris Paul, the guy, all the minutes that he had to go. Chris Paul. He barely played. JK came in for a couple minutes here and there in that series. So how it ends matters. How that ended for Jordan Poole a couple years ago in the Western Conference semis against the Lakers. They were done. I have the lasting image of Austin Reeves hitting a half-court buzzer beater and then them getting blown out in the second half. And that was it for Jordan Poole after that. He was no longer a Warrior. They traded him a week later.
You're referencing all the young players. Well, what about Draymond? Is Draymond allowed to just lay a giant egg? And we're just like, oh, well, this is what it is. He's Draymond. He's allowed a scholarship for the rest of his career to just play on the Warriors, even though he's got the $26 million salary chip that would fit with almost any trade that you're thinking of making this offseason.
Well,
I'm being dead serious.
I mentioned Klay a couple seasons ago, or last season, I should say. Like, is Draymond in that category yet? I think it seems a little strong. The guy was a DPOY candidate. He's going to be an all-team
these last 2 months.
Player.
That DPOY. One second. That DPOY candidacy is one of the biggest fallacies of all time. The guy campaigned out of nowhere, had a great 2-week stretch, and we like, oh yeah, DPOY. Whoa, wait a minute. Did we watch the last 2 months of the season? He's had moments. They've gotten bodied. Like every big loss that forced them into the play-in game, he was the one getting destroyed by an athletic big. Do I need to go through the list of bigs that killed him?
He had 15 first-place votes.
Karl Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, Aaron Gordon. Like, I could go right down the list. Now, let's go to the playoffs. Şengün, Julius Randle. Whose water has he cut off?
No, he's gotten over.
No one's saying that Draymond's not good. But to say that he was, like, excellent DPOY from start to finish, that was a Draymond made-up campaign.
I would say from start to finish. I think if you were just going to do the voting from, like February, again, for the trade deadline on, maybe. But again, as you mentioned, he faded down the stretch, and he's faded in these playoffs. And again, age is a part of that. Yeah. Not having your best player there, Steph Curry is a part of it. Jimmy Butler, not being quote-unquote, whatever wants him to be, playoff Jimmy. He was dealing with some sort of sickness, as Draymond alluded to a couple days ago and Steve Kerr alluded to yesterday. So what's Jimmy Butler's status heading into this game now? All of a sudden, I don't know where he's at. That's baked into the equation. I need him to play well. And if he's sick, if he has the flu or something, which is what it sounds like, yeah, great. Now, are we just going to get blown out tonight if I'm a Warriors fan? So,
how is everyone sick?
Critical.
How has everyone on this team been sick the last couple of weeks?
As you're hacking up over there. I know.
Yeah, but I'm fighting through adversity. And I don't use it as an excuse.
You're not.
I mean, can we get some Pedialyte on this team? Can we get some emergency? Like, what's going on?
Get some IVs.
Well, where's Roger Clemens' wife with the B12 shots?
Was that what they were? B12 shots?
That was a joke.
That's what he was getting?
That last part was a joke.
By the way, real quick, baseball related. Pete Rose, ban lifted from him from Major League Baseball. Shoeless Joe Jackson, amongst others, are now eligible to be elected into the Hall of Fame. So there you go.
It's just, why like in life, why do we wait for someone to pass to tell them that we love them? I get
love is strong,
and believe me. Okay, look,
I know Pete Rose is a horrible he's
a horrible human being. Yeah. He's also one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Sure,
all right, like both can be true. History, as much as we want to alter it, and history is written by the victors. Those things happened. I know we want to glue the steroid era pages together and just bypass it, but it happened,
of course. And those guys. Again, you don't have to tell me twice. A-Rod and Barry Bonds should absolutely be in the Hall of Fame as they were sitting courtside last game at Chase Center together. The fact that they're not going to be in and now all of a sudden Pete Rose is going to be in, the guy that talk about integrity of the sport. Again, that's something we We could get into it at some point. Today's a lot about the Warriors, but I saw that yesterday. And a lot of people like, oh, it's about time. Yeah. I was like, well, the fact of the matter is it's not Rob Manfred who elects these guys into the hall. He lifted the ban. Now it's up to the baseball writers. And I'm very curious to see what they're going to do about this. I know you're scoffing
Baseball
at it.
writers who I wouldn't allow to, coach my 12U team.
Okay.
The hell out of here.
All right, fair enough.
Baseball
It's
writers.
interesting. By the way, the Giants, 10-6
Hank
yesterday.
Schulman
Hey,
screaming at people about what their politics should be.
Hey.
I'm so tired of the baseball writers.
were you tired of the Giants offense yesterday?
They were amazing.
They exploded. Can the Warriors do that tonight? 10-6 win for the Gigantes yesterday. City connects. Joseph, let's go. City connects. I was connecting. Shout out Dalton. Robbie Ray, another win.
You brought up the Giants. And just give me a quick little,
Just a little bit.
open window
Just
here.
a little
on
bit. 50 Cent.
Watching watching Jung-Hoo Lee swing last night, it finally crystallized. His swing reminds me of Randy Wynn's.
Wow.
Yeah, Randy Wynn was a really good Giant that I think we slept on. He played on some bad teams, didn't have the appropriate support around him. Jung-Hoo Lee's left-handed, kind of one-arm down-the-line swing really reminds me of Randy Wynn's. Really reminds me of Randy. And Randy was a really good player. For the younger audience that maybe didn't see him play, like I wish he would have been on the 2002 team or the 2003 team. I think he was a really good player. We just got him like a year or two later than the organization should have. That's what it reminds me of, though.
Randy Wynn, one of the few players to have an inside the park grand slam, by the way. Did it against the Yankees.
I didn't
You
know
like
that.
You like
That's a
that
new
fun
one.
fact? There you go.
Camilo Duvall continuing to look good. Robbie Ray, just his changeup in the other batter's box as a lefty to a righty after he throws that 97-mile-an-hour fastball. He's a really nice pitcher when he's on. I mean, really nice.
Fighting through adversity, obviously giving up the 3 spot early first inning, and then just battling right after that. And then I love the response, not in the first inning, but in the second inning, 4 runs there as they battle back and they beat the D-backs.
Christian Koss?
Dude, this is
Shades of Hunter Pence in terms of the goofy swing.
Hey, this division's stacked, man. Oh, by the way, Giants, loving what the A's did, absolutely just destroying the Dodgers yesterday. Your boy Jacob Wilson,
Love
AL
him.
Rookie of the Year, front runner as far as I'm concerned. Guy's batting like 360. So, and we got A's Giants over the weekend, of course. And we would love to have some Warriors Wolves over the weekend as well to look forward to. In order for that to happen, though, Joe, you got to win tonight. Can they win tonight? Can they? Are you giving them any shot?
Yeah,
tonight?
of course they have a shot.
Even if Jimmy Butler's a little sick.
Look, last night, did the Cavs have a 17-point lead?
Oh, probably.
At one point,
Probably.
12 to 7. And I was watching that game, and I couldn't believe the lead that they had going, and I never had any faith that they could finish it out.
Neither did Max Strus.
I mean, the Cavs are a great example of what we were talking about in the first, segment here, is that during the regular season, they looked unbelievable. They had one of the greatest starts to a season that you could possibly have, and then just flamed out. One little toe injury to Garland, and I'm not sleeping on a toe injury that ended Patrick Willis's career, but like a toe injury, their team looks completely different. He looks completely different as a player. They're done. Indiana.
Back-to-back seasons, they're going to be in the conference finals, and no one. Everyone slept on them last year. Oh, they got lucky. Oh, they got the broke. Well, it's pretty impressive to do a back-to-back season. I don't care if it's
They
in the
won
East
Game
or
7
West.
in Madison Square Garden last year.
Are they going to be favored against the Knicks, you think? Maybe not.
I don't know.
Yeah, well-
but I think that's the part that's
Yeah.
the crummy part today as a Warrior fan.
Wide open.
It's just
Wide
it feels
open.
like the lane for the championship is wide open. Not that you were the favorite, not that you had a bigger grasp on a title or whatever, but it's just the opportunity could not feel more wide open for them.
Speaking of wide open, there was a lot of wide open threes missed yesterday for the Cleveland Cavaliers. And I don't know, I think you sent this to the group chat and I saw it prior, but the game was on TNT, and before the game happened between the Pacers and the Cavs, and obviously it was a must win for the Cavs as they're eliminated and the Pacers move on. Max Strus, who you love, by the way.
I love Max Strus.
Max Strus, the comment before the game, this is from Jared Greenberg, who obviously is a reporter for TNT.
When I see Jared Greenberg, I smile. I don't know why. I like him.
I think it's funny too.
Yeah.
Max Strus attempted to rally the Cavs ahead of the elimination game, sending a group text to his teammates saying, quote, "If you don't believe, don't show up for work." Max Strus ended up being 0 for 9 yesterday.
That sucks.
He showed up, I guess. I guess he showed up. And then you got Charles Barkley during like the halftime show. It's like, Max Strus, It's a good-looking man. I was like, all right, thanks, Charles.
I think he stinks.
Astute analysis. Steiny's fired up. Is Steiny flying out to Minnesota for today? Is he going to fly out to that game courtside with Finchie?
Him and Guru, yeah.
Him and Goo? Really?
2-0.
By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. That is a fact. That game and that coverage starts at 5:30 today with Warriors Live with Will and Dibbs. 6:30 tip-off local time for that. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. So of all your pre- and post-game coverage again for tonight's game in Minnesota, Game 5. And by the way, Anthony Slater joining us 7:30. Our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider covers the team for The Athletic. And Dave Fleming at 9:20, voice of the San Francisco Giants, our Giants insider, and is tapped in on all things Bay Area sports. So cannot wait to do that. Real quick, Joe, before we hit the break.
I'm just imagining what a salty conversation would sound like between Chris Finch and Steiny.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. I don't think either of them smile at all in that conversation. Or they do, and it's like a little wry smile. It's like a forced one. I don't think I've seen Chris Finch smile this entire series. Steve Kerr at least does some like chuckling and like laughs at like the absurdity of everything. Chris Finch just looks like, I don't know. He's never had a happy moment in his life. Ever. Will he smile tonight if they win? We'll see. Hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully he's not smiling at all. It is Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. I will say this, though. Great hair for Steiny and Chris Finchie. That is something that they do have in common. And that's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
New year, new Steiny. You smoking weed now.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
Oh, heck yes.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spidoni and Joe Shasky.
What's up, Jonathan? He's fired up. He's going to be locked in tonight. Warriors Live, 5:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Tip-off 6:30. Game 5, Western Conference semifinals. T-Wolves Dubs out in the Twin Cities at Target Center. No Stephen Curry. He is not playing tonight. If you win tonight, maybe. There's a chance. Slight chance. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's no chance. We don't know. We'll have a reevaluation sensation. That's a Buck, Willard, and Dibs on, I guess, Stephen Curry today and his timeline. But you need to win tonight to extend the season. That's all you're trying to do. It's a one-game series from here on out. You got 3 left. You win tonight, there's 2 more. Shout out math. You get 1 back at Chase Center. Can they do it? How can they do it? 888-957-9570.
Where are they going to find that third score?
That's...
I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know where they're going to get it from. I don't know.
And how do you slow down? Can you slow down the two-headed monster that is Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards right now? They're playing with all the confidence in the world. They're going to be back at home. You know, maybe this is a situation where you get on them early, though. Maybe this is something they're going to come out like they did in game 1, almost, where they had this kind of lackadaisical, going through the motions, and you were able to get on top of them, albeit Steph Curry was available in that first quarter and a quarter, if you will. And then, you know, you just took it from there and you won wire to wire. I don't know if that's going to happen. You're going to expect the Timberwolves to punch back. And now that they got their sea legs under them, if you will, when it comes to hitting that 3-point shot, it could get ugly early, or you can get a lead early and then you got to hold on to it.
It's going to stop Julius Randle.
I mean, they haven't been able to. The entire series, it feels like.
And not only has he scored, he's been an assist machine. He's drawn fouls. He's been excellent defensively. He's gotten crucial rebounds. You know, he's to me, he's really been their X factor.
He's incredible. And I think a lot of people were questioning him heading into these playoffs, even into this next series. Even if he dominated the Lakers, like, all right, well, the Lakers, maybe they were just kind of cooked. Luka was out of shape. LeBron's 40 years old. How good are they really defensively anyways,
They felt
right?
like a work in progress.
Exactly, right? And now you're seeing this all come to fruition. And it's just, I keep coming back to this. It's kind of crazy where, you know, he was traded for Karl-Anthony Towns, obviously Dante DiVincenzo, obviously a part of the deal, coming back to Minnesota. But it's worked out for both teams as they're both up 3-1 right now. And both these teams trying to close out those series. It's the Knicks Celtics earlier today. I think it's a 4:00 tip on TNT. Then after that, obviously, is Minnesota and Golden State. And please, for the love of God, don't start that game again at 7:30 if this other game goes to like overtime or something. Just can we start the games on time, people? And again, we want to be on our TVs. We're there at 6:30, and then they're telling us to wait another 20 minutes. Can we start these games on time, please?
You know,
I'm asking.
I was thinking about there's nothing more frustrating than inconsistency, right? I think most people would say whether it's officiating, umpiring, a relationship, when you just don't know where you stand with someone, right? And you don't understand why that person is allowed to do something for X, Y, and Z reasons, and then another person doesn't get the same level of tolerance or runway, right? I think that's where people start throwing their hands up. Like Gabe Kapler is a great example. I'm going to manage using only analytics. Well, then eventually he was like, no, I'm going to use some of my gut and I'm going to use the analytics. And it's like, well, which one is going to dictate your decisions?
Right.
Like with Bob Melvin right now, with the way the Giants are, like I'm sure there's going to be some information, data that they're going to use to inform their opinion, but 9 times out of 10, they're going to use more of the instincts, the feel, the gut, if you will. And we just want to know that there's some consistency when it comes to those decisions and how they're come about. Which brings me to the coach, and I'm listening to Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard. It was a fascinating interview, and I thought Willard asked some great questions. And they basically brought up Brandon Podziemski, and you know the coach's answer regarding Brandon Podziemski, I threw my hands up in the air, and I was like, see, this is why I'm frustrated. I mean, this is why I'm frustrated as a Warrior fan. His reason for why they're rolling with Brandon Podziemski was incongruent to the other reasons on why he's iced out other players. Moses Moody, JK, TJD, pick who you want on this team who's fallen out of favor. And I go, well, that doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent, coach. Like, this is why I'm frustrated. I don't get it. So play the answer, the question.
I got it right here.
Willard asked him, like, well, why people are frustrated that you're rolling with Brandon Podziemski right now. And his answer was?
So this is Steve Kerr asked to explain what Podziemski does to help the team. There you go.
Give it to me.
He reads the game. He handles the ball. He passes. He's a great rebounder. He sees things defensively, so he's always in the right spot. The game just connects when he's out there. It just makes a lot of sense for the rest of the group. And that doesn't mean he's perfect, but he does a lot of things that just make the game make sense. And not every player does that, frankly. So Brandon, despite his shooting struggles, continues to connect lineups and make good basketball plays, and that those are the things that help you win.
So, like, despite his shooting struggles, he's bringing other things to the table. I'm like, well, wait a minute. You have other ball handlers. Jimmy and Draymond are ball handlers. Moses Moody, why is he not playing right now?
Because he can't shoot.
Okay. Does Moses bring other things to the table?
Sure, defensively.
Yeah, exactly. He's actually a solid rebounder. I think he's not bad as a rebounder. I really do.
Solid.
Now, this thing that he's in the right defense, and I'm not trying to like dice up every word because he's just giving answers. He's tired. He's going back and forth from Minnesota to Golden State. Like, I'm granting him some leeway. No, Podziemski is not great defensively. In fact, he overplays a lot and allows dribble drive penetration. And this is where the data would not meet the eyeball of the tape. I watch him at the top of the key. You are forced to run zone because he can't guard anyone man to man. And he overcommits on the perimeter, which breaks down your defense off the dribble and forces other into rotation and help defense. So I go, well, you're overlooking all of these negatives for a couple of positives. Why can't you do that for some of these other guys?
I mean,
am I too stuck on this?
It's a head coach trying to prop up a young player in his first ever.
But why not prop up these other young players you've had?
Well, like who do you want him to prop up? Right.
He's had 4 years to prop up Moody and Jonathan Kuminga, and I've never heard him there's another cut in here where he talks about, this is great experience for Brandon. We're in the experience phase of the season.
Well, for him, it is. For Podziemski, this is his first ever.
The reason why Kuminga and Moody haven't been playing is because we have no tolerance for negative play right now, and this isn't about their experience. It's about 30 and 23 and winning championships. Where's the consistency in the thought process?
He's telling.
See, that's where I'm very confused.
I mean, he's just telling you right now that even if Brandon Podziemski's not shooting well, he's still a better player than Moses Moody. That's what he's telling you right now.
I would my counter to be with I don't agree with that.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to, but Steve Kerr's just telling you. What do you want me to say? He's telling you right now he's going to keep playing pods 35, 30 plus minutes. Moses Moody's going to get bupkis because that's how he feels. And that's how he felt last year too.
Yeah, and I just disagree with the coach.
Okay.
I disagree with and look, the coach has forgotten more than I'll ever know. I think he has had moments of unbelievable brilliance. He has won them games in the playoffs. I think this stubborn dedication to Brandon Podziemski has stymied a lot of their offense.
Real quick, before we go to break, let's go to Coach in Vallejo wants to join the conversation. Coach, good morning. How are you feeling about tonight's game?
Hey, I don't feel well about tonight's game, and because, one of the reasons he says he didn't play Kuminga because he doesn't play the Warriors system. Well, the system is not what won them championships. It was the talent. If it was the system, anyone can do it. Just like you guys. I would love to be a talk show host on your station, but I don't have your talent. Spadoni, I don't have your words. Shasky, I do not have your energy and your passion and your honesty. Your talent is what makes your show great. There's a lot of talk shows in the country that's like yours, but what makes me get up at 6 o'clock in the morning? Your talent, okay? What is the Timberwolves' talent? Throw the ball to Ant-Man. Throw the ball to Randall. Let them cook. Yeah. That's their system, okay? So Steve Kerr's words and this connection and spacing and all this stuff, J.K. has the talent. And if he played J.K. 40 minutes and the Warriors win, that would just blow Steve Kerr's theory out the water. And Kerr is not going to let that happen. He's going to play J.K. 20 minutes, they lose, and everything's okay in the world. But if he plays J.K. and they're successful, that means he's been wrong for 4 years.
I don't know.
Thanks, Coach.
Look,
There's no conspiracy as far as I'm concerned with the JK Steve Kerr thing. We can pick it up on the other side, Joe. We're up against it.
Well, look, I love my wife, right? I love my wife, and I hope she still loves me, right? But there are certain things that drive me insane. That doesn't mean I want a divorce. That doesn't mean that I don't love her and respect her and all this. But there are things that drive me nuts. That's part of a relationship. Mm-hmm. Steve Kerr's one of the greatest coaches of all time. Me and him just don't see eye to eye on this Brandon Podziemski thing.
And we'll pick that conversation up on the other side. Jimmy and Dublin will get to you as well. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What's up, Joe, bro? I don't know.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spidoni and Joe Shasky.
Back-to-back, Jonathan in San Francisco? Why not?
My bad.
You don't have to apologize. It's okay. Happens. That's what I did all the time as a producer. It's all right. As long as you get the rejoin right, that's all that matters.
May I ask a question to you?
I'll allow it.
All right. Is Bill Belichick one of the greatest coaches of all time?
Well, I don't know at this rate. We're going to retcon the whole thing with Jordan Hudson? I don't know. Yes. It's one of the greatest of all time. Might be the greatest coach in the history of the sport.
Okay. So for 20 years in New England, were they just not allowed to question anything?
No, we questioned it.
Well, you're analyzing it. Yeah. That's what all fans do. That's what everyone in the media does. We all played Monday morning quarterback on everything.
The entire team questioned the whole Malcolm Butler situation when he didn't play in the Super Bowl against the Eagles. The teammates were like, wait, what the hell?
So you're walking me right to my next point. Bill Walsh is basically immortalized here in the Bay Area for good reason.
As he should be.
Okay. One of his biggest mistakes of his coaching career, which he wrote in his memoir with Lowell Cohn, a great book, he said the way he handled the Steve Young, Joe Montana thing. And in the 1988 season, they were going back and forth at the beginning of the year, and they were playing Steve, and they were playing Joe. They rotated starters. They were rotating on drives.
He literally said, we have a quarterback controversy, and we have two starting quarterbacks. He literally went out and said that.
The players were ready to riot, okay? And the veterans all said, you need to make a choice. He went up into the coaching staff, and he basically said to everybody, raise your hand if you want Steve Young to be the starter. Raise your hand if you want Joe Montana to be.
Like it's kindergarten.
No, I'm dead serious.
Do you want apple juice or grape juice?
I'm dead serious, right? And this was like, whatever, middle of the season. So they all chose Joe Montana, okay? And he said he looked back on it, and he goes, look, you could make the argument that I, propelled Joe into two of his finest seasons, 89 and 90, and they went on to win the 88 Super Bowl. And it was a great run. But you could also say that I kind of almost self-sabotaged my own team. Okay? He was acknowledging his own, inconsistency.
Right.
And he didn't really know what he wanted.
Yeah.
And so great coaches do make mistakes.
Yeah.
All right. And teams within themselves analyze them. And there is favoritism. There just is. And sometimes there's inconsistent thought process. And when I love Steve Kerr. There's some things he does really, 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 really well. Clearly, when it comes to connecting with the veterans and the older guys, he's awesome at that, right? He gets people. He's at times, unbelievable in-game tactician. But there are also other times where he head scratches me with some of the logic when it comes to the handling of some of the players and the empowerment of some of the players. And I think that the Brandon Podziemski obsession combined with what's been going on with Jonathan Kuminga, Jordan Poole to a less degree a couple of years ago, it comes back to this. It has always felt like on this team for the last 4 or 5 years, there's the haves, the made men, who no matter what they do, resume obviously plays a big part of this, they will not fall out of favor. And then there are the have-nots, which if you make a mistake, you're never going back in for weeks on end. And it's just frustrating at times, especially when this team has reached the point of no return in the season. And you can't just ice everyone out, and you can't just give somebody a runway to shoot you into a loss.
Jimmy in Dublin, we're going to go to you in a second. We'll react from more what you're talking about, Joe, which was Steve Kerr's comments on Brandon Podziemski on the Warriors team leading up to Game 5, which again is tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. Game 5. We'll have all your pre- and post-game coverage all day long. Warriors fighting to stay alive in these playoffs. No Stephen Curry tonight, and it's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And by the way, I need to mention this because we're doing it all week. The Golden State Valkyries inaugural season is here, and fans, you do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and all the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Tickets available at Valkyries.com. And for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the game next Wednesday, May 21st, be locked in during the 8 o'clock hour. When you hear, Carter, this sounder, not now, that's going to be in the 8 o'clock hour. You're going to be calling number 5 to the contest line. Good luck there. All right. Jimmy is in Dublin, wants to talk about one Brandon Podziemski and one Jonathan Kuminga. Jimmy, good morning. You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why a lot of people are so surprised at the performances that Podziemski has been, pulling in the playoffs, because he had a lot of stretches during the regular season where he would be very bad, right? And then I remember one time Kerr got on the press conference, he was at the podium and was saying how Podziemski needs to step up, and play better, and blah blah blah, right? But then Kuminga will make one mistake, or because he supposedly doesn't gel with Butler, and then you just completely turn your back on him. Forget him being the second leading scorer, or before Jimmy Butler got here, you just turn your back on him. And then you look at him right now in the playoffs, and I mean, in any game that they were in, pretty much once he really started playing, really was on the strength of him, getting key stops at the end of the game or during the game, and getting to the cup and getting to the free throw line and stopping, other teams' momentum. He has 6 points less than Butler does against Minnesota in the games they played. So I'm happy to see Kuminga doing what he's doing, but they're going to have to reevaluate Podziemski, man. And honestly, I think he went too high in the draft. Honestly, I saw him play a few games at Santa Clara, and I wasn't big on him to be thinking he was going to be going, top 20 or whatever he went. But, yeah, you guys have a good one. And also, I think the Warriors are done for sure in Minnesota. There's no way they give them any life. Minnesota, Anthony Edwards, the type is going to step on their neck and send them packing up a vacation.
So,
Thanks,
the Podziemski thing is an interesting one. I actually think it's more similar to JK than we give it credit for. I actually really like Brandon Podziemski as a player. I just think he's a backup point guard. And when you say that, I think people are like, well, what are you talking about? It's like, look, he's a good NBA player. He's useful in a specific role. It's the same way I view Jonathan Kuminga, essentially. I don't think Jonathan Kuminga's a superstar. I don't think he's an all-star. I'm not even sure if he's a starter. But I know he's not a DMP guy, right? He's somewhere in between.
I'm just going to name some of the starting point guards in the NBA, and you could just tell me whether you think Pods is a part of that conversation. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Luka Doncic, Tyrese Halliburton, Jalen Brunson, Stephen Curry, Damian Lillard. I know Steph is different, so you mind me.
Keep going.
Cade Cunningham, Darius Garland, Kyrie Irving, Tyler Hero, Tyrese Maxey, John Morant. And then we start getting to some names, or maybe you can LaMelo Ball, De'Aaron Fox, Trae Young, Jamal Murray. Even Peyton Pritchard off the bench, you're probably taking over Pods. These are just names I'm throwing out there. So Kobe White, right? It's a really stacked position. 100%. It's not disrespectful to say someone's a backup point guard. Brandon Podziemski is a backup point guard on most teams right now. He is.
Yeah, but on this team, the way he's been utilized this year, he's second, third most minutes.
No, he's a starter on this team. He is.
A starter and heavy minutes.
Yes.
Heavy minutes.
And he needs to have heavy minutes because he is one of the few young players he needs to play a lot.
Look, navigating the regular season, it makes total sense.
Yes.
It makes total sense. But we know this. The playoffs are different than the regular season. Yes. And I think that's where I feel like the leeways that have been granted him have been more regular season thought process, meaning we've got games to burn, whereas when it comes to other guys on the bench, it's the every possession matters, it's the playoffs, so I'm not going to go to you thought process.
You think we're a little jaded, as a fan base, if I'm a Warriors fan, a little jaded, just the regular season and how it translates to the playoffs, because they were just so amazing since the Jimmy Butler trade and that starting five, right? Draymond, Steph, Jimmy, Moses, Pods, they were damn near unbeatable at one point. And then now all of a sudden in the playoffs, not all of a sudden, but everyone's kind of shocked, oh my God, Moody's falling off. Oh, Pods now. Oh,
yeah, but I would say that
maybe we should have seen this coming, is what I'm saying.
No, there's no doubt. I mean, but that is also how the playoffs works, right?
Correct.
Where, for example, Josh Giddey a couple of years ago, what a great year! They get into a playoff series
last year, right?
He can't play.
Yeah,
he literally can't play in this series. That's kind of how the playoffs, shakes itself up. Look, all these guys are young. So Podziemski's in year 2. I don't know what he'll be in year 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? I just know that right now, he's a useful player that's getting the second most minutes on the team, and I just think it should be closer to 20 minutes as opposed to 35, right? But that's the nuance, and I think that's where I get a little frustrated. Whereas I'm seeing, other guys on this team, like Gary Payton Jr., I think actually falls more into the Pods bucket.
Right.
Gary Payton II gets way too much leeway when things aren't going well for him. And he's allowed to play. And I get it. He's a trusted guy. And he's
won a title. Yeah.
Right? But, like, he has not been defending right now. No. Now, do they have a lot of options outside of those guys? No. So I will defend Steve Kerr in the sense of, like, it's not like he's picking from the USA team where it's like, I'm benching Jason Tatum because I've got Kevin Durant. So I understand that. I think that the reasoning behind some of the playing time, to me, doesn't make sense. And I watched you do this to Jordan Poole to where you zap the guy's confidence completely. And there's a lot that went into that. And I'm seeing you go in a totally different direction for a player who's, as reckless at times as Jordan Poole. And everyone's like, well, he hustles. I expect you to hustle when I view you as a backup point guard. That's the TJ McConnell mold. That's the Peyton Pritchard mold. Right. But this guy's been viewed as a starter, and when I view you as a starter and I'm playing you 30 to 35 minutes a night, you have to be bringing things to the table.
Mike P. is in Oakland. Oh, he gone. Steve Kerr, his comments that you were alluding to earlier. So we played one cut. We'll play another one here on Brandon Podziemski's confidence in his shot right now and whether it's waning.
Well, the confidence in the shot right now is not there. But let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player, and every game you look at the plus minus at the end of the game, and he's at or near the top for our team. So he does so many other things besides shoot that are crucial for us. He's still going to be out there. That's why I'm still playing him as much as I am, despite his shooting struggles. He's a crucial player for us, and so he's. These are great experiences for him, to go through and to learn from. And I'm confident in his ability to get past this shooting funk and have a big game tomorrow because he's got a lot of confidence.
So Steve Kerr speaking to the impact that Pods makes, even when he's not shooting the ball well, and he has struggled mightily in these playoffs. But Steve Kerr is still sticking with this guy because he says he does so much more than just shoot. Now, let's hear him talk about Jonathan Kuminga. And this is Kerr asked if Kuminga is able to impact games the most when offense is geared around him.
Yeah, for sure. He's best when he has the ball in his hands, for sure.
That was it.
You want to talk about, like, the tone, the amount of, like, waxing on poetically about one guy versus the other.
I don't know. Man. Maybe he just didn't want to speak that much about it. JK's been shooting the ball well.
Okay, how about this? At what point in the last couple of years, for any other young player, has been like, man, this is just great experience for that guy, when it's like life on the line playoff time? That line for me was a big eye roll. Just look, I love the coach, dude. We don't win anything without him. But like, it's just the Podziemski obsession is insane. It really is. Like, it really is insane. He's a solid player. Coach, he's a backup point guard.
He's struggling in his first ever playoff series. So I'm kind of feeling Kerr on this right now. He's not going to go out there and, like, crush the kid. Is that what you want him to do right now?
No.
Say he stinks. No. He's cooked. Like, I know.
How about this?
Real quick. Who's getting his minutes right now? Who do you want? You want to give him the Moses Moody, who looks lost?
It can't be worse.
No, it can be. No. He's looked awful. Moses has looked awful, too.
And how has Pods looked?
He's not looked great, but listen, he clearly impacts. He feels the head coach, who knows a hell of a lot more than basketball than you or I,
who has
feels like he impacts the game better than Moses does right now.
So
that's why he's getting more minutes.
Right now.
That's what he's telling us.
I don't care about, if he's going to say plus minus as an excuse, well, Gary Payton has a minus 46 this year in the playoffs. Okay, why is he playing? So this just goes back to the inconsistent thought process, where it feels like there's the haves and there's the haves.
It just speaks to the depth of the team is just not good. Let's just call it what it is. The Warriors' depth, like, we thought this team might have been deep with some of the young guys if they stepped up. The guys aren't stepping up, and they're not as good as we thought. And that's okay. This team is not as good as we thought. Regular season's regular season. Playoffs is playoffs. And this is not a playoff roster, especially without your best player in Stephen Curry. Can't that be true? Can't we just, like, why can't we just expect that?
I think both of those things can be true at the same time, which is like, without Steph Curry, you're such a lesser team. Without Steph Curry, GP2 doesn't fit a lot of lineups.
No.
Right? Like that I'll admit. But with Steph Curry, he absolutely does. That I acknowledge, right? I will definitely acknowledge that. I think the Podziemski thing it's just bizarre. The guy dribbles into trouble left and right. I mean, you watch that. Just watch the Warriors, and I want you to chart how many times he dribbles into trouble with less than 5 seconds on the shot clock, pivots, throws a grenade to someone, and that's either a shot clock violation or we settle for a horrific shot. Now, that might not show up as a turnover in the stat sheet, but that's essentially a play clock killer.
You also have to have willing shooters and like good shooters around you. So like, albeit some of that and a lot of that, as you're alluding to, is on Pods himself, but also it's just the team's just not good around him. Like that's part of it too. You don't have Steph out there. It changes everything. Draymond's not a shooter. He hasn't been a willing 3-point shooter. He had 6 attempts last game. Great. But he hasn't been very good. Trace Jackson Davis isn't going to shoot the ball. Jimmy was sick last game. He couldn't shoot. He didn't want to shoot the ball. He was feeling bad. And Buddy Hield, he's been chucking it left and right, and he didn't have a good shooting game. So outside of that, who else? You want Kevon Looney? He can't shoot the ball. You have to have options around him. Like if his shot's not going, Pods, God love the guy, his shot's not going down, so he feels like, okay, now I have to shoot. And he's 3 of 14, and he's struggled, and it's going to look bad. So yes, I hear you on that, and he's a young player, and he needs to learn from this. It's going to be a learning experience, and it sucks. They have to go through these growing pains at the Warriors fans' expense, and that's how they feel. But it is what it is, and Steve Kerr's not going to shy away from that. Like, do you want 25 minutes for Pods and then 7 or 8 minutes of Pat Spencer? Is that going to make you feel better tonight?
I mean, all I want right now is if you're not playing well, go sit down. Like I don't think that this isn't some sweeping indictment you can never play again. It's, hey, you don't have it going right now. Like, you can go on the bench. Let me just find somebody else. I think we overrate dribbling on this team. For some reason, to dribble is some elite skill. Draymond can play point guard. Jimmy's a de facto point guard. We act like only a certain person can bring the ball up the floor. Like, no, I disagree. The other part is when you're playing the motion offense with Steph Curry and Steph's out there, look, I get wanting to have Podziemski. He's going to push tempo. He's going to dribble into places. He's going to kick it, move it around. The ethos of the team has dramatically changed. Now you're more of an ISO team. I don't know if Pods fits being an ISO team because he's the kind of a dribbler into no man's land, and you're throwing it to a bunch of guys on a one-on-one. You're not skip passing it to the wide open guy because of the rotations that Steph Curry creates on a defense. So I'm telling you, I think we've overrated dribbling. It's baffling to me.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got Anthony Slater coming up at 7:30, so here about less than 25 minutes. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. He's going to be out in Minnesota tonight to take on Game 5 between the T-Wolves and Warriors, and it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Joe.
I really do believe, we spent an hour talking about Podziemski, so I can understand, come on, guys, what are you doing? I understand people thinking that this morning. The reality is that without Steph Curry, the two guys that are so redundant offensively that have not been guarded as tightly and have really stymied their half-court offense is Draymond with Pods. See, Draymond is a bulk of the issue here because of the players that you have around him and his inability to take the floater, his inability to be a threat from beyond the arc makes the entire defensive equation for every team that they're facing different. They're going to sag off him, which allows any other dribble drive penetrator to be doubled because that guy who's guarding Draymond can have 2 feet in the paint and can sag over and stop ball at any given time. So without Steph Curry, Pods and Draymond together in a half court with any other 3 guys, pick the combination of the Warriors roster, it's redundant. And it has forced them into really tough half court offensive possessions.
And that's where I'm at with this. Like, we can get upset about the young guys and their lack of production, and this is their first ever playoffs for some of them, like legit playoff minutes. Like, I know Moody's been in the playoffs. Like, this is his first, legit, getting heavy minutes at times, and he's been iced out. Jonathan Kuminga, same thing. But he healed to an extent, a little bit here too. But I go to the veterans. Pods is there, Trace Jackson Davis, but hey, Draymond and Jimmy Butler, Hall of Famers.
I know.
Guys that have won gold medals. I don't know if Jimmy Butler has, but Draymond's one, You've been in finals.
I think Jimmy Butler was on the 2016.
He might have been in Rio. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
He might have been in Rio.
2016. I could be wrong because I remember him and Clay guarding each other playing flag football.
Right. So, like, these guys have been in big situations. They've won big games. They know what it takes. And for them to have performances like they did the other night, it's not good enough. So to help Brandon Podziemski, as far as I'm concerned tonight, I need Jimmy Butler to show up. I need Draymond Green to show up. And if neither one of them do, if one of them is just off tonight, they're losing this game. Both of those guys have to show up tonight for the Warriors to have a chance tonight, and then the rest of the series after that. But tonight is all that matters. Game 5, Minnesota. And is Jimmy Butler, like, I know he's not healthy. No one's at 100% health. I know that. He's got the flu. He's got food poisoning. What is this guy going through right now? He's already got the butt bruise.
Paz has gotten sick. We know that Moody is
Gary Payton. Kuminga missed a game.
Kuminga, what is going on?
I don't know.
What is going on?
Flu season was in December. I
know my house has gotten hit with the bug, and Michelle was stuck in the bed for multiple days. The little guy's had green boogers for like 4 days in a row. So I get it. And you know me, the sore throat has been, it's not because of, I'm sick or anything, guys. It's got the dry throat. Right?
Okay, all right, sure.
A lot of phlegm going on.
Sure.
I'm fighting through it. It's like Jordan flu game.
Thank you. Shout out Dave Fleming, if you will. He's going to be joining us at 9:20.
Joe, like, I think what has ended up happening, and then this is just my particular opinion, as much as I'm frustrated by the Podziemski, Kuminga, all that has actually masked one of the biggest problems in this series and in the playoffs, which is Draymond Green has not been close to as good as advertised and as we expected and as much as he's talked, okay? And I think that, the Pods thing is an issue on this team. It's not the end-all, be-all. The Kuminga thing has been an issue. That's not the end-all, be-all. But both of those discussion points over here, that's like your child drawing on the wall when the kitchen's on fire. The kitchen on fire right now for this team is that Draymond has been really bad. He has had moments defensively, late in games, situationally. He's had a first quarter here, a first quarter there where he's knocked down a couple of shots. I would say game 7 and game 1. Outside of that, he's been like a D in the playoffs. And they were not going to go anywhere with Steph or without Steph without a better version of Draymond Green. And so we could argue about Pods and we could argue about Kuminga, but I think that has masked one of the bigger issues, which is Draymond Green has not been good enough, and I think he would admit that.
We're going to pick this conversation up on the other side. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Again, same number to call or text. We got Anthony Slater coming up in about 20 minutes, I should say, on the River Islands guest line. And don't forget, we are giving away a pair of tickets to the Golden State Valkyries home opener next Wednesday, May 21st at Chase Center during the 8 o'clock hour. More tickets are available at Valkyries.com. And that's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
You better hit those brakes, buddy.
I've been crushing it, Sam. Absolutely crushing on the brakes. You kidding me? Laughing Monk's gonna be popping tonight. Game 5. Where are you at? Warriors, Wolves, season on the line for the Dubs. No Steph Curry, but this is why you got Jimmy Buckets. You got Draymond Green. You got Brandon Pajemski, Jonathan Kuminga, Steve Kerr. He's only lost one series in the history of the Western Conference playoffs as a head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He's only lost one series. I don't want to make it 2 tonight. I do not want that, Joe. We got Anthony Slater coming up, 12 minutes, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. Break it all down. He's in Minnesota. We've been talking about Brandon Pajemski. We've been talking about Draymond Green. And just get off to a hot start tonight. Please get off to a hot start tonight. The last thing anyone wants is to get down double digits early, and then it's going to feel like the series is over.
Without Steph Curry, what's the number one question most people have about the Warriors?
Can Jimmy Butler be that dude? For me, that's my question.
I think it's more like, where are they going to find scoring?
Well, that's baked into it.
Okay.
Can Jimmy Butler give you comparable scoring facility? Can he be Superman, basically? We're going Batman, Robin. No. I need Superman. Superman could take on a team. That's what he can do.
What do you think Jimmy needs then to be able to do that? He needs other scorers around him?
I need him to score first and foremost. I need at least 20 field goal attempts from him tonight. At least. He needs to be the facilitator.
Okay.
The ball needs to be in his hands constantly. And he needs to play 45 minutes tonight.
All right. So you're kind of leading me down the path. So I think that's the most perplexing aspect is since Steph's been out, they're searching for other bucket getters and other people that can complement what Jimmy does well. And if the ball's in Jimmy's hands, how important is a guy like Brandon Pajemski, who's right now, if we're just being honest,
not a shooter.
Well, not only is he not a shooter, he's one of your worst bucket getters currently.
He is.
And he's shooting low 30s from the field.
He stinks offensively right now. He stinks offensively.
Okay.
Let's just say what it is. He stunk.
So if you're searching for offense, it's incumbent on you to try different combinations to try to get that. When you're playing 2 and 3 non-shooters alongside Jimmy Butler, you're actually making it way more difficult for Jimmy to be able to do what you're asking him to do.
Let me ask you a question now. Who do you trust shooting the ball right now in the Warriors? As a shooter?
Well, just as a scorer, Kuminga and Jimmy.
That's it for me.
Well,
that's it for me.
Okay.
That's it. I don't trust anyone else. So I hear you.
GP2,
Pods has been awful.
I actually trust GP2's shot from beyond the arc right now more than Pods and more than Moody.
The sample size is so damn small for him.
I know, but what is he, 9 of 23?
Sure. But he's attempting 2 a game, it feels like. I'm not trying to be facetious at you right now.
I know.
I'm just telling you, there's only 2 people I trust shooting the basketball right now, and one of them is just a mid-range guy. Hell, both of them are mid-range guys. JK's not really shooting the 3-point ball.
Buddy Hield, I think, is going to have to play a lot because he's still, for as inconsistent as he's been on this team, he's one of your red-hot shooters.
Exactly, and I still
which is an insane sentence.
It's insane. And he's out of the circle of trust right now when it comes to shooting, but he can get back into it if he has a big game tonight.
One Buddy Hield game could win you one.
Yes, and get you
buy
back.
You enough time for maybe a Steph return. Speaking of, and Phil and Mike, I see you. We'll get to you in a second. Speaking of Jimmy Butler and his health, because it was interesting when we were listening yesterday to Draymond Green after the game saying, Jimmy wasn't feeling great all game. That was probably a part of why he didn't shoot the ball very well, wasn't very aggressive. And that was all kind of wait, what? And Jimmy obviously did not speak after the game, but here's Steve Kerr on yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, kind of piggybacking off what Draymond said about the health of one Jimmy Butler in game 4.
Well, he was under the weather last night. He really was not feeling well, and I think that definitely impacted him. But I think it was good that the fact that he only played 34 minutes. He's been up over 40 several times in the postseason, and last night obviously the game didn't go our way, but nobody got overloaded, and I think everybody will be ready to go tomorrow. And I know who Jimmy is. Everyone knows who Jimmy is. He's one of the great playoff performers, and I expect him to have a big game tomorrow.
Do you expect him to have a big game tonight, Jimmy Butler?
I don't know what to expect from this team. I just don't. I don't know what to expect. And this thing about he only played so many minutes, and dude, we're at the end of the year. It's win or go home. And so,
Warriors are 11-point dogs tonight. I kind of want to take the Warriors just on principle. It's a lot of points. But Vegas telling you they're thinking this is a blowout.
I mean, Cleveland had a nice lead yesterday, and it just felt like it was just waiting for the whole thing to fall. They lost going away.
They did. I'm looking at it right now. It's minus 115, talking about player points. Jimmy Butler.
11 points.
27 plus is minus 115 right now. This according to DraftKings Sportsbook. We got Anthony Slater coming up in 7 minutes. In the meantime, let's go to Philmo Mike. He wants to talk about Steve Kerr and his tone on Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Philmo, good morning.
Good morning. It's Bedoni. I know you a Laker fan, and sometimes you just be talking, but I got to check you on something. You said earlier you was like, if the Warriors players, young players aren't good enough, that's okay. No, it's not okay.
Wait, I didn't say it was okay. I just said it is what it is. They're just not. They're not good. What do you want to do? They're not good enough.
Well, my thing is, it's like, it's crazy how Steve Kerr's tone was very, like, crazy to me. It was almost as if, and Mark Willard and them did a great job. And sometimes when you're interviewing in the moment, stuff don't hit you, right? And then so like after Mark was like, well, he kind of like said, and I have to agree, like, I don't agree with that because the tone that he gave odds like he's his godson or something, and the tone that he gave the other players was not the same. And then Steve Kerr says, Marker Dibbs asks like, hey, why do you like? Some people are trying to figure out, like, why are you playing it? And then Steve Kerr answers the question as if we can see why he's getting played. Bro, I don't see why Pods need to be getting played. So whatever you see, whatever analytics you're trying to break down, and for whatever reason, you don't allow, like you just say, Steve Kerr just say, well, Steve, they can't play together. It's like, bro, you put them out there for 3-4 minutes. Meanwhile, you running this other team out there forever so you can see the, like, the differences and the good things that they do and the bad things. You can't just assume just because JK and whoever is playing together, they won't be able to play together. Well, we never even seen it. And then on the other hand, you letting Pods just go out here, do whatever. And it's like, well, yeah, he brings this to the table and all this. The tone is what got me kind of like, it wasn't like Pods needs to know he shouldn't be doing that. It was more so like, well, we like, you guys can't see what he does on the court. No, I can't see what he does on the court, Steve Kerr.
Hey, Philmo, who do you want else then? Like I know Pods is getting all the minutes. Like, who would you like to see? Moody? You want to see more Pat Spencer? Insane.
I honestly would like to see a minute of Pat Spencer.
Yeah, okay, Philmo.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Well, yeah, no, I'm here. I wouldn't mind a Pat Spencer look. I mean, the guys aren't executing, right? We just aren't executing. We're not hitting we're wide open and we're missing our open shots. So whoever gets in the game, you said something earlier, Chef, you was like, just play whoever's ready to play and stop the Buddy Hield knock. Buddy Hield is one of the, say what you want, he's one of the greatest shooters of all time, people.
Yep.
He has the most threes in the last 5 years. So, like, to say, like, well, we got to let Buddy. He's been playing D. He was an All-American in Oklahoma. He's like a top 10 pick. He has the pedigree to play good. I'm not hating on y'all, but sometimes people go out there like Buddy Hield is this, and they almost laugh at him.
He's been good.
Buddy Hield's one of the top shooters in the world.
Yep.
So
thanks, Philmo. No. I didn't mean to cut you off there. It was a good call. I just, listen, he's one of the greatest three-point shooters in the world because he shoots a lot of three-pointers. He makes them, and he does. But also, like, the series is going to come down to Buddy Hield shooting the ball. Do you feel good about that? I don't know, right? And that tells you all you need to know right there. It's not disrespectful. It's just he's a mixed bag.
If Buddy takes a shot or if Pods takes a shot, I feel a lot better for Buddy.
Of course.
And Pods.
And I think that speaks more to Brandon Podziemski and just how bad he is as a shooter. And of course, I would trust Buddy Hield shooting a three-point ball more so than Brandon Podziemski. Absolutely. As far as it goes on this team right now, without Steph, yeah, Buddy Hield's their best three-point shooter. It's not debatable for me.
I just think that what ends up happening, and this happened with Jordan Poole, and it was really bad. It was like every missed shot, you could feel the helium coming out of the balloon.
Yes.
And I feel that way right now currently about, Podziemski. Moody has felt like that for quite some time. And I think that they owe it to themselves to just try something else.
Let's go to Coach Hall before we get to slates. Coach Hall, good morning. What you got in tonight's game?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Man, I was listening to Steve Kerr's tone, like the last caller just said, and also Jimmy's tone, and I just don't think they believe no more, man. I don't like Jimmy calling himself Robin, a player of his caliber. Like, come on, bro, you can at least pick Spider-Man or Hulk or somebody, man. We didn't bring you here to be no Robin. We need another alpha male on the court.
Coach, I feel you on that. Robin is so weak. Robin is such a weak character in the history of comics. Guy's wearing spandex and doesn't even look cool. He's the worst sidekick ever. Continue.
Yeah, and I was like, bro, are you like setting the tone, telling us that you ain't got something or you can't do it no more? Like, okay, just keep it real and say that. But I don't know, man. I think we just need to lower expectations, accept the L. The only thing that I feel like could save us tonight is if somebody get hot. We need another 3-point specialist. I don't know, man. Maybe try Kevin Knox, or maybe we should have kept Lindy Waters. Like, we need somebody else to hit a three, because they're keying on Buddy right now. And I don't know what's going on with Paz or Moody, but we need another three. I trust Guy Santos to shoot a three more than I trust Paz right now or Moody, and that's crazy. So if somebody gets high, cool. But if not, I'm just lowering my expectations. We had a good run. Let's see what we can do next year. And I think Kerr, since the Olympics, he's been off his game coaching in total. He's had some good moments, but go back to the Olympics and the way he's handled certain players, I don't know, man. He's stubborn, and it's costing us.
He was right about the Jason Tatum thing, if that's what you're alluding to. They won a gold medal. They didn't lose a game. So I'm not questioning the coaching of Steve Kerr when it comes to the Olympics. And I think we've all agreed since the trade deadline, he's been incredible with the Jimmy Butler combinations, with Steph Curry. The team was night and day, and he gets absolutely credit for that. We were just singing his praises after Game 7 in the first-round series. That being said, he's come under a microscope because Stephen Curry is now out, and you're down 3-1, and everyone's under a microscope now. Brandon Podziemski, who, I get it, we're crushing the young kid, and that's what it sounds like. We're not trying to. It is what it is right now. You're feeling the season slip away, and you're watching a young player struggle before our eyes, and it's tough.
No, I think the number one thing for a lot of people, and I'm talking about the astute listener of the station, the astute watcher of the games, there is a tone difference. No, people that they're perceiving it. This is the way it's perceived. When they hear Steve talk at a podium or on this radio station, Podziemski is perceived as the prodigal son, and some of the others are the have-nots. And I think that it doesn't feel equitable. And I just think that's how people are perceiving it.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Again, next hour, be listening, the 8 o'clock hour for the Golden State Valkyries. 4-pack of tickets to game next May 21st. They come on next May 21st on Wednesday. We'll be giving away a 4-pack there. Next hour, you'll hear the sounder. But in the meantime, not now, relax. It's all right. Next hour, you'll hear that, and then you'll call in, be calling notified to the contest line. In the meantime, we got Anthony Slater joining us now on the River Islands guest line. Our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider covers the team for The Athletic. Anthony, good morning. Real quick, are you in Minnesota currently right now?
Yes, I am. Okay,
cool. We'll bring you into this conversation we're having right now. I don't know if you listened to the interview yesterday Steve Kerr had on with Willard and Dibbs, but there seems to be, a sticking point with a lot of fans right now, Shasky included. We've had some callers this morning. They feel some type of way about the way Steve Kerr talks about Brandon Podziemski, maybe more so or differently than some of the other young players on the team, a la Jonathan Kuminga or a Moses Moody. What do you make of Brandon Podziemski so far in these playoffs, and Steve Kerr still giving him these heavy 35, 33 minutes, even with all that poor shooting baked into it?
Yeah, as far as his playoffs, obviously they're extremely low efficiency, which has been a major problem. It's a little bit reminiscent of early in the season when his shooting slump kind of spiraled a little bit as far as like the minute totals, especially with Steph out. I just think it's like lack of point guard play, lack of ball handling. I guess you could go to Pat Spencer more, but you can't just it's tough to put Moses Moody in as the point guard essentially. And I know obviously they have extra ball handling at the power forward position and Jimmy Butler at the small forward, stuff like that. But I just think, I can understand the argument that maybe going into next season, Podziemski might need to be lowered on the importance totem pole. But I just think the way the roster's built right now and some of the stuff he does do on the court, you kind of have to play him. And then, but you're going to be not in a great place if he's shooting as poorly as he is.
Lost in all the hoopla over Podziemski, Kuminga, I feel like Draymond Green's play has been flying under the radar. He's had moments of brilliance, Game 7, Game 1, some key situational stops in the Rockets series. But I think overall, he's had a very poor showing in the playoffs, just overall. And with Steph out, he's been just not good enough. Why is that being overshadowed?
I don't know, and I don't know that it necessarily is. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's being talked about, and he's certainly certain. I would say maybe sometimes we talk too much about the technical flagrant and not about, like you said, lack of production at times. I think Julius Randle's had a really good series, and Draymond's mostly been his matchup. But you mentioned, like, without Steph Curry, like, that's important. I think Draymond Green is tied to Steph Curry. I mean, like, they built this roster in a lot of ways to prop up and maximize Steph Curry and have a lot of players that, they play well with him, but, when he's out, they can't necessarily then toggle up their offensive production to a degree. It's like they get a lot of open shots or cuts or dribble handoffs. Think of all the assists Draymond Green gets because he's just doing all these sharp, smart actions with Steph Curry, and you see his value within that. Well, when Steph Curry's gone, you can't do much of that, and you can't just be like, hey, Draymond, like, take your man off the dribble, stuff like that. And I think you see that with Podziemski, too, who we were just talking about. Like,
Slates,
go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I was explaining this yesterday. I've watched back all the games. I know you do, too. And so, like, for me, I think without Steph Curry, as much as we talked about Jimmy and Kuminga cannot play together, the more unplayable lineup without Steph, because he's the unlockable. He unlocks the whole thing. Podziemski and Draymond together on the floor has been an unplayable half-court offense because of the way teams sag off them.
Yeah, and to me, that's more about Podziemski shooting 9 of 40 in the series because he's what he thinks he can be long term, and what they kind of count on is like him to be able to toggle up the scoring, right? We know Draymond's not going to be able to. You're not just going to give it to him and tell him to create. I think Podziemski's been disappointing in that realm, right? Because you're not wrong. Obviously, that combination has been very bad offensively in this series. But I would blame that more on Podziemski's inability to punish the defense and score the way that in year 2 on the trajectory that you thought he was on. He has been able to. And I mean, look at what Podziemski was from the All-Star break on in the regular season. He was like 43% from 3 on like pretty high volume. He was shot making, creating. Remember the 3-game stretch where they beat Memphis, Lakers, Nuggets? He have 28 in LA.
He was awesome.
The half-court buzzer beater. Yeah.
But the playoffs are different, right? I mean,
For sure.
I don't want to, and he's only 22. Like, I think there's a happy medium here. Like, I think there's too many people saying, "Oh, he stinks. He shouldn't play at all." No, I just think what he's being asked to do right now is probably too much.
Yeah, and he was in a better spot there because Steph Curry was in those games, right?
Yeah.
He was your more like secondary creator. And remember, Butler arriving dropped him down in the pecking order. I think in some ways before Butler got here, that was one of the issues, that he was being counted on too much offensively. Playoffs tend to expose players to a degree. Quentin Post, another good example. At that time that I'm mentioning in the regular season, he was a really big rotation piece. Now they can't even get him on the floor. But also, not only do playoffs sometimes expose players, but losing your star player, places you in a spot of the pecking order or in the scouting report. And I think, that's tougher. And think about who Minnesota can now guard Podziemski with at times in this series. You can put a McDaniels on him. You can talk more in your scouting meetings about how to stop him or how to bother him. And also, he's just missed a ton of makeable floaters, and feels like that's kind of getting in his head. Have you seen him after he misses those floaters? He's just agonizing over it.
The helium is coming out of the balloon I just had brought this up like 5 minutes ago.
Likened it to Jordan Poole a few years ago.
Every miss, it's just, you could feel it weighing on him.
Yeah, I did an interview with him in Charlotte. This probably would have been in like late March after he had he was probably a month into a really hot streak. And he talked about the cold streak early in the season that spiraled, that got him, put on the bench, and, other people were starting over him. And he just mentioned that his misses bled into the rest of his game. And you can remember Draymond Green's like speech at the podium in probably November about Podziemski and I mean, go back and re-listen to that, and honestly, it applies to now. I just think his slump has just snowballed. And that, you mentioned he's 22. That's what happens. they've built some of their rotation around young players, and this is what's going to happen to young players at times.
Talking with Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider for The Athletic, and right here on 95.7 The Game. And speaking of that rotation, Anthony, Jonathan Kuminga, 23 points, 30 points, 18 points. What have you made of the recent emergence of JK back into the rotation now and being the team's best scorer maybe?
Yeah, he's really needed. And, I would obviously and have come on your airways and talked about the need to maximize him better prior to even Steph Curry going out. And I think it's not great when you see this type of talent and realize was being BMP'd, but that's a different conversation. Right now, the conversation is about how they score without Steph Curry, and you're seeing the type of, offensive skill and, just how needed he is over their other options, because he can beat Naz Reid if you get him in isolation. He can kind of power his way to the rim. He can go through Rudy Gobert for and ones. He just does stuff other players on the roster are incapable of doing, and clearly it is needed more now, but it is also a reminder of the talent that I think in a lot of ways over 4 years they weren't able to maximize better.
What is it about the lack of rebounding, though? For a guy that size, that athletic, he's 6'7", and it's the scoring's awesome. And this is going to be one of I was listening to the St. Louis one, Gary St. Jean last night. But he got zero. You got to try really hard to get zero rebounds
on the perimeter.
30 minutes though. Is that too much? Am I making too much of that, Anthony?
I mean, I would say it's often been a conversation behind the scenes or, in front of the scenes really on Kuminga, is that his rebounding activity often it's a tell on what type of game you're getting from him, particularly on the defensive end. It's a little like an Andrew Wiggins conversation for a decade in Minnesota or even with the Warriors. Like when Wiggins would have 8 rebound games, or go back to the 22 playoffs when he was having 15 rebound games, that was just a sign of just how engaged and active he was. And when he had 1 rebound games, 3 rebound games in 35 minutes, it was like, he's kind of floating around out there. He's not kind of bashing into bodies. He's not boxing out. And sure, I'd say Kuminga's in that realm, where when he does have the 9 rebound nights, it's one of the first things Steve Kerr mentions at the podium. Or, you go back to, the difference between Kuminga in Game 3 and Game 4. He scored very well in both games, but he was more active on the defensive end in Game 3. Remember the block shot in the corner, the block shot at the rim, pressuring Randall and Anthony Edwards out 40 feet. You need that. That to me is like the potential all-star version of him when he can do that on both ends. But it's a reality. You're not getting that every night, and that's one of the critiques of him. But often I feel like the critiques of him are highlighted a lot more than, hey, there's a lot of offensive skill within there.
Totally agree. I mean, during the regular season, he was half a rebound below Podziemski, for example, who everyone says is a great rebounder. Podziemski's getting 11, 12, 13 more minutes per game than Jonathan Kuminga. Let's say they lose tonight, hypothetically, and I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. What is the fallout on the relationship between Kuminga and the Warriors? And then internally, what's the fallout on the Jonathan Kuminga, maybe the management of him, whether they should have moved him at the deadline, whether they should have played him more? It feels like there's a bunch of dominoes regarding Jonathan Kuminga and this organization. And I just wonder what the fallout would be if they were to lose tonight.
Yeah, we'll see. And I don't know that it's necessarily dictated off winning or losing tonight. Obviously, this begins the process of the offseason, and this is an offseason where we will see what the fallout is. But, the die has been cast in a lot of ways already over 4 years. It's a 4-year story. And, his restricted free agency is going to be tricky. I think sign-in trades possibilities will be explored by both sides. Money can, heal wounds if, you just want to pay him. I mean, he's a restricted free agent, so it is a team-controlled situation. If he was unrestricted, it would be tougher for the Warriors because they would lose a lot of leverage. But like I said, it's not. It's restricted. So you could, if you're willing to pay, you should either be able to get him back, get the talent back in the house and try to figure it out next season, or explore the type of sign-in trades that can at least bring you rotational value back. But you're not wrong to point out that how he's been handled over 4 years and how this whole situation has gone makes negotiations and their future together trickier than it would be if it had just gone better.
Bringing it back to the game tonight, because there is an elimination game scenario, Game 5 in Minnesota. You're there right now. What's going on with Jimmy Butler? We heard it from Draymond after the game, talking about him not feeling his best. Steve Kerr said it yesterday. It wasn't listed on the injury report. Flu-like symptoms? Is he better? What's going on with Jimmy, Anthony?
I mean, you mentioned it there from what I heard, just like kind of like the flu. Just woke up, didn't bad timing, didn't feel good before the game. Wasn't necessarily listed on the injury report because there was no chance he wasn't playing, but just wasn't his energetic self. Obviously, his shot attempts went from 26 down to 9. Supposedly feeling better today. I mean, you guys have probably had, I'm sure everybody's had the flu before where there's usually 1 or 2 really bad days and then you slowly get better. So I would probably say he isn't 100% today, but remember Podziemski in the Houston series? And I know that wasn't the flu, that was like more food poisoning, but he was like almost unplayable in game 2. And then by game 3, he wasn't excellent, but he started to get his win back. And then he had like 28 in game 4, I think it was.
And then Gary and JK too, right? JK missed the game, and then Gary was, he was sick too. He missed one.
That's another example. Gary misses game 7, right? He missed game 7 in Houston, and then did play in game 1 and seemed fine. So I think Jimmy's going to have more energy today, but I will say, if you're 2-3 days off, like, the peak of a flu, maybe, not to expect 45 minutes and 30 shot type Jimmy Butler game.
For sure. And then also, Steph Curry obviously ruled out for game 5. Any insight, Anthony, on, there's that 4-day gap now. Shout out to Golden State Valkyries for having their home opener at Chase Center on Friday, giving away tickets for next Wednesday's game in the 8 o'clock hour. But 4 days off between game 5 and 6. Any chance? I know they're going to be like reevaluating it today. What are you hearing about Steph and that grade 1 hamstring strain?
Well, they're shooting around this morning, and I'm curious if he spotted out there at all. As far as the reevaluation, I think sometimes that is that's more for them to just not have to give us daily updates and not have to field questions for us. The truth is, Rick Celebrini is reevaluating that hamstring on a minute by minute basis, basically over the last week. I mean, Steph said I saw him before game 3, doing a medium speed workout, on the practice court. The reality is, though, he has not yet pushed it to the degree that you have to push a hamstring and see, because he like when he's just standing on the sidelines, it's not like he's feeling pain in his hamstring. It's more about the concern of like the retweak. I mean, we all know kind of how hamstrings are. Steph mentioned it as a media availability. They can tend to fool you, is the way he termed it. They can fool you to believe it's healed, and then he comes out and makes one cut, and it grabs at him again, and then it's 2 more weeks. So to wind it back and answer your question, my guess is today they'll reevaluate and say day to day, and we'll be reevaluated again, Saturday or something prior to game 6. And then if they happen to win tonight, he'll probably continue to test it up towards Sunday and decide later if he can go. But there's no way to know at this point. And the reality is they're also 11.5-point dogs tonight. So it's, they may never have to decide.
I mean, I opened the show today talking about it, but you see it on Curry's face during the timeouts and different points in the game when the camera pans to him. Like, gosh, what you thought during the regular season has not played out in the playoffs. Cleveland, wow, historic run that they're on, and they just get bounced by Indiana. Wow, this Tatum injury. I mean, this is a seismic shift for Boston, for the league, with that injury that they had. Dallas winning the lottery and OKC and Denver. It's a crazy matchup, even though Oklahoma City probably will win the series, but they don't feel as inevitable as they felt, weeks ago. Just everything falling in place, and they have this catastrophic injury. I mean, he looks crushed. He just looks absolutely crushed by it. I don't even know if it's a question, Anthony. It's just more of, I wonder what's going through their heads.
Yeah, I mean, he's 37. He wants to win a 5th. He's like one of the more fierce competitors in the league history, really, if we're honest. Because he wouldn't have done what he's done, and I think he sees a vulnerable path forward that he could have, ripped through. I think it's fair for him to sit over there with the internal belief we know he has about himself and the way he had been playing. And he mentioned it, when the hamstring tugs on him, he's in game 1 of a series that he felt they had the answers to. They're up 30-20 to get 13 points in 13 minutes. Like, he felt at that moment like, Minnesota's very beatable. And if they are, then you're looking across the conference, and the Thunder Nuggets series is, wobbling towards the finish line. Like, it's not impossible to believe, and especially if you are Steph Curry, you're going to believe that that's a winnable series. And, who's coming out of the East? I don't know, Pacers, Knicks, maybe? Like, sure, I think it's fair for him to agonize over the idea that 5 could have been on the table this year, and that you never know if it will ever be even close to this, near to him. And in his, how many playoff runs remaining? 1, 2, maybe?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And which kind of spurs me into this last. I know they got this series to play. They got the game tonight. They could win and force another game. I don't want to dismiss that. But the reality is that, like, you're already hearing Giannis. You're already hearing all these other big names and these combinations that would, could, should be out there. How tight are him and Jimmy Butler? Like, how tight have the two of them gotten over this run? Is it a marriage of convenience for right now? Do you think this is the next 2-3 years? Like, obviously, things can change. I wonder, where everyone's feeling right now.
I mean, it's believed to be a two-year run after this. I mean, that's why they lined the contracts up the way they did, and like the on-court fit has been excellent. I mean, again, they haven't become the best of buddies in a few months, but I think they both like each other. They both respect, what they can do as far as winning goes and how they complement each other. Right. I think if we take 2 steps back away from this series, like, remember the last 2 months of the season and how seamless the fit was on the court. Like, Jimmy, the free throw rate stuff that he did and all the stuff, like, it really is a fit. I mean, I don't know. Are you asking, like, would they shop Jimmy Butler?
I just wonder, like, can they go into next year, given that they're all old and they had to exert so much energy down the stretch to just qualify for the playoffs and get where they're at. I just wonder where his head is in terms of, like, can I be the top dog and everything be centered around me? And we have these other 2 older players, 35, 36 years old, and we're the core of this team, or do they think they need, like, a younger thoroughbred to kind of, I don't know. I don't know where they're at. When you lose, you kind of reevaluate everything. And so I just wonder what they're thinking tonight.
Yeah, well, I'd say a few things. I'd say, number one, it's a lot easier for them to convince themselves that they theoretically could have the answers, and they're just unfortunate that Steph got hurt, right? I mean, you don't have to say, hey, we're just so far away. It's like, hey, Steph doesn't, like, any team's best player gets hurt. Nikola Jokic gets hurt. Shea's out. Jason Tatum, obviously, for example, with the Celtics. You're not going to win. You're not going to win in the NBA playoffs, second round conference finals without your best player. So they can tell themselves they have the type of roster that was a fringe contender this year. They need to do some work around the edges. They need to upgrade the rotation. But from my understanding is there's full belief that they go into next season with Steph, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and a reworked rotation, and they believe they can compete. And I don't think anything in this playoffs has told them if they don't make the correct moves, they can't at least be in the mix next year around this time.
Looking at this series, my biggest disappointment is heading into the series, I didn't think Julius Randle was as good of a floor player as he's been. I'm talking about 3-level score, drawing fouls. The facilitating has been excellent. He's taken great shots. Like, I thought he was a bad shot taker. I didn't think he set up for others. I think he's been absolutely incredible in this series, and I've been really disappointed with how they've defended him. They went with the zone. It hasn't worked. They went with Jimmy. It hadn't worked. Looney didn't work. Draymond hasn't worked. I've been blown away with how good Julius Randle's been in this series.
Yeah, and sometimes that's part of the playoffs. Like, opponents rise. Like, Anthony Edwards is obviously in a situation where for the second straight year, his game is elevating on the playoff stage, and he's hitting fadeaway, big threes, contested threes. The Julius Randle, like, 17-foot fadeaway at the shot clock the other day, that was like an excellent defensive possession, but they scored on it because Randle did. He's, that is the story coming out of Minnesota, is like how great Julius Randle's been and how it looked bad early in the season. People were really questioning the Karl Anthony Towns trade and the Julius Randle fit, and if it would work, and if they should look to shop Randle at the deadline. And Randle's got a contract situation coming up, and like, I still think there's kind of questions about his future in Minnesota, but he is he's having a playoff moment right now, and it's coming at the expense of the Warriors for sure.
Pretty wild that the Knicks and the T-Wolves now both up 3-1 in their respective series.
Might be the finals.
It might be the finals, which is crazy, right? Anthony, we really appreciate the time, man. Good luck covering the game tonight, and we'll do it again soon. Hopefully, it's talking about a Game 6 win, maybe, if they're back at Chase Center on Sunday, and we'll react to that with you next week, or we'll be talking off-season with you one way or another. Anthony, good stuff, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Anthony.
All right, fellas.
All right, he gone. That's Anthony Slater. If you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. Main takeaway there from Anthony Slater before we hit the injury report, Joe.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like, he thinks that, when with the Steph Curry injury, they're thinking like, well, if he doesn't get injured, not that he's not wrong in that thought process. I think that that's a very slippery slope because I subscribe to the Steiny and the Spadoni thought process of older players, you run the more of a risk of getting hurt. And when you're asking them to do more, I love Jimmy. They don't even get to this spot without Jimmy. And I'm not even trying to run Jimmy out of town. I'm not trying to criticize Jimmy. Like, I love Jimmy. I wonder, Jimmy, Dre, and Steph as your main three cogs. And that's why I keep looking at Draymond. I just wonder, like, can those guys be the focal point of the team playing 30 minutes a night during the regular season all year and expect them to withstand the grind of getting through the 16 games needed to accomplish what the big goal is, which is a 5th championship?
And they're going to be diminished players a year from now. They just are. There's no way you're going to be better. Like, I know we laugh at like LeBron. Oh, he's playing his best. I was like, no, the age caught up with him in that series. He had to expend like a full quarter of defense, and then he was spent the rest of the game.
No, the age is one of the most important factors when discussing what they have right now. Is it not?
It is, and that's I
hate saying it.
Well, that's the main takeaway from these playoffs. And again, the series isn't over. They can win tonight. They can push it. But we're talking about the totality of, we thought maybe this is a championship run. And I think we're all kind of in agreement right now. It's going to be really freaking hard. There's the diminished Steph Curry. Once Steph had a hamstring injury, a soft tissue injury, that probably went out the window, winning a championship. It probably did. Fair or not, that's what happened. You lose your best player, that's what happens.
Even if he comes back, you're probably looking at a diminished Curry, and I agree with your point. But I want to continue this.
Correct, and we'll have the injury report coming up here in a second. But I guess the main question, I think, for a lot of us is like, was this a referendum on the age of the older players and them getting older? Or is it the inexperienced of the youth holding them back? And do you go out and get another veteran piece and double down on it? That's the question for me. And again, it's a question for the offseason. We'll get there when we get there. We have a Game 5 tonight, 6:30 tip right here on 95.7 The Game. We got Dave Fleming coming up at 9:20. Talk about some Gigantes. Their offense opened up yesterday in a win against the Diamondbacks. Can the Warriors' offense open up as well tonight? And where does it start? Does it start with Jimmy? Can Pods break out of this funk? Does JK go 4 straight games with some efficiency in the scoring? That would be massive. In the meantime, injury report. Steph Curry has officially been ruled out for Game 5 tonight between the Warriors and Timberwolves. It will be the 4th game in a row that Steph has missed with a grade 1 hamstring strain. He'll be officially reevaluated today to determine if he can return for the last 2 games of this series should the Warriors extend the series tonight. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's going to be the calls the next hour. I want to go to the people here. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. What have we learned so far in this series when it comes to Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green,
the organization,
Steve Kerr, the organization, the players, everything baked into it, the age? What have we learned so far in this series? And what can happen tonight, Dub Nation, to give you hope for the future right now? Because it feels bleak right now, Dub Nation. I feel a lot of scared energy. What can happen tonight to give you hope going forward? 888-957-9570. Spadoni and Shasky is the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Bring it to air.
Go.
Bring it to air.
No, we just saw Brian Windhorst on our TV.
I love Windhorst.
We love Windy. What did you just say, Joe?
Checkbook takes.
No, he said he reminds him of a character from Inspector Gadget. The cartoon show?
Yeah, the guy
Not
who
the
would
live action one.
He would rub the cat, the main villain.
You know what? The Claw guy, right?
Yeah.
Was that his name?
He looks like a crime boss in a cartoon.
Real quick, as this show's already, I don't know where we're going with this, but the McDonald's Inspector Gadget toy was one of the coolest things ever. You probably don't remember it.
Give me the Inspector Gadget song.
No, because we were like 8 years old. Sam and Carter might remember this. Each Happy Meal toy that you got, it was like you had to collect like an arm, a leg, a hat, a belt.
What?
And then if you got all of them, no one ever had all of them.
I'm looking at
But if you had all of them, you got to make and build your own Inspector Gadget.
1999.
It was so cool.
The complete toy. I'm looking at it right here.
Yeah.
It's on the screen. Wow.
It was pretty cool. But you always
You get it on eBay for $37.
Yeah, you always get a duplicate of the legs and the arms and everything. So that's a very niche thing I'm talking about. Certain audiences will get it. But there you go. That's what I think about Inspector Gadget. God, remember when Happy Meal toys used to be cool? They suck now.
So every day after school, I got in trouble yesterday and look, we got a big game tonight, and the emotions are all over.
Wait, we have an elimination game tonight. Game 5 in Minnesota, guys. Back to Happy Meal toys, though.
We'll get to that in a second. But this is where my emotions are, and I want to hear from Warrior fans. If they win tonight, I will talk myself into
Of course
Curry can return, and they can win the series and go on to win the title.
Oh, heck yeah.
No.
If they lose tonight, Giannis is on the table, right? That's like the range of emotions.
Don't panic, right? That's you.
The range of emotions is all over the planet, and I know I'm not alone in that.
Game 5 tonight. Warriors Live starting at 5:30. William Dibbs, 6:30 tip off. Tim Roy on the call right here, 95 in the game. And after the game, one way or the other, we will be taking your calls or text. Steph Curry out tonight.
And my biggest takeaway is not Podziemski, Kuminga. It's none of those. My biggest takeaway from this series is Dre is still a very important, useful player. But I think he's reached the Iguodala portion of his career in the sense that they need to manage and treat him like a closer, okay? And he needs to be utilized in the 18 to 22 minute a night game range during the regular season, and a occasional break emergency, break glass in case of emergency type player as a starter occasionally in a playoff series when it gets that. But he needs to be in the Iggy role. He can no longer be playing heavy minutes the way he is. You're reaching the point of depreciating returns.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. What can happen tonight in tonight's game that'll give you hope going forward as a Warriors fan? And I'm leaving that a little open-ended because you might lose tonight. You might lose tonight, but you know what? It might be a close loss, and freaking Jonathan Kuminga has a triple-double.
Yeah, that
and Brandon, listen. And Brandon Podziemski has an amazing offensive game, and he played his heart out.
And I'll say, as much as I'm happy for those guys, it'll feel too little too late.
Okay, but you know what? You went out guns a-blazing, and you know what? You can rationalize it that your best player is out in Stephen Curry, and that sucks. And you know what? Once he went down, you might have not had a chance at all. But what can you take out of tonight's game potentially that'll give you hope, Dub Nation, going forward? And if it is a win, how does it look? 888-957-9570 is the number.
Yeah.
Real quick, Joe, shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
So my dad used to get off work at like 3:30 or whatever it was.
In the afternoon?
Yeah, when he was working for the city. And we would go over to my boy Rocco's house every day after school. We'd hang out over there at the La Rocca house. And my dad would come swoop us up. And if we didn't have practice or whatever, and every day would be the same conversation in the truck. Dad, can we get McDonald's? Dad, can we get fries? Dad, can we get a Happy Meal? We would pressure him every day. And like a great father, my dad 9 times out of 10 would basically give in and get us French fries.
Yeah,
and it's one of my lasting, favorite little things of we used to go to McDonald's and we'd be in the drive-thru, we'd be celebrating with all of our friends.
It's not even close. The McDonald's fries still the GOAT fast food item. No one can tell me otherwise.
There's just something and look, this is just me. And I know you're not supposed to eat that. And look, like anything.
No bleep. Seriously, obviously.
But look, within reason, right? If you're eating it every day, okay, we've got problems. If you're eating it once in a blue moon, that's okay. So yesterday, I was really hungry. I wasn't feeling, 100%. Been fighting adversity. Yeah. I said, you know what? I'm going to go to In-N-Out Burger.
Good for you.
So I went to In-N-Out Burger yesterday, and I hit up the babysitter. I said, hey, going to In-N-Out Burger. What do you guys want? And I ordered LJ, a double-double. Okay, no, he's 1.5.
You're going to say that double-double weighs as much as him?
Knowing he was only going to eat a portion of it, and I would eat the rest of his double-double.
Smart dad.
And I got him some fries. And so I wolfed down my double-double, and this little guy mashed half of a double-double.
You'll learn this.
And fries.
And then you had the other half, I'm sure.
I didn't. I had a milkshake, and I said, you know what? I don't need that other half of that double-double.
Size matters.
I actually showed restraint.
That's huge.
But Michelle was mad at me for feeding him the double-double. He can't be eating this. Michelle, he's been on a banana diet for like 2 months. It's okay for him to have a little cheeseburger. And I was thinking about my dad, and I was feeling some kind of way, and I was like, you know what, man? Like, isn't part of the fun of raising a child being able to enjoy the little things like a Happy Meal or French fries or a double-double with your kid?
Absolutely.
Come on.
You know what? There's some days, and we're in the drive-thru, and Benny's like, you know what, Dad, can I get a McFlurry? I was like, you know what, son?
Right?
You know what, son? You absolutely can. I'm going to get one, too.
See, that's exactly.
There you go.
I just... It's okay every now and then to have some French fries and a little greasy food. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm so hungry right now.
And if In-N-Out or McDonald's or Burger King or Chick-fil-A or any of them
Wendy's,
want to sponsor,
yeah, right here.
I'm available.
Absolutely we are. We're coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously rooted in San Francisco, or go to Laughing Monk, go get some lobster linguine. Am I right? That's
I could go for some lobster linguine.
You know, Laughing Monk's going to be popping in San Francisco today for Game 5 because they're going to be locked and loaded.
Go on the road.
In. Let's go.
Let's go on the road and do a morning show there.
We absolutely should.
I'm ready for that.
I'm absolutely ready for that. And it's a Warriors Wednesday.
They got killer burgers there.
They do. And by the way, you go to Laughing Monk, then afterwards you go to Friedman's Appliance because that's what Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Go get your air fryer already, Joe. You need to do that. And don't forget, we are giving away a pair of tickets to the Golden State Valkyries opener. It's not an opener. It's one of their home games next Wednesday, May 21st at Chase Center during this hour. It's 8 o'clock hour. We've already played the sounder a couple times. You're going to hear it at some point in this hour. And then you are going to qualify if you call in number 5 to that contest line and get a pair of tickets to next Wednesday's game at Chase Center, May 21st for the Golden State Valkyries. And shout out to Valkyries, by the way, because if the Warriors win tonight, they have a 4-day gap between Game 5 and Game 6 back at Chase Center. And why is that? Because the Valkyries have their home opener this Friday at Chase Center. They had a deal with NBA, the WNBA, and said, you know what? All right, you guys have a gap between here and there. Otherwise, it would have been just, back at Chase Center on Friday. And that would have been a tough turnaround, obviously, dealing with the health of everything. But Stephen Curry, maybe you get enough days in between there. He gives it a go, and he plays in Game 6. Who knows? Crazier things have happened in this league. But you got to win tonight, Joe. You got to win tonight. And how do you win tonight? How do you win? I'm just asking the question. How do you win tonight?
I think it's got to be a defensive struggle, right? If this game's in like the 80s, late in the fourth quarter, I like our chances.
Okay.
If this game's in the 100s, I think we're in big trouble.
Okay. So that tells me defense has to step up.
Yeah, and I think also situationally, they need to be able to get to specific spots on the floor offensively. And this is where I go back to, again, I'm going to go to this comment. Look, Podziemski and Draymond, if they get poor shooting from either or reluctant shooting from either, if not both of them, they're done. They need one of these guys to step up.
D in San Jose wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. What can give you hope tonight, Dub Nation? What performance from a player, from a coaching perspective, whatever it may be, what can give you hope tonight in Game 5 that, you can look back on and say, this is the formula for success. Even without Stephen Curry, player X showed up. D, San Jose, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing all right. The sun is out. The sun's shining here. I'm feeling optimistic about Game 5 tonight in Golden State. Not a lot of optimism so far, D, I got to tell you. Most callers have been pessimistic. I'm feeling a little optimistic tonight.
All right, so let's just say if I'm the coach tonight, I'm Steve Kerr. I'm going to tell you how we're going to win tonight. If Steve Kerr go with the lineup that I'm saying to go with, we will win, okay? We have to start Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga's going to guard Anthony Edwards. It cannot be Pods guard Anthony Edwards. It has to be Kuminga guard Anthony Edwards. Mike Conley will have to match up with Buddy Hield. Rudy Gobert has to match up with Trey Jackson-Davis. Jaden McDaniels has to match up with Draymond Green, and Julius Randle has to match up with Jimmy Butler. If that would go the way I say it's going to go, it will fit. Because at the end of the day, that Pods, Buddy Hill can't guard Anthony Edwards. Then you're giving him the 30 points. We need to shut down Anthony Edwards' 30 points. You got to understand, there's no other scorer out there like Anthony Edwards. Julius Randle, he's off sometimes. He's not consistent. You know what I mean? So Anthony Edwards is our biggest focus. As far as the Trey Jackson-Davis, I feel like him and Looney need to go ahead and swap out. They need big minutes because Minnesota is big bodies. You know what I mean? So we need them to switch out. You know what I mean? We can't have Trey Jackson-Davis doing 19 minutes. Pods can't go 3 for 14, and then the last game before that, he went 1 for 10. You know, so I just think Pods doesn't need to start right now. I think if he finds his rhythm and it gets hot, then put him in. But Pods can't find his rhythm at all. Right now, we have to win this game, and we cannot stick with Pods playing the way he's playing. I don't understand why Pods, when he penetrates, he kicks it out every time. And so if I know that as a fan, the players know that. You know what I mean? He does not like to make body contact at all. So that's pretty much what I think was going to go on. You know what I mean? But like I said, it's Dub Nation, baby. We gonna win it tonight. You know what I mean? They got the spread at 10.5. You know, hey, I won money off the Warriors first game. They spread was 9.5 against the Warriors. So we can do it. We come back. We get Steph Curry come back. I believe we can win the series.
That's D in San Jose. So he's got some optimism there, and it starts with the lineup, 888-957-9570. Yeah, to hell with hope. I think I had a huge word salad there. How the hell do you win tonight? That's my question.
Well, you don't go zone.
How do you win tonight,
you can't go
Dub
zone.
Nation, 888-957-9570.
Well, he doesn't want to start Pods. Pods is going to start.
He's going to start.
The coach is just obsessed with starting him. And this is where I just disagree. I mean, I think Draymond should play point guard offensively.
Okay, so what would be your lineup tonight?
It would mine.
Yes,
would be
yours.
Okay, mine would be. It'd be very simple. It would be Dre, Buddy,
okay,
Butler, TJD, Kuminga.
Okay,
and I would go straight up. This is how it would be: TJD on Gobert. I would have Draymond on Randall. We're going man to man, and I would have Kuminga full 96 feet on Anthony Edwards. Straight up.
Okay.
Buddy Hield can be on McDaniels or Connolly. It doesn't matter. Butler on the other one.
Okay. Fair enough. Pod's coming off the bench. First one off the bench.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
888-957-9570.
That's what I would roll with.
I don't hate it.
Because you need to go. If you go zone, if you're going to play Pods, you're going to play some sort of matchup zone. And I'm telling you right now, Randall's going to keep cooking. They have got to guard Randall straight up. If anything, I want Butler guarding Conley, and the reason why I want Butler guarding Conley, so he could sag off him and help double on Julius Randle.
See, it's going to be interesting here because that was, I believe, in the first round series between LA and Minnesota. It was Game 5 was in Los Angeles because they obviously had home court, and their whole mantra that game was just making sure Anthony Edwards didn't beat them. So what ended up happening? They didn't play a big. They didn't play Jackson Hayes, who was their de facto center. And what happened in that game? Rudy Gobert had 27 points and 24 boards.
And he's due for another big game.
He's due for a game.
I agree.
That's the guy I'm looking at tonight saying, what can't happen is, obviously, you don't want to let Anthony Edwards beat you, but he's a great player. Great players win. I cannot have Rudy Gobert dropping 27 and 24. That much I do know. But Julius Randle in that game, sneakily, it was an afterthought, 23 points, 5 boards, 4 assists, efficient. Like, his efficiency is what's killing the Warriors thus far.
I would also say Gobert's size is part of why, and he referenced Pods, how many times has he passed up a floater or a layup because of the threat of Gobert?
No, it's a great point. Just his presence alone has impacted.
He's not the only one. Jimmy Butler, too.
Correct. The box score might not show it, but it's absolutely affected
Gobert's been a huge factor.
Huge.
If you say that in some combination, it's Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle as the 1-2, the third best player in the series has been Gobert.
And here's Steve Kerr yesterday on talking about the Ant-Man himself, because obviously he's coached Anthony Edwards. And Steve Kerr, again, on with Willard and Dibs. Find that entire interview on the Free Odyssey app or on YouTube. Kerr talking about Edwards in the leap he's taken recently.
He's an electric athlete. He's unbelievably confident and skilled, and He's really kind of had a natural progression to this stardom where he is right now. I mean, he's been really good now the last few years, but he's now entering that top 10 level of player, and this is where you really see it in the playoffs. When the stakes are the highest and the defense is the toughest. When you see guys able to break down defenses in this setting, they're the best players in the league, and that's where Ant is right now. He's become that guy.
If the Warriors don't hit 15 threes tonight, I don't see how they can win.
At least that's the minimum.
I think it's I feel like I've turned into an analytics
basically
guy.
would have doubled their total makes last game, which was 8.
Yeah,
and a garbage time.
If they don't hit 15 threes tonight on the road or something close to that, I don't think they have a chance.
Let's go to Veron. Which one? Sam, I don't know how to pronounce
Shane
it.
Vereen?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Cal?
I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Veron, good morning in San Jose. What gives you hope tonight?
Good morning, guys. Can you guys hear me?
I can. What's your name?
Viren.
Okay, I was right. Go with my gut instinct. Viren, good morning. What you got in tonight's game?
I think tonight the key is, I think you guys are right. There's no way Steve Kerr will go without Pods in the starting lineup. So I'm keying in on him. I think there's no way we can win a series, let alone win a game, with him shooting 9 for 40 total from the field in the series. There is no way. And we already lack the requisite shooting on the court without Steph. So with him, I feel like in the first half we played a pretty solid game defensively. And then Minnesota came out in the third quarter with their shot making and absolutely buried us. So the key is just hitting wide open looks. Like you guys said, Draymond, Podziemski, hitting your requisite three-pointers, Gary Payton as well. Hitting your wide open looks to begin the game will give us hope. And obviously there's been talks about Jimmy not being aggressive, not shooting. Jimmy's going to leave it all on the floor tonight. There's no doubt about it. I think you can book in 25 plus from Jimmy Butler tonight in a closeout game or a elimination game. So if we can hit our wide open shots, if Pods can shoot above 50% from the field, I'll have plenty of hope that we can win this game and potentially get Steph back for Game 6.
All right, that's Viren in San Jose. Pods is going to start.
What do you think the percentages of Steph? Let's say they win.
I don't think he's playing this series. I'm just going to say it. I don't think he's playing the series.
Even if it goes 7?
Yes.
0%, you're saying?
Yeah, I don't. I have told you since that injury. Have I not? I've told you he's not playing this series. He's never had this injury. He's 37 years old. It's a soft tissue, and there's major risk if he comes back, he makes it worse, and then the entire offseason is just him rehabbing instead of getting rest and getting healthy. He's 37 years old. That's the last thing I want him to be doing, is having a full offseason of non-rest. So, yeah, I'd be shocked if he plays this series, even if it is a Game 7 scenario. But again, maybe I'll be proven wrong. I'll be happy to be proven wrong. And if he comes back and he looks like Steph from old, that would be great. It would scare the hell out of me, though. If he does come back and he's anything less than, I don't know, he's not going to be 100%, but 80, 75,
Joe,
his game is predicated on running around all the time, and it's a hamstring injury, Joe. This isn't an ankle. This isn't something he's just got to play through pain. This is soft tissue. This is dangerous stuff. And I get it. It's not life or death. I'm not acting like this is, but for his career, you got to start worrying about this stuff going forward.
Kobe play. I'm teasing.
Phillip Rivers, it's not a quarterback though.
I know.
This is different. Tom Brady
it's
playing
a broken hand. It's different. You can try to do stuff.
This isn't the same thing
or whatever. I mean, he already had the big thumb injury.
If this was a center and he's a big boy and his game's not predicated, and even then it'd be tough.
Like when DeMarcus Cousins exploded the quad.
Right. Exactly.
Remember that?
I do.
The quad exploded.
Stop, I'm not laughing. Stop. When you say quad exploding, I think of Triple H or something from a wrestling perspective. The torn quads, the double knee braces. I'm not laughing at it. Stop. You're making me feel like I'm a horrible person.
Like a Monty Python joke.
Yes, exactly. Shout out Spam-A-Lot.
Now I'm thinking of Caddyshack when he's like, I'm just going to snap both of his Achilles. He'll never be able to do his hamstrings. He'll never be able to do his golf swing.
Oh, God.
Tell me you guys have seen
Yes,
Caddyshack.
I have seen Caddyshack. I know
Carter,
exactly what you're talking about. No, that's his life, is Carter's
Carter,
Caddyshack.
tell me
That's
you've
his
seen
life.
Yeah, I live Caddyshack.
Yeah, Judge Smales is his uncle. I never slice. Coach Solomon, El Cerrito, what do you want to see tonight in Game 5, Coach Solomon? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I mean, I agree with you guys. I think Kuminga should start, even though it might be a little too late, because you can see he's not in a rhythm with the rest of the team. But hopefully we fix the offseason with this. Mooney should come in also and give some defense on Edwards, because he is a better defender than Pajinski. But, hopefully we just let Kuminga start. We get Jackson in there. We play better defense. We got to let some of these young guys basically catch a rhythm. 20 minutes is just basically too short for Kuminga to really get in a rhythm. I think he needs more minutes. And hopefully we can pull out a win. Go Dubs.
There you go. It's Coach Solomon. Hopefully you pull out a win. I like more optimism here. That's good. All right. Good stuff.
I kind of just, JK can't play 45 minutes tonight.
Yeah. He needs, the young guys need to play a lot. If
There's
they're playing
zero sense of urgency. I was listening to Kerr yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. He's like, well, didn't start him in the third quarter. We ran out a different lineup. Bro, just play your best 5 guys. I'm not saying you got to pull a JJ Redick and only play 5 guys, but we're overthinking this. He's 22. You had him not play for weeks on end. He's ready to go. 45 minutes tonight. Let's do this.
888-957-9570. The question is simple heading into Game 5 tonight. How do the Warriors win? They're 11-point dogs. Or they're 10.5, 11. It's around there. Wherever DraftKings, FanDuel you're looking at. They're big-time underdogs tonight. So how do they win this game? Is it going to JK in the starting lineup? Is it putting Bods on the bench? Is it Jimmy Butler putting on the Superman cape?
I think it's
to hell with
Hield.
Robin, to hell with Batman. We need Superman, Spider-Man, the Hulk, Thanos. I want Thanos mode. I want a villain tonight. I want a villain. You're on the road. Can you be Darth Vader? Can you be Darth Vader tonight in Rogue One? Just slicing and dicing all these fools? That's what I want to see from Jimmy Butler tonight. And it's going to be brought to you by Valvoline. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Absolutely incredible. Hey, this is MSR from San Ramon, and you are listening to Joe Shasky and I already forgot. Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
God, this beat's so hard. Gorillaz, it's like 20 years old, I think. What is this? Demon Days, the album? Yeah. 2005. Man, time flies. Time has flown on this season, and I hope it doesn't end tonight for Game 5 for the Golden State Warriors. I would like to keep talking about them as it pertains to the playoffs, but they're running out of time. 11-point dogs in Minnesota. No Stephen Curry. Anthony Edwards, balling. Julius Randle, balling. Rudy Gobert, quiet last game. Is he going to have a big one? Let's hope not. Jaden McDaniels, playing with confidence. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, playing with confidence. That's exuding on the other side. Juxtapose that with what the Warriors are doing. Not a lot of confidence right now in this team. That could change early on, though. Is Kuminga going to get the start? Do you stick with Trace Jackson-Davis? Do you stick with Pods? How do the Warriors win tonight is the question. And by the way, we got a big announcement coming up in about 27 minutes. Top of the hour. Big, huge announcement, Joe, coming up at the top of the hour. Cannot wait to discuss that. You're going to want to be tuned in for it. Also, stay tuned for this next segment, the next 30 minutes or so, because we are giving you an opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets for the Golden State Warriors home game next Wednesday at Chase Center. So be locked in for that sounder. Be calling number 5 to the contest line. In the meantime, we'll go to the phones here in just a second, but we've been talking about it. How do you win Game 5 tonight? For you, it starts with the starting lineup and Jonathan Kuminga, right?
We have a correction to make. You said Warriors. It's Valkyries.
Oh, what did I say? Oh, giving away tickets?
The Warriors.
Oh, well, they might not even play next week, so that doesn't even make sense. Next Wednesday, it's going to be the Valkyries. Hey, well, you got to be careful.
Yeah,
Joe's
I want to make sure
Joe's
we
very
correct
afraid because we had this big corporate thing
I don't want to
about
be a part of a
giveaways.
lawsuit.
It's okay. Valkyries. That's the ticket giveaway. I've been teasing it all morning. Next Wednesday, Chase Center, Valkyries.
Hey, Carter, good job. You were listening to the show.
You were active listening.
I
It's
care.
very important. He cares. That's good. At least someone does. Hey, do you care about tonight's game? Are you locked in?
I do.
Good.
I just don't know what to expect.
Okay. You know, I like your heart of hearts. What do you think is going to happen tonight? Just tell me.
They're going to lose going away.
Okay, so that's I think that's where a lot of that's okay.
They'll
to
show
feel
some
like that.
fight, and
That's
then
okay.
all of a sudden they'll get down like 12, and the floodgates will be open.
Okay.
Stop it.
Do you think it's going to be similar, like more like closer to last game or game 2?
I think it's going to be similar to the ending of Superman 1 when the Hoover Dam explodes, okay, after the earthquake, and then Superman has to go back in time and twirl the world around to go backwards to bring the water back into the Hoover Dam.
That's how it works?
Yes.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever
Superman
heard.
in this analogy is Steph Curry.
Oh, okay.
And so without Superman, like Lois Lane might get trapped under that train, under that rock of rubble in the vehicle that she was driving, that station wagon.
So
I'm going really 1978 with this Superman 1 reference.
Yeah, that's too much for me, dog. Let's go to Shy in Oakland. Thank
Christopher
you, Priest.
Reeves was, oh God, he's the best.
The Christopher Reeves South Park episode was the greatest of all time. Shy, Oakland. How are we feeling about tonight's game? Game 5, Minnesota. Do or
Guys are
die,
so
Shy.
mean.
It's definitely a do, but in order to get there, I'm feeling like we're going to need to really get that intensity up and drive it to the hole. If you can't take away the tools that they have on offense by playing defense, you got to put them on the bench. So we got to draw those fouls, get Julius Randle's butt some time on the bench. That will be so helpful for us. And take Gobert out that way too, and that limits the things that we have to do on the defensive side to give us those opportunities.
Well, I think they have been aggressive in the paint, Shine. Thanks for calling. I feel like the points in the paint, it's been favoring the Warriors more often than not. It's the outside shooting of the Wolves that has just been killing them lately.
They had all the stats at halftime in the last game, and the Warriors obviously had a small deficit, but like
Warriors were up 2.
they're up 2.
Yeah.
10 more points in the paint, more offensive rebounds, more second chance points.
Everything was in their favor, and they were up 2.
Except the 3-point
Except
shot.
that, exactly. And they got started in hot, and it finished with that Anthony Edwards buzzer beater 3 with 2 guys draped. It was like a Stephen Curry 3. That's what Steph does to other
huge
teams.
momentum.
And it was a huge
And they
momentum
carried it
shift.
over.
And he talked about it. He said,
That's why
yeah.
the guy I'm worried about tonight having the last laugh is the Stifle Tower. I just feel like he's going to want to shove it into Draymond's face tonight. And that's why I keep coming back to Draymond. Like, we can argue in the comments on Twitter. We can argue in Instagram, comment sections about Podziemski, Kuminga. If Draymond is like a close to a no-show for 3 quarters, they have no chance.
Well, what cannot happen tonight is an ejection and, the hot-headedness. That cannot happen tonight. What a stain that would be on this season if that's how it ended. An ejection in Minnesota and Rudy Gobert and everyone and Anthony Edwards laughing in Minnesota. They're all laughing. Like, that cannot happen.
Are you surprised he's flown under the radar in terms of scrutiny?
No, because I think a lot of people have said, hey, Steph Curry's out, that whatever.
But I hate that excuse.
But I'm just telling you that's how
Steph's out, so we don't get to judge.
That's not how I feel.
You can only judge the young. I know.
Yeah.
No, I know that this is not your point of view.
Yes.
But I think it's the most ridiculous assessment. Steph's out, so judge all these other guys harshly. GP2, Looney, Podziemski, Moody, Kuminga. Judge all of them harshly. Give Draymond a pass. Nah.
I mean, that's
not cool.
I don't think I don't think anyone is above a pass right now.
That's
no one on this team is Steve Kerr included.
I'm
absolutely. Speaking of the mindset and the mood of the team heading into Minnesota, like, what is it right now? Steph, like, he's going to be a shoot around today. We'll see the update. We'll find out. He's not playing tonight. That much we do know. But Steve Kerr talked about the mindset and the mood of the team as they were flying into Minnesota yesterday or the night before, I guess.
Defiant, I mean, this is a proud group, and it's a 7-game series for a reason. So, there's a lot of basketball to be played. So we're excited about tomorrow.
And that was on Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Of course, you can find that entire interview on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. So defiant was the attitude.
It really is crazy how from series to series, the point of view on Kerr can swing so dramatically.
He was coach of the year after the first round. Game 7, right?
He did coach a brilliant, couple of games, but they also weren't ready to go in 2 games.
They weren't.
I mean, completely not ready to go.
They almost blew the series up 3-1.
And both things can be true.
Yeah, it's true. But to the victor goes the spoils, right? And they won that series. And then as soon as Stephen Curry went down, everything changed. And Anthony Slater, who joined us last hour, and you can find that entire interview again, Odyssey app or YouTube. He said, hey, you lose your best player, this is what happens. You lose Jason Tatum to the Celtics, you're cooked. You lose LeBron, you're cooked. You lose Darius Garland, one of the best players on the team, you're cooked. Like that stuff happens. It's just very hard to overcome, especially a top 10 player, greatest shooter in the history of the sport. Oh, the shooting doesn't look good anymore? Yeah, well, when you have Steph out there, it covers up a lot. That being said, it needs to be a lot better tonight. It just has to be. It has to be baked into the equation.
They got to find some offense from somebody. I mean, Buddy Hield being, some semblance of hot would just be
great.
It would be the floor spacer that they've absolutely just needed.
Just don't turn the ball over. Like, that's the thing with Buddy Hield too. Just the unnecessary
Draymond in the first quarter.
Draymond,
he had 3 awful turnovers.
Jimmy Butler had some bad ones. I get it. He was feeling sick, but that's not like, I'm not giving him an excuse. Like, you got to take care of the ball, man, especially on the road tonight, because those guys are going to be fired up in the second chance opportunities and the turnover. And, they're going to try to run it down your throat tonight. That is what the Minnesota Timberwolves are going to try to do. They're going to try to be, dunking, shooting, everything. They're going to try to use their size and athleticism tonight and squeeze you. And at times, yes, you're going to have to, if you're Jimmy Butler, at times slow the game down and calm things down. But I need the swagger to be there where it hasn't with guys like Podziemski. And how does that happen? Getting confidence early on your shot. If I can get a couple, I know it hasn't been there. I know it sounds risky. I know. Just give me a 3-point ball going down, a floater.
I know.
Early. God, that can go massive. Just for the mentals of this team going forward, I think.
I keep coming back to another angle that I feel a little more confident that they're on the road. I actually would feel less confident if they're at home.
Really? Why?
Yeah, because it just gets tight at home, and every miss, you could feel the, for certain players, whether it's Podziemski, Moody, Draymond, you could feel the energy getting sucked out of the arena. I think being on the road, quieting the crowd is different, and I think you can feed off the energy of the other crowd. I don't know.
It's catch-22, right?
It's a bizarre feeling. I actually would rather be on the road in this one.
T-Money, Palo Alto, wants to join in the conversation. T-Money, you feeling good about tonight's Game 5?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling good with Steve Kerr as the coach, and it's Game 5, and I know the team's got a lot to fight for. I just wanted to come in, give a little perspective on the season. Honestly, wasn't really a Warriors fan before this season. I moved to the Bay in 2018, and thanks to this show, just started becoming a fan this season. And, guys, we were under 500 before the trade deadline. And this team has done a lot since then. They're a good team. There's a few tweaks to be made next season, but let's feel good, guys.
Wait, T-Money, real quick. Stay on the line. I'm curious about your fandom real quick. Where did you come from prior to going to Palo Alto?
So I grew up in New York City, been living in the Bay since 2018.
Okay, so you were not a Knicks fan or,
He's a day one Dubs fan, dog.
Continue.
I mean, look, the Knicks broke me and my dad's heart for 50 years, man. I mean, this year they're good. Like, I'm going to root for them.
You're going to win it all this year, T-Money. You picked the wrong year. You picked the wrong year. They might win the whole thing.
Hey, T-Money, you do you.
Oh, my God.
Sounds like a tech guy.
Thanks,
Sounds like
T-Money.
he's got it. And I'm totally judgmental there because he said Palo Alto. I'm just going to assume he's in tech, and he moved here for
What
tech.
if he's in East Palo Alto? Would that change your mind?
He moved here for farming. You know what I mean?
What if he's like neighbors with BPA?
I'm in the farming industry, and actually I moved here for farming.
Like,
farming apps.
I will say, it's funny. He's like, I've moved.
What was it called? Farmville? Wasn't it
Farmville. That was on
That was a thing on Facebook for a minute.
Yeah. Zynga.
He moves here in 2018. They won a title at 2022. Like, that wasn't the year.
And 2018.
Yeah, I know. Well, like, maybe it was towards the latter half.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was 2019.
I'm going to wait till KD leaves, and then I'm going to jump on the bandwagon.
No, I'm going to wait until, wait a couple days.
You had to wait for Jordan Poole to leave.
Maybe
Then it was Chris Paul. They really sold it for him.
Clearly wasn't a Klay Thompson fan. Let's just call what it is. That was the guy that was
Clay's attitude. It's like, I
That's
like
what
the
it
Warriors,
was.
but Clay's attitude, I can't get on board. But
That's exactly
now that they
what
got
it was.
Pods, who's out there putting in that effort. Now I'm going to be a
I
Warrior
do love
fan.
that the Knicks broke
Sam,
his
where are
heart
you at
so
with
much.
odds? I know. Sam's so ready to contribute.
No,
this
no,
morning.
no, Sam. Tell me what you told us in the break a couple breaks ago about Steve Kerr and his love for certain players.
Oh yeah, Steve Kerr. He loves the plucky white redhead. There was Nico Mannion a couple years ago. There was Dante DiVincenzo. You got Pods this year. So I get this feeling like if I show up, first to the building, do I get to start tonight? I don't. Is that how that works? Probably not, because I'm not good at basketball. But you see the pattern developing here.
What's the doll, the redhead, Raggedy Ann?
There is a Pajemski aspect
Raggedy
to Sam
Andy?
Lubman's game. When he showed up at the company softball game, we had this big softball outing where everyone was gonna bring their families. Sam showed up in the knee-high striped socks, started stretching. He had the hair rolled.
Gotta limber up.
Brought his girlfriend at the time too, right? There you go.
Dude, he was playing the hot corner. He was such a try-hard guy. It was incredible.
Who had a home run out of the park in that one?
He also struck out and fell over.
Jack cussed. It's
We're
fine.
going to talk about try-hard Shaz. You're trying to be like every single stereotype of a baseball player ever. So let's settle down on try-hards.
How do you? What does that even mean?
You did literally every single baseball player stereotype that evening.
Like?
You were spitting on people. You're trying to talk all that
spit on people.
Yeah, you were. You were
What are
trying
you
to get
talking about?
You're trying to get a little grabsy on the bases. You were doing all the things. All right.
He also
on the bases.
He also threw Benny batting practice, and that's something
I was
that I'll never
adorable that
forget,
day.
All right, and so was
You were
LJ.
entertaining. You were playing some good defense out there with LJ.
It was great. And I was there with the kids. We made an appearance. It was fun. We hung out with Michelle, baby
It was
LJ.
like the Draymond portion of my career. I was only there ceremonially, and I wasn't locked in, so I was just having fun. You know
who's locked
It's always
in?
a fun game.
You know who's locked in? Brett. And he's on the Bay Bridge, and he wants to join the conversation. Brett.
What's up, Brett?
Good morning. How do the Warriors win tonight, Brett?
100%. I got to give this to the Wolves today. As you just kind of stated earlier in some points, the Warriors' offense is predicated around Steph. Taking the double teams and opening up other positions on the floor and giving guys open shots, which is why Pods hasn't had those open looks like he's gotten when Steph's out there, or Moody. And those guys can't generate their own shots. Pod likes to get downhill sometimes, but I feel like he regresses during the game a lot. I don't know why, but it seems like he does. Maybe it's a youthful thing. I just don't see them getting out at a head. I mean, unless they blow the doors off the barn in the first quarter, which I really don't see happening, it's going to be Wolves, and I think the spread should be around 15, 16 points, to be honest with you. But Yeah, that's my take, guys. Have a good day.
Dang. Well, I asked how the Warriors went tonight. They're not. Okay. All right. Well, fair enough.
That's insane. At least he was honest.
I actually don't think it was that insane to say this spread should have been 15 or 16, because that's how I think Warriors fans are feeling right now. Shasky feels like it might be a blowout. Not saying you hope that happens.
Straw, that breaks the camel's back. It feels like it's
there. It does. It feels tough. Like the hard part about this is Anthony Edwards is the type of player that loves these situations. He would love nothing more than to just put an end to Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler's season. But that was the sounder. And check this out. You do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and the Golden State Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Tickets available at Valkyries.com. And for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to next Wednesday's game, May 21st at Chase Center, be caller number 5 right now to the contest line. I see all you people calling on the regular line. That's not going to work. It's just not. You got to call the contest line. Be caller number 5 right now to 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Good luck. In the meantime, the question is, how do the Warriors win tonight? We got Dave Fleming coming up at 9:20 to talk some Giants. Their offense exploded yesterday at Oracle Park. Grand Salami in there. Shout out Koss.
Willie Adames.
There you go. 10-6 the final. Can the Warriors offense explode tonight? I think the Warriors offense explodes tonight. Of all nights, that would give me hope going forward in this series. Absolutely. Then we got a game 6 at Chase Center. Hey, why not? Why not? Then it's a 2-game series at that point. I don't care what
number of points would shock you from the Warriors.
130.
Well, that's not going to come on. I mean, I was like, come on, really?
That would, you're asking what would shock me. That would.
That's like me when I go into these health fitness apps that I pay for and then immediately regret. I'm like, my target weight is 155.
You asked what would shock you?
Anything over 105.
Wow. I think they have to score over 100 to win this game, right?
I think it needs to be in the 80s in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter. I really do. I think it needs to be low scoring.
Well, their record, like when they don't score 100, is not very good.
That's okay. That's with Steph Curry.
Well,
like without Steph Curry, I'm throwing it out the window.
Okay, there.
Because like the faster pace that you play, again, if it's situational, I'm fine with. But you have to understand that like Jimmy Butler gets very tired at the end of these games when you're going through him.
By the way, major announcement coming up in 10 minutes. Top of the hour, major announcement. It's a good thing. It's good. It's good stuff. Really good stuff. I'm really excited. It's like, what was that?
You're leaving me for Steinmetz?
No, I'm not. Goo coming to the morning roast. No, I think you might be leaving us for WQAM in Miami when they had you on for a hit yesterday. You sounded a little too happy to be on with them.
Oh, I love doing radio.
I know you do. I heard some. Sam literally sent a clip of it because they wanted to have you on talking about the Jimmy Butler stuff. They heard your clip from earlier in the show. Crushing Jimmy Butler, pivot, pump fake. They had your drops on the station. Your drops. Yeah. You felt really happy about that, didn't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, there's nothing better than getting aggregated in a good way in another city. You know?
Yeah.
Philly, LA. Dallas,
or getting aggregated,
Miami,
or getting aggregated in your own station like this.
I don't just believe, I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. Like, I'm not even. This isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm being dead serious.
If they win tonight, though, watch out. He might double down on it.
They win
tomorrow.
Tonight. I mean, path to championship is just wide open.
Without Steph still. I'm sorry. It's just, I love that one.
I'll talk myself into anything.
I know you will. That's why I love you.
Joe, we were up 10 with Jimmy Garoppolo throwing meatballs. We were watching it before the show. I thought Jimmy Garoppolo could beat Matt Stafford in LA. I believed it.
Jaquaski cart.
Then the game happened. And, by the end, I was wrong.
Hey, SoFi's sick, by the way.
I'll talk myself into anything.
Hey, SoFi.
I thought Solomon Torres was going to win game 162 down in Dodger Stadium. I was wrong. I've been wrong many times. It's okay.
That's all right. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
People don't remember the wins, though.
When was the last big W you had? You were out on Jimmy Butler coming to the Warriors, by the way.
He was first on Quinton Post, though.
I was first on Quinton Post.
Yeah, that looked great.
What? I said my
Quinton
exact
Post looked great in the playoffs.
No, my exact thing was he's a guy that you can play a little here and there. Like I was right. Saw 3 minutes of him.
It wasn't the biggest win, but that's a win.
3 minutes.
I watched one preseason rep from Nick Bosa and told Bonte he's got Hall of Fame talent.
Where's my?
So as bad as the Trey Lance take
on
was,
a field of Adonis,
the Bosa one wasn't bad. He also hurt his ankle.
I gotta get the fuck out of here before I lose my fucking life. I ain't never been hit this many fucking times in my career. Every game I get fucked up.
The Jimmy Garoppolo experience.
I do have that one tweet about Josh Allen when he's at Wyoming. I said, Brian Hill is an NFL player. This is the running back who did go to the NFL, played for the Falcons. And I said, Josh Allen will be a superstar at the next level. This is while he was his junior at Wyoming.
Okay.
So I did have that.
Trey Lance as well.
Not right.
It's okay. It happens. But you remember your wins. That's all that matters.
He did win us a near playoff game against the Texans.
Keep a season alive win.
It was.
Stop. The way we remember that game.
It was.
It's like it was the NFC Championship.
The season would have been over if they lost that
Don't
game.
forget, it was against Davis Mills.
The neck, as I
was an
call
on
him.
the rise Texans team.
Austin.
It was an on the rise Texans team that ended up having the number 2 pick.
Austin in the Bay Area. And who'd they take? CJ Stroud, right?
The worst loss I've ever seen to the Colts ever. They actually won the game, but they lost the number 1 overall pick.
Austin in the Bay Area. What do you want to see tonight in Game 5, Austin? Good morning.
Hey, I want to see Draymond and I want to see Draymond play the 5 all night. And then I want to see Jimmy Butler on the 4 all night with Kuminga and Moody and Buddy Hield. Have Buddy Hield run around like crazy. We got to do what we got to do. I don't want to see Pods and Gary Payton in that starting lineup. I do not want to see that at all. Pods don't play no defense. I remember the last game when Pods shot that corner 3, he had his hands up in the air like he was loving basketball, and then Conley went down the court, ran right past him, and I was like, oh yeah, this game is over with. And then
that was the moment.
I don't know if you remember that. That was my moment right there when Conley ran right down the court and hit that 3 in transition, and Pods didn't get back on defense. That was right there. That's why we lost that game. That moment, if you rewind the tape and go look at it. But then also, I want to see Santos in the game. You got to match their energy because we don't got no energy at all. If we don't play them, we don't play our bench. How we supposed to play our bench? We gonna lose. We keep sticking with Pods and TJ. We gonna lose.
I'm with you on that.
Thanks,
there
Austin.
are moments that you can't unsee as a fan, and like it will forever scar you on how you view a player.
Oh,
Minnesota Vikings. Second quarter, Jimmy Garoppolo throwing multiple passes right to a middle linebacker who just dropped the ball.
and they could do could do great things elsewhere, but you'll still always be like, John Lester for me is forever dead to me because the guy couldn't throw the first base in a wild card game.
Exactly.
Stop. I don't care what you do with the Cubs or the Red Sox. You did that in that moment. You're horrible.
I hear you. Trust me. Harrison Barnes.
There you go.
Harrison Barnes.
Who won a title? He was a really good Warrior.
He's had a solid NBA career.
By the way, Sam said it yesterday. Looking back, it might be Harrison Barnes is the reason why he never won another title. Like, again, this sounds extreme, but Harrison Barnes hitting that 3 for the Spurs in a game winner.
Stop it.
The difference between playing like the Lakers in the first round instead of the Rockets, which clearly, again, it's all revisionist history at this point. I don't know how the Lakers-Warriors series would have turned out, but it feels like it would have turned out a lot better had you played them instead of the Rockets, which went to 7 games. And Harrison Barnes might have been the reason. And the wear and tear from that Rocket series contributes to the Stephen Curry injury, you would think, the hamstring. So it's a butterfly effect, Joe. All these things. And you can look back at Harrison Barnes being the catalyst for it all. Insanity.
So he saw one Pods play where he missed a 3 and put his hands up and didn't get back on defense, and he was done with them.
That was a play.
That was it.
Hey, we all have it. We all have our breaking point.
I get it.
And sometimes it's a little play like that.
I get it, dude. Trust me.
Major announcement coming up in 4 minutes here on the road.
You don't have you bring up Lester. Like
that's the one for me that bothers the hell out of me.
I remember the moment when I was like, Crush Davis can't play the outfield. When he threw an 18 hopper to the cutoff. And I go, what are we doing?
Hey, Pure DH, Chris Davis.
Back in the day when 95.7 was the A's flagship, and I was doing post-game shows with Townie, I said, Townie, this guy can't be your left fielder.
No.
He's like, but he can hit, though.
No, he could. He was sick. He was sick for a few years.
46 home runs and a 246 average year after year.
It was 246, 247 for like 4 straight years. He would go to Arlington, the old ballpark in Arlington, and just hit like 3 home run games there every single time. He was incredible. Remember we were calling there was 2 KDs in the Bay. It was Chris Davis and Kevin Durant. And KD would be going to the games.
The real KD.
The real KD, right? Oh, man. And
so, like, if I said the name Cedric Wilson, you guys don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
I know the name, but what's the play you're referring to?
So, Cedric Wilson, we're playing the Rams one year with T.O., and they're in I think it was the James Edwards Dome. We're on the road, basically, and it's the Garcia era. It might have been Timurte, but I think it was Jeff Garcia. And there's like, I don't know, under a minute to go. They throw a pass to Cedric Wilson. They have to get down. They have no timeouts, okay? They have to get down to be able to spike the ball. And this guy's running around in the middle of the field, and I'm yelling, get down, get down, get down. And T.O.'s yelling at him to get down, get down. He won't go down. And they don't have enough time to spike the ball, all right? They end up losing to the Rams, and it ended up costing them a shot at the playoffs. Not that they were going to be some playoff contender, and forever. I couldn't even think of the name Cedric Wilson. And then he goes on to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers and becomes a special team standout on I don't know if they won the Super Bowl or if they went to the Super Bowl with him, but it drove me nuts. So if you said the name Cedric Wilson, my head would explode.
That sounds like Kevin Riley from Cal.
There you go.
You say Kevin Riley, I say Nate Longshore.
Derek Carr throwing it away on 4th down and goal. Yeah, that's as he retires. By the way,
that was at the last game of the Coliseum, too.
No, that one was
it?
different. Well, Derek Carr slid inbounds, but they call him out of bounds, and they got hosted. Gardner Minshew was the last quarterback ever. Funny that he was a Raider last year, but he was the last winning quarterback at the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum. By the way, they're making a movie about John Madden and Al Davis and those 70s Raiders. Guess who the casting is for those? So you got Christian Bale. They released some pictures yesterday. Christian Bale.
Who's he?
Is Al Davis.
I'm Al Davis.
It's the finest Al in the history of the Oakland Raiders. You were magnificent out there. You really were. I can't really do a Brooklyn accent, but I'm very curious to see how Christian Bale does it. And then
a lot of leather.
A lot. And then John Madden is going to be played by Nicolas Cage. So like that's.
Is he going to put on a lot of weight?
I think so. I think they got like he's got a little double chin action going right now.
Nice.
So we'll see. Those are 2 Academy Award winning actors right there playing Al Davis and John Madden.
Who's the guy who played the Penguin on HBO?
Colin Farrell.
Yeah, I mean, he looked nothing like himself.
Exactly.
So now they can do some pretty wild stuff.
Before we get to the top of the hour, let's squeeze in Ariel in San Mateo. Ariel thinks the Warriors get it done tonight. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you for having me. Hey, so real quick, I just want to say, sorry, I'm on my way to work, but real quick, I just want to say, I think we win tonight. I think the Warriors just defensively, they're going to turn it up. Probably play a little more zone, stop out the leaking through the cracks. It's kind of hard to go man-to-man with that team, honestly. I think offensively, we just got to stick with the basics. Just hit more mid-range jumpers. Actually look at the rim, not just look to pass. One last thing, too, is just quit ball watching. You got to keep moving the ball. One thing that makes Steph so dangerous is he keeps moving, and just we got to keep that same rhythm going. But, I think we win tonight, guys.
Thank you, Ariel in San Mateo. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, in Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. All right, but teasing it, little tease action. We got a special announcement, folks. I'm going to tell you right now. We are very excited here. Our family, 95.7 The Game, and Odyssey have partnered with the Golden State Valkyries on a multi-year deal to broadcast their games starting this Friday as the Valkyries take on the LA Sparks at Chase Center at 7 o'clock. Cannot wait for that. You'll be able to listen, Joe. Get this. All the games right here on 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app. The Valkyries will have their own custom channel. So you download that Odyssey app now, search Valkyries to listen to each and every game. And check, this is even better. Your boy, Kevin Dana, you hear him? Sometimes fills in.
Love Kevin Dana.
For Tim Roy. He's our C-Dubs guy. He was on Warriors Roundtable last night. I was listening to him and Gary St. Jean doing a hell of a job. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will be on the call throughout the season. I met Sophia. She's awesome. She's amazing. Couple alongside Kevin Dana. Cannot wait for that. And over 7, you know what was crazy? This is crazy because Nahigan told me about this and I had to do a double take. Over 17,000 fans filled Chase Center in the first preseason game on May 6th, Joe, against the Sparks. That was a preseason game for the Valkyries. 17,000 fans. That was going on during a Warriors playoff game.
It's incredible.
That's insane. That just shows how excited the Bay Area is about WNBA. I know you're excited. Yeah. I'm excited. You're going to take your kids. I'm going to take my kids. But the WNBA and women's sports have never been hotter right now. You got the Caitlin Clark effect. I know Kelsey Plum's now in the LA Sparks, so you'll see her on Friday as well, taking on the Valkyries. We're not going to be cheering for her, cheering on for ours. All right, but I'm so excited. 95% the game's excited about it. You're excited about it. It's awesome. It's amazing.
I've been coaching women's young girls basketball for over a decade. I've got many nieces in my life who I've coached who are high-level athletes, dedicated their lives to sports. And I feel like watching them watch sports in the living room on the professional level and seeing nothing but men as people on the television, I think this is extremely important for the next generation of young women who are coming through and young boys to see women on the television who they can aspire to, you know, and whether we're talking about a WNBA team or whether we're talking about other sports, I just think it's important to have that representation and have different people that they can look up to as heroes.
No, it's a great point. And, you know, young Benjamin and I, my son Benny, and I have a 2-year-old Nora as well. You know, just getting them involved in sports and going out to sporting events. Like one of our yearly things that Benny and I like to do is the California Classic, whether it's at Golden One Center up in Sacramento, but if they have it at Chase here all the time, where obviously the Valkyries are going to be playing all season long, their home games at Chase Center. But we go to that a lot because it's fun bonding. He's off of school, you know, it's summertime. I got a day off for here or there. It's on the weekend. We can go there. But now we have summer basketball, like all the time now. Yes. The Valkyries here, which is awesome. So not only can I take Benny now, and Nora's getting a little older, and having that exposure, as you said, is important to watch not only the men's side, but the women's side as well, and basketball in its purest form. It's just, I can't wait to be a part of it and take the kids there. Hoping to go on Friday, by the way, to the home opener. So you might be able to see me out there. And yeah, by the way, Friday night, 7 o'clock, Sparks, they're going to be in town taking on the Valkyries. Willard and Dibbs, they're going to be broadcasting live from Chase leading up to that game. You got to get your tickets at Valkyries.com and download the Odyssey app now and search Valkyries so you can listen to every single game throughout the season. So excited to announce that partnership. It's huge. No, seriously. All right.
This is a big deal. And I think,
now you vamp for me so I can put on my shirt.
Yeah, no, this is a big deal. And, you know, my mother-in-law is just loves sports, and she's been just asking me nonstop, what's the deal? What's the deal with the Valkyries? Can we go to the game? Can we get some tickets? Can we do this? And I'm super excited to go. You know, I'm just super excited to go. And, you know, we were talking about women's sports just in general and representation, whether it's Serena or Coco Gauff, whether it's Lexi Thompson in golf, who I've had a chance to go see at Olympic Club in a major event. Lydia Ko, who I've seen up close and personal. Watching athletic excellence on either side of the genders, it's the same in the terms of you're watching someone so good and so dedicated to their craft, and for our community to be able to support an entire team that represents our region. I think it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be great. And like on just another level, if you're, you know, trying to go and look, a Warrior ticket is expensive. It might be a little more affordable for someone to be able to go and sit in a spot in the arena watching a professional game with their family to a Valkyries game. Yeah. And I think that's a special thing, and that's a unique thing, and we want to wrap our arms around them. First off, the color scheme is incredible.
Oh, dude, purple and black.
Purple, lavender. You know I'm purple Reardon guy, so this is going to be right up my alley.
SF State, me too.
And just the name Valkyries and everything it represents, and to be able to share a home with Steph Curry, and to see the men's team support the women's team as much as they have this year. If you've watched the Warriors games, how many guys have been wearing the gear on the sideline?
Oh, yeah, all of them. It's been great.
It's been really cool. When they're going in and out of commercials, how many times have you seen Steph Curry or Steve Kerr wearing some of the logos, or on NBC they're supporting the Valkyries and showing the logo? I think this is this is awesome for everybody involved. And we were actually talking, I was talking with one of the coworkers who works at another station here, and her daughter's a big soccer player, and they've gone to go see Bay FC multiple times. And it's just a great atmosphere out there. And it's really good for her daughter who plays club ball to be able to see other young women to aspire to and to look up to. And I think we do this thing like young women need to see other young women. I also think it's good for young boys to see young women who are at the professional level playing, because a professional is a professional no matter what. And to see how they dedicate themselves in their demeanor and just everything about their game, you can love and respect it. I mean, look, the number one thing is like, when is Caitlin Clark coming to the Bay?
Well, of course.
I mean, that's what everyone's. Let's just call it what it is, right? We want to see Caitlin Clark.
Well, Cameron Brink, unfortunately, because a lot of people know her locally from Stanford, right? But she's rehabbing from her ACL. They said that June probably she's going to come back. But again, LA Sparks, like Cameron Brink, Kelsey Plum. There was a big trade in the offseason. Kelsey Plum, formerly of the Las Vegas Aces, champion, synonymous with the WNBA. She'll be there Friday.
You get to see Sabrina Ionescu, who's a local product made good. I mean, I've seen her in all kinds of commercials. I just think this is great for our community, and I'm really excited. And on a personal level, like, I've known Kevin for a minute, not as intimate as maybe other people. Kevin Dana, I'm talking about. I'm really happy for him.
Durant. Okay, yeah.
Kevin Dana is just a great dude, and I really enjoy the way he broadcasts the game. And I think that this is a guy who is a special broadcaster. And I love him as a person, and I love hearing him, and I love seeing guys like him get opportunities to, let other people who maybe were unaware of how great he can be calling a game hear him. I just think this is great for him, and I'm just happy for a lot of people. Vern Glenn's going to be doing a lot of it. Zena Keita, who does a great job with the Warriors, is going to do a lot of the pre- and post-game stuff on television. Our guy Matt Lively is going to be involved in the broadcast. And so you're giving people an opportunity when there's only so many of these jobs to kind of showcase how great they are to the rest of the world. And I just think this is awesome.
And listen, this is, we know what our bread and butter is here at 95.7 The Game. We're talking Warriors, we're talking Niners, we're talking Giants. But you know what? I'm going to be talking to some Valkyries this summer. Absolutely, I'll be talking about them. You know what? When Caitlin Clark comes to town, not just because of that, but there's going to be some moments. There's going to be some games here or there. There might be a buzzer beater here or there. Absolutely. I will talk about it here at the station. People are going to say, oh, you're just being a showman. You have announced the partnership. You'll never talk about them again. No, I absolutely will talk about them again. It was almost similar with the whole, people want to say, oh, the A's. It's like, yeah, we were partnered with them.
Yeah, give us something to talk about.
Give us something to talk about. Show that you care about your franchise first and foremost.
Agree.
And you know what's the best part about this? Joe Lacob being an owner, I know that he cares.
Well, he actually delivered on a promise.
So damn much.
He actually delivered on a promise. He promised this region we would get a WNBA team. And it's important. It really is. It's important that we have that representation. And, we've lost some teams. We've lost the Raiders. We've lost the A's.
Sucks.
And you're never going to be able to replicate maybe on the men's side some of those vacancies.
No.
But if this can offset some of that loss for somebody else, and you only have so much bandwidth, right? And so as a team might leave for a particular person, maybe you can glom on to something else. And I just thinking about, all the people that have an opportunity now to root for something different. Well, and I'm going to get some of the merch. I'm not going to lie.
You said it.
I love merch.
I love that it's Golden State still too, because that encompasses, the
whole Bay.
The whole Bay. Because there is, let's be honest, there is some type of way how Oakland people would feel if it was the San Francisco Valkyries. The fact that it is Golden State and it really is the base.
Yes.
It is. So that is I could be a fan. Benny, Nora, you,
Absolutely.
LJ, we could all come together, be fans of this. By the way, you know what they're calling Chase Center when the Valkyries play there now? They have a nickname already. Because of Valkyries, Norse mythology, I know you're all in on Thor, Odin, all of that. They're calling it Valhalla. Playoff of Valhalla.
Way.
It's Valhalla
No way.
when they play at Chase Center. I love that, by the way. I'm a sucker for mythology of all shapes and kinds. I don't know if you played God of War, because the latest one
Ragnar
was
Lothbrok. I watched the Vikings show for days. One of my favorite guilty pleasures. I know people think it's way over the top.
Of course it is.
Dude, Ragnar is one of the baddest characters of all time.
So the Valkyries, obviously the female warriors in Norse mythology, flying on the Pegasus. Yeah,
that is incredible.
So I'm all in on that. So again, if you're just joining us, we are partnering here at 95.7 The Game with the Golden State Valkyries, broadcasting their games.
Love stuff like that
all season long.
Like, you know, when they have like you're the Ducks or whatever, and they're like, this is called the pond.
Right.
Like, I like when teams like, this is the Hornet's Nest.
The swamp, right?
Yeah,
in Florida.
exactly.
The swamp.
I love Valhalla. That is so good.
It's so nice.
I love that.
It's sick. The stick, right? The stick. It was iconic, right?
Absolutely.
It was iconic. The collie, when it was there. Well, still there. Oakland roots, baby. Let's go. We got to take a quick break. Come on back. I was very excited to announce that. We're all in.
You know what? That's really cool. And I'm proud to be a part of it.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. We got one more segment here. We got Dave Fleming coming up on the other side. We'll talk some Dubs with Dave. We'll talk Giants. They had an offensive explosion yesterday. 10 runs for them. We had a grand slam. 10-6 the final. They break their 4-game losing schedule. Talked about it with Dave. And Dave's thoughts heading into Game 5 tonight in Minnesota. It's going to be brought to you by Frontier Ford. Employee pricing for all is on now at Frontier Ford in Santa Clara. You pay what we pay on every new Ford in stock. No markups, no nonsense. Stop by Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard in Santa Clara or 24/7 at frontierford.com. Frontier Ford, from America, for America.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Man, I'm N-I-C-K-Y.
Why you smiling?
God,
You're smiling.
I love King Nicky.
In Equipto, it's a great beat, too. He just has so many good beats.
You've heard my take, right?
What's your take?
My take is, had they been partnered up since the beginning of their careers, I truly believe Nicotina and Max Dre would be on some sort of outcast trajectory.
I got split personality.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Oh, I got it. I know what you're talking about. It's the Stephen Curry injury update, people. It's breaking, and it broke. The Golden State Warriors guard Stephen Curry, who has missed the last 3 games due to a strained left hamstring, has been reevaluated. The reevaluation indicated that Curry is making good progress in his recovery. He has been cleared to participate in light on-court workouts, including shooting drills. He will be reevaluated again on Saturday. And once again, Game 6, a potential Game 6, if they win tonight, would be on Sunday at Chase Center. Curry sustained the injury against the Minnesota Timberwolves during the second quarter of Game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals. That per Warriors PR. So Steph making some good progress and will be reevaluated on Saturday, which is basically what Anthony Slater told us when he joined us last hour, or I guess it's 2 hours ago already, in the 7 o'clock hour. We got Dave Fleming joining us here in a couple of minutes, 888-957-9570. Dave Fleming talking Giants. We'll also ask him about his thoughts about this series overall when it comes to the Warriors. He was in the building for Game 2 in Minnesota when the Warriors got absolutely eviscerated. Hopefully that doesn't happen again tonight. Joseph, optimistic now? Reevaluated Saturday? Good news?
I mean, you got to win tonight. It's obviously just a complete long shot. I mean, this has got like 4th and 20 written all over it, right?
Yeah, but hey, if you get Mahomes out there, you can hit those 4th and 20s.
That's true.
I'm just saying.
That's true.
You feel a little better. Could Jimmy have his best
Don't
Mahomes?
say 3rd and 18.
No, we don't want to. Don't talk about that. But talking about, Jimmy Butler, I think he needs to be that guy tonight.
Well, it's interesting that I came across the article you referenced at the break from Logan Murdoch regarding Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr, and oh boy, it's just
there's a lot in there. Evan Giddings, our guy Evan Giddings, who's done a hell of a job talking Dubs this year, whether it's on Warriors This Week, whether it's Warriors Wrap Up, pre and post. Him and Grandy been crushing it all season long, and he referenced this to me earlier. He's like, hey, have you seen this article? There's a lot of interesting stuff. But there's this quote in here from Logan Murdoch. It's not a quote from a player, but it's just a quote quoting the article. And the article is called The Plight of the Stephless Warriors. And as you mentioned, Logan Murdoch of The Ringer. And this is a little excerpt that was interesting to me. Quote, despite his talent, Kuminga's propensity to look for his shot at the expense of the flow of Golden State's offense has irked the coaching staff. During a late season game against the Blazers, team sources say Kerr was incensed after several instances in which Kuminga looked off Curry to create his own offense. Kuminga subsequently received DNPs in the Warriors' regular season finale against the Clippers, and then again in their play-in matchup against the Grizzlies. By the start of the playoffs, many within the organization wondered whether Kuminga, who was eligible for an extension, had played his last game as a Warrior. That's crazy to me. But we were talking about it like that, right? We were talking about it too.
So a couple of possessions against the Trailblazers makes you unplayable?
Well, it's the fact that he wasn't looking to Steph.
Okay. Again, a couple of possessions creates unplayable. There's got to be more to this story.
Well, I think the story's right there. He doesn't think that Kuminga wanted to play with him with the offensive structure, and he wanted to do his own thing.
But what about the grace period of missing multiple months and coming back and being, again, this goes back to being allowed to play through some mistakes. Others are allowed to just clank little shots left and right, play forever.
But remember, Joe, those games were important. They were in a dogfight with Minnesota, with the Clippers, with the Lakers. They were all bunched up. So those games meant a lot. And within those certain games, Steve Kerr didn't like what he saw. I'm just telling you what happened. You're looking at me like I broke your heart.
No, I'm just saying, again, I could pick apart any 5-game stretch over the last couple months that has been equally as important and pointed to a handful of a lot of other mistakes. There's got to be more to it. I do not think a couple of possessions against Portland makes you incensed to the point, at least that's what the wording is in the article, that someone is now unplayable for weeks on end, and they played their last game. Something doesn't add up. Am I wrong?
No,
there's got to be underlying issues. That's like hey, you see the couple that gets in a fight over like a napkin at a restaurant. You're like, whoa, there's a lot going on here if this is what's causing the big fight.
There's a lot. There is a lot between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga. Clearly, we don't know about. Whether that's just him not listening to the coaches during a game, whether it's the actual in-game stuff, whether it's the lack of... there's something there. And the way that Steve spoke yesterday to Willard and Dibbs, talking about Pods and then talking about Kuminga, again, we all heard it. It was very interesting, to say the least. And if you missed any of it, you can find the entire interview. Here's just a little snippet, and I do wish we had the question with it when it comes to Dibbs asking the question and then Steve Kerr answering, because Steve Kerr's answer was very short. And let me have the exact quote here on what he was asking.
Here's what I would suggest you do. I would suggest you play any answer regarding Podziemski and then play Kuminga. Just listen to the tone.
Yeah, let's do this first. It's Steve Kerr on Podziemski's confidence in his shot right now and whether it's waning.
Well, the confidence in the shot right now is not there. But let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player, and every game you look at the plus minus at the end of the game, and he's at or near the top for our team. So he does so many other things besides shoot that are crucial for us. He's still going to be out there. That's why I'm still playing him as much as I am, despite his shooting struggles. He's a crucial player for us, and so he's. These are great experiences for him, to go through and to learn from. And I'm confident in his ability to get past this shooting funk and have a big game tomorrow, because he's got a lot of confidence.
And Steve Kerr clearly has a lot of confidence in Brandon Podziemski. And here's now another question. This was from Dan Dibley. He was asked, Steve Kerr, that is, if Kuminga is able to impact games the most when the offense is geared around him. And here's what Steve Kerr had to say.
Yeah, for sure. He's best when he has the ball in his hands, for sure.
And that was it. No saying he had a great couple games. No. And listen, he said that in the post game. He's already said that a couple times. But the insistence, and I guess the more words said about Brandon Podziemski and his struggles, and not as much gassing up when it comes to the successes of Jonathan Kuminga as of late, I think has Warriors fans perturbed in some way.
All players, like if we broke down a basketball game, there are literally thousands of little decisions that are happening throughout a game. All right, there's little stuff. Movement this way, movement that way, passing this way, cutting that way, standing still, not standing still, boxing out. There's thousands of little things. All these players at any given time are bringing things to the table, and there's things that they're not bringing to the table. And I guess the way I come down on all this is I just do not believe for a second a couple of possessions against Portland makes someone playable or unplayable. I don't care at what point in the season we're at. And there's an underlining thing that they've mismanaged this. The coach clearly doesn't, for whatever reasons, doesn't like the Kuminga's game on their team and for his fit and what he views as the game. He doesn't like it at all. And there's a disconnect, and they should have removed the player from the team one way or the other. They've mismanaged this because clearly the coach doesn't. It's just stuff that he does bugs him. I'm trying to say it as eloquently as possible. I don't know what else to say. Am I wrong?
Well, let's talk about it. We're going to talk with Dave Fleming right now, our Giants broadcaster. Not our Giants broadcaster for NBC Sports, but our Giants insider here on 95.7 The Game. And Dave is brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supplies, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today, and he joins us on the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And I remember last time we talked to Dave, I think you were going to game 2. Was that right, Dave? And out in Minnesota?
Oh boy!
I went to game 2. I did. That was a pretty cool way to spend an off night, even though the game didn't go the way any of us wanted it to. It was still pretty cool.
Absolutely. And they obviously have Game 5 there tonight. Do or die for the Warriors. We'll get to that in a minute. But hopefully we see an offensive explosion for the Dubs tonight like we saw at Oracle Park yesterday with the Giants scoring 10 runs. God, they needed that day to snap that 4-game losing streak.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, you guys know I'm also your golf correspondent for the week. I'm talking to you from a muddy compound in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm off to do the PGA. But, yeah, they needed it last night. They did. I mean, look, when the three of us talked at the start of the year and we sort of laid out our expectations for the whole year, I don't think it was a shock to I think we all agreed that the offenses, they're not going to lead the league in run score. They're not built to be that. So I think, you have to be willing to kind of ride out some times like the last week or 2 weeks where they're not swinging it great because they are pretty dependent on a few, 3 or 4 guys in the middle of that order. And if Jung-Hoo Lee's, in a bit of a funk, if Matt Chapman's swinging and missing, if Adames isn't doing it, there's not a lot of other places for them to turn. So, look, I mean, that doesn't mean they can't win a lot of games this year, but you still love to have a game like last night where everybody gets to feel a little better, relieve some of that pressure.
Yeah, and I feel like the outfield is really carrying this team right now. Mike Yastrzemski, obviously, with a big game last night. He's been hot. Jung-Hoo Lee for me, and obviously Elliot Ramos, I don't want to forget him. He made a great catch the other night. He's been very clutch as well. But like Jung-Hoo Lee, it dawned on me last night as I watched him kind of one-arm yank one down the line for a home run. His swing actually reminds me a lot of Randy Wynn's. It came to me last night as I was watching it. I think he's going to be their all-star this year. He's just been so much fun, and I'm so happy for him. But just overall, the outfield of this team has been the strength of the everyday players.
Big time. And I sort of thought that it had a chance to be the opposite. I mean, I really thought, okay, you got Chapman, you got Adames, you got Fitzgerald, and then, Lamont. I think all of us, Lamont's had a really rough year so far, but his track record is of a guy who maybe he's, a certain type of offensive player, but going to be a good offensive player. So it has flipped a little bit. I'm with you, and it's been really all three of those guys that you mentioned have been great. Elliot Ramos is just playing his tail off right now, and the thing that I like the most about Elliot is he the most instinctive player of all time? He's probably not. Like, you see a few blips on the base paths, you see some weird routes in the outfield. Like, it happens with him because he's not like he doesn't have just the Jung-Hoo Lee pure baseball instincts. But that guy is working at it, man, and he is I just really appreciate that about him. So yeah, he deserves this success that he's having. He is a grinded-out kind of play-hard guy. And Yaz is being Yaz and maybe the best version of himself. Outfield, you're right. Really good. Really good.
Talking with Dave Fleming, our 95 cents the game Giants insider here. Giants 10-6 winners yesterday, snapping their 4-game losing skid. And Robbie Ray, fighting through adversity yet again. Gives up the 3 spot, doesn't give up anything else after that.
I thought he was dynamic after that.
He leads the National League in wins right now. And talking about all-star, like I'm talking about Robbie Ray right now being an all-star as well.
He's got a shot at it, and it doesn't look fluky to me. It looks pretty dang good these days. I'm feeling pretty bullish about him. Maybe it's not the same way that he was as it was a little bit more of all or nothing as a Cy Young caliber guy, a ton of swing and miss, and then you get the walks to go along with that. And he's a little more refined, a little less rough around the edges, maybe a little less overpowering. I like this version of him. I do. Be in attack mode. Giants have a good defense, even though it hasn't always showed the last week or so, but they have a good defense. Let those guys help you out. The whole starting rotation right now, I have a lot of confidence in. Hicks, Roop, I know their numbers aren't great. I think those guys are pitching better than their numbers. I think the Giants starters have done a good job.
What about Camilo Duvall right now, Dave? Because I'm looking at this guy. He hasn't given up a run in over a month. I know he gave up a couple of hits and he had to walk. He was frustrated coming off the mound, but that's the type of outing where he would melt down and groove a couple or walk the bases loaded and have to get yanked in it. Like, I really like where he's at right now. And even I still feel like the best is yet to come for him. And he's been a really positive contributor for this bullpen.
Yeah, a few more. I mean, the hits he gave up, he'd hardly been giving up any hits, like any. Really, really, really impressive. And the thing you said about like that would have gone sideways. I think it would have gone sideways before. And I think the thing that I notice the most about him right now is the attention to detail. You know, last night he fielded his position, started that double play. He's doing we're in Chicago. The Cubs are running wild against teams. The Cubs, if you watch the Cubs against the Dodgers, they just ran circles around them. And against the Giants, almost none of it. And with Camilo out there, like last year, when Camilo was out there last year, if a team was a running team, it was go time. And he's slide stepping. He's quicker. He's varying his looks. Teams are not running against him. And so I am glad you're giving him credit. He deserves credit for he's grown up a little bit. Like, you know, part of growing up is it's not just all about my pure natural talent. At this level, I gotta pay attention to those details, and he's doing it.
You know, speaking of God-given talent, I'm watching this guy. I mean, he's on the other team, Corbin Carroll. There's no way he's 5'9". There's just not a chance in hell. He is such a baller. I know he struggled to start the year last year, but my goodness, I mean, Dave, I don't think people realize how small he is and how powerful he is at his stash. Like, I know Mookie Betts is a guy that gets a lot of love for being slighter and smaller. Corbin Carroll is outstanding. He is so good.
Yeah, we got our hands full with him for a long time to come. He's good now, and he's going to be better in the future. He's just really talented. Isn't it funny how the Diamondbacks, they have a type? You know, they really do value smaller statured players, not necessarily weak players. A lot of their smaller guys have power, but I mean, Alek Thomas is kind of built like Carroll. A lot of their recent draft picks are sort of like that. Ketel Marte's not a big guy. Like, they like that body type, and it's a pretty good formula for them right now. But the best of all of them by far is Carroll. He's just fantastic.
Dave, I do want to ask you about probably the biggest story happening in baseball right now, and you're obviously well respected within the game. You've been doing it for a very long time at a very high level. You're tapped in. Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, amongst others, getting their ban lifted from Major League Baseball yesterday from Rob Manfred. Just your initial thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, look, it is complicated. It's always going to be complicated. There's never just a clear-cut answer with really anything about Pete Rose and a lot of those other guys, but especially about Pete. But I will say this. The Baseball Hall of Fame, to me, has always felt incomplete without him. Like, it just hasn't. You know, Pete Rose is one of the most consequential figures in the history of the game, no doubt. Pete Rose, to this day, you say that name, and he elicits all kinds of reaction and emotion from baseball fans who weren't Cincinnati Reds fans. So I just always felt like the Hall of Fame's just not complete with him not in there. And so I am a little mixed. I have some mixed feelings about it, but he should be in the Hall of Fame. He should be.
Yeah, I think your point is well taken. And what frustrates me is that I view the Hall of Fame as a museum, and I feel like we've picked and choose what part of the history we want to allow into the museum and which part we don't. Off the field, I mean, I've seen the doc. I only know a portion of it. I mean, it's sketch. But as a player, that's one of my dad's favorite players. It's Willie Mays, and it's Pete Rose, and it's everything he embodied about how to play the game and the fire and the spiking the ball off the turf and all that stuff. And so, like, I'm with you, Dave.
And not to cut you off, but, you know, Mike Krukow tells Pete Rose stories they were only teammates for 1 year. But Mike, you know, that was there wasn't a lot of video scouting or advanced scouting or anything. And Mike loves to tell the stories about, like, Pete would go sit in the stands for the opponent's batting practice and take notes on their swings and bring it back to his own pitchers. Like, hey, this guy's swinging uphill. You can get him if you go up. Or this guy's, he wants the ball outside. I can tell, so you can jam him in. He'd clip box scores with scissors in newspapers like 2 weeks ahead of a start and circle the guys who were hot and leave them in Krukow's locker. Like, you know, he was like the ultimate teammate, where he cared about his own performance and he cared about finding every advantage for his team. And like, how can you not really appreciate a guy like that?
I know. And then the hard part is like the all-time hits leader, most Cy Youngs, most MVPs. Like, none of these guys are in. And it's just, it's just all over the place. And I don't know what they do to retcon it. PGA Championship, Quail Hollow this week. Carter's big bet guy. All right, big bet guy. He wants to know who you got this week. All right, I know you're not giving an endorsement here, but who do you like this week? Is it Rory? Is it Scotty Scheffler? Like, give us some of these golf picks because there's a lot of degenerates out there listening right now that are looking for some long shots.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is this. It's hard to walk around here, and it is so wet. I've never seen a golf course as wet as it is. It's
not
unbelievable. Oh my God, way wetter. This is slosh. Every step you take, the entire length of the golf course, other than the greens, is water pooling up and kicking up. Like I'm not kidding. It's the wettest I've ever seen a golf course by far. And you walk around here as big as it is already, and then with those conditions, it's hard to close your eyes and think that one of those top 3 or 4 guys isn't going to. I mean, how do you beat Xander or Rory or Bryson or Scheffler in this venue? I just don't know that anybody is going to be able to do it. So more than almost any event that I can remember, it seems like a really limited pool of winners. Now watch, the world's 130th ranked player win the damn thing. But I just, it's really hard for me to wrap my brain around somebody other than one of those guys. To me, it's about as top heavy of a tournament going in as I can remember.
Are you going to be at a specific hole? Or are you doing like from the main booth? What exactly are your duties?
You guys will find me, like, our ESPN coverage is split between Plus and then the just television network.
Gotcha.
So early mornings and mid mornings on the first 2 days we're on ESPN Plus. So you got to be a subscriber and a golf junkie to find us there. But we're covering the whole deal. Like, it's a real telecast on Plus, and then in the afternoons we'll transition to ESPN, and then over the weekends, we give way to CBS. We'll be on until like 1 Eastern, both Saturday and Sunday before Nance and friends take over. So, I'll be on a lot. I'm the 17th hole announcer. So, two of my holes are 14 and 17, which Quail Hollow is an awesome venue for a big tournament. The players love it. It's great, but it's not like the most memorable golf course. A lot of the holes kind of feel the same, but 14 and 17, I think, are about the 2 most memorable holes. So it's cool holes for me to get to call and see. They got the finish at the course they call it the Green Mile. It's the hardest finishing 3 holes on tour every year. So it's a lot of drama at the end. I think it's going to be a fantastic tournament. This place always produces good tournaments, so I'm really looking forward to it.
And no, it's a great point, Dave. And not to toot my own horn, I was out in North Carolina last September playing Pinehurst, which is right down the road there.
Not as wet.
Although, no, I played in September, Dave, in North Carolina, and my God, it was 95 degrees plus humidity. I was fighting through some adversity.
You were like Lincecum in Washington, D.C., fighting through it?
I'm like Jimmy Butler tonight, Dave, in Minnesota, as the Warriors are fighting through adversity down 3-1. Dave, how do they get this game back to Chase Center? No Steph tonight. Maybe, just maybe, he could come back. He's going to be reevaluated on Saturday, maybe a game 6. But how do they win tonight without him?
Only way they do it is make a bunch of somebody's got to make shots. Everything's way too bogged down. Pajemski, Heald, those guys, they got to make shots. A lot of them. That's the only avenue to do it. I hate to say that, but the offense just isn't good enough right now if those guys aren't making shots, and they're having a hard time doing it. But, look, I never put it past Draymond and Butler and those guys and Steve to figure out a way to scrap and claw and fight and find a way. But if those younger guys don't make some outside shots, they don't have much of a shot.
Dave, how about that Jonathan Kuminga scoring the last 3 games? I mean, going from DNP to the team's maybe their best scorer now, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, impressive. I mean, he should get a lot of credit for that. It's not easy to stay engaged, and he's stayed engaged, and he's been the only reason why the series is still going, really. I mean, in a lot of ways. So I appreciate his efforts. I heard you guys talking a little bit. It is a weird dynamic with him and this team and what has happened to get us to this point, but you watch him play and you still think, God, they can get value out of this guy. He is a talented offensive player.
You know, Dave, one last Giants question, because we love just all your perspective on all the sports. So I feel like we underserve if we don't ask you some golf and some NBA, but the Giants is your bread and butter. I mean, first base. Gosh, like Lamont, I mean, he's playing better, but they really need some punch there. Well, how long do you think they give him in terms of a runway here? I know that the kid, Bryce Eldridge, is probably not close to being ready. Do you think they start looking outside the organization? We're coming up on Memorial Day weekend. I mean, I'd love for them to get somebody who could hit a lefty here, but it's probably too soon for an acquisition. What do you think they do at first base here, just overall?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the next couple weeks, you give Lamont more of a chance. He's earned a long leash. He has. But it's not a coincidence that, and you look in the AAA box scores, Encarnacion is playing first base. That is not a coincidence. So he's going to play a lot of first base. He's not eligible to come off the 60-day until like May 24th, something like that. So it's at least, I think, another 10 days. So they can't rush him just by rule. If Lamont hasn't picked it up, then I think you're going to see him lose a lot of at-bats to Encarnacion. And just try. And it's no guarantee. Look, Encarnacion is not some proven major league veteran who's been on all-star teams. Like, you're still hoping with him, but I think he's going to get a big chance if they don't get. It's obvious. It's obvious to everybody. I'm not telling Lamont something that he doesn't already know. They got to get a lot more out of that spot, a lot more.
Hey, Dave, good stuff. We really appreciate your time, obviously, being out there in North Carolina. Good luck on the call this weekend, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Great. Can't wait. See you guys.
See you, buddy.
There he goes. That is our 95-7 The Game Giants insider. He's really our insider for everything because the guy's tapped in on golf, basketball, baseball. Hell, he was at Game 2. One of the best in the business.
He's a sportsman, as they say in Europe.
And I thought it was very well when he spoke about, you know, Pete Rose and all of that and the player. And he's a very... Listen, I don't have, like, when people want to, like, keep him out, like, and I get it, because some people, it's like, oh, it's the player, you got to keep it in the player. Like, it's a complicated thing, man. He left a complicated legacy behind, so I don't fault people for feeling some type of way about it, being like, no, I don't think he should be. And I was like, okay, that's how you feel. And I get it. Your dad's favorite player, my dad, like, grew up, like, one of the greatest players.
Willie and then Pete Rose.
Right, but one of the greatest hitters, if not the greatest in history of sports. Him, Ichiro, Tony Gwynn, whoever you want to take. Like, but a lot of people, the older heads, our dads, would say Pete Rose, greatest hitter they've ever seen. And I get it. But that was obviously the big storyline coming out of the baseball world yesterday was Rob Manfred, commissioner of Major League Baseball. Hold on. Just, lifting that ban on him and Shoeless Joe Jackson. For those of you that didn't know, banned for life. He's dead. But now
so let me just
he can get elected into the Hall of Fame.
What is the point of the Hall of Fame?
To celebrate the game of baseball.
Okay. It's to document it, correct?
Document it, celebrate, however you want to parse words.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, like, to me...
It's a museum. It's a museum.
Yeah. Like, if we're going to allow in commissioners, Mountain Kennesaw, who were...
Horrible person.
The driving factor in keeping other ethnicities out of the game.
Racist.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well,
he was a racist.
But again, like... He's a bad person off the field or whatever. And he was a driving force on why they didn't want him. And they basically had a gentleman's agreement on not allowing other races into the game, period. If you're going to allow him in, you're going to document that history.
Right.
Okay? Which is marred in controversy. You have to be able to document all of its history. And that includes the steroid era. So forget Pete's involvement with what he did as a manager in terms of fixing, changing games, controlling outcomes, whatever you want to call it, betting on his team, all right, to whatever degree, however nefarious you think that is. His playing career should still be documented in the Hall of Fame. Now, you're going to say, Joe, they do have lots of murals and things like that on there. There's no doubt they do. They have all those stuff, but he should have been inducted as a player. I mean...
Bud Selig is in? Bud Selig.
Who put his hands in his pocket, basically, during the entire... steroid era.
Oh, we know him very well around here for not doing anything with the Ace situation. Putting his hands in his pockets, not doing anything. I guess you can just sit around, collect checks, and just hang out and get elected into the Hall of Fame. Not do anything. Like, it's a joke. Rob Manfred's going to get in one day. Watch that. Rob Manfred's going to get in one day.
I actually think Rob Manfred's been a better
I think he's botched a lot of
no doubt.
Things.
No, I'm not going to cape up for him, but a lot of things were already in motion.
Locally, he gets no love lost here because of what went on with the Oakland Athletics, now the Las Vegas Athletics of Sacramento, whatever the hell they are. They're playing the Giants this weekend. I hear you. There's a lot baked into it. The fact of the matter is, whole process for the Baseball Hall of Fame is just so damn flawed. More so than any other system. I think NFL gets it right out of the major, like 3 sports. I'm not going to include hockey in here. But we're just talking baseball, basketball, football. NFL does it the best. I think too many get in because it's the Basketball Hall of Fame, so they include college. NBA just doesn't have its own separate hall. But Major League Baseball is just like, it's so odd.
Well, this is the way I do the algorithm. Could I write the history of an organization or the game itself without including you?
Yeah, right.
Okay, right?
Yeah,
so,
sure.
So in this one, come on. We can't write the history of baseball without talking about Pete Rose. This man was the Forrest Gump of baseball.
Absolutely.
He was everywhere.
Now, that doesn't always mean that you get elected if you can't write the story without them, because there are players that are not Hall of Fame players that have had impact on sports.
Fernando Valenzuela, but they deserve to be included. So
Bo Jackson, right? Like he's not a Hall of Famer in either of the sports, but he's the impact is like, are you kidding me?
Well, like Fernando Valenzuela,
Yeah,
Tim Lincecum.
sure.
But there's a lot of guys that have had an impact on the sport that I feel they need to be. Like, for example, Sammy Sosa.
Right.
People can say whatever they want about Sammy Sosa, and they are correct regarding his cheating of the game. He did. He cheated the game. He also saved the game.
Him and Mark McGwire.
I was 14 years old, 15 years old during 96 time. And I watched all of my friends who we all grew up playing baseball. Everyone was pissed off at baseball. We turned away from baseball, all of us.
Yep.
And you know who brought us back? Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa. And Sammy Sosa in the Excelsior, where I'm born and raised, was a hero. He was a Latin guy who represented all of the kids in the neighborhood and embraced America. He came running out with the American flag,
yeah, the little one.
and was a smiling face of joy and brought back the childlike joy we had to the game. Does that mean his entire career was a Hall of Fame player? No, but we cannot write the history of the game without Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa and what they did in the 1998 season. It brought America and the kids back to the game. It did. It unified the fandom of the sport.
Fast Five.
And as you bring this up, Joe, I know it's our Xfinity final thoughts here. Whether it's Pete Rose or anyone in your life, don't wait till the very end to tell them like how much they matter to you. Right. Don't wait till someone passes away to, speak at their funeral, talk about their obituary. To me, celebrate people while they're alive as best you can. And that person that maybe had an impact on your life that you haven't talked to, pick up the phone and give them a call.
It's never too late.
Send them a text.
Never too late.
Tell them you love them. You just never know what's going to happen in this world. And I'm a big believer in telling people, like, when you have that moment, don't wait till it's too late. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate you and I love you. And I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me in my life. Say that to people.
There you go. I love you too, Joe. Thanks for saying that about me.
I only interrupted you 50 times in this 9 o'clock hour.
It's okay.
My ADD is really through the roof.
It's all right. We had a lot with Dave. We touched on Hall of Fame. We touched the Giants. We talked Warriors, touched golf. We talked all of it. North Carolina, baby. Quail Hollow. All right. Carter's going to be there. You going to be going there this weekend, Carter?
I wish, honestly.
Sneakily?
PJ? Taking the private jet?
Sneakily, I really like Charlotte's Airport. Kind of like a little mid-sized one, but very, very efficient, very clean, connected. Charlotte Airport. Not bad. There you go.
Dave, I was just going to say, honestly, Dave confirmed to me Scotty Scheffler's winning this weekend, period. I mean, the guy just had a 30 under par recently, for God's sake.
I like Bryson.
Bryson's actually the pick of a lot of experts.
Hit it a mile, right?
That's a big part of this course,
Where's my guy Brooksy at? He dominates PGAs usually.
Brooksy's been on a milk carton since Phil disposed of him. And
he won the PGA last year.
He did.
Matters. There you go. My final thought of the day is UFC. Some big announcements yesterday in the UFC. UFC 316 in June, I believe, will be featuring now Ilia Topuria versus Charles Oliveira, which is banger of a fight.
Sure.
And then in August, we have another one, Chimaev versus Duplessis.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
I know
looking really, really forward to it.
Huge. Can't wait for that.
By the way, I just want to make sure. Last year was Xander winning the PGA.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, Brooks won.
Okay.
My fault.
2 years.
Yeah.
Your fault.
Because Kiowa was where.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just
But
want
Brooksy's 3 PGA championships. I'm not
I know,
sleeping
but
on him.
ever since he went to live, it feels like
it's not the live. It's he became a dad. He's got other priorities now, Shasky.
my guy was skiing at a hockey game.
Well,
dog.
he's got a little bit that dad bod
he was
creep.
gigging out.
Well, he used to be Mr. Muscles, right? Mr. Biceps. Mr. Little Homer Simpson going on action, if you know what I mean, right there. What's your final thought, Joe?
I gave it to you. It said tell people that you love them.
That was it. Who are the Warriors? Are the Warriors winning tonight? You locking it in?
We're winning tonight, guys.
What's the score?
91-86.
Oh my God, it's gross. That means the T-Wolves can't hit anything.
And then we're going to be talking for the next 2 days.
Steph.
Can Steph come back?
Oh my God. Oh,
I wish you'd just say they're going to lose.
Oh my God.
Can you get me to Memorial Day week?
That's all you're asking. I
Can you
don't care if
just get
they
me
win.
there? Can you get me there?
My final thought is Warriors winning tonight.
You don't even believe it.
Warriors are winning tonight. I was right last time.
He's been on, honestly.
I have. I said the Wolves in a blowout the other game. I think the Warriors are winning tonight. They're going to edge them out. I think Jimmy Butler drops 30 tonight, and they win. How about that? And I think Brandon Podziemski.
How about that?
I think Brandon Podziemski hits 3 3-pointers at least. Locked in. That was Fast Five brought to you by
About
Xfinity.
that, Mr. Bunte.
I love that. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. I have that somewhere. There you go.
How do you like that, Mr. Bunte?
Steiny and Guru are next. Brought to you by Fremont. Here for you, here for good. Real quick, Carter. This is what it says in my box. Jess Smith, the president of the Valkyries, as we announced our partnership with them, 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries. We are now partnered together. We will have all of their games right here on 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app all year long. Jess Smith, president of the Valkyries, joining Steiny and Goo next at 11:30 on 95.7 The Game.
Great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
We're Warriors. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, can the Warriors find a way to scratch and claw their way to a win tonight in Minnesota? Come back to the Bay, get Steph Curry reevaluated on Saturday, and pull something dramatic off. Goo?
Yeah, you know what? Go ahead.
Can they do it?
You know what? I think you have too much on that to-do list.
Okay.
Let's go.
Oh, my gosh.
The great rapper,
You're not jumping
DJ
up?
Quick, had
All
a
right.
hit song called Tonight, and let's just focus on tonight, because if they don't get it, none of that matters. Steiny, they're 11-point underdogs.
Is that all?
That's disrespectful, one. And two, we talked about the puppies yesterday, but I'm sorry. If we don't get playoff Jimmy, playoff Dre, and Jonathan Kuminga doesn't play 40 to 45 minutes, it's over. And I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
And I got a speech before we get out of here. I lied yesterday and forgot.
What do you mean?
We teased it and didn't get to it because we had so much yesterday.
You're going to do a pregame speech today?
No, yeah. Before we get out of here. Don't let me forget it.
Okay.
We both forget.
Well, good. I'll do one too.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
You said it yesterday and you didn't do it, so people hit me on Twitter a little upset.
Well,
can they get it done?
Yes, but it's going to be tough. They've got to play better. And you know who's got to play better?
Oh.
Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler.
Wow, man.
Because those two players are the ones that are the most important, I think, for the Warriors, obviously without Steph Curry. And let me ask you this, Warrior fans. How's Butler played in this series? How's Jimmy Butler played in this series? And how has Draymond Green played in this series?
I'm being real. I'll go first, Donnie. I'm giving Draymond a straight-up D+, and I'm giving Jimmy a C-. And you know what? I'm going to take the minus off. I think he's hurt. So I'm just going to say C because you've been out there. But that's still not good enough, partner. The Draymond Green thing, and I'm being real here. I'm not mad at Dre. I respect him. I thought he was going to get DPOY. But if this is a signal of a pitcher losing that's known for his fastball and now is slowing down, you don't throw as hard, or a quarterback losing some stuff on his passes, this is the series that has showed me, or that maybe there's some slippage going on because Julius Randle, Steiny, is having his way. And Draymond is the only thing we have in regard to resistance, and I think it's taken so much out of Dre's body physically that offensively he has nothing. Now, he answered the bell last game with 14, but then defensively I thought you were invisible. So you tell me just real quick on Dre what you're seeing with your binoculars, because, Steiny, I hope it's not slippage, but just Julius Randle is stronger, bigger, younger, and faster.
Well, that never stopped Draymond Green before. And Şengün's bigger and stronger too, and Draymond did a better job against him. I'm lumping Jimmy Butler and Draymond in together because, and I'm just going to say it generally, in general. What do we always say? Oh, Steph Curry's not there. Other guys got to step up. Well, the two guys who have to step up are Butler and Draymond, and they haven't. Wow. They haven't stepped up. I mean, Jimmy Butler's averaging 21 a game in this series, but it's not enough without Steph Curry. It's just not enough. And if you go back, and we talked about this a lot, playoff Jimmy Butler, if you go back and look at the playoff series that he's had with Miami 2 years ago and then before that, and you look at some of the numbers that he put up, they're unbelievable. And he's not even close to that guy right now.
Wow.
And I'm wondering, is it really just because it's 2 years later than he's done it? But
if you look at Jimmy Butler's game log for the playoffs, and then you look at this year, he hasn't played badly, but let me ask you this. Have you noticed any difference between Jimmy Butler in the regular season and Jimmy Butler in the playoffs?
You on fire? No, Stoney.
Exactly.
Emphatically no.
Exactly.
And that's the problem.
So that leads me to believe maybe he doesn't have it in him, at least for more than 1 or 2 games at a time. Obviously, he's had some great games in the postseason, but he's also had a couple single-digit games. Obviously, one of them was when he got hurt, but I still think, we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about Podziemski, Kuminga, Post, Hill, Payton.
Yeah, the others.
But the reality of the situation is that Draymond, that this team's not going to be able to go anywhere if this is just who Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green are.
No doubt. And I'll say this, because we're different. We watch the game differently. But with those grades, I gave a C and a D. And I get it. Some may disagree. But the bottom line is those were my grades. Stoney, the fact is Saturday night, I won't let it go. You were up 6. You corrected me with about 8, or was that Willard or Dibbs? With about 8 minutes left in that game. You were in that game. It was in the balance. And then you led by 2 at half just a couple days ago. Does that merit for fans that now are holding on like in vogue, that, okay, even if Dre and Jimmy haven't been their best, we still had 2 opportunities. Like, does the last game constitute a lead at halftime to where Warrior fans should feel kind of mad that, you know what, for 2 quarters we outplayed them?
Well, for 2 hours, two quarters, you hung in there. You absolutely did.
So you think if Jimmy, a better version of Jimmy and Dre, I don't see why we can't win.
Well, the problem is that in game 3, which is the game you let slip away.
Oh, man.
And unfortunately, this is the way great players get measured. Butler had 33. He played terrific.
But
they still didn't lose. They still didn't win.
Wasn't terrific.
He was 1 for 7. So, I mean, 1 for 7's not going to get it done for Jimmy Butler. And the issue with Draymond Green is
Talk to me,
I
man.
can't think of another series where he's been this ordinary defensively.
I got one.
Which one?
2019 finals against Toronto. Bonte can back me up. Pascal Siakam did all he wanted with Draymond Green. I think it was Dre's worst series. All right, that's one.
Yeah, I think I have not seen a player do to Draymond what Randall's been doing to Draymond. And these are the kind of guys that give Draymond trouble. Randall's bigger.
Oof.
He's stronger. He's more athletic. And he knows
now.
He knows how to play physical basketball. And, I think this is what the Timberwolves were shooting for when they traded Karl Anthony Towns
Now that's
for Randall.
Wow.
I think they thought that Julius Randall rather had the ability to be a tougher player than Karl Anthony Towns. And I think as an isolation player or as a one-on-one player, Randall's better than Karl Anthony Towns. Towns may be better all around, and he can certainly shoot the 3, but
this is a different beast.
Julius Randall is the way he's playing. It's vintage playoff. I mean that he's playing the way you got to play,
but he's inflicting pain when he's doing it. Like
exactly,
it's the biggest compliment I could give anybody. Like Stoney, it is not just a bucket; it's the way he's doing it and the load physically. So. Again, and you know what I hate? And I just told you, hey, Stoney, your list is too long. It's one game at a time. It is. It's about tonight. But when I try to go big picture, like the old Sixer Stadium, the Spectrum, Stoney, you got to win 3 in a row.
Yep. In order to win the series, yes, you do. But I'm more concerned with, Draymond's never been the greatest offensive player, but he's important, or he was important to Steph Curry. But if he's not winning the defensive matchup against his man, what are we really talking about?
Wow.
You know, they got a big problem if Draymond Green is losing it to this extent on the defensive end, whether it's this series, next series, the finals, next year or the year after.
Because he's undersized and he's mastered it, but now they almost need to give him some help too.
Exactly. And that's maybe the scariest part is they have this big three and they still need help. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, how have Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green played in this series? How have they played? Have they been good enough? Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And Memorial Day weekend, it's almost here. So swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. It's done in 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
This is crazy. I don't even know what to say.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, as you heard this morning on the Morning Roast, we are very excited to announce that 95.7 The Game and Odyssey have partnered with the Valkyries on a multi-year deal to broadcast their games, and that starts this Friday. Valkyries take on the LA Sparks at Chase Center at 7 p.m. You're going to be able to listen to the games right here on 95.7 The Game and also the Odyssey app. The Valkyries will have their own custom channel, so download that Odyssey app now and search Valkyries to listen to each and every game. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones are going to be on the call throughout the season. We are happy and proud to have the Valkyries on board.
Yeah, Starty Friday.
Yep, and we later on in the show at 11:30, we're going to have Jess Smith on. She's the Valkyries president. And we're going to talk to her. There's a lot of excitement.
She's got to be excited. The Bay is too, man.
I mean, I'm still blown away that the Valkyries drew 17,000 at Chase Center on a night the Warriors had a playoff game.
Yeah, no doubt.
That is incredibly impressive. And to me, that foretells that this is going to be a very popular team in the Bay Area.
And you look at just the league and how healthy the WNBA is, Snotty. Now we have a team. We'll have a draft after this season. We'll get to know these young ladies. And then Caitlin Clark and all the other stars littered in the NBA will be coming here, man. I'm juiced.
Yeah, exactly. Let me ask you this, Goo, and be honest with me.
I always am. I hate when you say that.
Well, sometimes
it insinuates you lie. Goo, I'm being honest.
No, it's not lying. It's that you sometimes, I don't know when you have your rose-colored glasses on and when you don't.
Okay.
And so I'm just going to get a feel for that right now. Let me ask you a question. How good is this team without Steph Curry? Are they even a playoff team without Steph Curry?
I would say they were, yes, I would say they're a playoff team without Steph Curry, with Jimmy Butler here. I have to say that. I think this team without Steph Curry. Hold on, I'm going to elaborate real quick.
All right.
This team is currently constructed without Steph, I think is better than the team that was the team before Jimmy arrived that was 26-27 or 25-26. Tell me what you think.
I think it's
that team didn't use Kuminga. This team is.
I think they're about the same.
All right. I would not. So then they're not a playoff team because that's what the Warriors were before Jimmy. Steph didn't look like Steph. We were worried about the bilateral knee tendonitis.
They're a play-in team. This is. I think this team.
That's what they were anyway.
Well, this team that's taking the floor tonight, I think, is a play-in team, and so I'm not setting up a bad expectation, but sometimes I think that we maybe underestimated how much this guy means, as hard as it is, and even though we know he's one of the greatest players of all time. But the thing that I'm most alarmed by is the inability of virtually everybody on this roster. You know, you always hear it. I said it. Who's going to step up? Who's going to step up? Nobody stepped up but for Kuminga.
Yeah.
And Kuminga's gotten a chance that he hasn't had in the previous series or at the end of the year, and he's doing exactly what you'd hope he would do in this situation. But I went up and down this roster. To me, Kuminga's been okay, and there's only been one other player who I think has kind of held his own while Curry's not here.
Kevon Looney.
Buddy Hield.
All right.
It's Buddy Hield. But Butler has not gotten it done. I mean, Draymond Green has 17 assists and 13 turnovers in this series.
That's what a ratio.
And we're usually talking about a guy who is going to have about 5 or 6 assists per game, but that's not been the case. That's not been the case in this series.
I need to say this and get this off my chest because yesterday I was not trying to be vindictive when I said what I'm about to say. And that was the Jimmy Butler honeymoon is over. And the reason I say that is, Steiny, I am ultra shocked that we're not seeing the Miami version of Jimmy Butler without Steph Curry. And I felt like we were all in the Batmobile headed to that because we were seeing the impact and we were living it nightly with Jimmy Butler. So whenever this thing ends, I hope it's not tonight. I do wonder if he'll be honest and tell us just how much he's been hampered to where Batman can't get his cape. But my question to you by bringing that up is, why hasn't he been able to be that Miami version of himself in this series?
I think it's probably a combination of a lot of things. I think part of it is he's not the player he was 2 years ago.
Why?
Because he's older. He's older, and if he's not 100%, that's just not going to work in the playoffs. I also think a lot of it has to do with the Minnesota Timberwolves are young, athletic, a
good team.
They're
a great team.
They're a really good team.
Right.
And, Butler's never been overly athletic. He's always relied on smarts and not just smarts. I mean, the guy's incredibly talented, but
you ain't playing above the rim a lot.
No, not at all. And I'm just looking at Butler's game, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he can be playoff Jimmy Butler anymore, because playoff Jimmy Butler for Miami was incredibly consistent, and this Jimmy Butler has not been incredibly consistent. And it's partly because, one night he shoots, game 3 he shot 26 times. Game 4 he shoots 9. Oh, he's sick or he's hurt. Well, that hasn't happened in the postseason before then. That when he wasn't this type of player, when he was dominant. I mean, I don't know if he. Do you think he can be dominant for a series? I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, and I'm right. I'm in that line. I'm not sure, but I will say this, and it's concerning just about the state of the Warriors, Donnie. We talked about it all year long. It was one of your biggest, I don't want to say fears, that would be strong about this team with a healthy Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, and it was three-point shooting. And I think about Jimmy in Miami. He had Duncan, he had Hero, he had Vincent, he had Mart, guys that could shoot, Steiny. But we don't have that, and I wonder if Jimmy is listening to us right now being like, dude, I don't have no outlets. I'm playing the same. Guys just aren't knocking them down. So that's another story for another day. But, Steiny, I feel like we're on that highway of how do you fix that Achilles heel of this team when Steph is healthy, where we just don't have shooting. And do I dare say you're going to scoff? Again, I'm not. We got a game tonight. But Klay Thompson's missed.
Well, the good Klay Thompson's missed. But we've been saying all year, even with Steph Curry,
the shooting was light.
They have two shooters. They have 2 3-point shooters, Hield and Steph Curry. And now they don't have Steph Curry, and you're seeing that they cannot make threes consistently. And I just think it's because they don't have a player, and this includes Jimmy Butler, that the opposing team is going to double team.
Man.
Like Jimmy Butler, whether you like it or not, hasn't been double teamed in this series.
Steiny, that's a big deal, man.
And so if he can't draw a double team and get your numbers to an advantage, then he's either going to have to do it himself, which he's not crazy about doing, and I don't know if he's equipped to do it anymore, because he doesn't like to be a volume shooter. He has been, but he doesn't like it. And then if you're matching up with him individually, the other guys aren't going to be open as much. And then if he does kick it out, we've seen this time and time again, whether it's Pods, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's Buddy Hield, they find themselves up against the shot clock with 4 or 5 seconds to go on the shot clock. And then we find out they don't have a lot of creators without Steph either. And I just think the more and more we see this team play without Steph, the more and more we realize just how difficult it's going to be, not only to win tonight, but to somehow win the next 3.
No doubt. And there's 2 type of players to me in the league, man. Guys that can create their own, and others, and this is no shade, that live off of their great teammates being double teamed, and then they perform that way. And for Jimmy not to, and I'm describing Steph Curry, right? And to see Jimmy not double teamed in Minnesota saying we can check him one-on-one, it's suffocating everybody else. And, again, the Warriors can even score a bucket sometimes, Steiny. It's like, man, not fool's gold, but you just don't feel good about the possession because it's like, can you really count on that, in the second, third, and the important possessions? And right now you can't. So I know people out there are probably going to scoff at this, but my biggest fear tonight is, and Draymond said it at the podium after last game, Steiny, how do you score enough points to win? I think they've shown us they can keep, Minnesota down to where, they have a puncher's chance, but how do you put the ball in the hole when guys some have gone south in regard to making shots?
Yeah. This from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Yes, that means Jimmy Butler is not being double teamed, so he needs to shoot the ball more.
Oh, damn.
And I'm wondering if he can generate quality looks.
Now, when you say
for
can,
himself,
what do you mean?
I mean, I
only see him do the middies a couple times. It's like, live in there, Jimmy. Drive, stop on a dime, raise up.
Yeah, I think he struggles with bigger guys. And maybe he was able to overcome that years ago or a couple years ago, but it doesn't seem like it really seems like it's a chore for him to drive and finish right now.
Yeah.
It just does.
And injury, again, no excuses. Injuries would, Steiny, for me, that would be 97% of what we're not seeing if he's been compromised. Because there's no reason to play 30-somewhat minutes and have 9 field goal attempts in a series that you're down.
Well, my question would be,
and after a game, you hoisted up 23 shots.
Exactly. 26. He was 12 for 26.
I mean, come on, man.
So what,
the math ain't mathing.
I mean, if he can score 33 points on a Saturday, why does he only score 14 on a Monday?
Because if I hit you in the 9th round with power and then we're in the 12th round, I'm not going to have as much power because I'm losing stamina. So fatigue.
Well, that doesn't bode well if he can't turn it on, which is something that everybody assumed was going to happen.
Man, I'm an ass because I did assume.
This from the 408 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I hate to say this, but it looks easy for McDaniels to defend Butler.
Evan talked to him after the game, and he said he felt Evan Giddings, he felt like Jimmy wasn't as aggressive this last game, which was obvious, but man, wow.
Let's go to Marvin. Marvin's in San Francisco. Get us going, Marvin. How you doing, man?
Okay, I don't know if you're watching the Denver Oklahoma City series.
Yeah, great series.
But the referees are allowing Lou Dort to do whatever he wants to Jokic for extended periods of time. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, Lou Dort last night had his arm hooked from behind over, under, and then up against Jokic, to the extent where Jokic was turning towards the referees with Lou Dort stuck to him, holding him with his arm hooked up. And they called a foul on Jokic, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not letting the Warriors play defense. Proof of that. Remember that Houston game we got blown out? Okay, in the first quarter, I was teaching class, and I came out at the end of the first quarter, and they were ahead by 12 points. They had 13 for 13 from the foul line, and the Warriors had 0. I'm tired of hearing about playoff defense because we're not allowed to play it. So the reason Jaden McDaniels, the guy's 6'10", he's the best defender in the NBA, and if he's got help because guys are coming up from behind, he also has the rim protection behind him. Okay, so Jimmy, I think, is playing great in this series, except for the fact that he's alone. He's not getting any help. Now, having said that, last night Denver went 0 for the first 9 minutes of the fourth quarter. Nobody's saying they don't have shooters. Nobody's saying they don't have bigs. Nobody's saying they don't have all the stuff they're saying the Warriors don't have as a reason why the Warriors can't make outside shots. Last point. We were talking about Houston not doing as well as people thought they would because they were new to the playoffs. Well, I think Pajinski and our young guys are kind of experiencing the same thing, where they don't have Steph Curry on the court to distract attention from the defense. So to me, the reason that the Warriors, I pointed out last time I called, the Warriors are beating their guy on the outside and passing up 10 and 15-foot shots. Because I don't know why, but they pass it to a guy out for a three ball. I think Kerr has basically got this whole team thinking away from the mid-range shot, away from when you're open shoot it, and away from, and last thing, how many free throws has Jimmy Butler shot in this series? Not very many. And the reason is because they're not giving him the call when a guy hits them as he's shooting under the basket. He had an arm across both arms coming up, and it was not called in, I think it was game 2. And ever since then, he has not gone to the basket like he did for the whole season. So to me, it may be that they're just supposed to win this, but stranger things have happened.
No doubt.
Then a team getting into a game like this where they're all smiling at each other and joking and all this stuff like they did in the first game they played us this year. We had a back-to-back against Minnesota, and they were playing volleyball at the end of the game laughing at the Warriors, and then we blew them out the next night.
That's right.
That was with Curry.
All right, hey Marvin, we got to keep it moving. But I hear what you're saying. I just don't think they have a lot of good 3-point shooters right now. They don't have enough steady 3-point shooters right now.
And Dibbs wouldn't have liked that call because Marvin, to me, basically was calling out the refs. They're not fouling because they don't have to, and you don't foul when you're D'ing your man up, and that's why Jimmy only went to the line 5 times last game. But we just talked about, and the caller said it too, how good of a defender McDaniels is, Tiny. They're not fouling.
Butler's gone to the line 25 times in 4 games, so that's about six plus per game free throws, which not bad.
I was just about to say it, right.
But I'm looking at the first series. I mean, if we got to take out the 7-minute game, because he only shot 2 free throws, but 18, 32. He took 42 free throws in 6 games, which is 7. He averaged 7 in the previous series, but he did have a 12 and he had a 14. So he got to the line a ton of times in specific games, but he hasn't been able to kind of translate that against the Timberwolves into consistent free throw attempts. And that's something that he was kind of hanging his hat on. When the Warriors are playing terrific basketball, they can count on Butler getting to the line 10 times.
Yeah, and if you're into plus minus, and I know it can, not tell the whole story. A game where the Warriors lost by 7, Stoney, he was a team high minus 30.
Yeah.
And you do with that what you will, but man.
But, I mean, what I have written down is any way you cut it, this is not playoff Jimmy.
No doubt.
Because he's played 11 games, and he's had 30 points once. Yep. And get this, Goo. And maybe this is unfair, but I got to do it anyway. In 2023, when the Miami Heat beat the Milwaukee Bucks in 5 games,
okay.
Listen to these scoring numbers for Jimmy Butler. 35, 25, 30, 56, 42.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow, man.
I don't know that he can do that right now.
Well, he's not.
Right.
And he still has a chance tonight to start that. But then again, it just goes to, you didn't have Steph Curry when you were doing that, going up against Giannis and company. So that's why I don't want to, I'm going to use the words now. And that's why I'm disappointed. Because I thought without Steph, we would get that. Forgetting, that overzealous, that ultra, shot getter or shot creator, Jimmy Butler. But that we're getting the exact opposite.
Yeah, we are at this point. So this is from the 209 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injuries Attorneys text line. And Evan brought this up before the show. At a lot of points this season, when we talked about the Warriors, and we said, what can they do? What would be a good season? What would we quote unquote take?
Oh,
a lot of people said win a series.
That was without Jimmy Butler.
Was it?
Yes. How the hell would you get Jimmy Butler and say winning the series because I said that. Well, again, everybody's got their own opinion.
They still made it as a play-in team, the Warriors.
Well, we can make an argument they shouldn't have been a play-in team. They drop out games left and right at the end of the season. And I had Western Conference Finals after we got Butler and they had got hot. And we were like, man, this team might be a 4 seed. This team might be a 3. It got to that. Let's not forget that.
Right, but when you said Western Conference Finals.
That was with Jimmy.
Right, what did I say?
Help me out.
I said that I don't think so. Like, I don't think so. That's asking a lot. I do think, in a way, especially without Curry.
Well, okay.
But yeah. I don't know. I do think.
So,
Evan, do you think the expectations, and I'm sure they have. Oh, we got to go. We got to get out. Yeah. We got to get out.
You ain't got to go home, but you got to get out.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get to some calls on the other side. And then also I'm going to play some sound from Steve Kerr from yesterday. He was on with Willard and Dibbs. And he said some interesting things about Kuminga and Podziemski, and we're going to run that by you guys and see what you think. But what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Hey, it's time to escape. Book your stay at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. You can enjoy sweeping views, clean, fresh, cool ocean air, and in your room, you'll get a chilled complimentary bottle of wine. Breakfast is served at the Tides Wharf. Book today at inatthetides.com.
cannot sit here and not go outside when it's sunny, waiting on the rain. You gotta go live. Kick your ass!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I got some good news and bad news.
Yep. Give me the bad first. I'm one of those guys. Give it to me, baby.
Guru said he's going to do a pregame speech for the Warriors tonight.
Yeah. What news is that?
Why is that bad news?
They won last time I did it.
The good news is you're going to do it too. Some people.
No, my mentions have been blowing up that I didn't do it, and I said, all right, you know what? They're calling for me. Not everybody, but they're calling for me.
Hey, the Warriors aren't the only basketball team in town. The Valkyries. You're going to be able to hear them on 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app. We've partnered with the Valkyries on a multi-year deal. We're going to broadcast their games, and it starts this Friday as the Valkyries take on the LA Sparks at Chase. That's at 7 o'clock. You're going to be able to listen to the games right here on 95.7 The Game and also the app. The Valkyries are going to have their own custom channel. So why don't you go ahead and download the Odyssey app right now, search for Valkyries, and you can listen to every single game. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they are going to be on the call. It all starts Friday. And if you're a Warrior fan, ideally, you'll see a little bit of an overlap, meaning the Valkyries will play Friday and the Warriors will play Game 6 on Sunday.
That is awesome. Like, I'm truly excited, Sonny.
Sure. There's something about a new team.
And I told you last year was the first year, because I got captivated by Caitlin Clark and company. I got the WNBA package. Now, we'll be watching on KPIX, the Valkyries.
Yeah. Jimmy Butler only took 9 shots on Monday. Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs, and they asked him what the deal is with Jimmy Butler. Is he healthy? Is he sick? Here's what Steve Kerr said.
Well, he was under the weather last night. He really was not feeling well, and I think that definitely impacted him. But I think it was good that the fact that he only played 34 minutes. He's been up over 40 several times in the postseason, and last night obviously the game didn't go our way, but nobody got overloaded, and I think everybody will be ready to go tomorrow. And I know who Jimmy is. Everyone knows who Jimmy is. He's one of the great playoff performers, and I expect him to have a big game tomorrow.
Do you expect him to have a big game tonight?
Yeah, and get this. I know, Guru, come on, 30 shot attempts. I know he knows. Listen, I'm giving him the biggest pass. Stoney, I looked at him and I was wondering why he wasn't in the game at a juncture of that game the other night. And Stoney, I'm telling you, man, these dudes are not computers and machines as much as I think they are. Just think about it. Gary Payton II was dealing with something. He didn't even play. Porzingis, I don't even think it's gotten past whatever's going on with him, but it's affecting him. Just so, again, there's no way Jimmy Butler healthy or ready to go would only, hoist up nine shots. So I'm giving him a pass, and I think he's going to try to make up for that, hearing all this noise, knowing that it's an elimination game. Stoney and Evan, I'm saying, and I'll bet you a pop.
I'll bet you
30 field goal attempts tonight.
I'll take that bet.
All right, it's done.
Wait, how many?
30.
For
least.
who?
Jimmy.
Yeah, I will take that.
So I got 2.
That is so many attempts. Like,
he had 26 the other night.
That was the most he's taken in a playoff game since 2013.
I got you. 4 more coming, E.
All right. They might need it, though.
They do. That's what I'm saying, Evan. And plus, he's looking at it like a game that gets rained out in Major League Baseball. The makeup, Steiny. He's going to make up for knowing he only did 9 shots. They can't win if he's not. I got to be honest. Those numbers you read against Milwaukee, oh, my God.
That was a long time ago.
And there was a Lawrence Taylor in there, 56. Gee, we need that.
January, February, March, April. So it was 25 months ago. 25 months ago.
Well, his tailbone was healthy.
Jimmy Butler, and he was 33. 35, 25, 30, 56, 42.
You know what? I don't want the bet. I just thought about it.
It's too late.
Evan,
it's absolutely too late.
It's in the books. I get it. Hey, all right. 30 shots. I feel it.
trips to the free throw line do not count as field goal attempts, by the way.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's another.
Like, if he has a 40-point game, it's probably because he's getting to the line like 18 times.
Hey, bet off. Yep.
Nope, it's on the record.
Yeah, it's already in the cap, unfortunately.
I like seeing you guys out.
Let's go to City Boy. He's feeling good.
Oh,
City
wow.
Boy feels positive.
Okay. Tell us why.
Why?
Well, that's the catch. I don't really know why, but I woke up today feeling like we're going to get a dub.
All right.
Because well, here's the thing, right? The spread's 11. All signs point to us getting wiped out and sent home. And I'm maybe sometimes a contrarian, especially when it comes to sports. When everything looks like it's going one way, sometimes it tends to go the other.
Yeah.
How it's going to look, I don't know. Can I just say, Steve Kerr, I love Steve Kerr. He had a phenomenal series against Houston. He's having an equally bad series this series. And I understand without Steph, he's trying to throw stuff at the wall, but he's sticking to his guns too much. I mean, it's funny because his whole quote-unquote excuse for not playing Kuminga down the stretch of the season was he has to worry about winning games and he can't worry about people's feelings, right?
Yep.
All of a sudden, he's running GP2 and pods out there. GP2 played more minutes than Kuminga last game. You tell me how that makes sense. And I love GP2, but, look, we have all these specialists. We have all these one-dimensional players. And guess what? When they're not doing well in that one dimension, what do they give you? Zero. Nothing. You can't have specialists who are bad at their one thing that they specialize in. I'm not saying that GP2 is a great defender. He's not defending at a high level right now. And Matt, you were so spot on with Bodds and his B-ball IQ. I'm sorry, it's just not that good.
Oh, wow.
It's just not. And I'm a Pods fan overall, but this guy's not a 40-minute-a-night guy, And the thing is, with Steph Curry, he almost has to be. We need another ball handler. But, Steve really could be running, and I hate to use the name Pat Spencer because I know he's like this cult figure now, right? But like, how good is he really? But let's be honest, he's not going to be worse than Pods has been.
Oh, wow, man.
At some point, you got to do something different, So, I'd like to see a little more Pat Spencer. And Draymond Green, right on the table, he's a 20, 25-minute guy these days. If you play Draymond 20 or 25 minutes, he could be pretty good. If you're playing him 35 minutes, he gets worn down. He loses his temper. And, I wanted to say one thing about the physicality, and I'll let you guys go. It's interesting. My biggest problem with the way they're calling these playoffs, and, I think a lot of people enjoy the physicality, and they're saying, oh, it's great to see. The biggest problem with it is the players don't know which way is up because it's like, oh, we're letting them play. We're letting them be physical. The players will adjust. Well, guess what? They adjust and get more physical, and then all of a sudden they get 2 or 3 whistles, and they're looking at the refs like, hey, you're letting it go on this end. So it's selective officiating. The problem is it's foul, 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 whistle, foul, 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 whistle. They don't know when they're going to call the whistles. They don't know what's a foul and what's not, and that's just a problem. It doesn't, go for or against the Warriors necessarily, but it makes for an awkward basketball game, and you see a real disjointed game because – that's why you see so many players complaining because they're like, hey, you're letting it go. And all of a sudden you blow 2 whistles on me and I don't know what to do, So interesting.
And Steve Kerr was talking about this yesterday, just how the reffing in the playoffs is just really, really hard because a regular season game is easy, relatively speaking. But when every player on the court is playing as hard as they can, then everybody's raising their intensity level. So naturally, the defense is going to be better. It's going to be more physical. So then when do you and where do you draw the line?
But for the players, Steiny, as long as you and I have been watching the NBA, I love it because players know it's amped up and they're letting stuff go. James Harden's whole career, regular season compared to the playoffs, it's not the same. So I get that. But City Boy said 2 things to stay with me. And I love Willard and Dibbs and Kerr yesterday because they had a great conversation. But Willard radio pressed Kerr on Pods. And I couldn't wait to hear, Kerr, play it, his answer. And then I would love to, talk about what City Boy, his point was.
All right, this is Steve Kerr. He was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. And they asked him about Pods and his shooting struggles, etc. This is what Steve Kerr said.
Well, the confidence in the shot right now is not there. But let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player, and every game you look at the plus minus at the end of the game, and he's at or near the top for our team. So he does so many other things besides shoot that are crucial for us. He's still going to be out there. That's why I'm still playing him as much as I am, despite his shooting struggles. He's a crucial player for us, and so he's. These are great experiences for him, to go through and to learn from. And I'm confident in his ability to get past this shooting funk and have a big game tomorrow because he's got a lot of confidence.
That sounds like a guy that he's talking about, his player, Pods, who is nowhere near being removed off of the floor, Steiny, or minutes going down or decreasing. So I have to tell you, I felt like I needed security because I was trying to defend Pods yesterday, getting to the car. But that's the head coach telling Willard and Dibbs about, we know the shot's not there, but he does all this other stuff. So I'm asking you, why is there fans like City Boy and Regulator right now on the YouTube chat saying, what has he done for us lately? Why is there such a big gap? And then I want to throw it to you, Steiny. What are your thoughts on how he answered that question about? Because if I'm Pods, I'm like, I'm a made man, but my coach got my back, and I'm still doing other things that maybe even I'm missing because I'm telling you I'd like to see a bit more of a Pat Spencer just because Pods might need to sit down and look at the game from a different vantage point.
Well, I mean, I don't know if defensive is the right word, but when you say unprompted, let me tell you something. He's a hell of a ball player. That does sound like you're propping him up a little bit, but the part that really resonated with me is twice during that answer he said, and Brandon's crucial for us. Well, that's the problem. He's right now he's too important of a player to be playing at this level for the Warriors. Now, whether he's forced into that role or not, if Steve Kerr is telling us, Pods is really crucial to our success, well, that tells me that you're asking him to do more than he's comfortable doing. And I think that's the case. You're asking a role player to now be the second or third best player on the team. And that's a big problem for a guy who's only in his second year. And like, if I asked you what can Brandon Podziemski, like, he's going to go play tonight. What can he hang his hat on? What does Steve Kerr know he's going to be able to give him? And I don't know how to answer that question.
Again, I got an answer. Effort.
Well, he's always going to give you that. I mean, he does play.
I'm not saying effort like that's the winner. It's like that's a given, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's right. That's right. He plays hard. You know that. But can you count on shooting? No. Can you count on defense? No. Can you count just right now, on playmaking? Not really.
Then why did the coach of a team that's won 4 chips? I'm just asking Stan. He said, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I didn't get that answer. Well, and you're right. He was defensive in a sense.
I think one thing that's not being said here, obviously, is if Steve Kerr would just say, "Hey, Dibbs and Willard, I don't have anybody better than him.
Oh, wow, man.
I don't have anybody better than him on the roster." You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm remembering vividly now. The interview, Dibbs asked him that.
Well, and then what also happened is Mark Willard asked him to explain what is it that Pods does to earn him 29, 33, 39, and 33 minutes in this series.
He reads the game. He handles the ball. He passes. He's a great rebounder. He sees things defensively, so he's always in the right spot. The game just connects when he's out there. It just makes a lot of sense for the rest of the group. And that doesn't mean he's perfect, but he does a lot of things that just make the game make sense. And not every player does that, frankly. So Brandon, despite his shooting struggles, continues to connect lineups and make good basketball plays, and that those are the things that help you win.
Not once did he mention how's his on-ball defense.
No.
Not once.
Nope.
But you almost got to give the coach credit because he didn't throw his player under the bus. He stood out. You know what I'm saying? It's not a we. Come on now.
Well, the question was also, what does he do?
Right.
It wasn't what can't he do. So maybe he's not a great on-ball defender, but the question was about why he plays so much.
Yeah, and let me just do this for effect here. Jonathan Kuminga was also a topic. And just take a listen to this question and answer because I do think it's worth a conversation. Take a listen.
Does his offensive skill set really have much more of a positive impact when he's more center in the offense, meaning, stuff is run through him and he has more of a chance to have the ball and attack as opposed to playing off the ball?
Yeah, for sure. He's best when he has the ball in his hands, for sure.
That was it on Kuminga.
I got to tell you, that's awesome. So
what's awesome about it? I do think it could be a little telling.
Before the coach even said it, fans have identified that. So there's not a way, Stoney. I'm just asking to where you can slice the cake or sprinkle in the gumbo when we're out there, when he's out there. I'm going regular season now. We can kind of, if we know this, curtail the offense to where when he's out there to get the best possible Kuminga, put him in a situation to where he's not taking an SAT test and playing off the ball and have the ball in his hand. I think that could be done. Manipulate it. Trick it up. Know what and who your personnel is. But we're watching it, especially without Steph. So I guess not a follow-up. My thought is the rat's on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, Stoney. I feel like that's a loss on the team in a whole that we haven't customized something more than when he's out there, he's featured. And he was featured before he got hurt and Jimmy came here. But now what are we watching? 3 games in a row from a production standpoint. When you talk about scoring, he doesn't look like a zero at all against some stellar defense.
No, Steve Kerr, I think, is telling you what we all know that he thinks. He's not crazy about Kuminga. Duh. He's just not. And I think Steve Kerr looks at Jonathan Kuminga and says, he can score. And that's it. I think that's the way he looks at Kuminga. And there's an interesting story today by Logan Murdoch in The Ringer. Logan Murdoch used to cover the Warriors in the Bay, and now he's at The Ringer. And he did a story on Kuminga, and he basically talked about the game. Remember when Kuminga played that game in Portland late in the year?
And he didn't pass it to Steph, and Steph licked at the bench. Remember I told you that? Yeah. That was the last time that was the start of it.
Well, he said that the coaching staff was essentially incensed with the way Kuminga played that game.
I watched it.
And if Steve Kerr and the coaching staff were incensed by what? Jonathan going on his own?
Yep.
And that's another thing that Murdoch said is, one of the problems that Kuminga has, according to the team, or the coaching staff, is he takes shots that are not in the flow of the offense. He kind of breaks off plays, if you will.
That's not a good thing to have.
But I don't mean plays like the Warriors have specific plays. They do, but most of their offense is open. But he's not. They think he's trying to do too much on his own and not in the context of team basketball. This is one of those things where he doesn't have to say what exactly is going on. Can't we figure it out?
No, yeah.
Now, we can disagree.
Right.
We can disagree with Steve Kerr about his assessment of Kuminga, but I think we all know, if we really think about it, what it is Kerr and the coaching staff apparently doesn't like about Kuminga.
And I'll just say this to defend Kuminga on this front. You had to know he was an ISO player when you drafted him.
Well, I don't know about that. I think they drafted a project. I don't know if they knew exactly what he was, but they loved the body and they loved his athleticism. And I think they figured, they could turn him into a player of some sort. I don't know. Maybe at the beginning they thought he could be a defensive stopper. Maybe in the beginning they thought he could be more of a post-up player. I don't know. I find it hard to believe, though, that they had him pigeonholed at 18 years old. But apparently 4 years later, they're still lacking confidence in him.
And I'll say this, because we are all one, right? We're all from the Bay. This is the team that we love. I'm just saying this, and you didn't ask me. I'm telling you all. Steiny, Steve Kerr is a made man. I had him on my top 5 coaches. But the way this team is playing without Steph Curry, and the fact that you had to default to Jonathan Kuminga, and Kuminga has been the best thing going to me in this series, is a bad look on everybody that whoever had to say so to identify Kuminga as DMP. That's just it. There's no other way around it. And if this team is somehow eliminated and Kuminga tonight goes for 30 or 28 again, Steiny, and again, well, what does that mean? It doesn't mean nothing, but I think that the coaching staff got it wrong. This is just a bad look to me. When you're watching your team and guys not be able to create, and it's okay, be who you are, but the guy that you told us doesn't do this or that is rising to the top.
In scoring. And I'm not going to fight you.
Had a couple block shots too, Steiny. Now the rebounding, that's terrible. 30 minutes the other night with not one rebound, that's not good. But I'm just telling you, it's a bad look that Jonathan Kuminga looks like the only thing you got going when you got Butler, Draymond Green, and Naz Reid, who looks like he needs a bottle of Advil every time Kuminga gets the ball because he can't stop him. How can that guy ever have been forgotten about? That's all, man. I feel better.
Well, I think Kerr looks at Brandon Podziemski as someone who, at his best, is a good all-around player. And I think he looks at Jonathan Kuminga at his best and says, he's a really good isolation offensive player. And that's it. And I think that's what is holding Kuminga back in Kerr's mind. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see a ton of calls on the other side. We'll get to them all. Warriors play the Timberwolves tonight. It's a 6:30 tip-off, 5:30 Warriors live. Then immediately following the game, Warriors wrap up, and the Warriors try to stave off elimination. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment, stay in your car, and it's done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
Guru here, and I want to talk to you about...
Goo, I love you. I love you.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, if you haven't heard, we're excited to announce that 95.7 The Game and Odyssey, we've partnered with the Golden State Valkyries. Multi-year deal. We're going to broadcast their games starting this Friday. Valkyries taking on the LA Sparks at Chase Center at 7. You'll be able to listen to the games right here on 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app. The Valkyries are going to have their own custom channel, so download that Odyssey app now and search Valkyries, and you can listen to every single game. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones are going to be on the call throughout the season, and coming up in 10 minutes, we've got Jess Smith, the Valkyries president, is going to join us. But first, let's get to some calls, Goo.
Right, I got
you. Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, how you doing? You want to talk about Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. I actually want to pivot a little bit, but, the Jimmy Butler situation, Jimmy's obviously a little bit older of a player compared to when he was back in Miami. So I am not really expecting him to score, 38 plus points, at this point in his career. But I also think it also has to do with the culture of what the Warriors are, they spread the ball around.
Right.
So, but I do wish that he was taking, and granted, he may have been feeling ill this last time or whatever, but even before then, I just wish that he would kind of take a little bit more control and try to still be that guy that we saw when he was in Miami. So that's the other thing. But the one thing I wanted to get to, guys, was, the X factor I think that's going to be tonight. And you guys were talking about it earlier and everything. I think Pods is going to actually be the X factor tonight. He's not going to be in this slump for the rest of his life. I think tonight there's no other choice. You have your back is against the wall. And I think, with everything that Coach Kerr is putting him into, he's still producing on other levels, but I think he actually gets out of his shooting slump tonight. So Pods is my X factor tonight. And Goo, one thing for you, brother, make sure that speech tonight, or that speech you make today, it better come hard, man, because they need some definite help.
I got you. Hey, right on, Mike.
Guru's going to address the Warriors at some point.
I'll go after your speech.
And that's what life's about.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Jim's in Martinez wants to talk about Jimmy Butler. Hey, Jim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I got a little bit of a slow day. I'm trying to talk to you guys, and I just had to go rescue my wife. She locked her keys and her phone in a trunk while she's in a class.
Oh,
I
no.
got thrown off a little. But a few
husband.
things. Hey, Goo, I'm with you. I'm pretty fired up about the Valkyries. It's probably going to be a rough start.
I'm with you.
Coming ground up and everything, but I think it's cool. You guys are hitting everything, as are the callers. But if you step back again, we're circling into the same thing. We're all right, but Butler's not 100%, and it's like we're all just going, yeah, well, we're going to do this, and stuff's not out there. And again, we're talking someone who's on the level to his team, like Jordan, Magic, Bird. All right, everybody settle down. And Butler, he is a little bit hobbled. You can see it. And I remember I've played every day. And I know you guys plot also. There was times 25 years ago. I'm 40. I'm playing against a bunch of 25-year-olds, and I'm killing it. And the other team all of a sudden realizes, you know what? That's the only guy on the other team that's doing anything. They put their best, biggest guy on me. And I don't have anybody to even pass to. Nobody on you're just picking up sides at the gym, and you end up with 4 guys that they're just okay, and they're not having a good day. And that's kind of what's going on with the Warriors if you think about it. Yeah. I did not see I really did not see Moses Moody going into this funkification.
Wow, man.
I mean, I'm still, but we got a puncher's chance. I remember real quick, another game where I watched these couple of young brothers that were jumping out of the gym, and they just literally annihilated everybody. We're next up. One of the guys I played with, he was okay. The other couple people on the team, I didn't really know. And he looks at me and he goes, yeah, at least it's going to be quick. And I go, hey, you never know. I went out there, I hit 3 threes in a row. Yeah, it was quick.
Give me the drop.
10-1. And one last thing. JK, I love him, but I watch every game, guys. I record him. And it's not just that he takes the shots, and it's not just that he got hurt, because he was really rolling, and the potential, you could just see it. But it's also the passes that he just lazily throws, and he's not Steph or Clay or Draymond. He doesn't have the history to be able to just, throw a loose ball and have it picked off for a layup the other way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we got a chance, but think about the game with Dante DiVincenzo's going for a rebound, and he just kind of bumps Kuminga out of the way. And also another one on a loose ball. Jonathan Kuminga should be dominating every dude around him, and he's got a smile on his face. It's like he's got a good attitude, but you got to get a killer attitude.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate the call. Yeah,
we can use it all.
That's true.
Yeah, all hands on deck, right?
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player. Stoney is just.
I don't have the confidence of the last caller or two callers ago that thinks Pods is going to snap out of it.
I think you might get PO'd here. We're flowing, but it's okay. I can handle it. If I told you, I tried to make the parallels between Houston in regard to their mentality in Minnesota after game one, not taking advantage of Steph being out, and now they've hit the ground running and they got control of this series. But Stoney, what if I told you there's something eating at me about Minnesota and their players to where I could see them coming into this game like, we've already proven it, we got them, and somehow that could play to the Warriors' advantage if they're on point, and somehow, I'll go with what City Boy says, somehow steal this game. And I know you hate that, but there's a lot of me feeling that way.
Okay, it's absolutely within the realm of possibility.
But if you said, Goo, tell me what do you see from a Warriors players that would help us steal it, I hadn't written anything down. I'm still processing that part. So it's more Minnesota not being buttoned up and us stealing it.
Minnesota is good when they're good, but they can play poorly. And they played poorly in game one, and it likely had a lot to do with the Golden State Warriors.
And Russ.
And so that's what the Warriors have to do tonight. They've got to figure out a way to slow down the Timberwolves a little bit,
yes,
which will allow them to win a game in the high 90s or in the low hundreds.
Because you've been in all the games.
Well,
I got a lead at half, and Saturday you had action.
I wonder how Warrior fans would feel, or if they agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, because would you say the Warriors have been in every game?
Yeah, they had Saturday night. They had it in the fourth, and then
they had a small lead in the fourth.
Yeah, but you're up 2 at half at home. I think you know what I mean. And then it all went bad. I get that, but
one of the reasons things go bad in the second half is because when a team's better than the other team, then they have 48 minutes to prove it.
Yeah.
And the Timberwolves just proved it in the second half.
Austin and San Jose on the chat says Thursday. The last game was a blowout, but not at half.
No, not at half. But we.
I got you.
Digress. All right. You want to do this? All right. Let's head out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And as you've heard, we're the proud partner of the Golden State Valkyries, and you can listen to the home opener right here on Friday on 95.7 The Game. Joining us right now to celebrate the partnership and talk about the Valkyries, their president, Jess Smith. Jess, thank you so much for joining us. How's it going out there in the inaugural season for the Valkyries?
Thanks for having me. An exciting time over here.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to start out with the exhibition game last week that drew over 17,000 fans, and it was on the same night that the Golden State Warriors had a playoff game. How thrilling must that have been for not only you but for the entire organization?
It's incredibly thrilling, and from day one, these fans have shown up for us and told us that they were awaiting this team and could not wait to support us. And so to see the preseason attendance, and of course we were supporting from afar from the Warriors as they were in Minnesota as well, was remarkable. And the game day itself, just to attest to that, it was so loud inside Chase Center. And so the excitement from that day forward, just in previewing what's to come for this season, and especially on Friday, we are all just, anticipating such an epic night to have all of our fans together in a packed arena.
Jess, I got to tell you, I was walking downtown San Francisco yesterday, and all throughout the Bay Area, I'm seeing Valkyrie gear everywhere. I got to tell you, that has to make you feel good.
It does. Our Valkyrie Violet, right? It really pops. And we were putting our brand together. It was really important that we were building something that people could recognize and something that our fans wanted to wear. And we were building merchandise that also fits into lifestyle wear. And we're seeing that. And I love seeing it out in the Bay Area, and the pride that people are feeling for this team is next level. And the Bay Area, you guys know, like, the Bay Area fandom is next level. We know that. And to be bringing this WNBA franchise to the Bay, the first expansion team since 2008, this region is going to really show out. And I think we're all beginning to understand what that is, and we're going to be able to experience it firsthand soon enough.
What are some of the goals of this season outside of your record, obviously, and wins and losses? I got to believe in your first year, you've got some overreaching things that you'd like to accomplish.
For us, it's really about making sure that we're building culture, we're building trust, we're building community. It's our responsibility to make sure that we're listening to our fans, we're listening to our players, we're building not only a brand, but building a place that people feel like they want to, build that lifelong fandom and be a part of that. So on my end, from a business perspective, we have an incredible front office that's out doing that, making sure that we're building those genuine relationships with folks that are investing in us, whether those are partners, fans, community stakeholders, and making sure that we're giving back to the Bay. This ownership group allows us to do that in really big ways. And you're right, certainly the Encore product, we have a great general manager, that has to put that together in Ohema. And so, she's really navigating that piece of it. But we want to build culture. We want to build something that people want to be a part of, and we're beginning to see that. But our goal is that if folks don't know who the Valkyries are yet, that we make them pay attention, and that when they begin to experience it, that they can't turn back and become a lifelong fan.
Wow, Jess, this is so exciting. You mentioned the GM, and fans are excited to get to know not only the GM, the coach as well. Can you give us a couple tidbits on both of them and why they were the best choices to lead the Valkyries?
Yeah, so Coach Natalie Nakase as well. The three of us feel so fortunate to be on this journey together. So I most recently joined from Angel City Football Club down in Los Angeles, which, on the business side, really broke a lot of records when it came to the commercialization. Ohema joins us from the most recent WNBA champions, New York Liberty, where she was the assistant general manager. This is her first go as general manager here in the WNBA. And Coach Natalie Nakase comes from the Las Vegas Aces, where she was an assistant coach under Becky Hammon, winning 2 championships there. This is her first go as head coach. So the three of us are really on this journey where we have been the stewards of learning from some of the greats, and then now we get to build this as the leaders, but really support each other on this journey and have a vision and have done the work on the back end to be ready for this moment. So they're incredible. I think when you think of the culture that we're building, the three of us are relentless in thinking through the staff and players and so forth, that we are bringing in great human beings, but folks that work together and are relentless in whatever the goal is at hand. And you're going to see that represented on and off the court.
Jess Smith joining us on 95.7 The Game. She's the president of the Valkyries, and of course the Valkyries open their inaugural WNBA season on Friday. Let me ask you about your boss, Joe Lacob. He's got a reputation for being very interested in how his professional teams do. How's it working for Joe?
It's so much fun to work with Joe. I've worked in this industry for close to 20 years. You're right. He is beyond invested in what we are doing. He has been at the table and along for every decision, whether it was the brand that we are making. He's worked obviously very closely with Ohema when it comes to, putting the team together. But we love that. His support means everything, whether it is, hey, we'd like to look at what our facilities look like and getting that done in a short period of time so that our players know a dedicated branded practice facility and a dedicated locker room inside Chase Center. And he's the one that's like, yeah, we're going to do that. I think sometimes, that's the expectation because we are Golden State. But as somebody who's new to this organization and understands what that is like, and it's unlike other organizations that I've had a chance to work for, it's beyond. He is a great owner to work for, and I will take high expectations and the opportunity to deliver any day.
That's just awesome stuff, Jess. When I found out we were going to talk to you, I couldn't wait to ask, what has it been like since you took over getting this team set to play their first season? Can you give us a couple stories that have kind of happened in that time?
Yeah. You look back to day one, I was the first dedicated employee hired at the Valkyries. And back then it was just WNBA Golden State. And I just remember sitting there at my computer and just thinking, you're doing this again, because I had helped build Angel City from day one and understanding just how hard it is to think through everything from day one, hiring every single staff member, every piece of your business, and making sure that you're delivering on the expectations that, the community is asking you to. There's so many stories, being in there and thinking of what the brand is going to look like, how it's going to feel. I think the emotional side of being inside the broader Golden State organization is just how much pride the overall Golden State organization has in being both the Warriors and Valkyries. I really think is going to set the bar. Last Monday, we announced that our parent company is now Golden State versus just the Warriors, obviously making room for both of us to be at the table. But within that, there's small things that actually mean something really great. Instead of Warrior Shop, we have Golden State Shop. So 365 days a year, you want to go into Thrive City at Chase Center, you're going to find Valkyries gear. You're going to find Warriors gear. We have the most robust academy system within the NBA, and previously that was the Warriors Academy system. It's now the Golden State Sports Academy. And when you come to Sports Academy systems, you're now going to have reversible jerseys that are Valkyries and Warriors, making sure that both girls and boys are part of our organizations. Those types of decisions, within a powerhouse franchise like the Warriors, we're a global brand that all of us, know and love, but are making room for the Valkyries and leading the way for the Bay Area region. I think to me, that's the emotional part of just knowing that we are doing things the right way to not only earn the trust of the community that we have, but to set the bar for a more equitable future, which I take a ton of pride in.
Jess Smith joining us on 95.7 The Game, president of the Valkyries. You talked about culture and building a culture. If I were to ask you what the Valkyries culture hopes to be, how would you answer that question?
I'll take a line from Coach Natalie Nakase in her press conference after a preseason win in Phoenix this week. And she said, we're gritty. And I think that's right. We are willing to do what it takes to get the results. And that's not always a clear line forward, like any growth trajectory. But that means that we are willing to fail and willing to learn and willing to keep going and willing to get back up. And as a new team on the market, when you hire really good people that have those good intentions, I think that's the exact right mindset.
Jess, awesome stuff. I wish Friday was tomorrow, but it's not. It's coming. I wanted to ask you, because a lot of fans are asking, can you talk to us about some of the players for the Bay Area to watch out for and what they will bring on a game-to-game basis?
These players, even in the preseason, have just been so fun to watch. And I think the fun part is watching the collective of them. Even in a short period of time, when you're watching these two preseason games, remembering that when they played their first one, I believe the team was together 9 days, and they played their second game, they've been together 11. So watching these players come together, you have Kate Martin, who was a rookie in the league last year, coming from Iowa, playing intense. You've got veteran six-woman, winning the Sixth Woman of the Year, Tiffany Hayes, who's known for being a little bit, forcing the plays on the court and making them happen, being a great defender, coming in. And then we've got some great international players, coming into the league for the first time and really showing. You've got Julie Van Loo, who's incredible and fun to watch, as well as Carla Late, both of them really fun at the point. So there's so many different folks that the Bay is going to become familiar with and the league's going to become familiar with this crew. But you're going to have to come out and check it out yourself too.
Awesome.
Jess, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck on Friday.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's get the win.
All right, Jess Smith of the Valkyries. She's the president, and they start their season on Friday.
Yes,
and ideally, we'll have two pro teams in the Bay Area, basketball teams, playing this weekend.
And there's never really an off season now.
Yeah.
If you kind of get my drift, this will take us through Warriors are going to keep playing till June, but you know what I mean.
Oh, by the way, Where are we with our trip to Texas in June?
Wow. Oh, wow.
Remember you going? Guru has a family vacation.
I got an appointment at DMV to get the real ID because you can't fly without it. But
how's Norm feeling?
He's ultra confident. Yeah.
That you'll be there?
Yeah, that I'll be there.
It's going to take
Man, who saw this? I do want to say something real quick because I know we're up against it.
Real quick, who saw what?
Curry getting hurt. But we always have these conspiracy theories and all that stuff. But Moses Moody, we've been talking about pods. I just saw somebody in YouTube chat say Kerr killed his confidence. Kerr had Moses Moody out there like Michael Jackson. And Moody answered the bell. He was featured. Moody is to blame for Moody. I don't know what happened, Steiny. Your boy was doing everything under the sun. Now he looks like, I don't know what it is, but please do not say Kerr had it. Talk real quick. What happened to Moody?
Well, Goo, I mean, I don't want to be a stickler, but I never thought he was doing everything under the sun. He was playing a nice role for the Warriors.
You can tell me on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah, Evan's waving his hands.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Caleb, Joe. I see Lance. We'll get you all on the other side. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
And that's what life's about.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, as you heard early this morning, we are partnering with the Golden State Valkyries, and we're going to be broadcasting their games on 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app. That all starts Friday when the LA Sparks are in town, 7 o'clock. You're going to be able to listen to all the games right here on 95.7 The Game or the Odyssey app. And the Valkyries, they're going to have their own custom channel. So download that Odyssey app right now and search Valkyries. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones are going to be on the call. And if you missed it, we just had Jess Smith on. She's the president of the Valkyries. And if you want to go back and listen to that interview, you can do so on the Odyssey app.
Man, oh man. Hopefully this is the game, right? If somehow the Warriors can win this game, they get that rest, right? 3 days? Yeah.
They will. Okay. I mean, and that is the one thing that a playoff series can kind of make you feel like you got no chance, and one win can make it all change. If the Warriors can gut out a win tonight, okay, everything changes because then Steph Curry is back in play. And if Steph Curry's back in play, you never know. You never know. I don't know if he's going to play Sunday, if there is a Sunday, but there's a chance.
Would you risk it? I wouldn't, Stoney. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know enough about the injury to make that determination.
But you know how much he means, and you don't want this to mess with the offseason. That's just me.
No, I agree. I would not want to get him re-injured. Because yes, that would linger into the summer, and you really want Steph Curry spending this summer rehabbing rather than getting rest for next year. But like this is one of those things where I don't worry about Curry because we talked so much about Celebrini, and he's cautious, but he's the best, and he's great, and he knows, and this, that, and the other thing. So if he plays, he's ready. And if he doesn't play, it means he's not ready. That's kind of the way I look at it.
Gotcha.
I know it's pretty simple, but I don't think anybody knows nobody's going to know until Saturday or Sunday. And he's going to get reevaluated Saturday.
Okay, got you. And like I said, to me, Stoney, it's too iffy. He's everything moving forward. I think we're seeing that now with what the team is or isn't without him. But you were going to real quick answer my Moody question about what's happened to him. Don't you dare say Kerr happened to Moody. I mean, because he was rolling, and that's why this is – and I know, Steiner, you can call him a role player. That's fine. That's what he is. But, damn it, he was great. He was doing good at the role. But we're talking about pods, or people are coming for pods, but we got to put Moody in there, and I don't think it has anything to do – like, he played himself into where he's at now, and I just don't understand what happened. Yeah, it had to be the bright lights.
To me,
it started with Houston.
I mean, again, I just think without Steph Curry, everything changes, and everybody has got to do more. And some of the players on the team, I don't think are capable of doing more right now. And you know what?
Here's the other shot, Sonny.
But here's the way I look at it. Okay, Pods has stunk. Moody hasn't been good. But you know what? Draymond Green has not been good.
I'm with you.
He's been as disappointing as any player on the Warriors in this series.
Yeah, GP2. Draymond just got fined, too, by the NBA. GP2 also stunk.
What did Draymond get fined for?
So, I don't know if you saw the video Saturday. They were down 8 at the end. Draymond was on the bench, and it looked like, I saw the video, but I thought nothing of it, that he said 5.5. That was the spread of the game. So, the Warriors were down 8. And when he said that, Kuminga hit a 3, and Minnesota wins by 5, so they didn't cover. And I saw TV having fun with it, but whatever. But they said that wasn't good integrity of the game. I think that's some BS. Every other commercial on the game is about gambling.
Yeah. Let's go to Caleb. Caleb's in Livermore.
Our man.
What's up, Caleb? How you doing, man?
What's up, my guys?
Hey. What's so funny?
Quick little shout out to what happened?
What's so funny?
I'm not to get into my point, but I want to because I'm about to come with some fire. But I got to do a quick little thank you or shout out to the Valkyries. Was the president? What's her name?
Jess Smith.
Yeah. Shout out because it's exciting time for the Bay, bringing hoops to the Bay. Pretty exciting stuff. But I haven't called in recently, man, because I wanted this series to kind of play out.
Yeah.
And I was going to call in yesterday, but this is the funny part. I'm watching you guys on YouTube, and my guy Goo, man, it was so just sad. I thought you were going to shed a tear, man, the way you were talking about the Warriors.
When?
Yeah.
And then,
stop. Go ahead.
Guru, I really thought like you were going to go home and cry, man. I was kind of really feeling bad for you.
Wow.
But and then Steiny, man, just has the attitude like the season's already over.
What are you talking
already
about?
done at this point.
Please. I've watched enough
Steiny,
basketball to know.
You can't trick me, Steiny. You can't trick me.
I've watched enough basketball to know that a series isn't over until one team wins 4. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But look, let's just call it what it is. Well, everyone knew the series was going to be tough when Steph Curry went out. I mean, come on, man.
Right.
Any team when you lose their superstar, it's going to be tough. I mean, if the Nuggets lost Jokic, the Thunder lost Shea, we can keep going on and on.
Sure.
I mean, the Boston Celtics just lost Jason Tatum, and that's devastating. Hopefully he gets back. Speedy recovery for him. But I think Jimmy Butler and Draymond today are going to be great. Just those two guys, they've been in these kind of moments. They know what it's about. I would be shocked if those two guys go out sad, man. I think you're going to get the best Butler and Draymond performance. I expect Paz and all those guys to definitely play better than the last few games they've been playing. I'm not saying the Warriors are going to win, but I would be shocked if the Warriors get blown out today. I just don't see that happening.
You know what? I thanks a lot, Caleb.
Well,
Appreciate
Vegas
the call.
does, Caleb. Yeah.
Well, if the game ends 111-102, is that a blowout? I don't think so.
Well, I'm with you.
I expect the Warriors to go down fighting.
And they've been fighting. We got to give them that.
Right, but if they kind of roll over tonight, I do think that's not a good sign.
And he called out the two people you called out. Not called out. Draymond and Jimmy.
Yeah.
That's where it starts. I know I was getting my Moody takes off, but that's where it starts. And we got a bet, 2 bets. Jimmy will have more than 30. He'll have at least 30 field goal attempts.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no doubt. He's going to make up for last game.
That would make up for the last 4 games.
No, it's not. He had 26. What is going to happen tonight?
They're going to play, and I think both teams are going to compete, and it's a make-or-miss league, and it depends on
JK needs 40 minutes for me.
40.
Yeah, 40, at least.
All right.
That's not even going out on a limb. That is going to happen. I almost want to put that in the bet.
You seem to know what's going to happen tonight.
Well, you got to go. You got to exhaust all possibilities. Go out guns. The amount of people saying I was down bad yesterday.
You were.
Down bad how? I'm about to give a speech today.
You were moping. You were flat out
I didn't
moping.
see it that way.
And you were you were sending signals of giving up.
Stop it, man. I don't ever give up.
I didn't say it. Caleb said it.
Yeah, but now people, you were down bad. Please. I was just upset with the showing.
But they stayed in it for a half.
Yeah.
Let's go up to the Redwood Empire. Let's go to Guerneville. Talk to Lance. Hey, Lance, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
It's great to talk to you. Love your show.
Appreciate it.
I have two topics that I want to just make some comments on. One is about JK. The other is about Moody and what's happening with him. So regarding Kuminga, do you guys remember Draymond publicly recognizing TJD for giving up his seat for a rookie?
Yes,
in post
remember that.
in the middle of the game.
Yep.
Okay. I want to also bring your attention to JK about a week before that. Did the same thing, and it was the game that I believe the coaches were incensed with him about what he was doing on the floor. He came off the floor when he was sub 4, and he stood over Kevin Knox as if to say, get up and give me that seat. And Knox was in the middle of the bench. And Knox stood right back at him, stared right back at him, and didn't budge. And I think that's the reason why Draymond made the comments that he made about what TJD did when he gave room for Post to sit down. It's not, I think Kerr is playing Kuminga now because he has to.
Exactly.
I think he's doing it for obvious reasons. But there's more to the Kuminga dynamic on this team for just these reasons that I'm trying to point out. Now, I'll be a little bit shorter on Moody. I think what's going on with Moody, and Steiny, I agree with you. You just said it before you guys had me join the call. Against Houston, things started to go sideways with his performance because I just think Houston was a really excellent defensive team. And coming into this series against Minnesota, remember, Moody was starting at that time with Steph on the floor.
Right.
Right? So now coming into the Minnesota series, when Steph goes down, he has to, when he's on the floor now, he's limited to not having the benefit of being on the floor with Steph in the flow of the offense and having to create on his own. And that's what I think is the fundamental difference between what he was doing before the Houston series and where he's at right now.
I think you're right. Yeah. And I would take it a step further and say that without Steph Curry, everybody's affected. And I think we got to, the other thing about Steph Curry is I think we really find out that when we use lines about players that maybe they're not true. I mean, Moody can't create his own shot. I don't think Moses Moody can create his own shot. And that's
I disagree, but I hear you.
That's not a big. You do disagree,
yeah, right?
Okay,
I'm not saying he's Kevin Durant or any of that. I just think he's capable, and I've seen it. But okay,
what's his move? What's his signature move offensively?
Jab, step, and go hard right, and go to the rack. And I've seen him flush on guys. That would
he's probably done, he's probably made that dunk about 4 times.
Or that move,
year.
Though. That's his move.
Well, maybe they're scouting him. They're staying on his right hand.
Okay.
I can't, I'm trying to envision Moody
it's going. Like you don't trust it.
I'm trying to envision Moody going left and finishing with his left.
You would probably be hard-pressed to find that.
Yeah. And the fact that Moody cannot create his own shot, it's not a huge deal when Steph Curry's playing because he doesn't have to create his own shot. The ball will find him, and he's usually got a good look at a 3.
Jamal Brown goes real quick, Study. That's not on the chat. That's not a move, Goo. The jab says go right. I've seen him do it.
I mean,
turn the corner, get by you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And I kind of felt this. I saw somebody else in the chat line on the YouTube chat talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean, how big's Moody? 6'4"? About 6'4"?
Yeah, I'll give him that.
6'4"? So he's a guard. But he doesn't really have guard skills. He just doesn't. He doesn't shoot it well enough. He doesn't penetrate well enough. I'm not sure his defense is good, and it can be good, but I don't think he's at his best guarding a 1 or a 2. And I also believe, let me just ask Warrior fans this. Why was Steve Kerr so hell-bent on making sure that people knew Moody was playing 4? He was playing power forward. I mean, if that doesn't tell you that Kerr doesn't think he's got enough at 2 or maybe 3, I mean, he's spelling it out for, this is what I mean. I mean, Kerr's not going to come out and say, Moody stinks as a 2. But when he plays him at 4, you can draw the conclusion that Kerr doesn't love him at 2, at least. So
I'm trying to refrain from doing this exercise of, and you did that well about Moody, but hell, put the starting point guard through that same test that you just did and tell me what different answers you get.
You mean with Pods?
Yes.
Well, what I'm telling you is we're finding out all these guys aren't nearly as good without Steph Curry. And that is up and down the roster, including Jimmy Butler. And now the scary part is Draymond without Steph. And you know what?
But there's a history of this.
Exactly. I don't think he's like something happens to Draymond when Steph's not on the floor.
Okay.
It's just,
I'll give you, hold on. Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Before I would say, you know what, Steiny, you're right. It's a regular season game in March. But Randolph is kicking his ass. So Steph or no Steph, Randolph is kicking his ass. Randall, thank you.
But he's not dissimilar from Zach Randolph.
No doubt. Who gave
Draymond trouble.
So, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't help me on defense on what dude's eating on him, and it's okay. But we're talking a month ago, DPOY.
Yeah, I know. But you know who was talking about DPOY most? Draymond Green.
Yeah.
But I think there's something mentally. Draymond Green is not as competitive and driven and confident and
that's a good word.
All those things without Steph Curry. And I think he knows that in order for him to be his best, he'd prefer to play with Steph Curry. And it's obvious because without Steph Curry, Draymond as a facilitator loses a lot of oomph on offense. So the Trike error on the YouTube chat, and we've alluded to it, but he's acting like, or she's acting like we haven't said it. Jimmy is hurt. You two are not as smart as you think you are. We've allowed the possibility that he's still compromised and injured. But you know who doesn't care? The game of basketball. And if you're out there when it's time for tip, everybody's got a story, Stoney. And I'm, again, I don't want to do this, but if you're telling me, well, Jimmy Butler's hurt, okay, he's hurt, then I must ask the following question.
Which is?
Well, what are you going to do next year? Is he not, are these guys not going to be banged up next year? Like, I'm fully with you. If Jimmy Butler's hurt, well, they're done because then they're missing Curry and Butler's hurt. But what does that mean for this team moving forward? I guess I don't want to answer that right now. But can you really, if this thing ends tonight and Curry doesn't play and Butler, let's say, doesn't play well because it's obvious he's hurt, would you be, next year, would you just say, we start new. We start fresh. Right, I know, but would you, if we start the season and it's Butler, Curry, and Draymond, and we're in early November, do you really believe they're going to stay healthy all year and make it through a long playoff run? To me, this is kind of what I mean. I mean, they haven't made it past the second round without feeling the effects of the fatigue and the age, and that's the part that I don't think's going away.
I'm trying to, and I hope the Warriors handle their business tonight so I can hold off, and we can hold off on that discussion. But Steiny, the regular season has shown me that the guys that they got, the others, can take a bigger role and handle it because it's regular season basketball. But why I'm irritated, if you choose to go that route and say there's nothing to see here, we'll come back healthy and the youngsters are ball up into its playoffs, then we got a problem because I am trying to cash in, I'm sure, just like Joe Lacob, that chip to get Steph and the rest of the gang and Dre number 5. So my monster question is, how is the organization looking at these playoff performances or their lack of, saying to myself, well, what can we do? What's at our disposal? Because if you ask me, I'm going to give you a hint. I'm really so despondent on what I've seen in regard to the metamorphosis from other players going the other way that you need to tackle it ASAP. And you could be like, well, Guru, tackle what? The fact that, are you giving the benefit of the doubt to these other guys that look like guys during the regular season and then fall on their face in the playoffs?
Well, first of all, you're right. But second of all, this is where I don't go to the role players right away. I go to the big three. And the reality is they've played 11 playoff games, right? 7 and now 4. They played 11 playoff games. Steph's been hurt for almost half of it.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler was hurt for a couple games. Now he's either sick or he hasn't fully recovered from the injury. And Draymond Green is a shell of himself in this postseason. So I get why the role players are struggling, because they can't even play off a star right now other than Butler, but they don't have the spacing with Jimmy Butler, and it makes it more difficult for everybody else.
Yeah.
So, if you're asking me what's the big reason why the Warriors may get eliminated tonight, it's because Curry got hurt, and Butler isn't playing great, and Draymond's playing worse.
And he's exhausted.
I'm sure he is. But you know what? He's going to be exhausted next year if they make the postseason. Again, I don't necessarily want to get into that because it's not upon us yet.
But do you have a problem with me, and I love you, Steiny, wanting to see JK? And I get people can say it doesn't matter. Like, Steiny, can we see him in the start lineup? Why not, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
because he can score, and we can help us get off to a good start, and hopefully we maintain it.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, to me, he played plenty last game. And that's the other thing. I mean, Steve Kerr was asked about Kuminga and how come he didn't start him in the second half. And Kerr was like, what are you talking about? I put him in with 8:45 to go. And he didn't say, he said, unfortunately, they went on a run. And I'm not, again, this is the problem. I'm not saying Kuminga was responsible, but when Kuminga got on the floor, they got down 18. Again, I'm not saying he shouldn't go to Kuminga. He has to go to Kuminga. But Jonathan Kuminga is not dumb. He knows the only reason he's going to right now is because Steve Kerr has to. And that probably is a tough thing for a player to deal with mentally. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I see calls. We'll get to you on the other side. That segment was also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
him captain. Appropriate fear.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's your appropriate fear level right now, Goo?
Oh, 9.5. Because
out of how many? 10?
Yeah, 10. I'm at a 10. The Devontae meter, I'm at a 10. I mean, how can it not be at a 10?
Well, I'll tell you how. Because if they win tonight, it'll probably still be at a 10, right?
No, it'll come down.
Oh, will it?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then we got rest. We got time. So, I want to see 40 minutes from J.K. I want to see 30 shots from Jonathan Kuminga. Who was the caller
Butler,
that said
from Butler?
From Butler, good guys. And then Pods break out of his shooting slump. Just saw Gary Payton II and Draymond Green looking like his old self. And I just don't know if that can happen with what we're asking or tasking him to do on both sides.
They need a lot of contributions without Steph. With Steph, they're capable of winning a game with a couple players playing well. Without Steph, they need 4 or 5 to play well. That's kind of the way I look at it. But let's take some calls. Okay. What do you say?
Yeah, let's do it.
There's a lot of people concerned, though. They did think you were down yesterday.
I don't know what gave them that idea.
We'll be fine.
Yeah, Jimmy. That's the Jimmy we need.
Let's go to Vince. Vince is in Austin, Texas. Hey, Vince.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. I think the most disappointing about this slump we're in is we lost 3 in a row. And after game 1, we were all so pumped up because you got to remember, let's not take it off the table. We won game 1 without Steph playing 2.5 quarters. And that was a big W for me. I was like, man, we're going to hold it down. And the other thing is, and again, I want to re-emphasize what Mr. Steinmetz was saying a couple days ago. And as much as it hurts us to say, our role group, it's not a lack of effort. It's the fact that we're not good enough. Podziemski has been utterly awful on the offensive side of the ball. And again, he's a hard-nosed guy. I'll always root for him. He's a good kid. He works. He's not good enough to play offense in this league.
Not yet.
Shooting-wise.
Not yet in the playoffs.
Not yet.
Okay.
But let's go Warriors. Come on, guys. We got it.
Oh, all right. There you go.
Yeah, there it is. Short and simple and sweet.
I mean, I'm not, I guess it does feel like some fans have been slapped in the face in terms of what they're seeing from Podziemski, Moody, Payton, hell, even Post.
Yeah, I'm that guy. And you said, why would I let myself get there? I fell for it. And that might be a little strong, but, you talk about strength in numbers. I thought this is 2.0.
I mean, he is an unbelievable player, and in a way, we're seeing his greatness when he's not even on the court for the Warriors, because it's just they do not look like the Golden State Warriors.
And if somehow they could pull this off tonight, and I keep telling you all that I wouldn't risk it, the biscuit. But man, Steiny, you're talking about if obviously you're going to be feeling better if you win tonight, and the next game wouldn't be until Sunday. And maybe who wouldn't sign up for that? Again, it's all depending on what the Warriors are going to do and what Steph's going to allow you to do to him, because it's on him. But my goodness, is down or bleak as it looks. There is an avenue starting tonight if the team can handle its business to just get it back here.
Yeah, one game at a time.
All right.
They won a game without Steph playing 3 quarters, but I mean the Timberwolves were awful that night. So you're gonna need to defend, and you're gonna need to be more efficient on the offensive end. But
and that's where the problem lies.
So right now, anyway, let's go to Jeff in San Jose. Hey, Jeff, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for having me on. You know, I just kind of wanted to address the elephant in the room a little bit. And I know Guru really likes Dre, but at the same time, I think Dre's kind of been the elephant in the room. I mean, look at we lost KD, we lost Paul, and you know, he always throws those little temper tantrums like he's a 5-year-old kid out there on the court. And also, too, I mean, regarding Jonathan Kuminga, I know he's been sitting on the shelf, but, you know, he is part of the future for some team. And I guarantee you, when the Warriors trade him, that's going to be their biggest nightmare. And, you know, and I do want the Warriors to win tonight, but, you know, let's see how it all plays out. And I hope Kerr makes some good decisions tonight, too, as well, because I think he's also part of the elephant in the room, too. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the call.
Speaking of decisions, what's he holding? What's his the cards in his hand? What can Kerr do different?
I think that's a fair question. I don't know.
The starting lineup's all you got.
Well, no, you can change up the playing time.
And you're gonna laugh, but I know Willard and Dibbs did the interview with Coach Kerr. I'm just saying. Right now, Steiny, if it were me, I'd throw the kitchen sink at it. And if Pods is showing you he still can't hit the side of a barn, I might give Pat Spencer 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not against giving Pat Spencer 5 minutes.
Just to see if he should get 10. You see how it works?
Right, but if you're utilizing Pat Spencer, to me, you're essentially saying, we are out. I mean, God love the guy. God love Pat Spencer. But if he plays a lot of minutes, I think you're getting the answers you don't want to hear.
What have you made of TJD? He hadn't been bad, but I'm just asking you, do you take him out the starting lineup? And the only reason I bring that up is he started, played 19 minutes, 2 of 2 from the field, and I asked you the other day, you know, minus 18 along with Draymond, he scored 5 points, 3 rebounds. I guess I'm asking you, what are you looking for when you hear TJD is starting? Because to me, I'm like, well, I don't know why that 19 wasn't a little higher.
Well, look, I mean,
I know you can't throw it to him in the block and all that, but
if you're asking for redistribution of minutes, so you want to play post a lot tonight?
I would just try to see.
All right. Well, then if Post plays and Spencer plays a little more and Guy Santos plays a little more, because those are the 3 guys who haven't been playing very much, and you get beat, everybody's going to drill Kerr for experimenting during an elimination game.
Well, we saw that in the Rockets series where all hands were on deck. And I came in here and told you.
They were on deck because the Warriors were getting blown out. You know what I mean? I mean, Spencer only played because the Warriors were getting hammered. I hear you, Goo. I don't know. I don't know what you do. Like when you say play Kuminga 40 minutes. Yeah, play him as much as you can play him. That's fine. Draymond, Butler, you can play them all as much as you can, and you can limit Pods.
But if he doesn't have it early, and that, you know what I mean, you got to have some type of a barometer to where, not sit him, Steiny, but damn it, okay, Moody, I know you've been off. I'm going to give you some time. Make the most of it. And if you do, then that number will grow in regard to how long you'll be on the court.
And the problem with Moody is he hasn't played a good game in a long time.
No doubt.
I think the thing I'm most worried about with this Warrior team is the confidence of Podziemski and Moody. Well, and that's why when we had a caller say, I think Pods is going to snap out of it, he might, but I see a guy that's lost some confidence.
3 of 14 last game. And it's a continuance.
Exactly.
So Moody gets yanked out, but yet I guess this is why fans call and feel like Pods is getting, some different treatment. I'm not saying that, but I understand it. It's like, okay, well, he just keeps going down the abyss, but when it's others, they're yanked out.
Well, that's because despite what Steve Kerr said after the Butler trade, this roster does not make perfect sense. They don't have enough ball handlers. They don't have enough guard ball handlers. They just don't. And that's why he's got to go with Pods. Because there's nobody better than Pods, unfortunately, at that position. And all the people that are saying, Pods has a long leash, I don't disagree with you. But it's a circumstance situation more than anything. And I'm going to tell you, and people can say I'm wrong, and it's fine. But if Kuminga were a guard and Podziemski were a forward, Kuminga would be playing like Pods is playing, and Pods would be playing like Kuminga's playing. Like, there's just not nearly the competition in the backcourt for minutes as there are in the front court. That's the way I see it. You can disagree. That's fine. Let's go to Ro in Oakland. What's up, Ro? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, top of the morning. My favorite three guys that listen to on sports radio. You guys bring a lot of joy throughout my day. I appreciate you guys.
I know, right back at you.
And I just want to, that's what life's about.
I'll give you a 4.
That's what life's about. But no, seriously, I just want to talk about what led up to this trying to get into the playoffs, slide to the play-in, uphill battle. We play the Rockets, trick off a game or two there, go to 7, uphill battle. We get to Minnesota, lose Steph, bomber. We just haven't been able to recover from that. And the reason why I think that is things that you guys been talking about this morning is or others, as Shaq would say, shout out, I think the lights is too bright for these kids outside of GP and maybe Kevon Looney, but the rest of these kids, I think it's a little shell shock right now. And it's not over. The fat lady haven't sung yet, but she at the mic warming up. If one of these guys don't, step up and give us some juice, if we could just get some juice out of Moody or Pods, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's been a hell of a ride, but we're going to be going on a early summer vacation. So, yes, fellas. And I got one rap to put on the table before I hand it off.
Oh, sponsored by Atco.
We need to go get us a backup point guard. I love Pat. I love his heart, but when we putting our faith into Pat Spencer, that's, we in a little bit of trouble. So we definitely, on the off season, need to go out there a backup point guard. That's all I got, fellas. Have a good day.
Thanks, Ro. Appreciate the call. This from the 650 on the Boxer and Gershon work injury attorneys text line.
Lay it on me.
Moody is 27-7 as a starter this season. He has only played less when the rug is pulled out from under him. You might not like what I have to say, but they're 27-7 with Moody in the starting lineup, primarily because the starting lineup also included Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. I'm not saying Moody didn't have a hand in that, but he was not the main reason they went 27-7. It was Curry playing at his level and Butler playing at his level and Draymond playing at his level, and now Curry's out, and the other two guys aren't playing at the same level they've been playing at.
But to that point, and you're correct, Stoney, we can't ignore that Moody had a great run, just like Pods did. You cannot ignore that Moody made some progress this season overall and looked like a staple and a guy you could count on. That's why I'm in awe of him reverting back to something I hadn't seen in a long time. A guy with a lack of confidence. You can miss all day, but there's a way you look when you, my God, the point blank range, who was that the other day? And there was an air ball, and he wasn't but 5 feet away from the basket. It felt like.
I think that Moody and Podziemski are realizing that the playoffs are a completely different animal, and right now, their games, not that they don't want to, but their games are not allowing them to be as competitive as they have been in the regular season. And I think a lot of that has to do with the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think they're dwarfing the Warriors in the athleticism department.
I'm not.
I think they're absolutely dwarfing the Warriors, and the Warriors right now are paying the price for not having enough athletes.
That's real, man.
Go ahead and put Kuminga in there.
That's our best one,
right? But he's the only one. He's the only one. If you look at Anthony Edwards, you look at Randall, you look at McDaniels, you look at Naz Reid,
Alexander Walker.
These like, how's Pod's going to score off Anthony Edwards if Anthony Edwards is engaged? And that's the other thing that I think we've seen in this series too is, I'm not saying Anthony Edwards has been great defensively the entire series, but he's been good at times when they've needed him. And man, like, Anthony Edwards can guard Jimmy Butler. And if Curry were in this series, I'm not saying he would shut him down, but he would also be taking some turns on Steph Curry.
But the question I have, and I was just about to get to this, and it's on my notepad, right. Can Jimmy Butler guard Ant-Man?
No.
And that is what is glaring to me, because coming into this series, I think the Miami Jimmy Butler would have said, let me get a piece of him. Let me spell Dre. But that is just like the way you just said it is the way it's playing out. Like it's not even happening. It's like it's what's wrong with boxing now. The guys are like, I couldn't believe Jimmy wanted no part of just to try to slow Ant-Man down. That's just me.
I worry about Butler on the perimeter.
Evan, am I off for that one? I
was waiting for Steiny to finish.
Oh, okay. But seriously, though, Jimmy that was coming to town was both sides. I'll go get the guy when it's go time. That's what I'm Jimmy, come on now.
Who says?
I mean, we watched it.
When?
When he was with the Heat.
Well, that was 2 years ago. And Anthony Edwards is a different animal.
I was watching the game the other time. I said, he's not guarding Ant-Man. But go ahead, E. Am I wrong for that?
Well, a lot of times Jimmy's also one of your forwards, so you kind of need him to guard maybe one of their bigs, or maybe he's on McDaniels. I mean, it's not just as simple as, hey, throw Jimmy on Ant. Even if he stays in front of him, then, all right, who's going to switch onto Randall? Who's going to switch onto one of the other forwards? So I think he's also got a lot else that he's worried about besides Edwards.
And the other thing is, I actually don't think the Warriors have done a terrible job on Edwards, because, I always do this. Close your eyes and think about Edwards in this series. It does feel like
hold on.
He is not, like, he's dribbling a lot at the top of the circle, and they are not doing a bad job of staying in front of him.
See, I think they're doing an awful job. Even game one, Steiny, and as Edwards we're talking about, he has gotten to air. How many layups has he smoked? And again, it's no shade. It's Anthony Edwards, but I don't feel like they've closed or cut him off at all. It's just like something's really going on because you're getting there. I feel like this whole and now it's just the floodgates have opened, but nobody can stop them. That's just my take on it. Like, I haven't seen a Warrior guy cut him off, make him give up the ball. He has gotten to anywhere he's wanted to go, and he's been smoking layups, and now he's not.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're doing the best they can do with Anthony Edwards.
Well, that's a different story.
But I do think that they have. I think the Warriors have done a good job of cutting off his initial drives, because he's out there fiddle-faddling, and then eventually he'll either go by the guy or he'll move it or pull up and take a three. But where was, like, I guess what I'm asking is why did we think the Warriors had somebody who could guard Anthony Edwards?
Gary Payton II, who now is laughing and smiling.
He's not a stopper. Gary Payton II is not a stopper.
Can you stop the bleeding?
One reason he's not a stopper is because he can't play long enough to be a stopper. he can't play 35 minutes a night.
See, I thought he was our Iguodala. And when you say, you're like, stop, hey, go, let's sick GP2 on him.
Yeah,
that's just how I looked at GP2. And I have. And like you could just tell his hands are full, and I get it, but I just feel like Ant's been smoking a bunch of layups, but he's been getting to the cup.
I mean, one of the reasons he struggled in the paint, the first game or two is because the Warriors could pack it in because Minnesota wasn't making any threes, and they've started to make threes in this series.
And I got a tip. This is terrible, Sonny, but you tell me what you think. They're starting to feel Minnesota real comfortable when the Warriors even want to try to play a zone, right? It's just like they're dicing it up now. They got guys that can shoot it. You know what I mean?
They were effective last game, but I think overall the zone has kind of done what Kerr has wanted it to do, which is make the Timberwolves a little more stagnant. But it's a tough one. It's a tough one. 415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Who do you think has done the best job of guarding Anthony Edwards in this series? I say it's J.K., the guy Steiny says only plays offense. Okay. Well, then put Kuminga on him. Put Jonathan Kuminga on Anthony Edwards. And I'm just going to tell you, then what happens if Kuminga gets into foul trouble? Now you lose the one guy who can score points for you. But hey, if it's that much desperation,
what do you need more? Offense or defense? The defense has been okay.
Question.
It's offense. To me, even though you scored over 100 last game, you still lost.
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect tonight, man. I just know it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I actually think the one thing we underestimated was how great Edwards is. And I remember when we had C.J. Watson on, and you said, who's the best player in the series? And he said, Edwards.
But the first game and a half kind of was going like, are we sure?
And now
or is he ready?
And now there's not even a question without Curry in this series who the best player is. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Memorial Day weekend is almost here, so swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment, stay in your car, done in 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
I mean, obviously, I think it's Anthony Edwards.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Excuse me.
You all right?
That was
Milo Water?
C.J. Watson talking about who he thought the best player in the series was, and that was before the series.
I mean, obviously, I think it's Anthony Edwards.
That is the DPA. Let's get it done tonight.
You know, one thing I was thinking, and this is just an observation. It's not they shouldn't have done it or.
Oh, where's Steiny going?
Hold on. Stripe Steel on the YouTube chat, paying $1.99 for a super chat. Do we get a pregame speech tonight from Guru?
Yeah, we got one before we get out of here.
Okay, so yes, we got one for
right before the
Guru.
crossover. We'll do it.
And this is gonna. How do I want to put? It's gonna sound bad.
Say what you mean and mean what you say.
I will. You know who could guard Anthony Edwards better than anybody on this team right now? Andrew Wiggins.
Oh man, Steiny. Wow.
And like,
I ain't mad at that.
I'm just thinking. Look, the Warriors' defense got better with Butler, but every time he's described in a defensive way, we talk about how, well, he's kind of like Draymond. He's a quarterback back there. Yes, he is. He's a very good help defender, and he can get into passing lanes, and he knows where to be. But as far as guarding somebody like Anthony Edwards, I mean, Wiggins has him. I mean, Wiggins does it better. That particular job.
I've seen 2 games this year when they had the baseball series here.
Right. So all I'm saying is, did you get better with Butler? Of course you got better with Butler. Did he help your overall defense? Yes, he helped your own overall defense. But the reality of the situation is Wiggins was your best defensive player against players like Anthony Edwards.
POA defense, Donnie.
Yeah. Let's go to Tim's in North Carolina. Hey, Tim, how you doing? Hey, Tim.
He's a big Kuminga fan.
Timmy. All right, Tim's gone.
And I was surprised we haven't heard from Coach in Vallejo.
About what?
Kuminga. He's one of his biggest advocates.
Well, they're 0-3 since he got big minutes.
I'm talking about the play. Kuminga's play. Don't do that, John.
Hasn't translated into a
win-loss record. I was a bump on a pickle, left for dead. Now I'm getting 30s in the offs. Don't talk about win-losses now. Give me my propers. I can play in this league.
Get a rebound.
I didn't
just
like
one.
that.
Get one rebound.
My man went 30 minutes without a rebound.
Throw one pass. That's all. No, I'm kidding.
This guy is a ball player.
Let's go to Larry in Berkeley.
Larry.
Hey, Larry. Larry thinks something's ridiculous.
Oh.
What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Love your show.
Thank you.
But let me give you a different perspective. I'm a scientist.
Oh, wow.
And you guys aren't. And so here's the hallmark. Let me tell you what the hallmark of science is. It's a comment that most scientists know. It is extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Let me give you some evidence. Boston Celtics, former champion, out. Cleveland Cavaliers, best record, out. Milwaukee Bucks, best single player, out. So where is this going? Golden State Warriors, Stephen Curry, out. This is an endurance contest, a massive, massive endurance contest. You can't plug and play and act like one little thing here, one little thing here. This is very, very difficult to accomplish without a major injury, and it's so much luck, just luck involved in doing this. And that's where we are. I love you guys trying to come up, well, try this and try that. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you've got 82 games, season plus another 25 games to the winner in the playoffs. How do you get through that without a massive amount of luck? And luck isn't science. One more thing I'm going to say. It's about Steve Kerr.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Kerr, look, I'm a scientist. I know basketball. But my level of competence and skill in basketball is about the first grade. Now, I have a PhD, so I know what's involved in a PhD. Steve Kerr has a PhD in basketball. You guys do not. You're probably in the third grade. I realize you got to put a show on, and you got to say all of these things. But honest to goodness, This is the guy who knows more in his hip pocket than all of us combined. You got to trust him because there's so much luck involved, and that's my say. I'm happy to hear your comment on it.
Hey, real quick before you go, that was awesome. So it sounds like you expect the Warriors to lose tonight or get closed out because their best player is gone. Am I right?
Actually, no, because if again, with statistics and science, when you have 100 and somewhat games, any single game has got so much statistical variation, it's a crapshoot. If you can't even put a number on it because it's not scientific, but the plus and minus, of possibly winning and possibly losing. The other thing I want to say is, look, the Warriors beat the number 2 seed, and that number 2 seed, Houston, deserved a number 2 seed. They didn't luck into it. They were super athletic. The Warriors were lucky to do a 7. And so be grateful for the season, be grateful for everything else. Next year can be completely different. The one thing I will say, all the role players, aside from Green and maybe Kuminga and Steph and Jimmy, they're G League players. You should trade all of them to get some guy with height who's athletic. That's what they are. They're never going to be any. Maybe Kuminga might, but I don't see anybody else coming up to a level. And maybe all you really do need is 2 superstars and some role players. But, let's be realistic about this. I hope they win. I'm kind of on the fence. I don't think they will because Anthony Edwards is a stud. He's up there at the top of the game.
Hey,
Get in and score.
Hey, Larry, real quick.
2 high IQ guys talking. Go ahead, sir.
Guru's got a 143 IQ.
Yeah.
And I'd like to put my knowledge as like a 9th grader. You know what I mean? Rather than a 3rd grader.
Okay, you got it.
Thanks, Larry. Appreciate the call.
I am a scientist. You're not, Evan.
I'm a scientist, and you guys aren't.
That's going to be a drop. He's right.
Wow. Today's not the day, but we need wings, man. Wings. Guys, Andrew Wiggins, I don't know where you find him and how you get him, but there's a for wanted sign in the Warriors window, man. Let's not act like, for you to bring up Wiggins, now you got me thinking, wow, we miss him. That guy that could go out there.
That particular aspect.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I'm not saying you're better with Wiggins than you were with Butler. I'm just saying that one small aspect. Wiggins was pretty good at it. Steve's in Oakland.
The town.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny, Guru, how y'all doing?
Doing well, man.
Hey, so look, the one thing that I've really noticed in the past couple of games is these turnovers that they're making in the open court, bringing the ball up. It's just starting to get ridiculous. I don't know. It just seems like it's a whole bunch of points we're just giving away. If it wasn't for that, I mean, I feel like we'd be right there in games, maybe even in the lead, especially this last game. But I like what I see from Knox, and I like what I see from Spencer. And I feel like Kerr should just give him a chance, maybe just give the Timberwolves a different look sooner rather than later when we're, getting blown out. What do you guys think?
I mean, I'll borrow a line from Guru. All hands on deck. All hands on deck.
And I don't need to read Wiggins couldn't guard Mitchell in the playoffs for Miami.
Couldn't guard who?
Mitchell. He hooked up with them. Yeah.
I'm looking at the turnovers for the series. 71 for the Timberwolves, 69 for the Warriors.
I mean, okay.
69 in 4 games is 15. Yeah, it's more than 15 a game.
Give me field goal percentage and 3-point percentage.
Okay. For the Warriors or for both?
Both.
Okay, I got the T-Wolves shooting 46 from the field.
Okay.
37 from 3.
All right.
And I see the Warriors shooting 42.6. And how about this? Their 3-point shooting is 36-3. So they are shooting less than 1 percentage point worse from the 3-point line. Now, here's the problem. What happens if you take out the 0 for 15 in the first half of game 1? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you take out 15, I'm sure the...
Well, where has this series been lost in your opinion? I got an answer.
where has this been lost?
What has the Warriors down 3-1?
I don't think there's one thing. I think they've been outplayed by the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves, if you looked at, let's just do it. How's Butler playing? How's Draymond playing? Not very good. How's Pods playing? Not very well. How's Moody playing? Not very well. How's Peyton playing? Hasn't really been distinguishable. Okay, well, let's go to the Timberwolves.
On a roll.
How's Edwards playing? He's the best player in the series. How's Randall playing? He's the second best player in this series. How's McDaniel playing? He's doing a hell of a job defensively. How's Gobert playing? You know what? Gobert's not playing badly at all. So, and the common thread is the Timberwolves, whether we like it or not, they've got experience.
Yeah.
They're one game from going to the Western Conference Finals for the second straight year.
No doubt. And that would be a feat in itself. But they're one game from coming back to the Bay.
Yeah.
Damn.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I didn't like when he said, we have a third grade basketball education.
I'm a scientist, and you guys aren't.
Well, I'm not a scientist, but, I
don't take it to heart.
I'm more than third grade. I mean, I went to Pete Carrill's basketball camps as a kid. I learned fundamentals. I covered the Warriors under the great Don Nelson. Got to see Steph Curry. Something must have rubbed off, right?
Yeah,
something.
You would think.
Just a little. Let's go to... We've got
Priest.
I don't even know what to say.
No, we've got somebody who's becoming a favorite. Let's go to Jan.
Our girl.
Jan in Mountain View. What are you thinking, Jan?
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
For sure.
Okay. And Guru, I'm looking forward to your speech today.
All right.
And,
I got you.
You can put a little tidbit in there. I'd like the Warriors to come out with a sense of urgency. And I'm not just talking the first quarter. I'm talking about all four of the quarters. And if one of the players start getting a little gassed or something, I mean, Kerr should put in Santos or someone else that can bring him over the top, because we need to win all four of these quarters, or at least a majority of them, and bring this thing home and stop playing with your food and get serious and, play like, this is an elimination game. This is not, tomorrow is no promise, and you need to bring this thing home once and for all. And we want to get that. We want to have a game 6 and hope that Curry can come back and bring us over the top. So, another thing is, in the off season, they need to maybe get themselves a legitimate big. I think I heard in the Morning Roast that Adams might be available from Houston.
Yeah.
Well, we need a better rim protector, and that's another thing that would have helped us in this series if we had, if Post was more developed and could have, done more than hitting threes, because that's where the game gets really turned around, is guarding that rim a little better. So take it away, you guys.
Thank you, Jan.
All right,
Appreciate
Jan.
the call. The one thing that
Adams
that I thought of is, well, we can't think about him till next year.
No. We got a game tonight.
If you think the Warriors have lacked any energy in this series or sense of urgency?
No, I just think Minnesota's taking it.
Because I was thinking if energy is an issue, then go ahead and start Santos and play him the first 5
They've been in every game and won the first one. Good. I know what
they were not in every game. Come on now. A game's 48 minutes. If you're in a game for half, that means you hung around for a half.
Okay, so if you're leading at halftime, do you think the team came out with energy? I would say yes. You let it get away from you, but did you come out with energy? I would say yes. How about Saturday? They had to lead in the fourth quarter. Think they came out with energy. Monday, they won the game. Tuesday, but I don't think it's been a lack of that.
No, I don't necessarily.
They're just getting your ass kicked.
They're getting
dealt with.
They're getting shut down. Without Steph Curry, how good's this team? I'll ask it again.
But that's not a reality. Well, I guess it's your reality. Tonight it is, and it's been.
I mean, it's let's go to Murillo. Murillo's in Petaluma. Hey, Murillo, how you doing? Murillo. This is two regulars who have kind of fallen on their face. Oh, we got Tim from North Carolina back.
Timmy.
Really was disappointed in Tim earlier.
Hey, man, I'm traveling, man. I go through these dead spots sometimes. Can y'all hear me, guys?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. I wanted to ask y'all, have y'all ever seen a drop-off of teammates when a star player goes out quite like this? I mean, fellas, it's almost like these guys can't even compete. I've never seen it like this. And I wanted to ask both of you guys, how, in the past, you heard Phil Jackson, they say, hey, the triangle isn't for you, Mike. It's about the teammates to get the best out of them. Right? A lot of the stars can play in any system, but the system is usually designed to get the best out of the players. Our system is the star, right? Like, our system is Steph. My question to you, how long can Steph be the system at 37 running 2 miles a game? Guys, once a hamstring starts, it doesn't really go away. That kind of lingers throughout people's career. Like, how long can the system be him, right? Because as long as the system is him, the players around him have to kind of be the Pods, the Moody's, those type of guys. I just have never seen a fall off like this. And then I wanted to ask you, listen, I know you guys are tight with Bob. Y'all talk to him off the camera, off air. Have you? And I'm sure even if you have the answers, you can't share. But at some point, you have had to ask him, Bob, what was the mindset when you drafted this young man? You knew what kind of player he was. Why would the mindset be to draft him, bring him in, try and make him something else?
You talking about Kuminga?
Have you guys just ever have you guys ever just chopped it up and asked? I don't expect you to share it, but I would hope that you guys may know behind the scenes. Like, what was the mindset? Because all I've ever given y'all when y'all called and never talked about is just literally gave y'all the data of what I saw. 30 minutes a game over 55 game sample size was giving you 21, 6, and 4. That's all I've ever brought to the table. And if you are willing to DNP that, you are willing to just say, I don't need that. I can do it my way. So that was always what I thought about. I still think he's gone. And all of the things you're saying, cool, and all of this, we need wings and all of that. But I just don't think our coach is ready to have a system that is not Steph Curry. Although I believe Steph can adapt to anything. And I think as his career goes on, he needs to for the wear and tear on his body, guys. So it's great to hear from y'all. I'm glad to see to get through, fellas. Y'all take care, man.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at Kuminga and when he was picked at number 7,
7.
You're not drafting a finished product at 18. In fact, you're not drafting a player.
Okay, we did this with Wiseman. It sounds like you're talking about. So you're calling him a project again?
Well, he was.
What about Moody?
Well, Moody had a year of college. He was more polished coming out of college than.
But it's the same thing that keeps coming up. They're signing up for this, and I'm just, for whatever reason, the guys are not ready for the system, and I don't know why that is.
Well, all I'm saying is when they drafted Kuminga, I don't think they said, hey, we've got our 2 of the future, or we've got our 3 or our 4. I think they saw Jonathan Kuminga and said, this guy's a hell of an athlete. He's got a big, big upside. Let's get him in here and see and find out what he is when he starts his NBA
but how about
journey.
What we can help him get to?
Well, I'm sure that the Warriors will tell you that.
And I'm going to say
they haven't treated Kuminga any differently than they've treated all their young players in what they asked.
But we've seen it. He was their 3rd leading scorer. and he got benched. And the bottom line is, to me, in these playoff series, Tim could have took a victory lap. He didn't. I was waiting for Coach and Vallejo. The bottom line to me is, disastrous as the Steph Curry injury has been, Stoney, all people watching this series know there's another scoreboard, and it's Jonathan Kuminga. We didn't even know it would light up, but it was lit up, and he has answered. And fortunately or unfortunately, according to where you are on this divisive subject matter, the bottom line is he's been the best thing in this series, and it just has me scratching my head as to how in the hell how in the hell could this guy have just been the rug been taken underneath him?
Well, I mean, we have to stop acting like it's a mystery. They got Jimmy Butler. Jonathan Kuminga was hurt. They rolled with Jimmy Butler, and they were winning at a rate that was way higher than they had been winning before Jimmy Butler. You can't throw talent away
and put it in the freezer and for a rainy day. And now look at Jimmy Butler, where we would be without Kuminga, with Jimmy Butler with no Steph. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think that.
Just think about it. When does your third leading scorer, even with warts, just get kicked to the curb and left for dead? And now all of a sudden he's scoring 30 in the playoffs.
Well, scoring's never been the issue with Kuminga. It's been everything else. It's just been everything else with Kuminga. And maybe he has been treated unfairly. Let me just read some stuff to you. This is from Logan Murdoch of the Ringer.
Okay.
This is a paragraph. I'm reading it. This isn't my opinion. Despite his talent, Kuminga's propensity to look for his shot at the expense of the flow of Golden State's offense has irked the coaching staff. During a late-season game against the Blazers, team sources say Kerr was incensed after several instances in which Kuminga looked off Curry to create his own offense. Kuminga subsequently received DNPs in the Warriors' regular season finale against the Clippers, and then again in their play-in matchup against the Grizzlies by the start of the playoffs. Many within the organization wondered whether Kuminga, who is eligible for an extension, has played his last game as a Warrior.
I would just say to that, and I swear to you, before that article, I don't know if you remember, you and Evan, I watched that Portland game in Portland that Friday night, and I saw some of that. I saw a lot of it. But, Stoney, why not just call his ass in the office and cuss him out?
Well, you think that they haven't tried a multitude of ways to coach Kuminga in 4 years? I'm sure they've tried everything. I'm sure they've tried tough love.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've tried coddling.
Right.
I'm sure they've and for whatever reason, he's still in the spot he's in right now. All right, 888-957-9570. On the other side, Guru's gonna give the Golden State Warriors a little pregame speech.
Hopefully it'll work.
To try to get them pumped up for tonight's game. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
but I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
I should be in the mental ward.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes at 1:30, Steve Kerr's given Guru permission to address the team, and they're at their hotel in Minneapolis, but they've all got the Odyssey app.
This is crazy.
Clicking, and they're going to hear what Daryl the Guru Johnson has to say to them before this elimination game and see if they can keep their season going.
Yeah,
Guru.
and I got to tell you, you went to college, Franklin and Marshall.
Yes.
And somebody on the YouTube chat, and I bit, but they said I have an attention disorder. What did I mention to you?
I can't speak
and you
to
explained
that.
it. Hold on. Kind of bothered me.
ADD?
No, it's help me out. Don't act like we didn't have the conversation.
Well, I didn't know the initials.
Oh, okay.
You said something like ADT, and I thought that's a security company. But I think it's
ADHD.
No, tell him, Steiny.
Your mind moves very quickly. You're able
Hold on,
to,
Evan, I'll give it to you.
You're able to address a multitude of subjects in a very short period of time.
But I didn't know it was something that you don't want.
You know what? Most people with 143 IQ,
you know what?
They have to deal with stuff like that.
A lot of things are going.
Yeah.
But it hit me and I didn't like it. I'll find it. But anyway.
Let's go to Mo from the O. You gotta
Mo.
like that. What's up, Mo?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, listen. It's over, man.
Hey.
Hey, we don't need that.
Let me tell you.
We don't need that.
Now listen. Hear me out. Right. If we by some chance pull it together and we get one, now that's Butler, he's not playing 100%. I know none of the guys are at this point, but you can tell he's not playing at 100%. By chance we get past him tonight and we roll into Game 6 and Steph comes back. Come on, we got like what is that, 70% Steph, which is better. I'll take a 70% Steph over anything else, but we're not going to make it. Okay, they're going to win.
Wow.
My, yeah, man. Listen, but I don't want it to be. Listen, I'm lifelong, man. I was wearing paper bags over my head at the Oakland Coliseum. So listen, this is not what I want. But my thing is the vision for the future. What do we do next? We're talking about Kuminga, and Kuminga is a bucket. He goes anywhere else, he's at least 29, 30 points a game score, period. If he has the leashes cut off of him. If he's out of the triangle, he does what he wants to do, he's 30 points a game. My thing is the league is getting better. The Western Conference, man, did you see the draft?
Oh, boy.
San Antonio, Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Two teams. Those are the two teams that are out that are going to be in next year.
Probably.
Right? So where does that leave us if we don't go and get a Giannis, which I would trade the whole team for at this point? I don't care. I would take Giannis, Steph, and
but that's
Jimmy
for tomorrow. We got a game tonight.
It's over, bro. We can win tonight.
Steiny, talk to him. It's not over.
Well,
That's for tomorrow or the next day, Mo.
Thanks for the call. I'll say this.
Come on, Mo.
You're not getting Giannis.
You don't know that.
Well, I'll tell you where they're not getting Giannis if he just said, next year I want to roll with Curry, Butler, and Giannis.
Oh, well, yeah, it might be a little different, yeah. Mo sounded like you a little bit.
By the way, do you think Butler's better than Giannis?
I've never said as much.
Yes, you did.
No, I said the impact of Jimmy is up there with Hank Aaron coming to town. It couldn't have went any better.
You know, Hank Aaron never won a lot.
That was just, I'm reaching.
Let's go to Anthony at Brentwood.
Anthony.
Steph,
that's our guy.
Daryl the Guru Johnson's going to give you a pep talk in 5 minutes. What's up, Anthony?
What's up, fellas? First of all, Guru, what you have is what my late mom and maybe your late mother may have said. Your mind moves a mile a minute. And so that's what you got, and it's okay because you're unique in your way just like we all are. But, my mom just said it all the time. Boy, your mind moves a mile a minute.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Go ahead, baby.
See, there you go. See, I knew it. You know me and you speak the same language, Guru. So check this out. I got 3 things, and I want to get them all quick because I know Guru got to give the team a pep talk. 1, I think that players in the NBA are coming in. They're losing about 2 to 3 years of coaching because they're coming in.
I was ready for
And it seems like they just don't know how to play basketball at the level that coaches want them to when they first get in. That's why I noticed that the ladies come in already and they're ready to contribute because they have to play 4 years. Number 2, the article about JK makes perfect sense, but at some point, if he's not going to play the way you want him to play, you got to get rid of him. I don't think you can keep punishing him because he's not the player that you want him to be, because what he is a bucket, like the last caller said, and we need that at the moment. And then I also want to say, number 3, the Jimmy Butler trade was a Hail Mary, and it's the last of the Steph and Steve Kerr era, because the Steph and Steve Kerr era revolved around smart players that can make threes, and we don't have that anymore. I think the era of the young guys here now, and if we're going to move in that direction, we can't have a coach that doesn't necessarily appreciate or know how to develop young guys, or even wants to do that with the young guy that's coming in the NBA right now. So that's what I got.
Good stuff, Anthony. Wow. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. What you got?
Well, I'm going to take another call, and then are you
I'm
ready?
Yeah.
Do you know what you're going to say?
It's just from the heart.
Okay.
Yeah. Never written down.
Yeah. Kind of like a freestyle.
That's what it is.
Let's go to Nico in Austin.
Nico.
Hey, Nico. How you doing?
How we doing, boys?
Doing well, thank you.
Down 3-1.
Trying to hold on, and wish us through this round. Listen, man, maybe it's a product of the state of the NBA, because I really don't think it's just us. But who on our team besides Steph and Draymond really makes you say, man, he's got that dog in him? Like, not just in flashes, not half the time, but consistently. I mean, who do opposing teams really like fear? Not just on offense, but defense. Besides Draymond, who makes the offense do a double take before driving on him? Who makes them want to pass the ball to someone else? And I just feel like that fear that teams used to have for us, that sowed the fear of doubt in them, even like mentally before the game, it's just not there anymore. And sometimes you got to get more physical, rise up, go for it, even if you get your ass dunked on. But I feel myself watching these games, and there's so much hesitation. Like, go at him, bro.
Yeah.
Everybody, role players, go at him. At least make them think you're a threat. And I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, man, of course, like, and what they're telling role players about what to do with the ball. But where's the sense of urgency? And number 2, look, in 2022, we had shooters in the corners, consistent ones. You watch every team take, like, Al Horford in Boston. You don't want to leave that man open in the corner, and it gives so much space. And basketball, obviously, now is largely based on spreading the defense. Having those 2 people in the corners is super important. I don't see the space. I don't see the beautiful ball movement anymore. We're getting stuck. We're slow. We look indecisive. I mean, we got to move quicker. Listen, when we had the Houston series, they were tripling Steph, and we're not taking advantage quickly enough to get something. And we're giving the defense time to recover. I just, more importantly than the skill is the sense of urgency and how bad you want it, and go at the rim and challenge them.
I appreciate the call. I'm not sure it's a will thing.
He had a lot of stuff on that list, though, Stoney.
Yeah. They here's the other thing that I think is going on, and there's no way to measure it, but if the Warriors get down 12 and Steph Curry's not playing, how confident can the Warriors be that they can come back when they know they don't have the one guy who can help you score 10 points in 2 minutes?
But they kind of did that, Stoney, just this past weekend. They kind of were down 11-9 and got it back to where, okay, it's a tie game. We're down 2 or even took the lead. So we seen that. I seen that. I was like, oh, Minnesota's done. This thing's over. And to the Warriors' credit, they made a run, but they didn't sustain it.
Well, I'm speechless. Evan, don't throw up your hands. I didn't know how to react to it.
Steiny, this is a radio show. We need you to speak.
Theater of the mind.
I mean, I guess when did they come back? Like, I don't even know what you're talking about when they came back. Are you all right?
Yeah, I was choking up.
All right. All right. So, Guru, are you all right? Are you
I'm ready. I'm waiting on you to give it to me.
Don't yell at me like that. Okay. Guru's going to give the Warriors a pep talk. Should I go first?
I'd love to. Okay. Because I feel better when you go.
All right. Hey, guys, we got to execute tonight. And obviously, we got to get this game. And we're going to stay in that zone for as long as we can until maybe they figure it out. But we got to execute tonight. And let's just go out there and try to win a game.
I like that.
Yeah, just simple. Like this is a veteran team in places,
well,
so you don't
really
need to. You don't need to tell Jimmy Butler it's a big game.
Well, JK, close the door. Close the door.
Well, first of all, somebody find him.
Close the door.
Where's
JK?
Kuminga? He's not in the locker room yet.
Steiny,
I'm sorry.
we got a game to play. We got to get ready. Now listen, guys. I laid in bed last night in the hotel, and I remembered a wise man once told me, it's not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. And the reason I cite that is because that's how I feel about this series. We have not played. We are too uptight, and maybe that's my fault. We've been here before. Not all of us, but most of us in 16 against OKC. How did that turn out? Just look at each other and trust each other. I'm tired of watching guys not be themselves. It's just a game. The chef is hurt. Do it for him and do it for your brother. This is not over. You control what's going to happen. My sister Jan texts me saying we're not playing with urgency. Let's play with urgency and take this bad boy back to the Bay. I'm sick of this. If you got a shot, take it. Quit being scared. And I'm going to do better tonight. It's nothing personal. If you come out, you come out. You might go back in. But we got to win. On 3, bring it in. 1, 2, 3. We're Warriors.
Oh, hey, look who just came in. Hey, Jonathan, what's going on? You missed the speech.
Why did I feel like I was really giving one?
Because it's mind over matter. You were able to convince yourself that it was.
I got Jan in there. Sense of urgency.
Well done, you.
I like the chances now.
Stop.
Oh, boy.
Let's go.
That was good. That was good.
Off the top.
Yeah.
What about my quote?
Well,
I got something to say, bro. The last time you gave a speech, they lost by 40, and you were off for 2 days because you couldn't speak.
No, I'm good now. They did lose the last, to the Kings.
Which was the last one?
The Sacramento playing
game.
game.
Friday game?
Show Fox who the real animal.
That's right.
They tried.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
you got French vanilla though, Goo. Don't worry.
There it is. Come on.
I think you've gotten people fired up.
Well, I'm fired up.
Let's go to Marvin Livermore. Hey, Marv, how you doing?
Good. Goo, you got me going. I might go out and try to play some basketball.
Let's go.
Great speech. Hey, just calling Steiny. You might have been a couple weeks too early for your flowers for Steve and Dunleavy and grooming the right players. And I want to, Kuminga, I think Steve Kerr, he hexed him. By coming out and saying what he's not doing, then that lets every other fan try to come up and say, well, he didn't get a rebound. I'm like, so what? Look at the guys in his draft class that were drafted, like Franz Wagner. he averaged 19 points. He's 6'10", and 4.8 rebounds for his career. He got a $45 million contract. Jalen Suggs, 12 points a game, 3.3 rebounds, $35 million a year contract. Jalen Green, pick number 2, 20 points a game. You saw how he played. He plays no D. So I think he's kind of hexed JK. We can see what he does. If he's just a scorer, remember the dudes downtown, Freddie Brown, all those dudes who come off the bench and just score? Let them just score then. Because at the end of the game, it's who has the most points. It's not who has the most rebounds. It's who has the most points. And he is the second best scorer right now with Steph out. And number 3 on Pods. I love Pods. He's tough. I love his charges. But, you know, when his rebounds, he averages 4.8. He's more like Westbrook when he was going for his triple-double. He gets half of them at the free throw line. Like, those aren't really rebounds in my book. But that's what Pods does to get his rebounds up to. He's averaging 5 rebounds. So JK's at 4.3. Give the dude some run. Or then let everybody else run around and try to shoot threes. But the game, not on the bench.
I appreciate it, Marv.
Because we did give them their flowers.
Well, that's when they had Steph Curry healthy.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing,
No,
but
they're not a good team without Steph.
That was when he was. I got you.
I mean, they're just not.
But how do you not look at this team now, thinking if that were to happen again?
All I'm saying is,
you know what I mean? How do you strengthen that?
You can't, because you made it clear your strategy is Steph Curry. Like, that's this, and that's why, yeah, if the Warriors get beat tonight, I do think there are going to be people that say, well, you know, Dunleavy really didn't do a great job, and, you know, Kern might. Well, when you're doing everything for Steph Curry, there are moves you can't make. You just can't make them because it's all about here and it's all about now.
But they did make one, a big one, a seismic one with Jimmy.
So you think Jimmy Butler's so good that they can be a championship team or even a top 4 team without Steph Curry?
No, I thought they could win a first-round series.
They did. They won a series with Steph. And now they need to win another series to be one of only 4 teams in the NBA that are still playing basketball. But they don't have Steph Curry. They're not a top 4 team without Steph, are they?
No.
But is that, I don't know. I know that's what's it called? An inch deep and a mile wide. Like, it's not, I know I'm not digging into basketball details, but I
get it.
I don't think that what we're seeing right now, to me, it doesn't look significantly different than I thought it might look when you're playing a team that's a damn good team in the postseason.
I ain't mad at you, Stoney, but again, we'll find out, and hopefully we won't soon because they handle business tonight.
Oh, no.
What happened?
Your voice.
We got one segment left.
Well, I know, but we got tomorrow, too.
Oh, I'll be fine.
Somebody get some tea in here.
I'm ready. I'm running to the machine. I'm good now, though, Stoney. Where you watching? The lab.
I think I'm going to be in my office. I've really enjoyed that.
Yeah?
Although, I'm not going to do it.
I hope you weren't going to say what I thought.
What?
Minnesota bars?
Are there any Timberwolves bars?
I got to believe none.
I got to believe none, too.
Or is Evan about to tell us there's one?
No, I don't think so. Although I've stumbled into a place with a couple golden gophers hanging around.
Oh.
Yeah, UM in the city.
All right.
Most famous gopher you can name. Pro college to win pro.
Dave Winfield.
Damn. Marion Barber.
Was Puxatawny Phil a gopher?
Kevin McHale. Flip Saunders.
Yeah, I got mine off.
Look, you should know the way I like to watch big games.
It's awesome.
By myself.
Yeah, me too.
In fact, you know, I was at the last 2 games at Chase.
You saw Bonte.
Yeah, before the game.
Yeah.
But nobody sees me during the game.
I worked with you 2 years.
I got a spot.
Yeah,
I found a spot at Chase Center. Just inconspicuous, really a great view. Top of the lower bowl. That's the best angle. Top of the lower bowl.
Did you see? Oh, there was no shoot around Saturday.
Correct. Right. No shoot around Saturday. I'm not a traitor, Mondo.
I'm gonna go 4 corners
on the
4 corners. See if they notice.
I don't want.
You go first, and I always jump in. You started. See if they notice.
What do you think?
What was Dip so hot about?
He says we're.
Oh yeah, I found it.
He says we kiss Willard's.
He kisses yours every crossover. Sonny, I was listening and you said this.
I'm scared of Willard.
God, that's gonna happen 20 seconds in. Sonny, I was listening and you said this. I'm just like, Jesus.
Otis Bird, if we ever see you at Chase, Steiny, can we drop by and say hi? Of course.
He's a nobody.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, most people when they see me and meet me, they say, you're not as big of a D when you meet me in person. Yeah. All right. What do we got here? Oh, we still got a minute. We'll
be fine. Something happened outside the league we were talking about. Oh, NFL schedule released today. I just hate that means nothing to you.
I wouldn't say nothing, but next to nothing. Because we knew their opponents.
Who cares? We want to see how many times you're featured and win.
Niners, they got the Giants in week 9. We know that.
Yeah. And they got new unis.
Who?
The Niners. I don't know what they look like.
Did they really?
Yeah. What do they call it? The color rush. Remember they had the old Kaepernick days? They had the black ones. Yeah.
All right.
Save me.
We got the crossover coming up next, and that means Willard and Dibbs will be joining us, and that's always fun. And that segment, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by none other than Chilton Auto Body.
We gotta win! Oh, 3! Bring it in! 1, 2, 3! We're Warriors! Now listen, guys, I laid in bed last night in the hotel, and I remembered a wise man once told me, it's not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. And the reason I cite that is because that's how I feel about this series. We have not played. We are too uptight, and maybe that's my fault. We've been here before. Not all of us, but most of us in 16 against OKC. Just look at each other and trust each other. I'm tired of watching guys not be themselves. It's just a game. The chef is hurt. Do it for him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Of course, only 3 players are left over from that 2016 team. But
some of them were like, I was in nursery school.
Totally.
But anyway, go ahead.
The crossover.
Oh,
That's what this is, and it's brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Welcome, Willard and Dips.
The fellas.
Hi,
Yeah,
boys.
what's going on? Yeah.
I'm impressed at how much voice you have left.
I am too.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually it's just gone.
Yeah. So you were smart to do it at the end of the show, and you still got a little left in the tank.
Well,
Not a lot.
I'm starting to worry because tomorrow is Thursday.
Right.
Thursday.
Which is a traditional day off for the Goo.
Family stuff happens, but it happens to fall.
Yes, I'm just
mostly
trying to
on a
let the
Thursday.
listeners know what he was implying.
I'm like, not deal.
No, Steiny made the implication, and so me, as a good co-host, I want to let the people know who maybe don't know what Steiny was referring
Got
to.
you. And that's a fire, I mean it, Valkyrie shirt.
Oh,
down.
thank you.
I got
Yeah.
2.
Yeah,
They start Friday, Willard.
Yes, they
right
do.
here on 95.7
Yes, they
The
do.
Game.
You got 2?
I went to the team store.
Gotcha. Yeah, this was a handout here outside in the green room. So
When,
yeah,
today?
I'll take it. Yeah,
That hurts.
Oh yeah,
I'm jealous.
Hang on, I'll
Hey,
be right
we're
back.
at right.
No, I'm kidding.
Hey, how you feeling tonight? About tonight?
Not great. Sorry, not great. But you know,
When you don't have anything.
no, I'm not. It's not nothing.
But
wait,
Willard can't come up with
I
something.
mean, do you want me to come in and be like, we got this? Like, not great.
Okay, I got a question
They're
for you
in a
two.
bad spot. That's okay to admit, is
Would
it
you
not?
say the last 2 games, even leading at half, I know the third quarter, and I felt like the Warriors were close in both of those games. Would you sign off on that? Steiny's like, well,
No, I would sign off it in game 3.
not
No.
leading at half, Dibs.
Yeah, I mean that's
yeah, leading in half, great, and then tied with I guess that would be 20 minutes to go. Yeah, you're in there, but that's where you got to dig deep, and that's where Anthony Edwards kind of took the game over. And while he took it over, you could not score. And actually, Steve Kerr mentioned yesterday that he played a 5 in that stretch that he'd never played before.
Great combo,
With 8
Mike.
minutes to go, thank you. He went to Kuminga, TJD, Buddy, Jimmy, and Draymond. That's the first time that 5, according to Steve, had ever played together. And he did it because that thing was slipping away. And then that 5 didn't work. And next thing you know, you're down 12. And then he makes a couple more subs. And Gary comes in and Buddy goes out. And, TJD, I think, went out and Looney came in. And 12 turned into 20. And it was over. It was over. They didn't score. Like Minnesota went on a 17-0 run, which, 17, Minnesota, good. That's nice. But if that 17-0 was 17-8 or 17-9 or 17-10, I do think that we have a different conversation in the fourth quarter, but it was 17-0, you're down 20, and it's over.
Man.
Yeah. That third quarter obviously was probably the best quarter the Timberwolves played in the series. I mean, obviously. I heard your interview yesterday with Kerr. I thought it was interesting. I don't know if defensive is the right word, but I did sense a little something when he talked about Podziemski, and then you circled back with him, and it almost felt like he was saying, well, can't you see all the things that he does? And the issue is that some people can't.
A lot of people can't.
Right.
A lot of people can't. A lot of people don't. It's why I asked him to elaborate on that, because I wanted to at least let him speak to what I think is the number one criticism of him right now. That's it. Like, just speak to it, and then everybody can do what they want with it. And you can go to bed and think Steve's wrong, or you can think Steve has a point.
But as long as he's aware.
I mean, just speak to it. Like explain I'm not going to ask it this way. Why do you put him in the game? Like, I'm not going to be, like I'm texting a radio show. Like, but speak to it. What is it that you see even when he's not scoring the ball? And he went into a lengthy answer.
He did.
And he went into a very short answer when Dibbs asked him
that was great.
if Kuminga needs to have the ball in his hands. Yep. And his answer was basically, yeah.
Yep.
And that was the end of that.
Yeah,
So-
he's better with the ball in his hands.
Right. And I'm with you. I don't think defensive. I do think tired.
Yeah.
And I mean that in a couple of ways. Like they're all very tired, and they've got a lot of they got a lot of bullet holes in their vests.
Wow.
You know, like I bet he's pretty tired of the way his words about Jonathan Kuminga get sent out to the public, and they don't want to do that anymore. That's kind of the way I read it.
Yeah, I just don't know what more he can do on a night like tonight other than, he'll play. I mean, Kuminga's going to play.
Yeah.
Clearly he's going to play, but, I just think when we're talking about Post and Santos and Spencer, what are we really talking about? We're talking about desperation.
Right. And I also think that if you look at, Pods, for example, if he is your, right now, fourth best player, you're in trouble. You're talking about a second-year guy who is still working on his game as he should be. He's a guy who went from Illinois to Santa Clara. No disrespect to Santa Clara,
no
but
doubt.
He played 1 year at Santa Clara. Nice college player. He got drafted, but he's in his second year, and this is his first playoff ever. And now you're asking him to be a guy who plays 33 minutes, and you're going to look for him to shoot it 14 times.
But to be fair, Dibbs, we're not asking him to elevate his game times 10. I just think it's fair to criticize him for going far left of what he's shown throughout the season.
The season is not the postseason.
I get that.
And if you want to go back to Kobe Bryant, and this will be the only time I ever compare Pods to Kobe Bryant, look at Kobe Bryant in his first playoff. And he was awful. And Kobe's one of the 7, 5, 11, whatever best players in the history of the association. And his first playoff involved him basically having issues, and I'll put it gently and say that.
I watched the game.
Pods is not Kobe.
Willard.
Pods is not Kobe. So Pods in year 2, we're expecting him to be regular season Pods. That's not fair. And the bigger issue for me is, and that's why I look at tonight, and Lucas's question is good. Is it more likely they lose by 20 or that they actually win the game? I think it's more likely they lose by 20 because you're asking these guys, TJD and Pods and Buddy, who's not ever really been in a playoff series before this year, and now you're going to go deeper, and, Kuminga has never had this role.
You haven't mentioned Jimmy and Dre.
Fine. Okay, great. Jimmy and Dre, you play great. They've got Anthony Edwards, and they've got Gobert, and they've got Randall, and they've got DiVincenzo, and they've got the best defensive player in the series. Apologies to Draymond Green, but Minnesota's better. So if you're going to beat Minnesota, you need your 8 to be better than their 8. And so now if you want to look at the Warriors' 8, you're looking at TJD and Pods, you're looking at Kuminga and Buddy and GP2, and you need 3 of those 5 to be awesome. And they haven't been.
Did I've been running crazy today. Did I hear through the grapevine that the two of you feel like Jimmy Butler has been a disappointment in the postseason?
I said he's...
Is that accurate? I just want to ask.
I said he's not been playoff Jimmy.
He's not been playoff Jimmy.
And I looked at some of the numbers in the past, and they're off the charts.
And the caveat is he's still hurt, Willard. I believe
he might be.
There's no doubt.
I don't believe he's still hurt.
Oh, you really don't?
Game 3, he took 26 shots.
Then what was 9 shots?
Well, I think he had the flu. And Steve said that to us yesterday. And you know what?
No,
if
he
you're
did.
under the weather, and if you look at this series, they've had somebody sick every game. So if Jimmy's over the flu, maybe he will get 30 shots tonight.
Willard, what would you give him?
I mean, he's definitely in some discomfort. So you can use whatever word you want. I think he is trying his best to play through it. And just like any injury or discomfort, there are good days, there are bad days. And I think he's probably had some bad days, and he's trying like hell to take on a role that is not the role he was brought here to do. He was not brought here to be a hero. He was brought here to be Robin. and now he needs to be Batman. And if we want to talk about playoff Jimmy, here's what I think is the really uncomfortable thing for a Warrior fan. Because what is the sentence that everyone has always said about Jimmy Butler? Oh, playoff Jimmy.
He can do it.
He brought a bunch of scrubs to the finals. That roster was better than this roster.
And it had multiple shooters.
That's the problem. And that's a really hard pill to swallow. Think about what he had around him in Miami that we've referred to for 2 years as scrubs.
Yeah.
Tyler Hero, not a scrub.
Duncan.
Bam Adebayo, not a scrub. Gabe Vincent, a knockdown shooter. Nikola Jovic, a nice player. Like, these guys can score the basketball, especially when the focus is not on them. My problem with what's happened the last 3 games is I'm seeing all kinds of Warriors get criticized for not being able to do what we already know they can't do. That's my problem. Brandon Podziemski go score 20. What?
Without Steph.
Yeah, that has to be something that happens here and there, almost by accident. That's not a game plan. That's never been a game plan. Nobody thought he could do that every night. And now he's being asked to do it every night. When he doesn't, we rip him.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. You know, the other thing, and this happened during the Houston series, and I know what people are going to say, but if you look, and it's just this is what I mean about there's a price to a dynasty, and the price is that Houston wasn't very good, and they got to play their young players, and their young players developed, and they went to the playoffs this year, and they had young players who were instrumental. Like their young players are a little more than role players. And if you look at Minnesota, they were in the Western Conference Finals last year. It's like Gobert's he's not a role player. He's a hell of a player. Edwards is a hell of a player. Actually, forget Gobert because I'm using younger guys. But like Jaden McDaniels and even Naz Reid, those guys had pretty big roles for their teams this year. The Warriors' young players, they're bona fide role players that play off Curry and play off Butler. And now, because Steph's not there, you're asking role players to be more like stars in the postseason.
Yep. And in
that's really hard.
Their first postseason for some.
Exactly. Yeah.
Boy, if they wouldn't have missed on that pick when they had James Wiseman, they might have had somebody who could be 5 years into being a rotational guy and somebody who could actually be another piece that would help them, because you look at what they've done in the draft since. Wiseman.
Yeah. No, I was just, who would you have wanted to take?
Anybody who could actually play basketball.
No, who was that was available?
Halliburton or Tyrese Halliburton is always the easy one to say, but there's a reason why he went number 12.
That would have been a weird pick if they had done it at number 2.
Sacramento takes him at 12, and then they trade him. So it's not like there was a consensus that he was going to be this, and he's now in the Eastern Finals.
But if you would have just been getting help, that guy's a ghost. You got nothing.
Let's go with Onyeka Okongwu.
Okay.
Because he was drafted, how much better would the Warriors be if they had drafted Okongwu rather than Wiseman?
I would think somewhat better because you're getting contributions as to a goose egg.
Well, you would have. I love his skill set is something that would be nice on the Warriors.
No doubt.
Is this series not 3-1 if they've got Okongwu? I mean,
it's
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right. Yes, 4 years later, he'd been a good fit on this team.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I hear where you're coming from.
So I'm all in for tonight, but I just got to get you guys' opinion because I asked Steiny. So if this is just all about there's nothing to see here, and I'm not saying you guys are saying that, the chef is out, what can the Warriors do moving forward? Hopefully they get this to better themselves if Steph is out again. Or are you guys under the impression there's nothing to see here? Our young guys will be fine a year older. But if Steph were to get hurt, we got it. Because that's what's shocking me is I thought we had it with Jimmy and the rest and the youngsters.
Are you talking about Game 6 or are you
just
talking about next year?
Next year. Well, see, next year, and I'm trying not to go there.
I know.
I just want to know how much weight you guys are putting into what we're seeing in Warrior World.
Well, I'm sort of the mind that I'm okay with it. Like, that's kind of what I said yesterday. Like, this is where the Warriors are. This is the cards you play. You understand the risks. I know he's 37, and next year he'll be 38 at a certain point in the season.
And Jimmy, too.
Jimmy will be 36. Yeah. But, like, the bottom line is I don't really see a different way to play this where you've got a better shot. You're top-heavy. You're top-heavy. You're very top-heavy. You will be very top-heavy again next year. I don't really see a way to change that. And so, like, the idea of being prepared to move through the playoffs without Steph Curry, I just don't think it exists.
Wow.
I mean, I agree.
You're going to say you saw it coming because
No,
of his age.
Well, I was concerned about that.
But in history would show you that no team with a core this old has ever won the title. The closest thing to it was when the Bulls won number 6 and Rodman was 37. And I went through this a couple weeks ago. Jordan was 35. And I think Ron Harper was also close to there, but Pippen was only 32. And so when you look at even that core, Rodman, the oldest, was not the most important player. Jordan was 35. And if you remember that finals and that entire run, it took everything they had to be able to get over a Utah team, and it took contributions from everyone. And
an
also,
offensive foul.
One thing we said yesterday about, there we go, blaming the refs again, and you can aim that for Mark Willard. But
Love it.
When you look at Michael Jordan in all of his playoff runs, the dude never missed a game in the playoffs. And now here we are with Steph for the second time in his career with a prolonged absence, and this one's going to actually hurt.
Man. I mean, and maybe we need to talk about it like this. I mean, Curry's Jordan.
Oh, no doubt.
Curry's Jordan. Well, guess what happened to the Bulls when Jordan didn't play for 2 years?
Yep.
The
Rockets
won
went
a
back-to-back.
series, and then I think they lost the series.
They got cheated. They should have went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
What do you mean? They got cheated?
They had the Knicks beat, and they called a foul on Pippen on a shot that wasn't a foul that would enable the Bulls to go to the Eastern Conference Finals.
The stupid refs, dude.
Are you talking about the Knicks
the
Pacers?
stupid refs.
No, I'm talking
When
about
Larry
Knicks
Johnson-
without Michael. The year without Michael, the Bulls had action to go to the Eastern Conference Finals.
So we're going 30 years back, and we're still going to complain about a call that didn't go
I'm just
the
saying
Bulls'
that,
way.
yeah.
Did Phil Jackson
It's
have a
so
challenge?
great.
I just,
What
well,
happened?
there was no challenge.
I
then.
know.
Okay.
That's anyway.
Oh, hello.
I'm checking the tape on that one.
Check it out. The Bulls almost, I believe they won 50 without Mike. The first year he was gone.
Okay.
All right.
But
I think if you take
they weren't as scary.
No doubt.
That's what I mean.
If you try to do the impossible for us, Warrior fans, Warrior flagship station, sorry, Steiny, and you too. But like, if you take the emotion out of it, if you can, how would you view another team that loses their generational star?
No, it's over. I got you.
Right,
But when I was drinking the
we don't-
Jimmy Kool-Aid, can you give me that, Willard? Can you meet me halfway the way this thing was going? Like, okay, no Steph for a little while. Miami, and that's where I went wrong in my formula, is Miami Jimmy. It was going to be Miami Jimmy with these guys.
Right, but even if he was, I don't know that would have moved on to round 3 because, again, those guys were better than these guys.
Well, maybe not round 3, game 6.
I mean, we have used the narrative for 2 years that Jimmy packed his bag with scrubs and dragged them to the finals.
Two guys got paid on this team.
And my take is this group's worse than that group. Jimmy's 2 years older, and if you don't want to use the word hurt, is in some general discomfort around the clock. This would be more impressive than what he did 2 years ago. If he can grab this group and take them up against the Minnesota Timberwolves, who I respect greatly, and take them into round 3.
The other thing is that that was Miami's team with Jimmy Butler on it. So even though Jimmy didn't play 82 regular season games, he was a part of that team. He knew their personnel, and he knew how to play with them.
Totally.
He just got here 3 months ago.
And did almost zero of this.
Exactly.
Which is play without Steph.
Exactly.
This group has played together probably 6 times.
Right. So he's being asked to do what he did in Miami, but he doesn't have the familiarity or probably the confidence that he did back then because at least he'd had years to figure out who these guys were and what he exactly had to do to will them. I don't think he knows with this team.
Yeah.
But I think he's finding out they can't score enough, and he's got to do it all. He's got to score 30 and get 10 assists.
Would you two be, if I hooked you up to a lie detector test, you and Dibs, Willard, answer the question going into this series, even without Steph, having the two best players be both on Minnesota? I would have said no, and I'm disappointed in Draymond because I know it's a big ask, but he's got nothing because of what he's going up against. But to me, without Steph, the two best players, and the problem is I didn't see Randall going ahead of Jimmy. I thought it would be Edwards, Jimmy, Edwards, but now if I'm wrong, you tell me if you think I'm wrong, it is Randall and Ant-Man.
It was in Game 4. It was in Game 4. I don't think Randall was phenomenal until Game 4. He was good. So was Jimmy. I think that's a Game 4 take. Like, I mean, we liked what Jimmy was doing until Game 4.
And the other reason we like, or what Randall's doing is big is because he's playing with Ant.
Well,
so.
But he's been killing, man. Using the glass.
And let me
like
ask you this:
domino.
If Anthony Edwards
31
went out,
31 in Game 4. He had 24, 10, and 12 in Game 3.
Man.
And he had 24 and 11 and 7 in Game 2. I think he's been pretty spectacular.
No, I don't think spectacular. I think he's been good. He's a very good player.
Three straight wins. He had a triple-double. He had 31, and he had a double-double.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
That's what he does. That's what he averages.
If Anthony Edwards weren't playing for Minnesota, do you think Randall would be playing at the level he is now?
Nope.
Depends who he's playing with.
He's not playing with Anthony Edwards.
If he's playing with Shea in Oklahoma City, then
on this team.
No,
this team right here, right now.
Doing what Jimmy's doing with lesser.
Probably lesser.
Yeah.
He probably wouldn't be doing as much.
He'd be more of a volume guy. And hey,
but I get that.
Hey,
who's going to the game on Friday night?
Oh, well, if it's here, I'll go. Absolutely.
It is here.
No, the Valkyries game he's talking
Friday
about.
night.
I'll be in North Carolina.
Oh,
yeah.
See, I got caught up in the
I'm gonna be out of
every
town
other game.
Yeah. No, there's no Warrior game Friday night for sure.
Right.
Lock it in. Kukush.
Goo, you want to go?
For the umpteenth time, I'll be in North Carolina.
He's going to be in North Carolina.
Nice faith you guys had in this team.
We talked about it this morning.
In what team?
The Warriors.
They won't play Friday, period. They can't play Friday.
Right. But what I'm saying,
understand it, right?
We're
the schedule.
Steiny, you want to get away?
Are you here Monday?
Is busy.
No.
Oh,
I am.
Oh boy,
I'll be back on Sunday. I can make the second half of Game 6.
But don't try to get out of what mess you're in. Right? You got it wrong. Admit it.
I got nothing wrong.
No, I actually wish I would, if I were in town, I would be at that game on Friday night. I'm excited about the partnership that was announced earlier this morning. My daughter asks me every day, when can we go to a game? She literally asked me if we could go Friday night, knowing that I'm not even going to be in the country. So I told her no.
Oh, Will, where are you going?
I'm going out of the country.
But you gotta give us a name.
It rhymes with Texaco. Anyway.
I got it.
So good job. You nailed
rhymes
it.
with Wabo.
I got it.
Anyway, yeah. I'm excited to go as soon as we get back.
Tell me what you think. I told my great Steiny, there's no off season in the Bay when it comes to hoops.
Yep. Another thing to
look forward to.
Toss into the summer mix.
Exactly.
Any NFL schedule talk coming up on your show? Or you guys don't care?
As more stuff breaks.
Okay.
I'm waiting on what is the home opener. Because for a bunch of years in a row, that's been a primetime game.
Yeah, well, you're
Thursday night against the Giants 2 years ago. Last year, New York Jets. Woo, Christian McCaffrey's out.
Remember that
night? So, and I've not seen that leak yet on what the home opener is. I know the opener is in Seattle, reportedly.
Give us Rams-Niners here.
No, I think I already saw the Rams-Niners games. I think are week 5, week 10, maybe something like that. But I don't care who it is. I'd love for it to be a primetime game. The problem is the Niners don't have anybody on their schedule that's worthy
but we
of
don't know that yet.
Only division opponents.
But based on the look. Like they have a Sunday night game apparently at some point against the Falcons. That's the sexiest thing they got.
Yeah,
At
that's
the
what I was-
Rams, October 2nd, Thursday night, week 5.
Okay.
Yep. And then the Falcons would be
That's not
week
easy.
7. That's prime time.
Yeah.
And then the Panthers,
Monday
you mentioned
night,
it.
right before Thanksgiving.
That's also prime time. And it's now being confirmed, according to Niners Web Zone, week 17, Bears, Sunday Night Football.
Okay.
So that's 4 prime times right there.
Remember, though, the Sunday Nighters in the second half of the season are flexible.
Wow.
They're flexible. If everybody's
Bears got to hold Niners too.
If everybody's 5 and 9, you're not on Sunday Night Football anymore. So we'll see. But I want to know what that home opener is. So when we get it, yes, we will. And the whole thing comes out at 5. And then Warriors Live starts at 5:30.
Well, according to this, the home opener looks like it's going to be week 3 against the Cardinals.
Prime time or just
no,
Sunday?
125. Weeks 1 and 2 on the road, and we're awaiting. There are 6 more road dates that need to get slotted in, including the one that would be before the New York game in week 9. I would bet that's going to either be Tampa or perhaps New Orleans or Cleveland, somewhere out in the East. That way the Niners can get a 2-game road trip.
Who's the best quarterback on the 49ers schedule this year?
Maybe C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud?
Well, who's
Sure. Maker Mayfield?
Matt Stafford?
Gino? No,
One
he's
of
in
them.
L.A.
Gino's not on the schedule.
But
Yeah.
Smith.
No, he's on the Raiders.
Sam
All right,
Darnold.
guys, we got to let these guys get their show started.
Got you.
The show already
Great
started.
interview with Curro.
Thanks,
you.
Goo.
Thank you, Goo. Great speech.
Little prickly.
He's down 3-1.
Yeah, he's
What is
tired.
he-
He's
TJ
I think so
Mason.
too.
Yeah, he's tired.
All right, 1, 2, 3, Cancun on 95.7.
Wow.
That was for Kerr. He needs a rest.
No, what? You got to
Really?
fix that,
Really?
Steiny.
He did break a little news yesterday because I asked him, safe to say that your closing 5 is going to be your starting 5 in game 5? And
Yeah, I heard that.
He locked it in. Yes.
Locked it in.
I
He said,
heard.
absolutely.
So Guy Santos
exactly.
is in.
Lace him up,
But
Noxie.
fix that, Cancun, Steiny.
Yeah,
Goo.
fix it.
Goo. Do you believe I would prefer the Warriors win tonight?
Okay.
That makes it 3-2. That means I'll get to see my buddy again. And if the Warriors,
now he's your buddy up
If
front.
he ain't even
If
been
the
on the
Warriors-
show.
3-1, now he's your buddy.
been on the
This is
show.
so
you know
great.
what? You want to be honest? I was going to have him on today,
What
and
happened?
I was like, nah, I'm
Oh,
not
'cause
having him on.
I
today.
get it. They're up.
How about this? If
You
the-
win tonight, and your lead story is I get to see my friend again.
My
Is
Said it.
buddy.
We all- Look at how great
That's
he's
the
looking at.
first
My name is
one.
Buddy.
Yeah, second is then good for
My
the
buddy.
station.
Huh.
Good for the
Damn
station.
soul, my
Okay.
buddy.
I can't lose.
Okay.
Don't you get it?
Oh, I
Music
get it.
Soul Child, B-U-D-D-Y.
get
Now
it.
look at him.
Yeah.
What you got?
Loud and clear.
If the Timberwolves lose tonight,
Okay,
I'll get Finch on tomorrow. Or
That'll be
Friday.
dope.
How about that?
let's go.
You won't.
Goo won't
Yes,
be
I
here.
will.
No, Friday.
He didn't want to come on because they were up 3-1. If they lose a game, he'll come on.
Oh, you asked him and he didn't want to come on?
We both agreed that it wouldn't. If the timing
a
wasn't
mutual
great.
decision.
He didn't ask. We
No
both
chance.
I swear to God.
Why?
Why would you not want him on?
Wasn't live.
Because people would think. I told him I was thinking about having you on today, but I think a lot of Warrior fans would think like I'm trying to stick it to him.
Oh,
You
wow.
are.
And he
It's what
said,
you do all day,
yeah,
every day.
He said, "Yeah, not great timing."
Okay,
said-
so he agreed with you, but you actually led the way to not having him on.
Pretty much.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because
Wow.
you're worried about yourself.
of course.
And because all you do, to be honest, as a Warrior fan, all you do is stick it to us.
There is an I in Steiny.
Yeah. And there's also a T.
And
An
sometimes why?
S-T-I, because he tries to stick it to us.
No, I gotta go.
I mean, you don't, but you will.
Goo.
So I'm tired of you always go get him. Yeah,
Go get him.
Stand up to him.
on.
Quit looking,
Come on.
dumping it on
What am I standing up for?
That's a four-wheel.
You're standing up for the fact that you don't actually try to stick it to us.
There
I'm
it
not
is.
gonna do that.
You're not going to tell
Here's
us.
the other thing. If you guys have no idea that
How close
if the
you guys
Warriors
are?
win
I know.
tonight, all of a sudden everything
Steiny.
changes because then Curry's back in the picture.
Yeah.
Too many people have given up on this series.
Who doesn't realize that? Who doesn't realize that?
The callers who have given up on this
callers.
We didn't have many that were doubtful. Some are still hanging in there.
Of course people are down. They're down 3-1.
Yeah.
You thought Steve Kerr sounded down.
He sounded angry at you guys.
Well, that's possible.
Only 3
No, he
teams
wasn't
have ever
angry.
come
He
back
wasn't
from
angry.
3-1 down to win 2 on the road in those final 3 games.
Oh, wow.
Only 3 teams have ever done it.
Rockets. 95 Rockets.
That is correct with Mario Ellie.
I'm done here.
The Cavaliers over the Warriors in the NBA Finals. And
who's the other one?
The other one, the 1968 Boston Celtics.
Oh, good.
Bill Russell over Wilt Chamberlain.
And how many
What
of
was
them?
Will doing?
How many?
Everything.
How many of them did it without their best player?
Now that's the bar.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So that's all this is about. If somehow we don't get it done,
It is for me.
The chef went down.
It is for me.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Steiny. The chef went down. Nothing to see here. I think there's something with Jimmy. I thought we were getting a little more.
Yeah, you thought he was 27?
And you thought,
Did you really?
And you thought the rest of these players could be a 2 or a 3.
It was game 3. If they would have won game 3, which was winnable, we'd be at 2-2, and
He's
it would be
right.
1-2-2. Everyone would be feeling differently about where we were.
you're
It would
right.
be, hey, can you steal one in game 5? If not,
I
you
may
know.
as well stay now, Grand.
Just
You have 5
stay.
more minutes.
Man, let's do it.
If
the
only
first
we had
time.
Onyeka Okongwu.
Man,
Well,
damn, who I like, by the way.
I like him
we
too.
all do, yeah. I
I
mean,
play him on underdog sometimes. They boy get bored.
11 teams
bored.
passed on
I do
Halliburton.
him on
So,
Prize Picks.
and then the team that drafted Halliburton then traded Halliburton. So it's not like, you know,
What are they
damn you,
doing?
Bob Myers. Call your guy right now and tell him, where were you on Halliburton, Bob?
I hope they don't. I don't care if they
They
don't
had
get
problems with his father.
But
okay.
That's why they didn't
random.
take Ball or Halliburton.
Hashtag
It's a
random.
father
Daddy
issue.
issues. Yeah.
What's up?
The Kings could have got Cooper Flag. That's just how bad
I
things are
know.
going
That's
down.
like-
I
No,
kind of
I-
lightweight was rooting for. Dude, they are just Halliburton.
You want to
Yeah.
hashtag random? This series has turned the two of you fancy. You fancy.
I don't
You're
know what
over
that
here
means.
texting with the coach. You're over here driving to the ESPN studios and hang out with Perk and
I
Bob
was going
Myers.
to a
The
basketball
two of you
tournament.
are fancy all of a sudden.
We're big deals.
Stop.
Fancy.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
My God. Where are you going tonight?
Yeah.
What kind of rooftop club, superstar bottle service thing you got happening for this one?
So if Minnesota does advance, and you know we've
win it all.
we've gone through the numbers, 96% of the teams up 3-1, they go on to win. Only 13 teams have ever recovered. 2 of those were Denver in the bubble. So it's very, very, very unlikely. So if Minnesota does advance, Steiny,
yes,
which game are you going to go hang out with Finchy?
Because you've done it before. Atlanta and Milwaukee when they played in the playoffs.
Facts.
With Diaz, remember he did the show in the hotel room.
No doubt.
I got all the memories.
Guru.
Are you hoping for Denver or OKC? Which is your preferred destination?
I'm not going to.
SFO can get you there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Coming up at 5:30 today.
Western Conference
Warriors
Finals.
Live with Willard and Dibbs today at 5:30. Maybe the final Warriors Live of the year. Hopefully not.
Maybe.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
do you get Kerr on the exit interview? Or
next week.
He
Yeah.
actually ended.
I heard that.
It was a good question.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
What did he
And
say?
he ended it. He's like, "I'll talk to you next week." I'm like, "Oh, good."
Yeah. Pretty awesome.
There it is.
And it's, you know, you can agree or disagree with his decisions and his rotations and all the rest of it. But one thing that I will always clap back at is his level of candor and honesty as a like professional coach. I don't think that he often like completely tells bold-faced lies.
No,
That's why it's so good.
You know what that just made me think of when you said that was I wanted to bring this up. Your scientist caller.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, I missed it. What happened?
He was.
If Grandy had
Yeah.
the
Do
button
you have
and let
some
him
of the
hear,
drops?
this dude,
Yeah,
this,
that guy.
and I believe he was the
Oh,
scientist.
he brought the
He has
heat.
tenure at Cal.
He was tremendous.
No doubt.
Oppenheimer,
and he was right. He was all kinds of right too.
If I'm a scientist, and you guys aren't.
Okay.
So good.
That's all I have.
He basically was saying your
he
best
said-
players out. You're overthinking it. It's
Well,
like-
he's like Steve Kerr has a PhD
Right.
in basketball, and then
We're
everybody
third
just
graders.
right.
And he said, "You guys are like have a third grade
Scotty goes
understanding
up
of
ninth
basketball."
grade.
and he said he called himself a first grader,
Right.
so he wasn't peacocking. I mean,
Is he
was
not aware of
he was
the
right.
fact that we got a $1.43 in
Oh,
the
yeah,
room?
Stotty brought
I
that up.
reminded him.
I hope so.
I
yeah.
reminded
He
him.
Yeah.
reminded
Still waiting on those test results, by the way.
Oh, they're coming.
And also,
Is that
And
where you're
Bob's
going to
going to
North
give me, I
Carolina?
guess they don't trust him. So I'm going to just take one off the.
Don't trust them or you?
Me, basically.
And also, I know you're not big on weight room videos, but I do want to see you pressing up 325 or whatever the number was.
And I'll just leave this. Will wasn't there. I hit the ball 300 yards. You saw that.
300
Oh, no,
feet.
no.
Okay.
9 yards.
And just real quick.
I showed up right after it happened, and I got
and
the
this
full
man
rendition.
says I throw a bowling ball, which is not light, harder than anybody's ever seen. So I'm going to do the video.
Yeah.
It's nothing, Dibs.
Yet when we bowled against each other, I did beat you with my 10-pound
I didn't
ball.
say I was good.
No, you do throw it very, very hard.
He throws it very hard into the alley.
And occasionally at the pins.
I mean.
Oh, no, I hit the pin. The pins hate to see me coming.
Really hard.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Really hard.
He drops it like
what do you
it's
want,
hot.
Nahegan?
You're going to need to put your headset
I'm here.
on. No, you
I'm still here.
You have to put your headphones on.
Yeah.
No, but they have something to tell you.
Oh, something's coming. Yeah, all right.
He's the boss. He's got a packed up. Here, borrow mine.
All right, there we go.
Steinmetz is going to Willard.
Steiny, I have good news and bad news. The good news is you're only a couple minutes away from getting out of here.
All right.
The bad news is the boss says he has to also talk to you once you get out.
man.
No.
Yeah, hate to see it.
We'll see. We'll see.
Straight to the
All right.
office.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Got my
That
headset
would be
back.
very unusual considering we have our meeting tomorrow.
I feel good about
He said
this
what he
one.
said.
I just think Minnesota's, they're going to eat something's. I think this thing gets extended, Dibs.
You sound convinced, too.
No, I do. I'm telling.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I mean, you know what? If I were you, I would bet it on the money line. Take the Warriors money line plus 550 or whatever
and this
it
would
is.
be the first time in the Kerr era they would have lost 4 playoff games in a row.
Well, sure. They don't lose a lot of playoff
No,
series.
man.
No team has ever lost 4 straight playoff games and advanced.
Deep dive Dibs.
I did this yesterday.
No,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not,
you can't.
It's
You have
not
to win that
possible.
last game.
You have to. It's not possible.
I did the same thing yesterday. I was like, wait, there was that. No, wait, it's impossible.
Yeah,
Because every series that you win ends with a win. Anyway. Go
All
see
right,
the
guys.
boss.
Tell you what,
Thanks for
Steiny,
staying.
bring
That
it
was
home.
awesome.
I got a gift for you. I got a gift for you.
Give him a gift card.
I'll take it from here.
Thank you, buddy.
You can leave.
And he's going to take it from me, 95 cents.
Yeah,
You
no.
know, Valkyrie, home of the
Me
Valkyries.
taking it from you means you don't need to do that. You can just go.
Night-night.
Yeah, you can just go. As you heard today on the Morning Roast, we are obviously excited to announce that 95.7 The Game and Odyssey have partnered with the Golden State Valkyries on a multi-year deal to broadcast their game starting this Friday as the Valkyries take on LA Sparks, Chase Center, 7 o'clock. You'll be able to listen to the games right here on 95.7 The Game, the Odyssey app as well. The Valkyries will have their own custom channel, so download that Odyssey app now. Search Valkyries to listen to each and every game. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will be on the call throughout the season. We're also sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. And now you can say 95.7 The Game.
It's not death that a man should fear.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. Here we go. If this is it, please let me know.
Yep.
Old Huey Lewis line. But I hope it's not. Wait a minute. I've got to hit the brakes right away.
Hit them.
And Tim Kawakami's going to join us in 45 minutes. Then we're going to fly toward this game. We're going to walk you all the way up to it. We'll do Warriors Live. This game starts at 6:30 tonight. Get off work early. Let's go. 888-957-9570. I'm not saying that anybody firmly came out and said this, but I feel the desire to explore this. Has Jimmy Butler in some way been disappointing to all of you? Or to some of you? Or to any of you? Has this been disappointing now? Like in some way, shape, or form, the opportunity to go back and be an NBA 1, which he was not brought here to do. He was brought here to be an NBA 2. He's been an NBA 1. I know he can do it. But like this particular journey, this circumstance that's in front of him, is this disappointing to people? Is anyone feeling that way? Jimmy Butler has in some way not kind of hit the mark or
lived up to billing.
Been what you wanted him to be?
He's been fine. I wouldn't say he's been disappointing. I wouldn't say that he has been an absolute elevating presence. He's been fine. He's played well, and then there were times when he's played okay. And I think that the expectation was Jimmy Butler would come in and be playoff Jimmy like he had been in Miami at times. And so far in these playoffs, there have been moments where he's done that. And I look at game 3 where he was 12 of 26. He had 33 points and the team lost. But then you come out in the last game and he went 5 of 9. And I know that might have been because he was under the weather and Steve Kerr said as much. And so I'll allow for that. He at least went out there and tried. I wouldn't say that he's been disappointing, but I wouldn't say that he's been absolutely spectacular. He's been fine.
But okay, let's explore this. He's been fine. Starting when? Like when you just answered that question, you were referencing when?
The whole postseason.
The whole postseason. He was not
fine.
He was not asked to be playoff Jimmy.
Right.
That's not the definition that I know to be playoff Jimmy. That means that you're that dude, you're that dog, you walked in, you took over, you're Mr. Alpha, and you gather everybody around and you take them with you on your back and you move through the playoffs. That's not his role here. That's what
it's his role now.
Yeah, correct. So we're only talking about 3 games then.
No, we're talking about the totality. And I'm looking at game 5 against Houston on the road where he was not very good. And none of them were very good. And just because he's playoff Jimmy doesn't mean he has to shoot it 25 times a game. But I look for him to be impactful in spots where you need a guy to come in and be impactful. And I thought that, game 5 against Houston, he was really, really patently bad.
As was every Warrior, right?
Right.
Okay.
But you're asking about Jimmy and what I think of Jimmy. So he's not been a disappointment, but I don't look at it and go, yeah, he's been awesome.
I guess
he's been fine.
Well, but I guess that I look at it differently. Like you grabbed the one game that we didn't like. Obviously, game 2 was the game that he got hurt.
Yeah,
so
I wiped that off.
He played 8 minutes and only scored 3 points, 1 of 2 shooting.
Yep.
Game 1, 25 points. Nice job.
Yep.
Comes back. Game 4, I'll remember you forever, brother. You couldn't run.
It was awesome. And he grabbed the biggest rebound of the year.
And he scored 27 points in that basketball game, 7 of 12 shooting, and was 12 of 12 from the free throw line, and was in tremendous pain. And then they come back in game 5, and as you pointed out, he was bad. So was everybody. The Warriors got run off the floor immediately. And then very, very steady Eddie. In fact, I would argue.
He was good in game 6, yeah.
Like one of the only Warriors who was good in what was a very disappointing game. And Lucas Alexander and others will point to that game 6 as the night that the season went the wrong way. and I don't think it's a crazy take because you and I sat there in the arena and for 4 hours said if they don't win tonight, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Now, they ended up winning the series, but guess what happened next? They got in trouble. Do you want to draw a direct line to Game 6, an indirect line, no line? That's up to everybody individually.
Sure, you can do that.
But he was good, and then he was, I thought, fantastic, 28-7 on 54% shooting in a Game 7 victory on the road. Then he comes out. He's very good, or at least, palatable what you needed him to be, 20, 11, and 8 in your Game 1 victory.
And 20 shots.
Yep, 20 shots. But remember, 3 of those 4 quarters, no Steph Curry. And then since then, no Steph Curry. And the only game that they were really close to winning, he was brilliant, and they fall short. But I look at this, and again, this is where my mind goes. The minute Steph leaves, I see everyone through a different lens. You are now all being asked to do something other than what you had been asked to do.
Well, he's being asked to do what he's been doing his whole career, and that's where I look at what he's done. And well, we can look at his Miami teams, and you were throwing out some names, and I was looking at the team that actually he had a couple of years ago, and Bam Adebayo, great player. Well, he's got Draymond Green and Tyler Hero, great player. And you look at the depth of that roster, not very good.
Who's the comp for Tyler Hero?
Probably Buddy Hield.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Buddy's been spectacular of late.
And Bam Adebayo, I don't know if he's been spectacular. He was spectacular one time. And then outside of that, he's been better than he was through the middle of the season. Bam Adebayo is a way better offensive player than Draymond Green. At least
not nearly the defensive player that Draymond Green is. So,
but what we're mostly talking about right now with the Warriors' struggles is on the offensive side of the floor, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay.
Really quick, guys, as well. 2023, the last time Jimmy dragged a Heat team to the finals, Tyler Hero played 1 playoff game.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Absolutely fair.
And Duncan Robinson was really good in that playoff run.
Like I just look at this now, and that team, the so-called schmucks that he grabbed and took to the playoffs had a lot more experience than a lot of this group has. You know what I mean? Like it's not like I'm going to look at Miami 2 years ago and be like, ooh, sparkly roster. No, I wouldn't say that. But look at this one. I mean, when you need a bucket right now, good God, what on earth can you really, really count on? And so my argument would be what you're asking Jimmy to do when you said, oh, you've asked him to do it before. I don't agree. You haven't asked him to do it with this group. I thought Steiny's point was a great one. He's not really spent any time with this group in this form. And now you're asking him to win a playoff series. These last 3 games are probably games 4, 5, and 6 that he's played with this roster.
Without Steph.
Correct. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like that, like you don't win playoffs with no continuity and no experience and none of this. And his butt hurts. And
well, you don't know that.
No, he has said that.
Right.
So I have no reason not to believe him. I don't know why he'd say that if he didn't feel it. And he's 2 years older. And. I just think this is a lot harder than anything he's ever had to do before.
Right. I don't think that any player who's out there, I don't look at it and say, well, I'm going to go ahead and give you the injury excuse because 2 games ago he shot 26 times in a game. So was his butt was fine then.
No, it's not
but
fine.
now it's not fine.
It hurts.
But he's able to go out there and shoot and really impact that game in game 3. And so can he go out there and do it again tonight? Absolutely. And for me, having a lack of knowledge of your teammates, it affects you in some ways, but it also doesn't affect you when you get the ball and you go out there and you try to score the basketball. And so I look at him to try to do that. So is it disappointing? Absolutely not. But he's been fine. He's been fine. He has not been a guy who turned into Batman, which is what I thought he would have been.
I think this is a different level of Batman. I think that this kind of commentary makes me feel like everybody has forgotten the last 2 months, and that sucks. The Warriors do not do any of this without how brilliant he's been. Brilliant.
With Steph.
Yes.
Right.
That's who he's been, and that's what he was asked to come here and do. 3 weeks ago, people are having national debates over whether this is the greatest deadline acquisition, at least in recent memory, in the history of the NBA.
Well, that's hyperbole.
Well, I don't think it is.
You're a second round out, and it's the greatest acquisition in history.
That's not the point. The point is what happened when he arrived. A 500 team snapped their fingers with no practice time and got infinitely better.
Into the play-in. I mean, what are we talking about?
That's the cost of the first 50 games. You know damn well after he arrived, they were the 2 seed. They're the second best record in the Western Conference after he arrived.
Which got you up to the 7.
Yes,
and that's great.
And that's not his fault.
Neat.
That's everybody else's fault. So that's who this team was before he arrived. I find that to be surprising that Jimmy Butler, with what he has done for this organization in the last 2.5 months, to arrive at 3 games where Steph Curry doesn't play, and therefore he's asked to do what he was not brought here to do, we're now going to start using words like fine.
How would you describe it?
He's been unbelievable. Thank God he's here.
Yeah.
This season sucked until he got here. Unbelievable, beyond my wildest dreams of what one player could come in here and do. I was wrong for my commentary at the deadline when the Warriors acquired him. That's how I would describe the Jimmy Butler experience. And damn it, I can't believe that Steph Curry got hurt and he's only been able to do this much yeoman's work in the 3 games while Steph was gone. 17, 33, and 14, along with 7, 7, and 6 rebounds, 4, 7, and 3 assists.
LLL.
Yeah, LLL.
Yep. What's he, 0-5 without Steph this year?
They won that game against Giannis that one time.
Okay. Yeah, when Steph was out.
Yeah, they can't play without Steph Curry.
Really?
So, that's all. That's how I describe Jimmy. I'm not going to judge the guy on not being able to do what he wasn't brought here to do.
Well, he was brought here to be a guy who's going to make $50 million and be, if he's not Batman, then when Batman's out, you need to be Batman.
No, Steph, that's the 2-word phrase. That's what he was brought here to do.
So Steph isn't here, so now we just shut it down and we can't perform because we don't have Steph. No, what he was brought here to be.
Anything like that.
I'm not saying you did.
Okay, so what he was reacting to this conversation.
Well, this conversation.
I don't want those words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm telling you what I think. What I think is you brought a guy in here.
You put out a hypothetical statement, Dibs.
All right, go ahead.
No, did you not?
No, go ahead.
Am I not repeating what you just said? You said, so now we're not allowed to perform? Did I say that? Did I say that? Who said that, Dibs? Who said it?
Nobody.
Okay.
May I speak?
Not if you put words in my mouth.
I didn't put words in your mouth.
You did.
I didn't say that you said. I don't even get a chance to tell you what I'm thinking.
You and I are having a conversation.
And you're not. It's not a conversation when I don't get to speak.
Right.
What it is you talking over me and me not getting to tell you what I think.
Don't put words in my mouth, and then we're good.
You know what I think? I think he was brought here to help Steph. But if Steph's not around, you were brought here to make big money and make big plays in big spots. And this is what I'm looking for. And I personally do not assign an injury designation to a guy who he's played through it. Is he the only one who has an ailment? Probably not. Anthony Edwards has sprained his ankle twice in these playoffs, and yet he's been able to go out there and perform. And Jimmy Butler landed on his tailbone on April 23rd, which is now 21 days ago. And anybody would tell you that that's ample time to get better. I believe that he's better enough to step forward and make big plays and be the alpha on this team. That is what I'm looking for from Jimmy Butler. Yeah, is he better when Steph is around? Everybody's better when Steph is around. It doesn't mean that Jimmy Butler can't go out there and lead this team in a bigger way than what I've seen.
Actually, yeah, it does, in my opinion. I think every single Warrior is now being asked by some fans to do stuff that we damn well know they can't do. We know it. But we don't want to acknowledge it because it's too painful. It's too painful to have gone on this long of a ride and have had this much fun and have it end this way. That's what is happening. That's what is very likely happening, and nobody wants to acknowledge it. Instead, we got to grab our guns and fire them at a bunch of people who can't do what we already knew they couldn't do. There's nobody on the roster that anybody thinks can be a 2. Some of you think Jonathan Kuminga can, And that's nice. That's nice. You should read Logan Murdoch's article today. It's fantastic. It'll give you insight into why Jonathan Kuminga got benched by Steve Kerr.
At the Ringer.
Yeah,
if you want to find it.
It's on the Ringer. Yep. It's out there. And according to the report, it's because there was a game in Portland toward the end of the year where Jonathan just decided to keep looking off Steph, who was wide open. Now, if you support that, great, support that. I don't. That's why the coaching staff became livid with Jonathan. It sounds to me almost like defiant behavior. Somebody looking for their own shot and not playing within a team concept. That's why we arrived at that. I don't think the Warriors have anyone who can be a 2, but we're screaming and yelling at one another over who now is supposed to be a 2. And I don't think Jimmy Butler can be the 1 on this team. I've said this from the moment that he arrived. The Golden State Warriors, if they lose either of these guys for a lengthy period of time, are not a very good basketball team. So that's all. That's all. It doesn't mean I'm giving up on tonight. It doesn't mean anything as far as the outlook, other than, as I've said all week long, I'm super disappointed that after what has been a thrilling ride for 2.5 months, that Warrior fans suddenly sound down on everybody. You sound down. You sound down on all the players. You sound pissed at all the players. They're all being asked to do stuff they can't do. Not consistently. So Jimmy can score 33 in game 3. He's not going to go out there and do that every single night right now. He's the only one you have to guard. So that's all. I am not going to allow this week to blow out my flame on what Jimmy Butler has done for this organization. This has been unbelievable for the last couple of months.
It's been great. It's been great. And I don't think that I would look at Jimmy Butler and think that he can't go out there and get 33 tonight. And, maybe he isn't built to be the 1, but somebody has to be the 1 or else you're going to lose tonight by 35. So you look around the roster and he's the 1. He's the one who is built to be the 1. The offense will go through him and the rest of the guys, Pods, 4 for his last 24. He should be better than that, and he has to be better than that. And if you want to look at who should be the 2 on this team, it's Draymond Green. Draymond Green's got to be...
Draymond Green?
Has he not had games in this postseason where he scored? He's scored well, and he shot the 3?
You're relying on Draymond Green to
what are you going to rely on?
Scorer?
Who else are you going to rely on in this game?
That's not who I would pick. But anyway.
You've already said about Pods, and the Logan Murdoch article in The Ringer was very... insightful as far as his well-sourced reporting about what they're thinking inside the organization, and it kind of echoes what Steve Kerr said to us without saying it last night. Like, yeah, JK needs to have the ball in his hands to be effective. You're right. Next question. So if he doesn't have the ball in his hands, then he can't be the 2. So who's he going to be? Can't be Pods. Pods can't shoot now.
Actually, Kuminga does need to be the 2.
Right, but if he's the 2, then it's not like he's going to be the 2 and then pass out of any action that he has the ball. He gets the ball and he tries to score.
You're detailing why they're losing basketball games.
I get it. Yeah, but for me, Jimmy Butler has to then be the 1, like he was in Miami, and he has to play like he did in Game 3 when they had every opportunity to win that game. He was great in Game 3. Pods was 1 for 10, and the other people who you look to make big plays, they didn't make big plays.
I guess what I'm saying is, you can sit here and detail what they have to do, and I'm not going to disagree with you. And for everybody who's texting in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line and saying, so they're just supposed to lay down? No, nobody's saying that. I'm not saying lay down. I'm not saying give up. I love that Steve Kerr called them defiant yesterday. Of course, they're professionals. They're going to try. And you know what? They might win the basketball game. I'm not here telling you that they can't. I'm actually pointing this much more at all of us. I don't understand why when they can't do it or they don't do it, we all think they suck and they're disappointing, or Jimmy Butler, who saved this organization in season, is only, quote, fine. I just don't think that's fair. I do not think it's fair to ask people to go out there and do what they're not built to do, what this roster is not built to do, and then criticize them vehemently, by the way, with power when they don't. I do not like that. I do not like the way this has sounded from a standpoint of watching Warrior basketball over the last week and a half. I feel like it's forgetful. I feel like it's dismissive to what this team has achieved. And it is completely, by the way, nonchalant with the greatness of Steph Curry. Like, Steph Curry's out.
Right.
I don't
Does that mean
know.
you lose every game?
It does not automatically,
Right.
although it has so far.
So far.
Yeah, it has meant that.
But you've been
It doesn't mean that's a rule.
Right.
Again, I'm talking about the way we then assess what we're seeing. I don't think we're being fair. That's all I'm saying. I don't think we're being fair.
To who? Like
To
the
the
team?
Warriors.
Yeah. I mean,
yes.
You look at it and you assess it and you react as a fan. I don't think that anyone's like being unfair to anyone in particular. Pods is the one guy I would say that people are being a little bit reactionary toward, and I will defend him for all the things that he does that are outside of him going 4 for 24.
All right, Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here, Fremont Bank, family-owned with that family-owned feel. As you know, they're deeply committed.
let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, let's read a couple of these. Lucas just put it up on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page. Has playoff Jimmy been a disappointment? Getting a good number of votes. I just voted no, and that brings it to a dead even heat of 50-50. Let me read a couple of these on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Do it.
I think these are crazy. I think these are absolutely disrespectful, to be honest with you. 408. Mark, it's because this team needs to show more effort and want to. They are capable of beating Minnesota. Yep, the Warriors aren't trying now. They're not trying hard enough.
Okay. What else?
415. I think it's totally fair. These guys are supposed to be professionals. They make millions of dollars, and they deserve every criticism they get. Okay, so now they're unprofessional, and because NBA players make a lot of money, then we should criticize them when they are completely hamstrung, hampered, and totally equipped.
Well, Jimmy's not. I mean, Jimmy's out there playing.
Yes, they're all allowed to go play. They're all allowed to go play.
Right.
I think. Has anyone seen someone look like they're not trying?
I mean, late in that third quarter, it looked like that they had kind of lost their will to compete, and that it was a small sample. And I would not indict any individual or the team. They gave up a 17-0 run. They were down 20. It was late third, and I kind of sensed that the Warriors had a little bit of that feeling of like, well, this one's getting away from us. And you know what?
I did
That's
too.
pro sports, and I don't know if it led to them not trying, quote unquote. So no, I would not say that, which is why I answered the question, has Jimmy Butler been a disappointment? My answer is no. He's been fine. He's not been, I don't think, spectacular as you, I think that's the word. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you said.
Well, I'm looking at the whole experience.
You're right.
I'm not judging this man on the last 3 games.
I'm not either.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at. I think a lot of people are.
The question is playoff Jimmy.
Yeah.
Has playoff Jimmy been a disappointment? And if I had to answer yes or no, the answer is no. It's not an emphatic no. It certainly isn't a yes. He has not been disappointing, and you highlighted it very well, Game 4, where the rebound that he snatched and the performance he had in that game, if they lose that game, they're in real trouble in that series, I believe. And, you know, it turned out they needed that win and just one more to get the job done. So that was a Jimmy Butler performance for the ages, which would lead me to say, no, he's not been a disappointment, but I do want to see him do something tonight that he didn't do in Game 4.
I want to see him score 60, but I'm not going to, if he comes up short of willing an entire team of young kind of maybe role player-ish people, if he comes short of grabbing all of them and going to Minnesota on one day's rest and beating who I think is one of the best teams in the NBA, who is young and completely healthy, am I going to call them a disappointment or unprofessional or lacking effort or all of these things? And listen, maybe I'm hearing the minority out there. I don't know. I don't know. We get caught in that because we're in an echo chamber that has, like, obviously the people who have something negative to say are the ones who are often compelled to say something, to text a radio show or call a radio show. But I just think that it's crazy. I think it's crazy, honestly. Like, I'm not saying you can't assess athletes. You don't need who was the PhD who called Steiny and Goo to know that Brandon Pajemski's cold like an ice bucket right now.
I'm a scientist, and you guys aren't.
That's true. And Moses Moody has totally lost his way. That's not analysis. Those are facts. That's just a statement that we all can see. But does that make them unprofessional? Lacking effort?
Yeah, that's not the way I see it.
I mean, what are we doing to these guys? They lost their steering wheel.
Right, but Jimmy Butler is a guy, in my opinion, who needs to step up. If he goes out tonight and shoots the ball 9 times in a loss, that will be disappointing. If Jimmy Butler does not try to exert his will on Minnesota and do all he can to try to score because of what you just described, Like, who's their number 2 scorer right now? They don't have one. It's Buddy from 3, if he's open, if he's hot. It's JK off the bench and the ha-ha, and he's going to attack the basket. Beyond that, you need Jimmy Butler to go out there and shoot the ball a lot. You need him to get to the foul line. You need him aggressive. You need him to attack. So if he goes out and shoots 8 or 9 times tonight, I would be disappointed.
Understood. But what if I responded to that this way? Who else do you think also knows that Jimmy Butler needs to shoot the ball 25 times tonight?
Minnesota, fine.
Correct.
But
and
doesn't mean he can't get open.
No.
Doesn't mean he can't get his.
It kind of does. I mean, like, if 5 guys are like, let's just go focus on him. And then we'll make the guy with the floppy hair out there shoot a 3 because he's only hit 3 buckets in the last week. Or if Moody comes in, let him shoot. Or GP2, let him shoot. Let's just put all 5 of our guys on Jimmy Butler, including 7-foot Rudy Gobert, 4-time DPOY. Why can't they do that? Because that's what they're doing.
Well, they can. He'll go by Jimmy. He'll go by Rudy Gobert.
Right, but there's then Naz Reid is waiting for him. Or Jaden McDaniels is waiting for him. Do you want Jimmy? This like, what if I asked it to you this way? You want him to force it?
Yes,
okay.
I want him to force
and
it.
I think
I want him to force the action.
That's a fair answer.
As opposed
it's not going to go well.
Well, you don't know that.
I mean,
as opposed to the alternative, which is not force it and rely on lesser players to try to carry the load. I want to see him force it. And I know Jimmy doesn't do that. I make the smart basketball play, and I go back to I think it was game 5 against Houston where he went 2 for 10 and they got motorboated in that game where he was mostly ineffective. Well, now you don't have Steph Curry. So for me, you don't have the luxury of deferring to lesser players.
888-957-9570. I don't also think that passing the ball out to guys for an open 3 is deferring. Do you know what I mean? Like, sometimes I feel like I hear basketball analysis and people think that it's 5 individuals on the floor and then we get to pick and choose who we want to go shoot the basketball. And the game doesn't work that way. It's 5 people who are all working together in order to get an open shot. You can't just select who shoots ahead of time. You can do that sometimes when there's like 5 seconds on the clock. You can be like, here, Kobe, go try to force a shot. Sure, maybe, but remember the play where the Warriors needed a 3-point? I forget who were they playing against, where they needed a 3 with 2 seconds to go, and they designed a play for Buddy. Remember they threw it across court? Instead of Steph. And why did they do that? Why would they not have Steph shoot the ball? Why?
Because I think he was double teamed.
Because he was quadruple teamed.
Yep.
Because the opponent also was like, we're not doing that. We're not letting Steph shoot the ball. Anybody else. And that's exactly what they're doing to Jimmy. And I don't think Jimmy looks at defenses like that and thinks, I'm going to shoot it anyway. Because it's a bad basketball play.
Well, a worse basketball play is to give it to somebody who is ice cold, 4 for 24.
This was out there.
Right.
I mean, you know what I mean? What would you have him do?
Shoot the ball. Take the mid-range. And if you watched last game, and I know you did, there were so many opportunities where he gets to the foul line, and instead of just going right up, he stops and he's pump faking, and Pods is doing the same. They're not playing with the aggressiveness that I'm looking for from Jimmy Butler. So you know what? Go out tonight and go 9 for 30 in a loss, and I won't criticize that. But if you go 5 for 9 in a loss, that to me is not what I'm looking for.
His goal is not to shoot 25. His goal is to win the game.
Sure, so but you're not winning the game.
I don't know if you're winning it your way either. That doesn't sound good. Go out there and force shots up against Gobert and McDaniels. I would actually rather take my chances with maybe Pods or Moody will find it. Maybe they'll hit a couple. Maybe they'll actually see the ball go through the hoop tonight. If they've done it before, maybe they will again tonight.
It's possible.
I'd rather take that than play 1-on-4 basketball on the offensive end with a 35-year-old with a sore butt.
Well, game 3, he shot 26 times, and that's the closest they've been since Steph went out. They lost by 5, and he shot 26 times.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you in theory, but I don't think you should just go in. I don't think you can predetermine that, I guess is what I'm saying. That has to be there. I don't know if it's going to be there. If it's not there, I don't want him to just get his shot blocked rather than an open 3 from a cold player. Wouldn't you agree with that?
It depends on who the cold player is, because right now you've got 3 or 4 guys who I'd rather not ever see shoot again.
All right, we're going to get to some calls in a little bit. Be patient because Tim Kawakami, the SF Standard, is going to jump in here as well. As you probably heard today on the Morning Roast, and if you haven't, we'll be the ones to break it to you. But we're very excited to announce that 95.7 The Game and Odyssey have partnered with the Golden State Valkyries on a multi-year deal to broadcast their game starting this Friday. That is their first Chase Center game. Valkyries and Sparks, 7 o'clock. You'll be able to listen to the games right here on 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app. In fact, on the app, the Valkyries will have their own custom channel. So if you haven't downloaded that app yet, the Odyssey app, do it now. Search Valkyries, and then you can check in on and listen to every game. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones on the call, and they're great throughout the entire season. We're also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. This is Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Last game as a Warrior?
Better enjoy that rejoin now. Let's play that a few more times today because, yes.
Are you calling that?
Yes.
Last game as a Warrior?
Lock it up. Kukush. They lose by 20, and he won't be a Warrior again.
Oh, that's fun.
If you're going to ask me questions, I'm going to give you answers.
That's fine. I didn't say that it was wrong. I said, oh, that's fun.
That's the answer.
It was a sarcastic quip.
Yeah.
That's a part of me. That is a part of me.
No doubt. I feel bad that that's how I feel, and I hope I'm wrong on both counts.
It will live on just like this one.
This is James Wiseman.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, this is Lindy Waters. Do you have any of those in there?
Don't we have some DeAnthony Meltons in there or something like that?
Tag, this is Dennis Schroeder.
Let's see here.
Dub Nation is DeAnthony Melton.
Yeah.
Okay.
My man.
Guten Tag, it's Dennis Schroeder.
Also this one.
Dub Nation, it's Kyle Anderson.
Okay.
Oh, he thought your picks stink.
He did.
I remember that one.
What about this one?
Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't want that bummer.
Gone too soon.
All right, Tim Kawakami doesn't want to sit and listen to this. Let's talk to Tim, and then we can get back to all the stupid stuff and take some calls and everything at 888-957-9570. But let's go out to the River Islands guest line. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, and of course, the TK Show, which is part of the Odyssey family, and the Warriors Plus Minus Pod with Slates and Marcus Thompson, insiders like no other. Good afternoon, Tim. How are you? Thanks for coming on.
I'm doing fine, guys. I'll tell you what, if I was a player, I would never, ever record a station promo.
Why not?
Ever.
Why?
Because they live on forever, and they just get played, and something bad happens, and there you are. You pop up on the radio and get made fun of. I would never do it.
Well,
I thought this for years. I would never, ever do it.
And we were hoping to get a, hi, this is Tim Kawakami.
Well, I don't see. I could be made fun of. That's okay.
All right, so here we go.
I'm not out there playing basketball, so I've thought this for you. Like, why would you ever do it when you know that will come up over and over and over again? But that's just me.
All right, so at the end of the interview, when I count you down, Tim, go ahead and give us your liner, okay?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, TK.
I'll go ahead and do it. Yeah, you
Okay,
guys can
all
make
right.
it fun of
Nice.
me all the time.
All right. You want to do it now or you want to do it at the end?
I'll save it. Let's do it next time.
Let's save it for the end. All right. No, I'm excited about this. All right. Hey, well, I mean, just since we're here, and this was kind of the accidental conversation when you popped on, but is there any chance Jonathan Kuminga is a Warrior beyond this year?
Well, I always say this on the social media. There's a chance of anything happening at any time. I would say it's towards the unlikelier side with that. You never know. The owner really likes him. I think everybody knows that. But the owner, Joe Lacob, has loved a lot of players before, and sometimes they go and sometimes they don't. Just the contract situation, I think, is the one that really makes it hard to see that again, there's a path to it. If he doesn't get a great offer, he's a restricted free agent. There is a path to the Warriors signing him maybe to a shorter term deal for less than huge money, but it would take him way into the tax. It would take him past the first apron, all these things that we know. Hard to see it for a player that Steve Kerr, kind of plays only out of emergency, which certainly has been without Steph Curry. It's tough. Again, these games that we've seen from him, he's scored points. Like, he's done stuff when he's out there. I think things that many of us suspected that he could do, it just didn't fit the whole Jimmy Butler era, and I understood that. But that's probably got a team or two that's got some money to spend interested. I think, that's the way that is the likeliest, is that there's a team out there willing to pay him $28 million a year, whatever it is. I don't think the Warriors are going to do that. Maybe they can figure out a sign and trade. Maybe they can put him, when big stuff happens, a Giannis trade or whatever, you can jump in there, right? We've seen it. We've seen the Utah Jazz do it multiple times. Like, we'll jump in here, we'll add a piece, we'll get pieces back, just because so many picks and so many big names might be on the move. I can see Kuminga kind of being plopped into that. That's the likeliest. There is a chance he's with the Warriors next season. I don't know that it would be a long-term thing where he's on them forever, but likeliest is that he will be gone on another team in the offseason.
What do you think about the notion of him not fitting against the backdrop of what we've seen over the last few games of, him actually looking like he now kind of fits with Jimmy and Draymond?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think there's a way to do this, but again, probably not at $28-30 million. You could go back, if they had tried this for, from the beginning of the Butler thing and just kept going with it, you could probably see more of a chance. But coach has made the decision that he doesn't really fit. And if he had another year on his contract and you kind of play it out and he's not costing $28 to $30 million, then I could see it, but he's going to cost a lot of money. And they're at a salary point where they can't really just throw money at what they hope somebody is or what they think he might be able to do, in a situation Steve Kerr doesn't not really believe fits. Hard to see it. I'm a Kuminga guy. I keep saying, I'm going to report it the way I see it, and he doesn't fit what Steve Kerr's vision for this team is, and he certainly wasn't a big part of when they went 24-8 or 23-8, whatever it was to finish the regular season. I think maybe you include the play-in, it's 24-8. But the money is the problem. Can they do something better with that money? Can they figure out what else to do with $25 million or whatever it's going to be? And that, again, that's going to take them into this whole apron stuff, and that's really hurts a team. Just get in there and stay in there unless you have a championship level roster. And I don't know that they think they have that if you include Kuminga at that money. Can you do something better? Is there a better way out of this? And I think they're going to decide that there is a better way out of it, a better way to use that kind of money. Again, at $7 million, at $8 million, I could see it. It's not going to be $7 or $8 million. It's going to be 28, 29, 30. And that will be a hard way to process how he fits in with Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry. The coach has just decided that he doesn't really, and the coach is pretty influential, very influential about who plays. I think the veterans generally agree with him, so it's going to be hard to see that.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, TK Pod, Warriors Plus Minus Pod, and right now on Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Tim, I want to try to bring it back a little bit more to present and tonight, but there's two role players who I think have spent the majority, not all, but the majority of the year sort of being praised for the spots that they found. Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody. And now here we are where the feeling around them is rather negative. What does the organization currently feel about those two players?
Podziemski is kind of a made man with this team. Maybe you can argue why, but they really like him. They understand that the shot sometimes comes and sometimes goes, and it certainly has gone during the playoffs. There's no debate about that. He doesn't look confident doing it. He's putting up those flip shots that aren't going in. There are issues with that, but he does other stuff. Again, fans get really mad about it. He's had 2 8-rebound games in this series. He's not a huge negative player. He isn't doing the things that help win the games. There's no question about that. He's going to play. He's tough, not the greatest, on-ball defender, but he's not terrible. He's really good on the help side. 4 steals last game. He's going to play. Now, should he play 40 minutes? Maybe not, but he's going to play on this team, and they're just hoping he hits shots. He's going to get the options. He's going to get the chance. He's just going to have to hit shots. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Moody, he's been out of the rotation for a little while here. He's really suffered without Steph Curry out there. There's no question about that. They probably got too many players who are dependent on having Steph Curry out there or Jimmy Butler kind of hand-deliver them open shots. This is what they built. I don't think I don't think they're sitting there saying, we have an ideal roster, this is perfect, never change it. I think they understand that they've got to get some more versatile offensive players. This is the group they've got. They've made the best of it. I would say a road Game 7 victory against a 2 seed kind of justifies some of that, but then Steph gets hurt, and then you just have too many players who just can't adapt to a different kind of game. That happens sometimes. You do need some better players as your 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th best players. You mentioned Melton. Melton would have been incredible on this roster.
Yeah.
He just got hurt, and then they moved. They moved it for a couple pieces, and that ends up with Jimmy Butler. You can't just say they should have just kept Melton. But that kind of player, a little bit more of a freelance player, a little bit more of a guy who can get his own shot. You can't always have the ideal roster, though. They've done a lot just since February. Clear, we know where they were in February. They were not good. They get Jimmy Butler. They get themselves into the playoffs. They win a series. Then Steph gets hurt because they were looking really good in Game 1. By the way, Steph mentioned himself That's what I was thinking. My God, he's playing like this. They're winning on the road. They just came off of Game 7. They should be exhausted, and they beat Minnesota in Game 1 with Steph missing most of that game. Maybe it's wrong to kind of siphon that out and say that they would have won the series if Steph had remained healthy. I think they would have, especially if they would have won, win Game 1. Who knows? Maybe they would have lost it. I think they would have won. They have a shot tonight to extend this, but they've got some players who only fit certain circumstances. They know it. I don't think there's any fantasizing that they've got players who fit all purposes. They might have to do some changes, but yeah, I think Podziemski, Moody, Hield they got to hit shots in this game, right? They got to hit shots in these playoffs. They have to. And if they don't, they're going to lose, and they're probably going to lose tonight. If those guys, I think Moody's going to get in the rotation today. I do think that. I think maybe like a Guy Santos, maybe a Pat Spencer. Maybe you're going to see a little more extended guys, a little more extended rotation, but it still comes down to guys that you're counting on to have shots, and they're going to get them, and they got to make them. They're not easy. I realize that, but those are the guys. And Podziemski is the guy that they're really baked into the future. This guy's going to be part of it. Now, Moody, too. They signed him to an extension, but we saw him drop out of rotation, and, he earned it. He really, really was shaky with a shot. Sometimes that just happens, and then you bring him back next year, and you hope this is a lesson for him, and he gets through it next year. They've got some pieces that work really, really in specific situations. I don't think anyone in the organization is claiming anything else, and that situation just got broke a little bit when Steph went down. They're going to have to try to adapt tonight, see what they can come up with, and then if they can save the season, then you've probably got Steph coming back for 6 and 7. If you lose tonight, then you see what you can do and try to kind of create a more versatile roster going into next season.
Tim Kawakami from the SF Standard here on 95.7 The Game. How would you assess Jimmy Butler's play over the course of these playoffs, Tim?
I mean, he's been really, really good for a while. Was not great the last few games, but, a lot of responsibility on his back. I think he's capable of some really big games. We've certainly seen that. He's capable of not big games. I mean, he was sick the last game. They say he's healthy now. It's a lot to put on him. He's not a dunker. He's not a guy who, is a great three-point shooter. There's some things that he's not going to do, and he's 35 now, but he does a ton of stuff. He's just a useful player to do a lot of different things. He's playing really good defense. He scraps against bigger players. He's a really good player. Is he a guy that just says, okay, I'm going to take you to the finals like he did 2 years ago with Miami? Maybe, maybe not. It's tough. I think he's having some issues against Minnesota's length. To me, it's similar to Oklahoma City series in 2016 when Draymond really struggled against a ton of length. Draymond is having trouble scoring too against Minnesota's length. It just happens sometimes when you go against a tough matchup defensively. But I think Butler's a really good player. I think he's been better and certainly a better kind of fit in that locker room than I thought he was going to be. I mean, they traded for him when he was under his second suspension from Miami. We know what he's done in previous teams. There was some amount of, uncertainty even within the organization, not Mike Dunleavy, not Joe Lacob, but some other parts of the organization about how this would fit. Is really what we want to do. He's fit. He's fit. They've paid him. That's why he's fit. But it's been worth it. And we'll see how, maybe he's going to want an extension next year. Who knows with him? But he's been a really, really solid player. They've absolutely needed it. And he's better than Andrew Wiggins. And that's exactly what they needed. That's the personality they needed. Maybe he comes up with a 40 spot tonight. I don't know. But they would be a lot worse if they didn't have Jimmy Butler. And they'd be a lot worse next season. I keep saying that. Next season still counts too. And he's signed for 2 more years. Steph's signed for 2 more years. There are a lot of reasons to say, okay, what they had this year is possibly part of what they're going to have next season with some tinkering. But I think Steph's still going to be good, and I think Butler's still going to be good. And I think Butler's been everything they could have wanted out of him, and probably a little bit more.
Tim, I think you might have just answered it, but this is really what I wanted to ask you today. Of all the things we've gone over, if they were to lose tonight, how would the organization process that? In other words, would they say, hey, tough luck, Steph got hurt, we feel like we can run this back? Or would a second round out suggest to them that what they've done is still not good enough and bigger changes are needed?
There's some changes that are going to be, and I think they would have thought that, even if they get through the Western Conference, they would have thought that. They just got Butler in February. So I just can't see saying we had 30 games with Jimmy Butler and didn't work, so let's blow it up. That's silly. That wasn't a 30-game trade. That was a 2 years plus 30-game trade. Now he's getting older. Steph's getting older. Draymond, I understand all that, but I think you go on what you did once you got Butler, and that was pretty special. And the Game 7 win in Houston maybe confirms that. Is this a championship team? I don't know, but I don't know. What is a championship team right now? Oklahoma City was by far the class of the league all season. They don't look great. Boston about to go out. Cleveland out. I don't know that you can go, we need a perfect roster. They had a perfect roster. That was when they had Andre Iguodala, Kevin Durant, etc. And that's hard to do. It's basically impossible to do, except for that one time they had it. They could use some more versatile players like we've been talking about. Again, there's no mystery to that. And Mike Dunleavy is not going around saying, I built a perfect roster. This is great. They are not saying that. They could use other kinds of scorers. They could use a different way to win other than just Steph, just Jimmy, everyone just kind of give us a little bit. They could definitely use that, but they're so much better than they were, in January. There's just no question about it. So you build from that. You get better from that, not say, okay, that didn't work, time to blow it up. Well, if they could blow it up and get Giannis and put him next to Steph, yes, they would do that. So would every team, but I don't know that they have the arsenal to be able to put that kind of package together. But there's other things they could explore, other kinds of players. Melton, again, that kind of player. I don't know how many D'Anthony Meltons, there are out there, but they will be looking into that kind of player. It would have made a huge difference in this series, I believe. Or Podziemski turns into that kind of player, although, I don't know if they can really think that. Listen, they got Melton, Hield, and Anderson last year. They just, boom, there they are. That was mostly through the Klay Thompson salary, but there's ways to try to turn a roster around and add players like that. There are always players like that available. You just got to pick the right ones. Sometimes you pick the right ones, and sometimes you don't. But I don't think this is a redo around Steph one more time. I think this is much more of a, okay, we had a good thing going. We're way better than we were in January. A couple things needed to be added, and they have some things. They have some draft picks they can trade. They have some contracts they can trade. They have Kuminga. I think there's some amount of hey, we got better, but also the knowledge, and certainly again, it won't be just because they lost the series. It'll be because they are realistic about what they have. Let's get a little bit better and maybe a lot better on the margins, and that means players 4, 5, 6, that kind of thing.
Tim, real quick, your sense on the emotional resolve currently of this team. What kind of effort do you expect tonight?
Yeah, I wasn't around. I'm not in Minneapolis, so I wasn't around shooting around, but I've been around them. They were really confident going the last 2 games. I'll put it that way. They really felt that they could win one of those 2 games and get it to Steph in Game 6. They felt that. Did not happen. I think they're very disappointed in the last game. That was not a competitive effort in the third quarter. I think there was a little bit of a frustration or just what happened there. It's a little different than it was the game before or the game before. But I think at some point, if they can get some shots down, it will flip back to the more confident side. I think Draymond Green is never a person who feels like they can't win one. Jimmy Butler the same way. It's going to be tough in Minnesota. It's going to be tough with that team. Anthony Edwards can always go for 11. It's 11-0 run. Anthony Edwards. I think they felt a little demoralized by that. Every time they felt like they had an inroad to win that game, Anthony Edwards went right back in their face. That shot at the end of the half was the definition of that. But they feel like can win a game, but it's less than they felt going into the 2 home games. I'll put it that way. They felt really good going those 2 games, really good. That turned out to be wrong. You never want them to not be confident. You certainly are saying that, they shouldn't be saying, we think we're going to lose these 2 games, but they felt like they could grab one of these games and get it to Steph. That was really part of their mindset, and it didn't happen. If that means, they get down 13-3 in this game like they did in game 2 to start, it could be a really bad game. They're going to have to feel some confidence early, make some shots early, and then see if that place gets tense. Like, that was the thinking game 7 in Houston. Of course, they had Steph, but let's see what this arena feels like if we get a lead. Let's see if there's some tension. Let's see if they go, oh, wait a minute now, we got Steph coming for game 6. This isn't good. That's the mood they want to create. Again, it's easier to do that when you have Steph, but I'd say they're a little shaken by that third quarter. That they did not expect. They did not think that third quarter was going to happen. It happened. You have to deal with it. I think you're going to see some new faces in this rotation. Not a ton, but like I said, Moody, Spencer, maybe, and Santos, just to try to get some energy going. I don't know that those are 3 guys that are going to save your season, but I think they're going to try some stuff, and let's see if Buddy Hield makes some shots, see if Podziemski makes some shots. Let's see what Kuminga can do. Let's see if Jimmy Butler's got something, playoff Jimmy, emerges again. But it's not quite like it was for the 2 other games. I will note that. They were feeling very strong then, and I definitely have to be a little shaky now.
Interesting stuff. Tim, great stuff. Great to have you as always. Thank you for doing it, and we look forward to getting our calendars together so that we can record all kinds of promotions with you.
You line it up, you got it.
All right, there it is. It's on tape. Thanks, Tim.
See you guys.
All right, there he goes. TK Pod, Warriors plus minus. The TK Pod part of the Odyssey family, so you can find that on all of the Odyssey platforms, and then obviously his work on the SF Standard as well. Warriors were very, very confident. Here's like Cliff's notes. Warriors were feeling confident, not like positive, but confident in games 3 and 4. Did not work out. He also insinuates that, yes, if they win tonight, Steph will play Sunday. Now, I don't know if he fully knows that. He knows that better than we do.
Right.
And the statement the Warriors released today pretty much said what you and I guessed yesterday it would say. Steph is progressing nicely. Light on-court activities are now a go. But the next reevaluation is Saturday. So that's the day before the potential of Game 6. He sort of sounds like the Warriors are planning on having him play if they can get there.
Yeah, and if he can go through the next whatever days and not have any setbacks and continue to progress. So if he's starting with light on-court activity today or yesterday, then yeah, you get up and hopefully he gets no setbacks and you ramp up to Saturday and you see how he's doing. And if you have a game 6, then yeah, you give it a go.
Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. All right, it's out to the phones until Warriors Live. So 888-957-9570. Mike Gordon, you're going to lead us off. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and Showroom. They strive to be the go-to supplier by offering a comprehensive range of products for the North Bay. And now we're proud to announce our partnership with Mata Verde Safer Wood featuring Thermex FR. Professional builders and contractors respect the reputation of Mata Verde and their safer wood and its fire-resistant product.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Kawakami, who is dialed in.
Yep.
Said new wrinkles tonight.
Wrinkles?
Who could they be? I mean, and do any of them excite you? That's the other thing. You know what I mean? When you're like, ooh, they're going to try some new people. Like Pat Spencer.
Pat and Gee.
And I know. I really try. I don't want to sound like I'm, I don't know if critical is the right word, disrespectful to Pat Spencer. I love Pat for who he is.
Don't be disrespectful.
I do. I love Pat for who he is. I just don't necessarily feel a whole lot of optimism about him being someone else. It felt like at the beginning of the week, a lot of people went on a little boat ride to the Pat Spencer is maybe someone other than who he is-ville. It's like, oh, just take it easy. I love the story. I love the energy. I love the lack of fear. I love all the things. If there's a reliance on Pat Spencer, okay. I that feels problematic to me.
It does, and the way Tim laid it out is how I think they're going to look at it tonight, which is they're going to try everything, and they're going to throw Gee and Pat out there at some point for 3 or 4 minutes and see if they've got something going tonight. Because right now, what you've had in the series has not really been working. You haven't had a lot of consistent play from almost anybody, so yeah, you might as well throw out Quentin for 3 or 4 minutes and see if he can hit a couple threes, and throw out Pat, and you give Gee a little bit of run, and you do whatever you can do to try to buy 4 minutes from somebody that might actually be productive.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Okay, let's go to the phones, okay? 888-957-9570, because we're talking about all guests, but all guests now the rest of the way are you. That's it. Warriors Live starts in about 100 minutes. We're about 100 minutes away from Warriors Live, and we're damn well hoping that this is not the last Warriors Live of the year, but it might be. We have to face that fact. It might be. Let's talk it out, and what we've been talking about largely up until Tim Kawakami is kind of the way you view the Warriors without Steph. And I listen, I get it. We're in the middle of an emotional moment as fans in wanting the team to go out there and win one for the Gipper and all of the romantic things we do with sports. I have had, admittedly, a hard time over the last week of sort of being involved as a Warrior fan, as a member of the media, listening to what I'm hearing people say, which is kind of start coming down the road of players who are being asked to do more than what they're normally asked to do. Doesn't mean they shouldn't try, doesn't mean they shouldn't be professional, but I have a hard time listening to so many Warriors get ripped for not turning into 15-point-per-game players when we know damn well they're not 15-point-per-game players. So let's talk it out and see where all you are at. Mike and Hayward on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mike, what's up?
I think you guys are right on. Tim did a really good analysis of the team. I agree with him totally. I think that if you look at everything that Steph Curry does, you see how great he is, because he also has all those qualities that the rest of them as a team cannot provide at the same time. So every little thing that he does has to be brought out in somebody else. So so they're not used to that, right? And so it gets a little difficult if everything depends on the spacing, the shooting, the passing, the offense they run, the matches they run. It's all based on Steph Curry on the floor. So now Steph Curry's not on the floor, and Tim's right. So if they don't have a point guard like Melvin, the guy they got for Philadelphia, who I think would have stayed healthy, would have been really, really good for Steph. But they had to rebuild a couple of times during the season, right? Really can't blame the team. I think they've done an outstanding job, the ownership and coaching, this year. Because, I mean, look what all they had to go through. In Minnesota, they had hardly no injuries, right? So, I mean, I don't think they're a better team. They're a better team now. I don't think we're a better team with Steph and all the things that he brings. Even Ant-Man, he don't bring a lot of stuff to him, but individual play, he really don't bring that much more than Steph does. So you really talk about the greatness of Steph Curry, what he does, impact he has on all the other players and the team. So now everybody gets to see. So So now you kind of can look at and kind of see, well, what do we need next year? Well, I think Kuminga's got to go because they got to get a big man that can protect the paint and block shots. And Draymond's Green role as a trade, they can't use him as they use him. He can't shoot. So so in this position, the guys are doing the best they can. Like I said, there are third-string players that have come have good games and able to get motivated by Curry and Butler. The motivation factor and the spacing and the open shots they've been getting with those guys out there. That's why they can't possibly win this series and win 3 games straight. I mean, they could maybe win one, but come on, the Brewer fans are the most ungrateful people I ever heard in my life. They never know, everybody, come on, let's be like, they are so spoiled about, Steph Curry is spoiled the whole the whole Bay Area about his play and impact. No other player has had that much impact in years.
Yeah.
Ever.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Mike, obviously you go back long enough to remember all the lean years. And Warrior fans who have not been around long enough, or maybe those are some who have short memories, but what you've gotten over the last 10 or 11 or 12 years has been beyond special. It's been better than almost any other franchise in basketball.
Yeah, no doubt. And all I'm asking for is view the players, and if you want to throw in the coaches, the executives, view them through the same lens that you used when Steph Curry was playing, because that's who they were. That's who they were built to be. Like, I think maybe one of the most under-discussed things, which is what Steiny brought up on the crossover, is it's not just, the Warriors are playing without Steph. And then we all go to the numbers and we go, this is what they've done without Steph through the years and through the entire year. None of it matters. None of it matters prior to Jimmy Butler. They built themselves on the fly in the first week of February. They played amazing basketball, but they have done that without Steph very little, which means no continuity and no evidence really that they can even do that well. I'm trying to remember since Jimmy, I brought up the one where they beat Giannis and the Bucks. Outside of that, have they won any other games without Steph Curry since Jimmy arrived? Like, this group, they don't even know who the hell they are. Listen to this. They're facing elimination tonight, and Tim Kawakami comes on. Yeah, we're going to just try. We're going to a bunch of other stuff.
Yep.
How about you?
They don't
even know who the hell they are. So that is beyond a difficult assignment tonight. Gordon in Atlanta. Hi, Gordon. Thank you for calling. What's up?
What's up? I do agree with y'all. They don't know who they are. They sometimes on the court, they be looking scared, frustrated, like they don't know what's going on. My opinion for tonight, I just want to see, can they put in Quentin Post, on the defensive side, just so Rudy Gobert. Is it a way we can get him out the paint? Because he ain't doing nothing but standing in the paint and moving. They make our shots a little easier, because I've been questioning Pies, why is Pies shooting a floater over Rudy Gobert? I just want to see better shot selection, more space. That's why I feel like they should bring Post in, see can they get a little bit more space, get a couple open threes. I want him to play DeSanto tonight, because the guy knows he put his body on the line to get a rebound. I like that. That's my type of player. I love that. And Pat Spencer, I would like to see him on the court too. I think game 1, if I'm not mistaken, I don't got the stats, but did he give us 9 or 11 points? Just see where he got for a few minutes. But I just want to put that opinion out. I just wanted to see what the chat think about us playing Quentin Post and see can we get more spacing to put out, get Rudy Gobert out the paint and see can we get easier, more tools.
Yeah.
Because
it's a good idea. It's possible, but if you're Minnesota, then you probably don't even put Gobert on Quentin Post. You put somebody else on him, and Quentin Post is not going to hurt you down low. And if I'm Minnesota, I'd probably even go to some zone if that's going to be the case, because you're going to keep Rudy Gobert close to the basket at every possible chance you can if you're Minnesota.
No, but I understand where he's coming from in terms of spacing. The spacing right now is the issue. You start asking, well, why is Brandon Podziemski shooting floaters? Why is this guy shooting that shot? Because shots are really hard to find, because the spacing is all messed up, because Steph's not there, and there hasn't been too many other guys who have been able to knock down open threes, and Post can do that. If you want Post on the floor, to me, there's one thing and one thing only you got to look at. Can he not be a turnstile on the other end?
And he has been.
Can you not just completely just fall off the map on the other end of the floor. If you can kind of guard someone, if you can stop fouling, if you cannot be a turnstile, then there's probably room for him on the court. And if he could knock down a couple of threes, I do think it would change the structure on the offensive side of the ball.
A little bit. And, defensively, like you said, that's the one thing that he has been unable to do in this series, which is why he's been mostly unplayable, is he's just getting blown by, and the matchups don't really work for him. And Quentin Post, even if he's in there going up against Naz Reid, that's a tough cover hit for him as well. And
for sure.
Pat Spencer, 10 minutes in game one, he did get in there and get 4 points, so he's a guy who might get another look again tonight.
Let's go to Glenn in Oakland next. Hi, Glenn. Thank you for calling.
Hey, good. Thanks, Willard and Dibbs. You guys sound great. Hey, I got a little hope for Warrior fans. You guys remember the Houston game? Houston was down 3-1. They had 2 huge efforts to get back into series. Okay, 2 huge efforts a team can do, but Minnesota has put out 2 huge efforts. I don't think they can do it the third game. It takes a lot. That gives. I think they're tired. I think the Warriors can take them tonight.
Glenn, thanks. I mean, it's certainly possible, but you look at the Houston thing. I think it's very important to bring up one more situation about we sort of act sometimes like all 3-1 deficits are built the same.
Yeah, they're not.
They're not. Houston had game 5 in their building.
Exactly.
The energy that comes from that, what happens for a young team, especially from the fans, the juice. You all saw the way that game started, and it was just over. It was over immediately. The Warriors don't have that tonight. Instead, they're going up against an arena that thinks that they've all bought tickets to see a funeral. Like they are going to be so excited to knock Draymond Green out of the playoffs. And so you gotta navigate that, and it's not easy. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
That's the biggest part of all of these 3-1s that I was looking at. Teams who've come back from 3-1, only 3 of them have ever done it by winning twice on the road, which is what the Warriors are looking at if they come back from 3-1. And you're right about Houston, where they went home down 3-1. They put up 40 in the first. They were up by almost 30 at the half, and the Warriors waved the white flag. And something that we had on our show thread earlier, Grandy was, saying that's kind of when things went south, where the Warriors didn't even really go for it in game 5, which made you come home for game 6, which you went for it and you didn't win that one. Then you had to go back to Houston. Again, you had to exert a lot just to get through the 7 games. And yeah, it's going to be a lot easier for Minnesota having this game 5 up 3-1 at home.
If the Warriors don't win tonight, it's too difficult in my mind to grab a Sharpie and start pointing to specific things. You certainly can. But the game 6, and we said it, we were there.
Yep.
We're like, they got to win tonight or else they're in trouble. I don't know when the trouble comes. I don't know how the trouble comes, but I don't like where that leaves you. And the first thought was, well, you're probably going to lose game 7. Well, they didn't do that. But the thought was, even if they don't lose game 7, if they win game 7, you got 48 hours to get on a plane and go to Minnesota. And that's not going to go well. But then they went to Minnesota.
They won the damn game.
They won the damn game, but they lost Steph Curry.
Right.
And can you draw the injury directly to those extra games? I mean, you can. You also can say and the facts are you'll never know. But the bottom line is it left them in a bad spot? And here they are. And I will forever remember that basketball game. And the fact that the Warriors, they didn't just lose it, they were just outplayed from beginning to end.
Game 6, you're talking about.
Game 6 here against the Rockets. For me, if you want to use the word like what's been disappointing, people are pointing to Jimmy Butler. You're not playoff Butler, and Pods can't hit a shot. Moody. What's been disappointing? That game. It messed a lot of things up. It did not set them up for success.
No.
And I'm still surprised at how thoroughly they were outplayed.
Well, it all happened toward the end, too. I'm looking at the game log right now, and they're down 4 with 9.5 to go, and they were down almost the whole game by 4-10, and they finally surged and got it to 4, and then Houston just basically patted them on the head, and next thing you know, they're up by 17. And it was like, oh, man, it was over. Because that was the moment where they got back in it in the fourth, and you thought, okay, home team, close it out, game 6, let's go. And Steph Curry could not score in the fourth quarter.
And Draymond after the game pointed to the first play of the fourth quarter. They had cut it to 2, and then they had a defensive breakdown and led Fred VanVleet by himself for a 3, and that was when Fred was hitting everything, and then they fouled him also, and that made a 4-point play, 6-point game. They get a turnover and a score, and it's an 8-point game. And you're right, they did cut it back to 4, but it was like they just never
They were going uphill,
they never emotionally recovered. They were never the aggressor in that game, and I will forever be surprised by that. Let's go to Will in the East Bay. Hey, Will, thank you for calling. What's up?
Well, thank you for having my call. Dig your show. And Willard, I really appreciate you being so transparent and honest. You checked all the boxes. At the risk of being unpopular in the Bay Area with your thoughts, I agree 100%. These guys, like a popular coach says, they were who we thought they were, okay? Let me get to my point, all right? The one consistent on this team since we got Jimmy was the defense. Offense, good. But when you're missing the Pied Piper of basketball and you don't have 2 or 3 guys following Curry around, you're not going to have those open lanes. You're not going to have those open shots outside. My point being, you got to throw the dogs on defense at these guys. And when I mean throw the dogs, I'm talking about getting right up on these guys at the risk of fouling, okay? You make a good play, you get an outlet pass, or maybe a defensive foul, whatever. If a guy fouls out, next man up, off the bench, get right up on that guy, and it's the one thing that they've been really good at is defense. Well, why don't we ramp that up a little bit, and throw a monkey wrench into their routine that way? That I would love to see that happen, because I think it might pay off. It would give them a chance. That these guys not throwing up, these bricks that you could build a freaking chimney with, okay? Pods and Buddy, and Draymond when he gets the ball and he decides to throw up a brick when he had a free lane into the, for a easy bucket, easy layup. I mean, I think there is a chance here, but I want to see him ramp up that defense.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. I mean, it's easier said than done. Of course, when you don't have anybody who can guard Anthony Edwards, for example.
You know my take on that. I don't even really think he's guardable. You got to make it hard on him, and they do have people who can make it hard on him. The defensive end is the key. I know this is an uncomfortable thought, but here's the deal. Minnesota's better than you tonight on paper. So what do you need tonight? Everybody spends all their time when you go, what do you need tonight? Well, you need playoff Jimmy, and you need Pods to maybe actually hit a shot. You need JK to do what he's been doing. You need this. We're all talking about Warriors. I'll tell you what you need tonight. You need Minnesota to not be at their best.
Well, and they weren't in game 1. They shot 39.5 from the floor, 17% from 3.
And you have a hand in that.
You do. Defensively, you were good, but Anthony Edwards could not hit the broadside of a barn, and nobody other than Naz Reid in game 1 could. You held them to 88, and you were able to win, and you didn't have Steph Curry for the majority of the ball game.
They don't need to be that bad. They just need to not be at their best. I don't think right now, without Steph Curry, if Minnesota's at their best on their home floor in an elimination game, they're going to win. But I don't know if they're going to be at their best. In fact, more often than not in this series, I don't think they've been at their best.
Well, they don't necessarily need to be that bad, but they need to be bad. Yeah. You need to make them bad. And the problem is right now, you don't have an answer defensively for Anthony Edwards, and Julius Randle over the last couple of games has also been a real problem.
Draymond in theory should be able, I don't want to say to handle or stop Julius Randle, but he's built perfectly to make that hard. Like he's built perfectly to have Julius at least struggle a little bit here and there, and that's all I'm really saying. If Minnesota opens the door a little bit and you can have some sort of a rock fight win, then there's the possibility that the ingredients for everything change. And that is obviously Steph Curry returning. Yep. And then you have a completely different firepower set on the offensive side, and maybe you start getting some different outcomes. You would only need one.
Right.
And then you force a game 7, and everybody knows once you get to a game 7, who knows what the hell you're going to get.
That's what's so frustrating to me is that game 3 was that quote-unquote rock fight, 102-97. Minnesota shot 44% from the floor, 38 from 3. You got 30 from Kuminga off the bench, and Pods went 1 for 10. This is not to put it all on Pods, but you just needed one more player to be decent. And Draymond had 2 points in 29 minutes, and Pods had 5 points on 1 of 10. If you just would have had one more guy hit a couple of shots, you would have won the rock fight that you were talking about. Can you go out there and have another one of those kind of games tonight? Absolutely. And it's interesting, though, because we asked Steve yesterday about pace, and that's why I was asking him, you want to get out and run. Is that really what you're trying to do? Because the faster you go, the more possessions you're going to have. And I don't know if that suits the Warriors right now. I understand that you want to get Minnesota before they set their defense, but you don't really have a lot of weapons offensively right now. For me, it seems more logical, and I'm no head coach, but limit the possessions both ways and, try to get into it more of a low-scoring game.
I hear you, but I also think that it's tough for them right now to get into the half-court offense because they don't have floor spacers, and so everything gets all clogged up, and they're the shorter team. And, in other words, take Buddy Hield. How's Buddy going to get an open three? In transition.
Most likely.
In transition. Other than that, it's going to be really hard for him, and we don't want Buddy dribbling the ball into a three-pointer.
Dribbling the ball. You could have stopped right there.
Right. He's not very good at it. But if you get him a spot-up catch-and-shoot three, he's Hall of Fame level. Literally, look at the numbers. He is generational on catch-and-shoot. So you're going to do that in transition. Let's go to Omar in the city. Omar, thanks for calling. What's up?
What's up, Willard and Diz? Man, you know what? When you live by the field goal shot, you're going to die by the field goal shot, man. Draymond said it a long time. He said there's 2 people on the team that could do anything they want. The rest of the 13, you guys are role players, and if you can't play your role, you got to leave, right? So with that said, you know what? The Rockets exposed the Warriors, right? The Timberwolves destroyed the Lakers at 3-1 and closed it out. So I'm a Warrior fan, and Warrior fans, I understand we want them to win, but you got to look at the writing on the wall. No Steph, right? The last time they won, Jimmy Butler said himself, he said, this is hard without the best player on the team. And if you're relying on Draymond Green to shoot jumpers, not going to happen. That means we're not going to get in there, right? So what's confusing is that we got all these opportunities to get in, and you got playoff Jimmy who's not working his best. I think he's sick or something, right? But then he's not taking it to the hole, and so is everybody else not taking the hole. So if the Warriors defensively cannot hold the Timberwolves to 10 or maybe 11, 12, they're going to start shooting that jumper shot, right? And it's not going to go in, and Ant-Man, dude's on fire. He's killing it right now. Gobert inside is killing it right now. Randall, you can't stop him. So I'm expecting them to lose come next season. Please get Giannis. I've been waiting for that since last time he was going to go free agency.
Omar, thanks. I really don't see the Warriors. If you look at it, even if Giannis were to become available, they don't have the package to get that done, in my opinion, number one. And number two, I'm kind of allergic to that conversation before this game tonight. I just don't want to get too deep into thinking about next year in the offseason. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. Plenty more of you want to weigh in, and that's all we're doing the rest of the way. Warriors Live is about an hour, 20 minutes away. But Jonathan and Derek and Coach Solomon and Mr. D and Coach Hall, stay right where you are. Here we come. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
By the time the Warriors tip off, the Eastern Conference Finals might be set.
Might be, but Boston came in tonight favored without Jason Tatum.
Did they really?
By 4.5, I saw.
I mean, well, yeah.
They're still good.
I mean, they're still good. They're at home.
Yep.
Desperate. I get all that. We'll see. The Eastern Conference so far has made no sense.
Right?
Like, the intuitive nature of what's going on in this round is just completely lost.
Well, even last night where we're watching it here in the studio and it's like, okay, all right, Cleveland, yeah, you're going to get this one. You're home. You're up 15. All right. Game 6, we'll figure that out from there in Indiana. And then, whoop, Pacers just, no, we're better. We're going to go ahead and take this thing over in the third quarter. And I got home and it's like, what? Cleveland out in 5 again?
Before the playoffs started, if there was one thing I felt comfortable saying without a shadow of a doubt, it was that Boston and Cleveland were going to play in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Thought so.
The idea that neither of them will get there, not that that's already done, but the idea that of the likelihood that neither of them will get there is stunning. Absolutely stunning. So anyway, the first of the double dip is underway. It could be an elimination sensation in 2 cities tonight. We're certainly hoping not both. Warriors Live starts in just over an hour, and it is all on the line for the Warriors. And we're taking your calls. Before we do, want to remind you one more time, or maybe you heard it earlier today on the roast, maybe you didn't, but we're excited to announce that 95.7 The Game and Odyssey have partnered with the Golden State Valkyries on a multi-year deal to broadcast their game starting this Friday. Valkyries take on the Sparks at Chase Center at 7 o'clock. You're going to be able to listen to the games right here on The Game and also on the Odyssey app, where the Valkyries are going to have their own custom channel. So you can download the app, search Valkyries, check in there, subscribe, listen to each and every game. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones, who are both fantastic, will be on the call all year long. All right, let's get back out to you, Jonathan, who is not on a golf course today, which is new. Hey, Jonathan, I appreciate you shaking up the energy to see if you can get the Warriors going.
You know, it didn't work the other day, so we got to try it. We got a round to celebrate tomorrow at Harding Park in the morning, so we're going to manifest a victory tonight.
That's exciting.
Okay, question. Is the team on the floor a Western Conference Finals team?
No, not in my opinion. How would you answer that?
Well, they're down 3-1, so I mean,
well, no, like, do you mean that in
like in terms of who they have on the floor without Steph Curry? No, they're not even a playoff team, to be honest.
Correct. So I think this is where the word fan, which derives from fanatic, is coming out with all these callers. A, they don't watch basketball or know the game. This team to have expectations are unrealistic. It was the same thing before the trade. We were asking players to play above their skill level. Wiggins was being asked to be a 2. He's not a 2. Paz is being asked to be a number 3 option. He's not that. And we're in the same situation without Steph. So there just has to be a little bit of like, hey, we're doing the best with what we can. We see injuries are part of the game across all these teams that are losing, except for the Lakers because they lost all on their own. But it's just a part of the game. This team has done an amazing turnaround since Jimmy arrived, and they're set up to hopefully retool around them for next year. But we have to have realistic expectations. They should have won Game 3. I think that was their shot to try to extend this thing. It's going to be tough, but we should be happy with this team that we have and what they've done, because I think they've exceeded expectations given how top-heavy this roster is.
Jonathan, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, happy with it, but not really ready to be reflective with a game coming up here in a few hours. So
same.
If they lose in 5, whatever happens in this series, yeah, you look back and you realize a big reason why they lost. And you could also say that Minnesota might have beaten them anyway. But you look at what they have, and he's not wrong, Jonathan, when you look at this roster, even before Steph got hurt. I think that you were asking players to do more than what they're ready to do anyway. If Brandon Podziemski is in your starting 5 and he's your starting 2 guard, I don't think that you are a Western Conference Finals team right now. He's a second-year player who has his limitations.
Well, he is in the starting lineup. He has been in the starting lineup.
Right, but if that is what you have, even if you have Steph Curry, I don't think that you are a team that you would look at it and go, yeah, that team's Western Conference Finals for sure.
You don't think that, like, Steph, Pods, Jimmy, Draymond, and throw in whoever your fifth is. You're saying that that's
I'm saying that you're not better than OKC, and you're probably, I mean, you might not be better than Denver. You might not be better than Minnesota.
I don't know. I like most Warrior fans, and again, they're fans, but well, let me ask you this. If Steph had not gotten hurt, do you think they're up in this series?
Probably 2-2, I think, going to a game 5.
You think they would win?
I don't know. I mean, I think you'd be looking at 7 games.
Yeah. I do think the Warriors at full strength are one of the best teams in the NBA.
I predicted them to win this in 6. That was before Steph got hurt.
Well, I think they are a top. I don't know what the exact, like, is it top 5? Is it top 6? It's one of those, and absolutely one of the teams that would have a chance, not the highest chance and not a great chance, but a chance to move through and win this thing. And by the way, if Steph doesn't get hurt, and if you do feel like they'd at least be even in this series, and you're looking, I would still and always have and favor Oklahoma City to win the championship. But if you felt like they'd at least be even in this series with a shot to move on, and we don't even know for sure if Oklahoma City is going to be the team that comes out of their series, it's a difficult one. But if they were to get into that series, then what's waiting for them now, whoever goes to the NBA Finals from the West, in theory, is probably going to be playing a team that's a little bit less dynamic than you thought.
Or less experienced anyway, yeah.
So, I don't know, man. I see this team at full strength. Top heavy, yes, but one of the best teams in the NBA. But if you, like, they're so top heavy that if you take one of those two off of it, yeah, it's a mediocre team.
More top heavy than Boston, who just lost their best player, and they're now with backs against the wall. And if you look at what they're still rolling out, favored tonight at home against New York, and you look at who Boston still has, and they're better without Tatum than the Warriors are without Steph.
I agree with that.
And if you did the same thing with OKC, if you took out Gilgeous-Alexander, I think Oklahoma City, I would say, is better than the Warriors without their star player.
Absolutely.
So top heavy, the Warriors are top heavy more so than these other teams, which also makes me think that they're not as good as these other teams.
I don't know about all of them. I don't think I would not put Denver on that list.
If they lose Jokic,
done.
Yeah, I still think if they played the Warriors in a best of 7, no Jokic, no Steph, that's a coin toss.
Maybe, but that's kind of my point. I don't think Denver is clearly better than Golden State if they were to lose their best player. Like the rest of that roster, I know you can name some of the names, but I don't think they're capable of being a one and navigating. Like, put it this way, I'd take Jimmy Butler over anybody else the Nuggets have.
Over Jamal Murray as a one?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd take Murray.
No, Jamal Murray is he's nowhere near as versatile as Jimmy Butler. I know he's younger. He's younger. He's a better outside shooter.
Yeah.
But to run a team as an ISO player?
He's more capable of getting his own than Jimmy Butler is.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
I mean
Jimmy, and again, getting his own. How about
here's the ball, go score.
Right, but again, that's not great basketball.
Well, it's what you have to do when you don't have your best player. Like, what else are the Warriors going to do tonight other than play ISO ball?
But they're
not going to run and cut.
ISO ball doesn't mean go get yours. ISO ball means that's how you start, and then you create a good shot somewhere on the floor for someone. It's not just me versus the world.
Right, I understand
NBA
that.
basketball doesn't work that way. So, I don't know, man. Jimmy, by analytics, is the best in the league at it in terms of the ball starting in his hands. Derek and San Mateo. Hey, Derek, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Shout out to Jonathan, last caller, for keeping it real and just saying, like, hey, we got lofty expectations. Let's not forget where we were at the trade deadline. You know what I mean? Like, so if we didn't have Jimmy Butler, we were, barely doing okay, and you're saying we don't have Steph? Yeah, we've got really lofty expectations, so shout out to him for being real. But I was actually calling more to kind of critique Steve Kerr's usage of pods. I was a pods apologist for a long time. He did great in the regular season, and I was even rooting for him. I said before last game, man, his luck's got to change. It's got to change. And then he came up with another stinker. And maybe this is where you guys can tell me, why isn't Steve Kerr just bench? If Steve Kerr can bench Moses Moody, if Steve Kerr can bench Jonathan Kuminga for months on end, how come he can't bench Pods, who's been just on a terrible, terrible streak here and can't seem to make a bucket? And you can say, well, we need a ball handler. I'm like, we're at the end of our rope here. We need to change things up. And if I see Pods out there the entire game, or at least a lot of minutes today, I think for sure we're done. So what do you guys think about? Oh, you know what? Steve Kerr even said on your show, I think he said yesterday, he says, this is good playoff experience for him. I said, no, we're not here to, give people trophies, participating trophies. I don't care if he's, getting good experience.
Hey,
we need to win.
Hey, Derek, stay on the line, okay? Stay right where you are. Do not hang up, because there's a way better way to do this than have me or Dibs answer your question. Why don't you have Steve Kerr answer your question? You want to do that?
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No. You're not going to actually ask him. You're asking the same question we already asked him. So stay right there. And then I want to know, do you accept this answer?
He reads the game. He handles the ball. He passes. He's a great rebounder. He sees things defensively, so he's always in the right spot. The game just connects when he's out there. It just makes a lot of sense for the rest of the group. And that doesn't mean he's perfect, but he does a lot of things that just make the game make sense. And not every player does that, frankly. So Brandon, despite his shooting struggles, continues to connect lineups and make good basketball plays, and that those are the things that help you win.
Okay. Derek, do you accept that answer or no?
I think that's a diplomatic answer, yeah. And that was the interview I was referring to. Yeah, I do remember hearing that. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's great, but we're losing games. And again, we're at our if this is regular season, yeah, give him a little bit more rope. But we are losing, and he's on that. You saw those stats. He's on a terrible streak right now.
Yeah, just shooting.
Shooting.
I wonder who else you'd like to see in his spot, because you look at the team that doesn't have a lot of depth, especially in the backcourt, and Pods did have 4 steals, and he was only a -9 compared to Jimmy Butler, who was a -30. So who do you want to see in there instead of Pods?
I don't know, because Jonathan even said we just don't have the depth. We don't, and that's why we're going to get crushed here, unfortunately. But I mean, I'd honestly rather see anybody else at this point get the minutes to possibly just change the fortune of our shooting right now. That's it.
Yeah, Derek,
that's
thanks.
fair.
I mean, I get it. A lot of people.
I think the points are from Jonathan and Brandon are the same points I've been trying to make, which is Brandon Podziemski, if he's your 7th man on your team, you're championship caliber, because he's the kind of guy you can play 25 to 28 minutes off the bench. You don't need him to shoot 10 times. He'll do all those little things that he does oh so well, taking charges, getting steals, rebounding, making the smart play. But the Warriors are relying on him, even before Steph got hurt. They're relying on him to do too much for where he is in his career.
You think before Steph got hurt?
Yes.
Why?
Because you're starting him, and if he is your starting 2 guard, I don't think he's good enough to be a starting 2 guard on a championship team.
I do. I mean, all 5 of your starters don't have to be reliable scorers. I mean, there are a lot of players in the NBA on high level teams.
But he's not a reliable defender. Like, he's a glue guy, and if you're a glue guy, then you're a 6th or 7th man.
I mean, he's a reliable rebounder. He's not a terrible defender.
He's not a good defender.
He's not a great defender.
I would say he's closer to bad than good. He's below average.
I think he's
tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Yeah, I'd say he's garden variety, which is nothing special, but I don't think he embarrasses himself on defense.
He cannot guard the ball. And I mean, he gets blown by.
Depends on who's got it.
He gets blown by everybody.
No,
and honestly, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and just rip a guy, but you watch him on defense.
You are.
I'm keeping it real. I watch the games, and when he's guarding the ball, he gets blown by more often than he contains a guy.
Because you're watching him guard Anthony Edwards right now, which is an absurd setting.
He's a guard. Who else are you going to guard?
I understand.
You've already got Steph Curry out there who can't guard people on the ball either.
Steph Curry is also better than he used to be on defense. And by the way, all of these people that you're torching right now are starters on the team that has analytically been among the best defensive teams in the whole league for the last 3 months.
Right.
So how'd they do that?
They did that because defense is not an individual exercise.
Correct, but you have to play your role. You can't just stand there.
You've got the best defensive player maybe ever,
right,
as a part of that, and Jimmy Butler's a good defender as well.
But you can't just stand there and get blown by every single play and have somebody else like pick up for you and not have that lead to a bucket for the other team. They must be doing something okay.
Occasionally, yeah. Okay. Occasionally.
Okay. I mean, they're one of the best defensive teams in the league.
Right, we're talking about one individual.
Right, and my point is,
you're saying he's a good defender or he's better than average. Or you said average.
Average.
And I think he's below average, right?
Okay, that's fine. But my argument is, and this has been my argument all day, I think so many of you are suddenly assessing these players just on the last 3.5 games. That's the memory that's in your bank right now, and you're triggered, and you're mad, and this is who you think they are. 2 weeks ago,
that's not what I said.
No.
Yeah. I want to make sure that my words are my words, and I'm not saying that.
Go right ahead.
Yeah.
Say it.
I'm saying that he's been bad the last couple of games shooting the ball. And what I said on Twitter.
Games. That's what I just said.
Well, and what I also said is if he's your starting guard, your team is not good enough to be a championship team. That's what I said.
And he's been your starting guard when they were the 2 seed in the West based on post-Jimmy acquisition. There's zero evidence that this guy's been a problem until the last 3 games, and now everybody wants to pile on this guy. 2 weeks ago, pods, yes, pods. And we've done this back and forth all year. And he's still a very young player too. Steve Kerr was calling him out at the beginning of the year. He had a horrible start to the year. Then he got hurt. Then he came back and had a very, very consistent stretch as a very good player. Then solidified a starting job post-Jimmy. And this became one of the best teams in the NBA. And then for a week, with the best player hurt, he's gone through a horrible shooting slump. He has looked exposed because he is trying to do something he's not capable of doing. And now we've decided this is who he is. And I think that sucks. I think it's unfair.
I'm not making my decisions based on 2 games or a week and a half. And you can look at their record since they got Jimmy, and you can cite that as, credit to Brandon. And you just mentioned the start of the year where he was pretty much not good, and they went 12-3. So they go 12-3, and he plays bad, but they went 12-3. So I guess that's the team that they were with Brandon, who was coming off the bench then.
Well, exactly. That was first of all, his stretch of poor play went way longer than just those 15 games. And there was different roster machinations going on at that time. DeAnthony Melton is still on the team. Some calling out a soft schedule. I don't know, dude. That feels like 1,000 years ago, to be honest with you. Largely, once he got hurt and came back and got through sophomore slumps, I would argue that Brandon Podziemski, for the bulk of this year, was a hell of a lot more positive than negative. But today, Wednesday, May 14th, everybody hates him, and it's largely because of the last week. And no, I'm not just saying you, Dibs. I'm talking about the whole sound of everything right now. There is so much Pods anger. You should see Boxer and Gerson, work injury attorneys text line, YouTube chat, Twitter. There is so much Pods negativity, and I absolutely challenge every one of you to point to what was happening prior to Steph Curry's injury if you hate Pods. What's that take? That's the take I'd love to hear. If you want to rip Pods, tell me what it was that was happening prior to Steph Curry's injury that you hated so much as this team went 25-7 through the months of March and April with him as a starter and a 30-plus minute player. That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
That's why I think this has been wildly unfair since Steph Curry got hurt. My opinion. Coach Solomon in El Cerrito. Hey, Coach, what's going on?
How you doing, guys? I'm here not to basically rip Pods, not at all. But as a coach, you have to adjust. Coaching is all about adjusting. I think this is one of Steve Kerr's worst adjustments he's done. This based on the starting lineup. I don't know what was wrong with the chemistry of really trying Kuminga and Butler on the floor at the same time weeks ago. with Pods. I believe tonight the adjustments you're going to have to take, Green, you start Mooney, you start Butler, Kuminga, and Jackson. But you let Green run the point guard and let Butler, he has to attack. And Kuminga has to play more minutes. And I think you might have a puncher's chance. But the chemistry's off because Kuminga never really got in rhythm to play with the rest of the team. So that's why we're like, what's going on? It's off because I think he never got in rhythm to play with the starters for whatever reason, which I don't understand. I mean, Kerr's a great coach, but I just think the adjustments are putting Kuminga in now. It might be a little too late. But, yeah, I think we would have had a puncher's chance if he would have started and they get a rhythm. Hopefully Mooney can play real good. And Green just facilitates. If he facilitates and Butler attacks and Jackson just has a hell of a game, we might have a puncher's chance tonight, guys.
Coach, thanks. I know people get tied to this. I don't. It's fine if you do. I don't care who starts. JK's been getting 30 minutes plus in these games without Steph, so I really don't care if he starts. And I'm so glad you brought up the word rhythm because to me, this is the issue. Like I don't even know how it's possible. You're like when the eye of the storm leaves, and then you want these guys to just have a sudden rhythm. Like it's not going to happen, and that's why this is so hard. And it's not to say they can't do it. You can win a game. That's all they have to do is win one game. Minnesota could be off. They could have somebody get hot. The Warriors could have somebody get hot. But to have any lineup right now with Steph hurt, just come in and kind of click and have rhythm. I don't think it's possible. They barely played together this way.
It's very difficult, and I would predict that Jonathan Kuminga comes off the bench and he plays the same role that he did in Game 4, which is he'll be the first sub in for Jimmy Butler at about the 6 or 5 minute mark. So Jimmy will play 6 or 7 minutes, and he'll go to the bench, and then JK will come in, and he'll have a chance then to be the focal point. And as Steve Kerr told us yesterday on the show, JK does better when he has the ball in his hands. That's when he's at his most effective. So I would not anticipate that he starts. I wonder who else he goes with. He's going to go with Pods for sure, and Butler and Draymond, and you would anticipate Buddy and probably Trace Jackson Davis again.
All right, Lotto, you want to weigh in? Warriors Live is 45 minutes away. So it's nothing but you until then. So stay right where you are at 888-957-9570. Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live work and vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, Willard and Dibbs. But you said tomato, not potato.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Same thing, both delicious if served correctly. Both gross if served incorrectly.
And they actually go well together. When you get your potato and you dip it into the tomato ketchup, potatoes and tomatoes actually are a lot closer related than you would think.
Meaning like French fries?
Yeah, French fry is a potato and ketchup is tomato.
Yes.
So
I'm not a French fry ketchup dipper.
No.
That's not my thing.
What do you do with French fries?
I just salt them.
You just salt them and eat them?
Salt them and eat them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What about tater tots?
Salt them and eat them. Yeah. And if I am going to dip them in something.
What about hash browns?
Yes, salt them and eat them.
It's kind of weird.
Maybe. That's what I do.
I don't like ketchup.
I'm going to keep it a buck.
Yeah, I like it.
And just tell you how I actually do it because I don't want to fit into everyone's box that they want me to fit into. And hate Brandon Pajemski with all of my fiber of my being.
It's not about hating Brandon Pajemski.
That stupid floppy hair and all of those bad decisions.
You're over-dramatizing
Of course I am. You can't tell that that's what I'm doing?
I'm just...
Hello?
Yeah, well, I feel like you're throwing me in the bucket of those who are, quote, hating Brandon Pajemski. All I said today, and I stand behind it, is that if he's your starting two-guard, you're not good enough.
And that's fine, although he was their starting two-guard during a period where they were very much good enough. And that's what I wonder about. A lot of this sounds to me like people are watching the last 3 games and now dismissing who the Warriors were for March and April and parts of May. You know what I mean? Like this was, do you not believe that from Jimmy's arrival through the Rockets series that this was one of the best teams in the NBA? Do you not feel that way?
They were one of the best teams in the regular season, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
And Pods was their starting two-guard.
Right, for the majority of it. He did miss 5 games. Actually, 5 games. They went 4-1 in those games, so it's not like they couldn't do it without him.
No, I'm not saying he's a linchpin, but I don't think he's preventative. Your point sounds like he's preventative.
I know he's limiting.
No, but
if you're talking about being a championship team, I don't think that he's good enough as your starter. If he's your 7th man, he's absolutely good enough.
It's not a crazy take. That's not what I'm saying, but I'm saying like he was their starting two-guard during a period where they were fantastic. And so I wonder, like, was the belief at that time that they were not a possible contender?
They sure were a contender. They went from being a 10 seed to a 7 seed, and he was here for the whole year. So the games when they didn't have Jimmy Butler and he was their two-guard for a lot of it, that counts too.
Like, I wonder, and again, I'm not trying to pin you, but like, was that your opinion at the start of the playoffs? They're not winning this thing if Brandon Pajemski's their starting two, because he was.
Right. I didn't think that they were going to win it anyway.
Okay.
And I wasn't looking at that solely as like, if they didn't have Brandon, if they had somebody else, well, darn it, they'd win the whole thing.
I'm just trying to figure out why that's coming up today.
It's coming up today because he's been patently bad for the last 2 games.
Right.
And many people want him benched. And so he is a topic because he's become a topic.
Right.
He's 4 for 24, I think, over the last... 2 games?
And that's kind of my argument, which is this guy's been mostly a starting guard for the Warriors all year. Certainly over the last 3 months, it's been a very good year. The playoff start were very good. And now we're going to judge him on Monday and Wednesday. I just think, I get it. He's been awful.
Well,
I get it.
I would judge him all year. Based on...
You didn't think that he was...
I didn't think that this team was good enough to win the championship this year.
A contender, no? You thought they were a contender?
Sure.
Probably not. I agree with you. Probably
what I said was that I thought that they could go deep in round 2. And if you had Steph, you might have been able to beat this Minnesota team because everything broke your way, and that would have been an unmitigated success. You said it about a month ago, or maybe it was a couple weeks ago because the playoffs, you said... the Jimmy Butler acquisition's already been a double. If they can get by Houston, it's a home run.
Totally.
And so I agree with you. It's a home run. And you got 2 more years of this. But even at that, for me, the high watermark for what I thought this team could do was go deep in the second round. And so they're probably not going to go deep in the second round.
They could win tonight. And then that counts as deep in the second round.
I agree with you. But the odds are stacked against them. Yep. And the reason why I kind of limited their ceiling to that is because I didn't think that their starting 5 was good enough, and I don't think that they were deep enough.
No, they're clearly not deep enough. They're a top-heavy team. And it's not an unfair take. I just wonder why this is the first time I've heard you say it, because he's been there all year long.
It's the first time that I've seen what I've seen over the last couple of games, which is wow.
But he's being, okay, first of all, yes, horrible slump.
Right.
Second of all, there are certain aspects of his game that even I find the flopping and the complaining to be very annoying.
Yep.
He's drawn fouls in consecutive games that are not fouls, and quite frankly, they're embarrassing. And you know that I hate that kind of basketball. Yep. And everybody does it, so nobody's immune, but I hate that kind of basketball, and he's become the Warriors' worst offender of falling over when no one touched him. I can't stand that stuff. Nobody's arguing that Pods hasn't been terrible the last 2 games. He clearly has. I'm just wondering why we've suddenly decided that now is when we're going to judge and label Brandon Podziemski, who I would argue, if you look at the whole year, pretty good.
Right.
Not great.
But the playoffs are different.
Of course they are. But even more different than the playoffs is playing without Steph Curry. And that's why, in my opinion, every Warrior outside of JK, who has to have the ball in his hands, all look worse. They all look worse. He looks excessively worse because he's hit a shooting slump, which happens to, quite frankly, all of them. So that's all.
And it actually happened before Steph got hurt. He was already showing signs of the playoffs maybe not being his bailiwick. He had the great game against Houston, but other than that,
it wasn't great.
Game 2, he only played 14 minutes, and he got pulled because he wasn't good enough.
No, he wasn't great in that
series. Didn't make a shot. I mean, he was great in the one game. The game that they needed him to be great, he was great. Outside of that, he's really struggled, and the regular season is different than the postseason.
For sure.
And his postseason has been not galling or alarming. It's been a little disappointing. I thought that he'd play better than this, and he hasn't.
Well, he's being suddenly asked to do something different that he can't do, which is kind of my take on pretty much all of them. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. Hi, Coach. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm not going to say anything about Pods. I got my own strong opinions, but honestly, I think Moody probably got the rawest deal out of all of this. I remember some crazy stat where we had won maybe, 10, 11 games with him in the starting lineup, and, he had a bad game, and I don't know what happened. They abandoned him, but my biggest gripe is with the veterans, though. Draymond, you owe us, man. You owe this fan base. You owe yourself. Like, you got to step up, dude. You can't get us one. Jimmy Butler, you calling yourself Robin? We didn't bring you here to be no damn Robin. Dude, be Spider-Man or somebody. You can't get us one. It's on the vets, man. The young players going to be who they going to be, but we need to lean on our vets. And I'm looking at Draymond because I feel like I defend him the most, and I feel like he owed himself and he owed his fan base to step up, stop complaining, hit a damn layup, maybe knock down a 3. And then my last point is the start of last game was great. But I don't understand, if we're going to run like that, why not start Kuminga? He's a thoroughbred, and we can get people in foul trouble. I don't know if you guys remember, but I can't remember his name. He had 5 fouls, and somebody else had 5 fouls for Minnesota in like the early 4th or late 3rd, and we couldn't foul him out. I think that's what Kuminga does best is draw fouls. If we going to play fast, put him in the game, let him draw some fouls, and Jimmy, you drive, Buddy, you spot up. Draymond, you play defense, and we go for broke tonight. Just let it fly. That's my take.
Coach, you got some really good points. I do too, but there's 2 things I want to push back on. I do believe that Jimmy Butler was brought here to be Robin. I do. I know y'all want him to be Batman suddenly.
Go up there and be Spider-Man or some ass.
But he was brought here to be Robin. Like, in fact, the number one thing that any Warrior fan has said for 2 years running on this radio station is get Steph help. And then they did.
Right.
That's what he was brought here to do.
I always push back on the Batman Robin thing because if you look at Robin in a vacuum, he is utterly useless. He's just he's a young kid with a mask on. Robin never made a play. Robin never did a damn thing.
I don't know what he did.
I mean, Batman, good job. And, Alfred, you want me to pick up the laundry? Robin, the Batman Robin thing for me falls well short of who Jimmy Butler is.
But no other superhero had a little sidekick that also wore tights. There's nobody else. Superman, who's your sidekick?
That was Lois Lane. She wore tights.
Well, that's different. That's
different. It's different.
You better be careful.
What? We're trying to have some fun. It's been contentious in here all day. Trying to lighten the mood. You could have dropped in a Mike Breen, which would have really brought it home. Talking tights, but Granny, you're such a square. Can't have any fun with you around. Thank you. Coming up tomorrow,
That was funny.
Grandy and Dibs.
Yep.
Be a
that's
laugh
true.
riot.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
He wasn't brought in here.
He wasn't.
To be Robin, but he was brought in here in case of glass, in case of emergency, break glass, and now you need to break the glass,
Right,
Jimmy.
but it's an emergency, and it's pretty freaking hard, and he doesn't have a whole lot of help. Like we all wanted Steph to get help. Now I want Jimmy to get help. He doesn't have a lot of help.
Well, no way to get him help now, right? In
Exactly.
May.
Or
this is what we have.
I mean, other people could play better, but they haven't been able to. Now, the Kuminga point, I truly believe this. All of you who want him to start, that's an ego thing. He is still playing 30-plus minutes without Steph, number one. And number two, this is something I've felt for a long time in the NBA. You all are downgrading the importance of the sixth man. The sixth man in the NBA is not the sixth most important person. He's like the third most important person.
That's a good point.
He comes in to lead the second unit in scoring. He comes in to give you life when you need a jolt. He comes in to replace your other leading or second place scorer, to come in and sort of strategically attack at a different point in the ball game. Don't do that to Jonathan. Don't downgrade coming off of the bench. That role, to be the first scorer coming off of the bench, is an incredibly important role. And I would argue the Warriors don't have anybody else who can do that right now. So I get why they're not starting him. And I do think that's why.
Yeah, and they're going to continue to not start him for that very reason. I'm just looking at the substitution pattern from game one, and the sixth man was technically GP2, who came in for Buddy after almost 5 minutes, but then a minute later, you get Kuminga in for Jimmy Butler, and that's going to be the way it goes. If you start Kuminga and Butler, Kuminga's not going to be able to, and you love this, cook, because you're not just going to run your offense through Kuminga to start the game. He's in a better spot to come in at the 6 minute mark. Like you said, now you've got subs coming in on both sides, and he has a chance to attack and be more impactful in that role.
The word cook is triggering me on multiple fronts today. Because the timing of this game suggests that I'm also going to have to go home and do it myself in the middle of the first quarter.
Let Willard cook.
Unfortunately, forced Willard to cook.
I'm going to eat it.
Yeah, but I am. Stir fry tonight, not with seafood. Chicken.
Okay.
Thanks for asking. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM.
I don't care.
In HD1, San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. It's always live on the free Odyssey app. Now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Also, Warriors Wednesdays brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Yeah, listen, all you Pods haters out there. I get it. I understand it. I'm curious why we haven't heard more of it before this week. I guess that's kind of, if I want to just Cliff's Notes the way I feel about it, you can dislike him. You can think he gets just blown by constantly. He sucks sideways. I don't know why he even plays. If that's your opinion, I'm surprised that I haven't heard that very often until now.
It's been out there. Maybe you've tuned it out, but many fans have been saying this for, not many fans, the majority, but a lot of fans.
Like this?
Yes, a lot of fans look at Kuminga getting screwed and Moody getting iced, and they think, oh, but you let Pods go out there and play 30 minutes a game.
I hear that, but not like this. It has not sounded at all like this.
It hasn't been like this.
Well, but
1 for 10, 3 for 14.
Right. So
I mean, this has been bad.
Like, dude, we're old enough to remember when Barry Bonds couldn't get a hit in the playoffs.
Right.
So then, he sucks.
Well, in October, it was a fact.
Until it wasn't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pods is not Barry Bonds. Pods is a second-year guy.
Of course not. You understand my point.
I do.
My point is that we don't make decisions on people based on 65 minutes of basketball. We don't do that because
it's 72, but you're right.
Whatever. It's a weak take. It's thoughtless.
But see, I disagree with that because this is playoff basketball.
I know
and
that.
He, in these big playoff moments, he has been bad, and he looks bad by the naked eye. When you watch him shoot, he looks tentative and he looks like the moment is too big for him.
More bad than good, but no, not all bad. You're only judging the last 2 games. He also saved their bacon one time.
Right.
Game 4 against Houston.
1 out of 11 so far.
Understood. Who's saying he's been good? He's been awful.
Right. So you're making it seem like those of us who are down on him are judging him on 2 games.
Yeah, that's what I feel.
Yeah, and that's not what I'm saying.
Because your opinion has not been what it is right now on Brandon Podziemski until those 2 games.
It has been one of disappointment, but the last 2 games has made it even more highlighted.
You think all year you've been down
No,
on
not all year. I'm looking at the postseason.
Okay.
I'm looking at the playoffs, which the regular season is a completely different being. Like regular season basketball is just, you're going up and down. Not a lot of high leverage basketball.
Of course. And I also feel like playing on the Warriors without Steph Curry is a different animal. I think that's a totally different animal.
And that's fair. And I look at the games that he's played in the postseason with Steph Curry, and he has not looked great outside of the 1 game against Houston.
Mr. D in the city. Hey, Mr. D, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Listen, I think we're looking at this thing wrong. I mean, I hear people saying, we just got to win 1 more game to get Steph back. You know what that is? Get ready for it, and I'll pay whatever I have to pay.
Yeah!
It's a fixation sensation. Yes, sir. It's a fixation sensation. If I were the Warriors, I wouldn't play Curry anymore in this series because it's not worth it. If these guys can't buckle down and get it done in this series, then they don't deserve to go any further. But can you imagine what would happen with a fresh Steph in the Western Conference Finals? We're gonna be championship.
Well, I don't know about that either. There was a long way to go. There still is, but Mr. D, I think your point about Steph is just it's not a conversation until tomorrow. Like this whole he might be right. You might be right. The whole don't play Steph at all in this series. Maybe they won't. They may know already that they're not. But it's not a conversation until tomorrow. But if the Warriors win tonight, you best believe it is a conversation.
No doubt. And if he is healthy enough to play, he's going to play on Sunday if there is a Game 6. And that's what Steve Kerr said to us yesterday. It comes down to Rick Celebrini, the doctor, and Steph Curry and how he's feeling and whether or not he's good to go. If he's not good to go and you really need him in Game 7, let's just say hypothetically, he doesn't play Game 6 and you get to a Game 7 and it's like, man, if Steph can play, you got a chance to win this. If he's not ready, he's not playing.
Of course not. Yeah, Grandy, what do you got?
Steve Kerr speaking right now in Minnesota ahead of game number 5. This comes courtesy of our Warriors insider Anthony Slater, who you heard earlier this morning with the 2 Joes on the Morning Roast.
Yep.
But Slater says that Steve Kerr on Steph Curry said, quote, it's a possibility he could play game 6.
Ooh. Okay, I have thoughts.
Yeah, of course it's a possibility.
Well, but right.
He wouldn't be ruled out hours after the team released a statement saying he's doing on-court workouts and we'll get back to you on Saturday.
Right, but you also know better than anyone in the world because we talk to him every week, he doesn't need to say what he just said. The intrigue is not what he said, it's that he said it. Because what did he say when we tried to get that out of him yesterday? We'll have an update some other time.
He said wait for the statement.
Yep, and they've already made the statement, so he easily could have said the same thing to Anthony Slater today. Well, we'll have another update on Saturday. Not something we're thinking about right now. We got a game to play. I wonder one of 2 things. Either this is at least a little glimmer that maybe Steph is progressing very, very well, or I wonder if in some way this statement is meant for the players who are playing tonight to almost kind of dangle a carrot in front of them.
Get them extra motivation.
Like, go get 1 game. Go get 1 game. And then maybe we'll give you the rest of the cards in your deck back. I wonder.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, psychological games are part of coaching.
Yes, but I think the team would already know that based on how Steph is looking. I don't think that they're going to wait for a Steve Kerr press conference before the game to think, ooh, man, there's the carrot that's been dangled. I know what you're saying, but I would imagine the team was there at shoot-around or whatever on-court light workout Steph did. And
of course.
So they could probably see for themselves, like, ooh, the chef is moving well. I know he can't play tonight, but I think he looks good for a possible Sunday.
Maybe, but they're also not with Steph when he gets back in the back with Celebrini and all the, the ins and outs. And maybe Steph is openly talking to all of them about it. I have no idea. But I don't think the story is what he said. I think it's that he said it. I always do. I always find that interesting because they don't have to tell you just because the microphone's
on. And he usually doesn't.
Right.
And I don't know what the question was, but it probably was, if you get back on Sunday for a Game 6, do you think Steph would be able to play?
No, I'm looking at the question right now. I have the whole transcript right here in front of me.
Okay.
The question was, hey, Steve, would you say something now that you wouldn't say to Willard and Dibbs yesterday?
I haven't given that any thought.
So then he did. He said Steph Curry might play on Sunday.
Well, first of all, I don't really care.
So anyway.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot.
You're welcome, Steve. Let's go to Marco in Sonoma. Warriors Live in 20 minutes. The game is only an hour, 20 minutes away. Hi, Marco. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good. How are you?
Good. Driving home, so got to listen to the last 30, 40 minutes. And here's what there's a few things. So let's talk about Pods. I think on whole for the season, he's been a great addition. He's had a very good season. However, he has had holes in his defense the whole entire season. And I think they are getting in this second round, what I think is the issue and why people are so fired up is we've got other options to bring in and we haven't been bringing them in, right? And I think this round is just, the rhythm is off. I think there was a great use of the word rhythm. His rhythm is off. And I think the moment has become too big. I think with Steph going down, the emotion around that, what's been put on maybe his shoulders is a bit too much. So what I would like to see Kerr do is move in some of these other pieces. I think Moody is a much better defender. And granted, he's not having a great offensive side this series as well either, but we need someone to, help with that defensive stopping piece. And I think just Pods is in his head right now. He might break out of it, he might not. But what people I think are fired up about, Willard, is just the sheer amount of minutes he's getting with this type of play. And I just think you've got other pieces on that bench that you can throw in. But on the whole, I agree with Coach Kerr. He is a very intelligent kid, reads things very well. I just think this moment's gotten to him. And a couple callers ago, I think it was Coach who was one of the callers. I think you do got to adapt and adjust, and I think we're not seeing that in the last two games. And I think that's why everyone's fired up. And quite honestly, they're freaked out. They don't want to go home, right? They want to see this season go on. So you get a lot of people, grasping at straws. One other thing, this whole thing about who's starting. People that get concerned with that are people that don't understand basketball, in my honest opinion. It's not who starts, it's who you have in there at crunch time and who finishes the game, right? This whole thing about who starts, who doesn't, I don't really care. I just want to see significant minutes for the guys that are contributing at the right time. That's really what it's about. So, look, I think we're going to come out hard tonight. We got to give it all. It's win or go home, and I would love to see us at least push it back home and see if we can get Steph back out on the court.
Marco, it's a good call. Appreciate it. Here's the one thing that I would ask, though. Like I did, okay, is Moses Moody a better defender than Pies? Of course he is. Of course he is. But if what you're mad about is Brandon Podziemski shooting and you're saying he's in his head, and then in the next sentence you're like, so let's give Moody a shot.
Right.
I'm sorry. How would you describe Moses Moody right now on offense?
Well, he snapped out of his funk, although he's 1 for 17 in the last 5 games in the playoffs.
He has scored 6 points in this series.
He hit a 3 in garbage time in Game 4, and that was the first basket he'd made in 9 days.
Correct. And he hit 3 free throws in Game 2, which was largely, if memory serves, kind of garbage time-esque as well. So he not shooting the ball.
No,
he's not playing. He's been even worse. Now, I don't even hate the idea because they're both doing the same thing. They both shoot threes that don't go in. One of them's better on defense than the other. Do you want to try that? Go right ahead.
Yeah, they're not going to try that.
If you can explain it to me, then go ahead and do it. And maybe they won't try it. Maybe they will.
Won't try it.
I don't even know.
Because of what Steve said to us about Pods and him being able to connect everything.
Yeah.
And he's a great player is what Steve said. And
he said he's a ball player.
He's a ball player.
Player.
And Moses
He's a
right
good
now
rebounder.
Moses is lost. And I tweeted out Moses milk carton because Moses doesn't get a chance to play. And he clearly, in the coach's eyes, has fallen way out of favor. He couldn't get into any of these last couple of games other than at the end.
0 for 5, 0 for 4, 0 for 5, 0 for 0, and 1 for 3. Those are Moses' last 5
That's
games.
1 for 17.
Yeah. But he scored 13 in Game 6 against the Rockets. How about Joe in San Jose? What's up, Joe? Thanks for calling.
Okay, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Very intense conversation, I have to say. A lot of good points. I just want to say that I think the Warriors are being overcoached because I see a lot of possessions where the time expired and guys have open shots and they pass it up because they're just trying to pass the ball. I don't know why. You got open shots and they pass it up and the time expired. It is a waste possession, and that's on coaching because I guess Steve Kerr wants them to pass the ball. So I think a lot of this, Steve Kerr take some of the blame too. And about Pods, I just think the stage is too big for him. I mean, you can go second round playoff, first round playoff. I mean, the regular season and first round playoff, but each round gets intense. It gets very intense, and I think the stage is too big for him. And Steve Kerr gave him a chance to see if he could shoot out of it, and that's why a lot of fans get upset because each round gets intense. It's very intense. Believe me, and so the fans have the right to get upset because each round is intense and they want their team to go forward. So that's to be expected. So don't be surprised when fans get upset about Pods not playing at this stage. And that's all I want to say. Thanks for taking my call,
Joe. Thank you for calling. I am not surprised at the way fans are responding at all. I'm bummed by the way fans are responding, and I am not above calling out what I have heard from so many fans, which to me is not even about Brandon Podziemski. It's not about any one Warrior. It is about what I feel is a complete dismissal of the importance of Steph Curry on this basketball team. I've been shocked by how people have sort of transitioned from we're going to be championship, although we all need Jimmy and Steph to be healthy, and then the second Steph's not healthy, so many people transition to, we can still win. We can still win, and now we're going to hold a bunch of role players accountable for not being able to step up to be key players. They're not key players. They're role players.
He's your starting two guard.
Yeah,
so
that's not a key player. Well, not all 5 starters are key players.
Right, but if you're playing 30 minutes a night, you're not a role player, in my opinion.
No, you're not a key player if you're not asked to go score 15 to 20 a night in the NBA, in my opinion.
Well, he's asked to be, get at 11 to 12 a night. So he's done it all year in the regular season. So when you do lose Steph Curry, then you're looking for somebody to step up and take on more of the scoring. And you're right, it's going to be harder without Steph on everybody. Jimmy said that after game 1, but you're a guy who's getting 30, 33, 39, and 33 minutes, and you would hope that he'd go out there and score more than 27 points in 3 games.
And he did average. You asked for 11 a night. That's what he averaged in the Rocket series. 11 a night.
Right.
It's exactly what he averaged.
And now you don't have Steph, so you're going to need that to come up a little bit. And your 11 a night is so he's gotten 33 points in the last 3 games on 33 shots.
No. 11 a night in the Rocket series. Yeah,
yes.
He's only averaging 7.5 a night in the Minnesota series.
Right.
But again, I love that you just said that. You want players to get better in the absence of Steph, but most of them have gotten worse. And that's just the reality. That's the reality of it.
Right. I just bristle at him being called a role player because he's not. He's your starting two guard.
I think I absolutely would describe Pods as a role player.
Well, if you have a guy who's a starter and he's playing 35 minutes a night, then he's not a role player.
I think the Warriors have 3 people who are not role players. Steph, Jimmy, Draymond.
Well, Steph's out. So
right. So now you got, and that's the point. Now you need someone else to be a key player, and Kuminga, because of a new style of offense, is going to come in and say, well, I can do some of that. Okay, fine. Well,
and he has.
How about you?
In 2 losses.
You moonlight as a key player. Okay, and he has. But I like the other ones, if you ask them to be key players, you can ask all you want.
Well,
doesn't mean they can.
Gary Payton II coming off the bench in 18 to 20 minutes, that's a role player. And Pods is playing 33, 39, and 33 minutes. You're a starting 2 guard.
Yeah, we define it differently then, and that's fine. That's fine. Sam in San Ramon. Hi, Sam. What's up?
Hey, guys. Just want to agree with you that we need a reality check here because Minnesota is a good team. They were also hot at the end of the season like the Warriors. And they got 3 great players. They got Randall, they got Gobert, and Ant-Man. And without having Stephen Curry, I mean, there's no expectation. I mean, what are we expecting? It's an impossibility to win the series. But one point I want to make is at the first game when Curry went out, and we still were playing pretty good, Green was making the 3-pointers. And that brought out Gobert and freed up the middle. And I think the way to win, if they can win, which is going to be hard, is have 3 3-point shooters that are decent, at least on the court, and go small and, clear up that middle because you got Kuminga and you got Jimmy that go, they want to drive in and the middle is clogged up. It's not going to work.
Sam, who are those 3-point shooters? Do they have 3?
I don't know, but the best that they can get. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but it's from the baseline, you can make easier 3-pointers, but you got to pass it around and you have an open shot. Take it, miss it or make it. At least you took it.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah, Sam, thanks. I think that is the problem, though. You've watched so many fewer 3-point shots even go up because A, they don't have as many who are good at it, and B, they've had a very, very hard time even generating those open looks with Steph Curry not on the floor. I don't disagree that I think that there are certain Warrior players, if not a lot of them, who have had a hard time sort of rewinding or rewiring themselves in the absence of Steph, which is to say, if a shot is like maybe open and Steph's on the floor, they've all been wired. Don't do that. Don't do that. We're running the offense through Steph. Now, in the absence of Steph, you probably need to lean in the other direction. Second, there's an open shot, you got to take it. And they've not done a great job of rewiring themselves because that's just not who this team is. But to his previous point, how many 3-point shooters, like guys that you really feel can knock down threes consistently, how many even of them are there on the Warriors right now?
Probably 1, maybe.
Buttered?
Right, but even Buddy can be very streaky.
Well, anybody can be streaky, but like he's a 3-point shooter.
Sure, he's legitimately a 3-point shooter. Quentin Post would be one, but he seems to be unplayable because defensively he's having a hard time guarding anyone. Right. So of players you can actually play with confidence, it's just the one, Buddy Hield, which is why they shot their fewest threes in the game all year in Game 3, and in Game 4, they didn't even shoot 33s. We can't even get a donation to Triples for Autism because they're not getting enough attempts.
They did get one. They got one.
That was Game 2, I believe, right?
Game 2?
And they got that because Game 3, they only took 23 threes.
No, but they made 10 of them.
In Game 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Game 3. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, Game 4 they didn't, and Game 5, I'm told, hasn't happened yet. So we'll find out. But yeah, you don't trust Pods to shoot a 3 right now. You don't trust Moody to shoot a 3. GP2 anywhere but the corner you don't trust.
Moody's not allowed to play.
Yeah, exactly.
So, under half of a made 3 for Podziemski tonight. What are you taking?
The over.
Over.
I'm with you.
I mean,
because he's still going to be on the floor a lot.
Well, and
what about over 1.5?
Now, just relax.
It gets dicey. That's getting a little rich. I do give Pods this much credit that even when he's not shooting it well, he still is going to shoot it. You haven't seen him shy away from a shot. He's taken 24 shots in the last 2 games, even though he was 1 of 10 in Game 3. Did that deter him and make him gun shy in Game 4? No, he shot 14 times. And that was my problem with Jimmy Butler. You cannot have a game where Pods shoots more times than you do. I'm sorry. And I know he was under the weather, so I'm going to give him a little flu pass.
You don't want that.
That's a recipe for a loss.
Yeah, again, I don't know what's that creatable when a good defensive team looks at the Warriors right now and says, don't let Jimmy shoot. I mean, that's the defensive meeting tonight for the Wolves. Period. Don't let Jimmy shoot. Rudy, you have a foot on him. Don't let him shoot. Well, that's going to be tough. You want Jimmy to put up a shot. What if it's just constantly getting blocked? Which, by the way, has happened a lot already in this series, too.
A little bit. In the third quarter,
Yeah.
he was, he tried to drive down low, and he tried to draw the foul, and he didn't get the call.
He's smoking layups sometimes, too, because he's trying to adjust his shot because he thinks it's going to get blocked.
The audacity.
Exactly. Let's go to Jay in Oakland. Hi, Jay. Thanks for calling.
All right, thanks for taking my call, fellas. First of all, I just want to say I'm OPH. I'm an original Pods hater. Allow me to just respectfully push back on a couple of your points, Willard.
Go for it.
When you're saying that this Pods hate is recent and you didn't hear it when the Warriors were a good team. When back in November, December, January, when they were muddling around the 10th or 11th place, I don't remember anyone thinking that Pops was playing good basketball. He was inserted in the starting lineup around February 10th, which was, surprise, surprise, the same time that we traded for Jimmy. So I say that the Warriors started playing good basketball more because of the trade of Jimmy, not because Pops was inserted in the starting lineup.
Oh, I agree completely, Jay. Jay, agree completely on that. Yeah.
And my last point I want to make, is, two last points. I don't think Pods is a role player. I think, like Deb said, he's a starting shooting guard. If he's a role player, I don't think anyone looks at their role player and encourages them to shoot 10 3-pointers a game, like the Warriors wanted Pods to shoot. What other role player around the NBA are they encouraging them to shoot 10 threes a game?
Well,
and my last point I want to make real quick before.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The last point I want to make about this Pods hate is recent. The last two games, Pods have been struggling the whole postseason outside of that Houston game. That Houston series went 7 games, and Pods had one good game.
Not true.
You know what
Not
percentage
true.
he shot?
Very good in game one.
What percentage he shot?
Very good in game one, Jay. Very good in game one. Look at the numbers.
But Willard.
Yes, but wait, Jay, hit me. Wait, like game one, yes or no?
But I'm about to make a point, and then I'll answer.
You already made a point. You said only had one good game.
Do you know his shooting percentage for 6 games? And take out that one good game against Houston. Do you know his shooting percentage in the other 6 games?
I don't, but I know it's bad. 31%. Yeah, but also, like, will you meet me halfway? Was game one good? Do you know the numbers?
It was okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I got the numbers actually pulled up in front of me.
Okay, so it was more than one good game. I'm not going to sit here and get into an argument with anybody, and Jay, thank you very much, about whether or not Pods has been good in the playoffs. That's not been my argument. He has not been good. I also would push back, as you put it, that the Warriors, quote, wanted him to shoot 10 threes. You sound like there's a script for an NBA game. Nobody told him, go out there and shoot 10 threes. If that's the open shot, you take it, and the Warriors are totally up a creek without Steph Curry. So, yes, there are a bunch of people shooting shots that I don't want shooting shots. I just argue that when you're in the starting lineup, that does not mean that you're not a role player. Like a key player, those are the key players. That's Anthony Edwards, that's Julius Randle, and maybe McDaniels. Everybody else is a role player. So, yeah, Naz Reid, role player.
He comes off the bench.
Yeah, but
if your starting 2 guard is a role player, then you're not a championship team.
So who are the starters for the Wolves? All 5 of them.
You've got a great defender in McDaniels.
Okay.
You've got Gobert.
Okay.
You've got Edwards.
Okay.
And who else do they start? Let me look back at the box score.
Exactly.
Right.
Memorial Day weekend is almost here.
Mike Conley, Hall of Fame caliber point guard. Right.
Key player. Role player.
Right.
Swing by Mike
hilarious.
Conley's not a role player?
He's an 18-year veteran. He's a point guard.
What does that have to do with anything? He's a role player.
You know what his role is to be a phenomenal point guard.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone has to be a 25-point-a-game scorer. Otherwise, they're a role player.
Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons. Hope TJD is huge tonight because he is key, because he is a starter. Warriors Live is next. This is Willard and Dibs. And this is Willard for Underdog Fantasy. facing a true elimination sensation in Minnesota tonight, down. Thank you. 3-1 against those winning Wolves. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Steve Kerr said it a short time ago. There's a chance Steph Curry could play Sunday. The whole goal, as soon as he left with a 1-0 lead in the series, was, can you at least win as many games as necessary? Is it only one to get this series back to his participation? The answer 3 times in a row has been no. Tonight is their last chance.
Yeah, it's the last stand. If you lose, it's over. If you win, maybe you get the Chef back on Sunday. It sure would be a huge break, even if you don't get Steph back on Sunday. If you can somehow get this win, you fly home, you get Thursday, Friday, and Saturday off. So put the Steph part aside. A team that clearly has been struggling with being old and being tired. Jimmy Butler coming off a flu, and Draymond Green, I think, would love to have 3 days off, even if Steph wasn't ready for a hypothetical Game 6. What a huge break it would be for the Warriors to be able to get there and get that rest.
I do love the word that Steve Kerr used yesterday when we asked him to describe the mood of the team as they got on a plane to head for Minnesota down 3-1.
Defiant, you know. I mean, this is a proud group, and it's a 7-game series for a reason. So, you know, there's a lot of basketball to be played, so we're excited about tomorrow.
I mean, there's one part of the statement I don't necessarily agree with. There's not a lot of basketball to be played. There's one game. And sure, maybe that's a lot of basketball, but I would sort of say it this way. I think that he's also trying to counteract what the whole vibe in the NBA is when you fall down 3-1. I can sense that a lot of fans are trying to, even if it's not organic, they're rallying up enough energy to go into tonight and hope against hope and all those things. But we know exactly where our mind goes when you're down 3-1 in a series. We all fall on that 95% train historically. You're done. You're done. And you're doing it, at least for one more game, without your best player. So I would just say this. The assignment tonight is a monstrous one. It does not mean they can't do it, but the assignment is a monstrous one. And so I dig the word defiant because I think a ton of defiance is going to be necessary.
Yeah, you're going to need to play really well for 48 minutes. And I go back to Game 3 where they played well for about 40 minutes, and then in the fourth quarter, it got away from them, and then you go to Game 4, and you played great in the first half, and the first half of the third quarter, you were hanging in there, and then boop, 17-0 run, game over, then you're down by 20, and it was night time. So having no Steph Curry makes it even more important to go a full 48 and play solid. You always talk about the turnover battle. I do think you have to win the turnover battle, and you've got to find a way to, even if you don't shoot as many threes as you're used to, you got to shoot those at a high percentage.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. And 2, it is the stuff that nightmares are made of. Minnesota Timberwolves have an empty injury report. The Warriors have one player on it. His name is Steph Curry. It is a left hamstring strain, and he is out. If there is one injury report that you could have said to me before the series started, what do you not want to see?
Yeah,
it's this one. It's this one.
On both sides, too.
Minnesota perfect, Warriors without their centerpiece and their star.
Yeah, and Anthony Edwards has been hurt once in this series, and he was hurt in the Lakers series, but that's where being 23 and, you know, being able to have bounce back with your bad ankle, and it wasn't so bad that he was going to be out for a long time.
Obviously
but
not.
He did get hurt, and he went to the locker room, and he came right back and had 14 points the rest of the way.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. So, yeah, I think that this becomes equal parts mental and physical because the Warriors' confidence has to be shaken. And then on the physical side, and this is sort of the core of what you and I have been talking about a lot today, and I get why it gets a little hot and contentious at times because, for instance, we just had someone throw in here on the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, Willard, Pods, and Moody are being held accountable for playing far below their capability. In fact, historically bad, very justified. See, here's what I would say. Like that's a living, breathing, moving thing that you refer to, their capability. I think that that's moved. You, like so many of us have decided that they are capable of so much more. And clearly, I don't mean they're not capable of better than 1 for 10. The point is that the focus goes to players to score who are not night in and night out scorers. And so that's the physical challenge. You're going to have people step in there and do things that they're quite frankly not asked to do on a nightly basis and have success with it. You can hold them accountable for that. That's fine. But again, it's a huge task. There's a reason that these guys don't do this every night. And so shots are just harder to come by right now. The floor is nowhere near as open as it was in the first quarter of game 1.
Yeah, and I would not take them off the hook, but for me, I look at the stars as the players who need to step up and be better. And so, Pod's 3 for 14, that's not great. Moses Moody, he's not getting any minutes, so I'm going to excuse that because he can't do anything if he doesn't get a chance to play. If the Warriors don't get it done tonight, it's probably going to be because Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green didn't do enough to carry this team. Ultimately, any NBA team is carried by its stars. If your stars are bad, you usually don't have 4 or 5 other guys who can step up and save the day over the course of a series in particular. So I look at Jimmy and Draymond as the 2 biggest pieces tonight, no matter what.
Steve Kerr did talk to us yesterday, giving us maybe a glimmer of hope on the game that you're asking for from Jimmy Butler.
Well, he was under the weather last night. He really was not feeling well, and I think that definitely impacted him. But I think it was good that the fact that he only played 34 minutes. He's been up over 40 several times in the postseason, and last night obviously the game didn't go our way, but nobody got overloaded, and I think everybody will be ready to go tomorrow. And I know who Jimmy is. Everyone knows who Jimmy is. He's one of the great playoff performers, and I expect him to have a big game tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think you need to worry about Jimmy Butler in terms of finding the gumption to go out there and kind of be what people want him to be tonight. What I am curious about, though, is if he's sort of, and I don't think it's because he hears the voices, I wonder what his strategic approach is. Because we watch basketball and we go out there and shoot it 25 to 30 times. Maybe Jimmy, maybe playoff Jimmy to him means something completely different. And he wants to put it on his back to have the offense work better as a whole and maybe get a couple of these struggling guys some shots early because, quite frankly, I think their only chance to win is if there are a couple other people who are hitting some shots.
Most likely, unless, Jimmy goes crazy and Kuminga comes off the bench and has a really, really big night again. And Draymond Green's got to have an effective triple-double kind of a night. And then, you do need either Pods or GP2 or Buddy Hield, for example, guys who are probably going to get a healthy amount of minutes and, like Pods or not, or think that he's underperformed, he's going to get 30 minutes tonight. He's going to get a big slab of minutes to go out there and prove whether or not he's getting it done.
I'm actually not convinced of that.
Yeah, well, every game except one.
Right, I get what
in the 11. Only one time he only got 14 minutes.
But you're managing tonight as if it's Game 7, are you not?
You are.
So are you sticking with if he goes out and he's struggling again? How do you react if you're Steve Kerr?
You keep playing him because you love his intangibles and you think better of Pods than 99.9% of the humans on Earth.
That's true. That might well be true.
And he's the one who makes the call.
Yeah,
so.
But I still don't know if that means like you're stubborn until you're literally not playing basketball anymore. I reference Tim Kawakami, who joined us earlier today and kind of mentioned you might see some different things tonight. And I wonder if that's possibly one of them, at least if he goes out there and misses his first 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah, and I'm remembering back to Game 2 against Houston when he only played those 14 minutes, 8 minutes in the first quarter, 0 for 3, and he barely played after that. But I don't think it's because his shot was off. I'm remembering him making a couple of reckless plays and a couple of times he wasn't in the right spot. Those are the things that if Brandon is letting his shooting slump affect other parts of his game, then you might see a quick hook with Pods.
Yeah, and for those of you who either have not heard that conversation we had yesterday Obviously, Podziemski has been a centerpiece of the conversation for a few days now. So we did ask Steve, like, how would you, to Warrior fans, describe what it is that you love about Pods out there, even when he's not shooting the ball well?
He reads the game. He handles the ball. He passes. He's a great rebounder. He sees things defensively, so he's always in the right spot. The game just connects when he's out there. It just makes a lot of sense for the rest of the group. And that doesn't mean he's perfect, but he does a lot of things that just make the game make sense. And not every player does that, frankly. So Brandon, despite his shooting struggles, continues to connect lineups and make good basketball plays, and that those are the things that help you win.
Okay, that's the answer. Accept it or not. That's the answer from Steve Kerr. And as you pointed out a few minutes ago, nobody on planet Earth has more influence on the lineup than that man right there.
And he seems to like Pods and what he brings, the intangibles and the rest of it, more than the majority of people. And that game 2 where he didn't play great minutes was when Jimmy got hurt. And so kind of all the combinations were thrown out the window.
Totally.
And that's also the game where let Pat cook happened when he came in that second quarter and he had 9 points. And so that kind of kept Pods on the bench as well.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
He's a ball player, man. Yeah, he does. For a living, actually. He's a ball player.
He's a professional ball player.
Most people use that when they're talking about baseball. You don't usually call hoopers like a ball player, but Steve Kerr did.
Yep.
So that's fine.
You remember when Podziemski said if he wasn't a professional basketball player, he'd be a professional baseball player?
I think there are some Warrior fans that would like to see him try that right about now. But I'd also say this, like when you say 99% of the public doesn't agree with Steve, can we at least raise our hands and admit that when he says, for instance, Brandon does really well, like he knows exactly where he's supposed to be on the floor, none of us know what the hell that is. We're watching him miss shots. That's it. We watch him miss shots. I don't know where he's supposed to be on the floor. We don't watch basketball from the bench. We don't know the strategy. I don't know the plays that have been called. I don't know these things. None of us know these things. So we are watching it through a much more simplistic eye, obviously.
Right, but I even said on Twitter that I love the intangibles and the things he brings. And even in Game 4, there was a play where I think JK went to the rim, put it up, missed a layup. Spoiler alert, the Warriors miss a lot of layups, but Pods was right there, right behind him, and he tipped it in, one of his only 3 baskets. But those hustle plays, the intangibilities, the charge taking, the rebounding, all those things matter, and that's why Steve Kerr will continue to play him 30 minutes tonight.
There's one place and one place only that I was going to go for this. This was the easiest one of all time.
Yep.
It's time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I didn't even care what the number was. I'm doing it because there's no other thing to do tonight. I will take Brandon Podziemski higher than 11.5 points in this basketball game tonight.
11.5?
11.5.
Poughkeepsie kid.
You lock that up?
It's locked.
Oh, there it is. All right. You going with Pods?
I don't know, dude. I mean, he's got to hit it. I mean, you got to shoot something's going to go in, isn't it?
If it doesn't, if he plays 30 minutes,
man,
if he plays 30 minutes and doesn't hit that over, they're in trouble. Unless Buddy goes for 30.
Yes, they are.
And the rest of it.
Yes, I don't know if any of us are new here. They're in trouble. They're kind of in trouble right now.
Well, it's just one game. So tonight, one game, they're 10.5-point underdogs.
It's the only game they got left.
Right. Yeah. Potentially. And they may have a game Sunday, but they're going to need to win tonight. I'm going to go with Jonathan Kuminga. We're going to let JK cook tonight.
Okay.
I believe I saw somewhere his number was 18.5 points.
Boy, is it that high? That is exactly right.
Yeah, so I'm going to go over 18.5. I do think he gets a chance to go out there and cook, and I like his chances.
I'd like to inform you of some good news.
Yep.
You're getting odds for that pick.
Oh, okay, plus odds.
Yeah.
Like plus 110 or something I saw?
It's like 1.04.
Okay.
Yeah, you're getting plus odds for saying higher than 18.5 points.
Yeah, lock it up.
Hashtag underdog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it somewhere else, but I don't have the underdog app. I should probably get it.
Did you guys hear the bet that Goo made with Steiny and Evan earlier today?
I heard part of it. I didn't get all the details.
Yeah, he mentioned it to me, but I forgot the details. What are the details?
Goo is saying over or 30 or more field goal attempts for Jimmy Butler today.
Right. Yeah,
and then 2 minutes later, he immediately said, I don't want to do it anymore.
Well, because Evan informed him that if you get fouled while shooting, it doesn't count as an attempt.
Has that happened, at all this year? Has Jimmy Butler ever had 30 field goal attempts in a game?
No, the most was game 3 when it was, 26?
Yeah.
24, 26, whatever it was.
Well,
that's a lot of shots.
That's a lot of shots.
Did you know that Jonathan Kuminga's higher lower number on, what do you think his higher lower number is on rebounds?
Probably 2.5. Am I right?
No. That's why it stood out to me.
1.5?
What the hell is that? It's 5.5.
Oh, boy. Do they not watch ball?
I'm like, what? What are you... So anyway, if anybody wants to make $1 billion, no, I'm kidding, because by the way, he should have 6 rebounds. He should. He has. Mm-hmm. He's allowed to. I mean, game 7 energy, no?
No, for sure. But
I would tell Jonathan tonight, dude, if you get 10 rebounds, Brooklyn's got a $35 million offer sheet for you. Go get it. You jumped so high, Dave Fleming. Go get the ball.
Yeah. Rebounding's effort and attitude.
0 last game, none.
Brandon Pajemski is 6'3" and not known for his leaping ability, and he can get 8 rebounds because he wants to.
I don't
Rebounds
get it.
are about attitude and effort.
I love what he's done this series, but I don't get it. 0 rebounds in 30 minutes? Doesn't the ball bounce to you once during that time?
It should.
Are you running away from the ball?
Yeah. Just one postscript on the Guru bet. Jimmy Butler's played 129 playoff games in his career.
And?
He's shot the ball 30 or more times. One time. And it was an overtime game.
Wow.
Back in 2023, they beat Milwaukee.
And this is a player who's known for being the only good player on his team and dragging a team into the NBA Finals.
Number 1.
Still didn't shoot it 30 times.
Well, no. 33, but it took overtime in that game to get there.
Okay.
I'm bugging me.
And he makes those bets without getting odds, too. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They're just straight up, like, I'll buy you a beer.
It was
or you buy
literally
me a
like
beer.
the first 20 minutes of the show today.
That man is so just excitable.
Slap me for what I'm doing.
It's so wonderful.
Jimmy's teams, when he shoots it 27 or more times in a playoff game, 6-0.
Oh.
So there you go.
Oh.
Shoot the ball, Jimmy.
It's
all
a
you
shot.
got.
It's all, Out of town NBA Game of the Night is sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get them from SFO. Only one other game around the league tonight, and that is the Celtics and Knicks. We're checking in on them right now. Boston's got themselves a tiny little lead, actually. About 6 minutes to go, third quarter. Boston's up 11, trying to push that series, same as the Warriors are, to a Game 6. You will not make it to Boston for this game, but any of the games that are coming up, possibly still in Boston, or whenever the Warriors or Wolves or anyone plays again, SFO can get you there if you're interested. SFO can go anywhere for postseason basketball. That is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. I just want to say this, especially also since I will not be here the next 2 days. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I very much hope for the best. I expect nothing. But if this is the final night of the Warriors season, I and we have had such a blast with this. And obviously there's be plenty to talk about as they move into a mythical offseason, if it is to go there at the end of the night. But this has been such a blast. And you listeners have been so engaged and so much fun and also so annoying at the same time. And I love every single piece of that. And I'm so glad Jimmy Butler's here. And this is, if it ends tonight, this has been a really, really cool ride.
It's been a fun year, and it's gotten to the point that I hoped it would get to. Second round, and here you are with a chance to win tonight, prolong it, maybe get the chef back. So there still is a little bit of drama that could still be hanging out there tonight.
Could be plenty. Let's go play a basketball game,
Let's
okay?
do this. Yep.
All right. You want to do it again tomorrow?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
How about you?
I mean, I want to.
Yeah, but Have a good trip, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Grandy, get your butt get some reps, okay?
Try my best.
If you go, shoot 10 threes if you want. Make more than one. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. Let's get you out to the arena next.